Chapter 0721_Cold Letter. Before Tsunade and others entered Kumogakure, Lao Ai held a very brief high-level meeting. Although he didn't know the purpose of Konoha, he had lost to Han Guang before. He knew very well that this time the Konoha messenger came, and he definitely wanted something. In this regard, Lao Ai asked for some opinions, what requests can be agreed temporarily, and what requests should be rejected at once. Although Lao Ai has his own ideas, he will not ignore the opinions of the consultants. After half an hour, in the quaint and tough hall, Lao Ai led 2 advisors and many Kumogakure guards who supported the scene to formally receive the Konoha messenger. Lao Ai did not expect that the ambassador to Kumogakure was actually Tsunade. Tsunade has many titles. She is not only the wife of Han Guang, but also the granddaughter of Hokage of the first generation, and the only female disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen of Hokage of the 3rd generation. Because of so many titles, Tsunade's position in Konoha is not high enough, but her status is extremely special. Tsunade came with good intentions, the etiquette was in place, and Lao Ai didn't make things difficult, so the 2 sides exchanged greetings. "I don't know why you came here this time," Lao Ai asked solemnly. "This is a handwritten letter from my husband Kun, please read it by Mr. Hokage." Tsunade took out the scroll from his arms and handed it to the nearest Kumogakure ninja. The Kumogakure ninja wanted to check if there was any problem with the scroll, Lao Ai, but he said directly, "No need, bring it." After getting the scroll, Lao Ai opened it and looked at it. "I fought with Kun a few days ago, I benefited a lot, and I felt a lot. The ninja war lasted for several years, and the world was in turmoil. Not only did ninjas die and wounded, but also displaced people everywhere. Missing nin ran rampant, and I don't know how many innocent people died. In the morning dream, blood stained the village and river, and I don't know how many bereaved people dreamed back at midnight with tears full of pillows. This battle was originally a battle of interests, but now, it has become a battle of hatred, and the catastrophe has swept across, just like you and me exist. Also have to fight between life and death, there is also the possibility of falling, is it worth it?" Quote, "Konoha is not a belligerent friend, but he is the strongest in the world, attracting envy and hatred, but unable to balance the world, trapped in a quagmire, trying to calm down the troubled world, and ultimately unable to do it. Although Kumogakure is famous for war, but there are many sincere people, too, in history. There was a covenant of mutual alliance, although they hated each other due to changes, but the resentment in the past is always in the past. If you fight persistently, it will only make the relatives hate it even more, and the enemy will cheer. The war has been turbulent for too long, the farmland has been destroyed, the trade routes are blocked, the country is full of red land, and the people are starving, how can I bear it? This war is not good for you and me, not good for the country, not good for the world. The turmoil should come to an end, and I, Han Guang, would like to do it for you. This is a life-threatening effort, and I sincerely invite, Kun is willing to join hands to form an alliance between the 2 forces, and to bring peace to the world. Will you?" A long letter that is eloquent, not to mention the literary beauty, but also Akatsuki's emotional. In fact, Luhan didn't want to be so troublesome, he just wrote a sentence about forming an alliance. But in this way, it may not be able to impress the stubborn Lao Ai, and it may not be able to impress the Kumogakure executives. You must know that the matter of forming an alliance is not a matter of 2 people, but a matter of 2 shinobi villages. The village of Konoha is in trouble, and the country of Rain is at a disadvantage in the battlefield. Therefore, they actively seek an alliance. The top officials of Konoha are eagerly hoping that Konoha can form alliances with other forces to reverse the disadvantage. But Kumogakure is different. They have no need to form an alliance. They have been fighting against Iwagakure for many years. After invading the land, they do not know how much money they looted. Although they did not occupy the land and population, they still tasted the sweetness of the war. Of course, Kumogakure also killed a lot of ninjas for it. After reading Luhan's letter, Lao Ai was silent for a long time. "What do you think, Lord Hokage?" Tsunade asked after waiting for a while. Are you here to negotiate an alliance? Lao Ai raised his head and asked. He seemed to want to confirm with the messenger, because the alliance request in Lu Hengxin's letter came too suddenly, which caught Lao Ai by surprise. Yes, Tsunade nodded. This matter is of great importance. Lao Ai opened his mouth, stopped again, and thought for a while before saying, you stay in the village for now, and I will let you know when I discuss the results here. Tsunade's face suddenly brightened, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru's expressions were strange, even a little surprised. He didn't refuse right away. Have a play. Lao Ai asked Tsunade to arrange accommodation for the three of them. After the three of them left with the Kumogakure ninja who led the way, he immediately called someone to announce the meeting. Different from the previous brief meeting, Lao Ai called a full 20 or 30 people this time. In addition to a few advisors at the top, the principals of various departments, Legion psychics, and the chiefs of major clans are all on the list. It also includes Lao Ai's son, Xiao Ai. The dimly lit cave is extremely huge, and the Raiden Thunder-style chakra is strong. The cave is full of things, piles of gold silver, stacked boxes, and many valuable objects, such as gold-silver utensils, statues and jewelry, etc., many of which are randomly piled together and look very messy. This is the Kumogakure treasure house, the most heavily guarded forbidden area in the village of Kumogakure. Xiao Ai has the right to enter and leave the treasure house at will, and does not need Lao Ai to specially notify the caretaker. Crash. A sound of rummaging. Xiao Ai was rummaging through a pile of clutter, and the little guy Killer Bee ran to a dark place, looking for something he liked while noticing whether Xiao Ai was looking at himself. Hey, this knife is so beautiful, and it doesn't look like a very valuable thing. Killer Bee's eyes lit up, and he said loudly on purpose, and picked up a sheathless sword from the weapon rack. Don't take it, Xiao Ai said without thinking, then looked up at Killer Bee. Little Killer Bee held the tachi, and with a flick of his arm, he shook out 3 knives. It was incredible to be able to show this kind of swordsmanship at such an age. Put it back. Xiao Ai drank again. Killer Bee pouted in dissatisfaction and put down the knife reluctantly. Xiao Ai sighed in her heart, but unfortunately, Killer Bee has an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but Kumogakure does not have a ninja with extremely high swordsmanship. Although there are many people who can point Killer Bee, when Killer Bee grows up, I'm afraid he can only rely on himself. Xiao Ai was suddenly stunned, because he thought of a person with the strongest swordsmanship in the world today, Han Guang. Chapter 0722_Ali. In the past, the most powerful swordsman in the ninja world was demigod Hanzo. Later, Konoha White Fang chased after him. Someone once said that White Fang's swordsmanship may surpass Hanzo in the future, but some people are not optimistic about White Fang, thinking that the demigods will always be the strongest swordsman. Until the cold light turned out. Swordsmanship is the strongest, no more controversy. Because Hengguang chased and killed Hanzo for thousands of miles, and finally cut off Hanzo's arm, he became famous all over the world. Xiao Ai's knowledge of Hengguang's swordsmanship comes entirely from the Battle of End Valley. Xiao Ai saw Hengguang perform swordsmanship in Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode with her own eyes, and she fought with Lao Ai. In Xiao Ai's opinion, Han Guang can fight with his father for so long with swordsmanship, and no one can do anything about it. He must be the strongest. It is impossible for someone to be stronger than the cold light sword technique, otherwise, wouldn't he be able to defeat his father? The despicable and shameless Han Guang, if he hadn't learned the Raiden Thunder-style chakra pattern, how could he have been on a tie with his father? Thinking of Lu Han, Xiao Ai became angry and bit Kiba for a while. He felt at a loss again. Although I have gained some skills with the cold light, how can it be compared with the Raiden Thunder-style chakra pattern being stolen? Slam, la. A screeching sound. But it was the unhappy Killer Bee expressing his dissatisfaction to Xiao Ai, deliberately fiddling with the swords on the weapon general to make noise. There are many ninjas who are good at swordsmanship in Kumogakure village, so there are many swords on the weapon rack, but the swords are weak. Numbers, those that can be placed in the treasure house are not ordinary. Xiao Ai looked at Killer Bee again, but did not scold, instead her mind moved. If Hangguang can guide Killer Bee's swordsmanship, Killer Bee will definitely improve rapidly. Hangguang takes advantage of Kumogakure, so we can't just forget it. When I have a chance to see Hangguang again, I must make him pay the price. It's a pity. Quote. Xiao Ai thought about it over and over again, and immediately forgot about it again, and concentrated on searching. He also knew that his thoughts were a little unrealistic. Hangguang was a supreme powerhouse with the same reputation as his father. Even if he had the chance to see him, he couldn't force him to point out anyone. I don't know when I will go to Konoha again. Xiao Ai muttered, her eyes suddenly lit up. The pile of items in front of him, along with some gold and silver utensils on the pile, slipped and fell, and a gray box was exposed. The box that Xiao Ai remembered was seen when she was very young. Immediately took out the box, removed the lock on it. Xiao Ai opened the box. There was a pair of golden armguards with thick walls. That's it. Xiao Ai couldn't wait to remove the imitations from her arms and put them on for real. You can take it, not me, cheapskate. Killer Bee muttered beside the weapon rack, then glanced at the knife he had taken before the knife on the weapon rack. In fact, that sword was not that good either. Compared to the famous swords used by some of the Kumogakure ancestors on the weapon rack, it was quite ordinary. The best knife 7-year-old Killer Bee had ever seen growing up. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, approaching quickly. Master, an emergency meeting. Lord Rakage will let you pass. A Kumogakure Anbu ninja rushed into the treasure house and quickly said to Xiao Ai. Oh, I see, go right away. Xiao Ai replied immediately, and while running out, he didn't forget to greet Killer Bee. Don't look. Don't take things indiscriminately, go. Come on. Killer Bee responded loudly on purpose, but didn't go out. Xiao Ai was very impatient, because he knew that once it was an emergency meeting to notify him of the past, it must be a matter of great importance. Lao Ai hates someone to be late. Xiao Ai didn't look behind, until he ran out of the long passage, only to realize that the little guy didn't follow. Troublejing, hurry up, bring that kid out to me. Xiao Ai didn't go back to look for it, she instructed the guard ninja, and hurried to the conference room. The meeting was held on time and no one was absent. Lao Ai explained the purpose of the Konoha messenger, and then took out Lu Han's personal letter and handed it to several high-level advisors to circulate to each other. Alliance. Konoha wants to form an alliance with us so suddenly. I am afraid that he will encounter big trouble. I am afraid that there is a problem in the battlefield of the Rain country. Unable to form an alliance, we became Konoha's help, but Kumogakure was no good. I don't know what happened in the country of Rain. Xiao Ai attended the meeting and sat on the right side of Lao Ai. Lao Ai had the intention to cultivate Xiao Ai, so Xiao Ai had a very strong voice at the meeting. Alliance. Xiao Ai's face was a little weird, her eyes were faintly shining. Hanggu is about the same strength as my father. Kumogakure and Konoha have formed an alliance. The one who came to our Kumogakure as a messenger this time is Hangguang's wife, the medical sage Tsunade. Since Hangguang sent his wife here, it shows that he attaches great importance to this matter and is eager to form an alliance. Listening to the discussions, Lao Ai interjected. Road. Is it Master Tsunade? Xiao Ai looked at Lao Ai blankly with a startled look. Yes, what's wrong? Lao Ai didn't understand why his son reacted like this. Oh, it's nothing. That is, when I was in Konoha village, I was taken care of by Master Tsunade. I had lunch at Hangguang's house for many days, and I was invited by Master Tsunade. Xiao Ai said something. One bite at a time, Master Tsunade. Xiao Ai's respect for Tsunade is reflected in her words. Lao Ai nodded. He didn't have too many strange feelings about Tsunade before, but now he thinks Tsunade is good, very good. This meeting lasted for a full 3 hours. Because the quarrel was too intense, there was no discussion about going to war. After the meeting, everyone dispersed, and they were still talking in a low voice after they walked out of the conference room. A green forest at the foot of the mountain. The two Kumogakure advisors walked and talked about the alliance. They didn't shut up until they met the Kumogakure patrolling ninjas. The content of the meeting was confidential and could not be known to ordinary Kumogakure ninjas. But they didn't see that shortly after they left the green forest, a white figure grew out of the bushes with a strange look. Alliance. White Zetsu muttered, with a sneer. Chapter 0723_Strict Teacher Produces Master Apprentice. On the rough stone courtyard field, the little guy Killer Bee held a taller sword in both hands, slashing again and again, sweat dripping down his cheeks, but he seemed tireless. Ninja school is off today, so Killer Bee doesn't need to go to school. Killer Bee's tutor is named Nakara. He is dark-skinned. Although he is tall, he is not strong in Kumogakure village. He has been teaching Killer Bee for 2 years when he is over 30 years old. He is from Kumogakure Anbu. Kumogakure Anbu is a famous swordsman, but Killer Bee doesn't know Akatsuki's true identity. Nakala walked out of the stone building on the side, looked at Killer Bee, who was practicing his swords hard, and nodded with great satisfaction. Killer Bee didn't notice the teacher coming, still focused. Nakala walked behind Killer Bee and suddenly became suspicious. He noticed the knife in Nakala's hand. It seemed to be the weapon of a sage of Kumogakure's swordsmanship. How could it be in Killer Bee's hands? Killer Bee heard the movement behind him, turned around and greeted respectfully, "Teacher." "Where did the knife come from?" Nakala asked. "Yes." Killer Bee rolled his eyes. "It was given to me by Lord Hokage." Nakala knew it, and there is no doubt about him. Killer Bee is Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force. Laoi has always been very fond of him, and it is nothing more than a knife as a reward. At this moment, Xiao, who had just returned from a meeting, entered the courtyard. She wanted to greet the little guy, but she saw that the knife that Killer Bee was holding was in the treasure trove, and immediately shouted, "Bastard! Come here." Killer Bee was not afraid either, looked back at Xiao very calmly, and hummed, "This knife was given to me by Lord Hokage. If you don't believe it, we will confront it." The little guy is threatening Xiao. This matter is going to hit Laoi, and Xiao's unauthorized taking Killer Bee to the treasure house will be exposed. At that time, although both of them will be taught a lesson, Xiao will definitely be worse. "Okay you." Xiao was furious. Killer Bee ran away with a knife in his hand. In Kumogakure village, the only one who would beat him was Xiao, and a hero would not suffer any immediate losses. Xiao angrily wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Nakara. "Master, forget it, Killer Bee didn't do anything wrong," Nakala persuaded. "Humph." Xiao snorted heavily, "Little devil. Don't let me see you." After threatening Killer Bee, who had run away, he gave Nakala a sideways look and said with great dissatisfaction, "You always do this to defend him, he will become more and more presumptuous." Quote. Yes, I will correct it." Nakala didn't dare to refute, and became a response bug. Although he is Killer Bee's teacher, his identity is 108,000 miles away from Little Abbey, and the difference in strength is also huge. The more Xiao looked at Nakala, the less pleasing to the eye. For nothing else, just because Killer Bee is getting more and more difficult to discipline, and his ability to act as a rogue is increasing day by day, Xiao feels that it is really Nakala's dereliction of duty, and he has not been educated well. However, Xiao also understands that Nakala has concerns about not daring to educate Killer Bee cruelly. Killer Bee's identity is too special, not only Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force, but also the future brother of Hokage, the 4th generation. These guys in the village can't even teach a child well. Xiao walked away angrily, feeling that he had to tell his father about this. Xiao has always believed in a strict teacher and a master student. Because that's how he came here. Laoi has been extremely strict with him since he was a child, which makes Xiao almost without shortcomings, of course, not absolute. The only problem with Xiao is that he is short-tempered and impulsive, but this is inherited from Laoi, not a problem of discipline. Xiao found Laoi in the office, and did not say anything about Killer Bee stealing the knife, but said that Killer Bee was getting more and more naughty and neglected. This, Lao Ai is also very embarrassed. In fact, it is not difficult to find someone with an old-fashioned and strict character in the village, but if you add the Grandmaster to swordsmanship, it will be very difficult. Kumogakure is good at swords, rather than a knife. Unless Lao Ai teaches Killer Bee himself, even if he is not good at swordsmanship, his experience alone is enough to teach 7-year-old Killer Bee. But this is not possible. Lao Ai didn't even understand his own son, so naturally he wouldn't bother to take care of Killer Bee. He's still young, it's normal for him to be naughty. Lao Ai could only say in the end, let's take a look when he's older. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, Lao Ai held a grand meeting again to discuss the alliance with Konoha. Lao Ai was actually inclined to form an alliance because he lost to Lu Han, but Lu Han didn't kill him. He felt that he should do something. In return, Xiao Ai is extremely hopeful of forming an alliance. Both father and son mean this, so this matter is almost finalized, but there are still some details of the alliance that need to be discussed clearly at the meeting. And at the same time, the village of Iwagakure, the land of the land. Third generation, Reikajinoki, left the office alone after instructing someone to announce the meeting, and walked into the meeting room. He frowned all the time, looking preoccupied. With Konoha. Not allied. For this matter, Iwagakure executives have been arguing for the sky, and there is no conclusion until now, and Onoki is also very embarrassed. The empty office, Onoki was the first to enter the door, and before the others arrived, he walked to the main seat and sat down, suddenly frowning. On the desk in front of him, opposite his chair, there was a reel. Onoki was puzzled, raised his hand and said, someone came here just now. Immediately, a ninja Iwagakure Anbu appeared at the door, knelt down on one knee and said, go back to Lord Tsuchikage. No. What's with the scroll? Onoki asked. This. Subordinates don't know. The Anbu ninja was a little frightened. He didn't remember that there was a scroll on the table before. Why did he suddenly have it? Who put it up? Someone came quietly. Thinking of this Anbu ninja couldn't help but sweat. Onoki's face darkened. He stared at the scroll for a while, then picked it up to check it, and then opened it. Tsunade has been in the country of thunder for several days, intending to form an alliance with Kumogakure on behalf of Konoha. Onoki's face changed dramatically, then he became furious and suddenly stood up and said, good, you cold light. You have 2 swords. Damn it. Chapter 0724_Alliance finalized. Onoki was trembling with anger. Konoha wanted to ally with Iwagakure. How dare he ally with Kumogakure? Who in this world does not know? Iwagakure village and Kumogakure village have an inseparable hatred. It is the land of life and death. Over the years, thousands of Iwagakure ninjas have died at the hands of Kumogakure ninjas. Fathers die for their sons, and brothers enter. The bloody feud is inseparable. In this case, Konoha wants to form an alliance with both parties at the same time. What exactly does Hongguang want to do? Not long after, many Iwagakure executives entered the venue one after another. They saw Onoki sitting on the chair with a gloomy face and said nothing. After everyone arrived, the door to the conference room was closed, and Onoki threw the scroll to the advisor closest to him, still sulking and not speaking. The consultant looked at the contents of the scroll, and his face changed greatly, and then handed the scroll to another consultant on the other side. After many people read the contents of the scroll, the conference room was completely blown up. Hongguang is shameless. It's strange that I have to be willing to strike the country with us. It turns out that I have secretly colluded with Kumogakure. I think Hongguang doesn't want to form an alliance with us Iwagakure at all. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Even sending his wife out as a messenger, probably because he is determined to form an alliance with Kumogakure. Humph. Thankfully we didn't agree to an alliance right away, or we might get stabbed in the back by Konoha. There was a lot of excitement in the conference room, and there were some calm people who asked, Lord Tsuchikage, I don't know where this situation came from. Because the style of the scroll is wrong, it can be seen that this information is not presented by the Iwagakure ninja. With a dark face, Onoki talked about the situation after he entered the office before, and finally said, "It is estimated that the intelligence detected by Omegakure and Sunagakure was sent by ninjas who are good at sneaking. Doing so would break Konoha from Iwagakure, so 80% of the time Konoha's enemies did it." Onoki naturally thought of Sunagakure and Omegakure first. "This may be a provocation. I think we should investigate first." "Yes, since the information was not obtained by our ninjas personally, it should be checked." Kumogakure Village, dimly lit conference room. The meeting has come to an end. Then the alliance is finalized. Lao Ai glanced at everyone and said, "Who has any objections?" The quarrel has been quarreled, and no one has objected at this time. "Okay, let's end the meeting." Lao Ai got up and summoned his entourage to instruct him, "Notify the Konoha messenger and meet in the reception hall." Lao Ai and Xiao Ai walked out together, and the other Kumogakure executives also dispersed. When they reached the corridor, Xiao Ai said in a low voice, "Father, I want to go to Konoha village." "Huh?" Lao Ai glanced at his son. "Well, don't you want to form an alliance with Konoha? You need to sign an instrument. It is definitely not appropriate for you to go to Konoha in person, father. I will go on your behalf. Shall I organize the wording? In this way, it can also save a lot of time. The adults go to Konoha together and sign the alliance directly." Quote. At the end, Xiao Ai said fiercely, "Also, Han Guang steals our skills, we can't just let it go. Taking advantage of the opportunity to form an alliance, I must make him pay the price. If Han Guang refuses to point me, I will not use it." Allied to threaten him. After speaking, Xiao Ai secretly looked at Lao Ai's eyes. He has firmed up his idea of practicing speed flow, but he is very concerned about Lao Ai's attitude. Well, Lao Ai pondered, but there was no change in his face that worried Xiao Ai. "I'll talk about it when I see the Konoha messenger." Seeing that Lao Ai didn't agree immediately, Xiao Ai was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. Not long after, Kumogakure reception hall. Lao Ai took Xiao Ai and met with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru again. Lao Ai only spoke with Tsunade, because Tsunade was the messenger, and Jiraiya Orochimaru was the escort. "We Kumogakure agree to form an alliance with you Konoha, but there are 3 conditions," Lao Ai said solemnly. "Sir Rakage, please," Tsunade responded formally. "First, Kumogakure will not send troops to the country of rain for Konoha. The country of rain is too far from the country of thunder, and there are many small countries in the middle. It is not in our interest to send troops to the country of rain. Second, once Kumogakure engages Iwagakure again, hopefully Konoha will give support. Thirdly, this covenant lasts for a maximum of 2 years, and within those 2 years." After Lao Ai finished talking about the conditions, he immediately talked about the obligations after Kumogakure and Konoha formed an alliance. "Since the 2 sides have formed an alliance, if there is a crisis in Konoha, we can't just sit back and ignore it. If you can agree to the above 3 conditions, then we are willing to when the homeland of the country of fire is attacked, we will send troops to support. At the same time, we will help you to check and balance the village of Kurigakure in the country of water. Once the village of Kurigakure in the country of water takes action in the country of vortex, our Kumogakure will issue a warning. We may even cross the sea to attack the land of water." Quote. "I agree. On behalf of Konoha, I accept all the conditions that Kumogakure offered." Tsunade answered without even thinking. Because Lu Han had explained to her, the conditions proposed by Kumogakure were not excessive. The main thing is that they won't send troops to the country of rain. Lu Han didn't plan to send them troops at all. Otherwise, wouldn't Iwagakure know about the alliance between Konoha Kumogakure? According to Lu Han's idea, to form an alliance with Kumogakure, it is enough for Kumogakure to stand still and recuperate, let the allied Iwagakure send troops into the country of rain, and Kumogakure don't pull Iwagakure's hind legs. This is the most ideal result. The alliance was officially finalized. Lao Ai thought about it, and then said, I will send my son as a representative to go with you to Konoha village and sign the alliance document. Don't bully my son and lie to him when he is young. Xiao Ai's face was happy. Tsunade's expression was strange, and he said, of course not, please rest assured, Lord Rakage. After the alliance was settled, Tsunade and the others left and went back to pack their bags and prepare to leave. Xiao Ai was excited to go back and pack up, but she seemed to suddenly remember something, so she stopped after walking a few steps, and turned around and said, Father, I want to take Killer Bee to Konoha. Quote. Chapter 0725_Hanzo's Comeback. Xiao Ai didn't do it on a whim. He thought about it for a long time. Killer Bee's talent in swordsmanship is too outstanding. If he is asked to switch to swordsmanship, it may delay him. And today's genius, the strongest swordsman is Han Guang. More importantly, Han Guang has cultivated a very outstanding disciple, who is the current Konoha's unit commander Hatake Teishuo, which shows that Han Guang is not only strong, but also very good at teaching people. From Xiao Ai's point of view, he will not let Killer Bee apprentice, but wants Killer Bee to take advantage of it. Anyway, they have formed an alliance, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force to go to Konoha, there is not much danger. Take him. Lao Ai frowned, not expecting that his son would suddenly make such a request. Why? Take him out to meet the world, we are brothers together, he has to assist me in the future, so naturally he has to open his eyes earlier. Xiao Ai first found a high-sounding reason, and then revealed the real purpose. Also, that bastard Han Guang, not only is he good at speed, but his swordsmanship is also superb. Kira went to Konoha, maybe he can let Han Guang give some pointers. Quote. No way. Lao Ai shook his head without thinking. Killer Bee is extremely important to Kumogakure. He is still young and not suitable for long-distance travel, and once he goes to Konoha, if something goes wrong, even if it is not Konoha's actions, Konoha is also responsible for breaking the alliance and hurting the roots of Kumogakure. Quote. Lao Ai thought very comprehensively. If Killer Bee was in his 20s, he might still think about it. Now that Killer Bee is only 7 years old, he hasn't graduated from the ninja school, and he doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. Lao Ai will never let Killer Bee leave Kumogakure village. Xiao Ai didn't force it, it was just an idea, not necessary. After half a day, Tsunade and others left Kumogakure village and officially set out on their way home. The reason it took so long was because it wasn't just Xiao Ai who went to Konoha with Tsunade, but a huge mission consisting of hundreds of people, and it took a lot of time for that row of people. Xiao Ai went to Konoha, but to represent Kumogakure to formally sign an alliance with Konoha, naturally he could not go alone. Among the ninjas who went to Konoha with him, there were many high-level Kumogakure executives. 3 days later, Tsunade and others and the Kumogakure delegation entered the country of fire. Because of the large number of people, the speed of the journey is not fast, so it will take at least 2 days before they reach Konoha, and since entering the country of fire, Orochimaru has taken the lead. He has to return to Konoha 1 day in advance to inform Konoha of the situation, so that Konoha can be prepared. Day later, Konoha village. During the war, there were a lot of meetings, especially after the war broke out in the Land of Rain. Luhan had a small meeting every day, a meeting every 3 days, and there would be emergency meetings from time to time. The third meeting room. The latest information, the scout team under the 6th Brigade of the 2nd Army reported to the top after the reconnaissance mission and found traces of Hanzo. This is an emergency meeting, and White Fang is explaining the latest important information. After Hanzo was injured, has been hiding in the village of Omegakure, but suddenly appeared outside the village of Omegakure this time, with an unknown motive. There is also information that a reconnaissance brigade of the 2nd Corps and 3 scout teams have disappeared in the area where Hanzo appeared, and it is suspected that Hanzo did it. After White Fang finished speaking, he sat down, and Kaharu Udatane immediately said, "In the battlefield of the Land of Rain, we were not able to check and balance Hanzo's strong men, and Hanzo made a comeback. If he really does sneak attacks all the time, we will be in big trouble. Now, Kaharu Udatane's words had no other meaning, just to illustrate a point. She didn't want Luhan to leave Konoha and let Luhan deal with Hanzo, because that would make it more troublesome. Luhan was on the front line, and Hanzo would always hide when he went. Hanzo is really shameless. Luhan said contemptuously, the superpowers are shameful. Do you see which superpowers would weaken the enemy's strength by repeatedly attacking small groups of enemies? Can't do this. Because there are superpowers on both sides. You can do this, so can I. We all go to kill the weak. You kill my team, I will kill your team. Who can benefit? Not only will the two sides not benefit, but a lot of people will die. Hanzo will stop. Hyuga Huyang said. He should understand that what he can do, we can also do it. Hanzo won't be so extreme. After all, we Konoha are at a disadvantage now, and their Omegakure and Sunagakure have the active advantage. It's not when the fish dies and the net breaks. But we can't just pretend that nothing happened. Uchiha Leiyang followed, glancing at Hyuga Huyang. I think we should make a statement to let Omegakure and Sunagakure understand that my Konoha is not unavailable. I agree. Homura Mitokado snapped. Let White Fang go. Kaharu Udatane agreed, and then looked at Luhan again. Let White Fang go to the Land of Rain and take the initiative to show up. Hanzo will definitely stop immediately. Luhan didn't reply immediately, because he didn't need it. The military orders were all discussed at the end of the meeting before they were issued. How's the Iwagakure mission? Luhan asked. Stayed in the house we arranged and didn't wander around. White Fang answered. Iwagakure has yet to give us an answer. Speaking of this, Kaharu Udatane's face turned bad. In the Omegakure battlefield, we, Konoha, took most of the pressure to reduce their losses. Now let them send troops, and they will grind to a halt. It's really ungrateful to linger. The problem is with the Kumogakure. They are afraid of the Kumogakure. They are afraid that after the troops are sent, the Kumogakure will take advantage of it. Homura Mitokado said, meaning. Lord Hangguang, I don't know, how is the connection with Kumogakure? Kaharu Udatane took the opportunity to ask. No one in Konoha knew that Luhan sent Tsunade and the three to Kumogakure. The Tsunade left in the name of supporting the Land of Rain. However, Luhan said at the meeting a few days ago that he had sent people to Kumogakure and Kaharu. Udatane believes that Luhan sent Anbu ninjas there. I haven't replied yet. Luhan shook his head, also a little worried. How long has Tsunade been gone, and why hasn't there been any news yet? Report. Anbu ninja's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Sir Orochimaru is back. Oh, Luhan got up for a while and said, wait. After speaking, he disappeared into the conference room. Chapter 0726_Night Change. Even as Orochimaru, he cannot trespass into the conference room. Although he has prestige, he is still the strongest among the younger generation. Even Hatake Tai Shuo loses half a point, but his identity is too different. There are Anbu ninjas in high-level meetings. The guard, let alone him, even if Tsunade came back, he couldn't break into the door directly. Luhan appeared outside the door out of thin air and couldn't wait to ask. Kumogakure agreed to form an alliance. Yes. Orochimaru nodded. As cold as ever, the mission is already in the country of fire. Tsunade and Jiraiya are with them, and it is estimated that it will take another day to reach Konoha. Okay. Luhan was determined. To Orochimaru, Luhan pushed open the door and took Orochimaru into the conference room. After Luhan sat down, he smiled and said, 10 days ago, I dispatched Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to secretly go to Kumogakure to discuss the alliance. After Luhan finished speaking, he raised his hand and gestured to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face was still cold, and he really didn't give any face, but he said formally, after we reach Kumogakure village. The process is not complicated, that is, when they arrived at Kumogakure to talk about the alliance, Lao Ai did not reply immediately. After 5 days, Kumogakure discussed the results internally and agreed to form an alliance. But there are 3 painless conditions. When Orochimaru finished speaking, the audience was amazed. Kumogakure actually agreed. 3 generations of Hokage actually agreed to form an alliance. Okay. Koharu Udatane couldn't help but slap the table. With Kumogakure as an ally, our country of fire will be stable, and we will no longer be afraid of being invaded by foreign enemies. Konoha can also lift the current highest level of alert and mobilize more ninjas to go to the rain. If we can reach an alliance with Iwagakure village again, Iwagakure will send troops to the country of rain, and great things can be accomplished. Quote. The big thing that Koharu Udatane said is naturally the end of this protracted ninja war. On this issue, Konoha has reached a consensus and a high degree of consensus, because Sarutobi Hiruzen had this idea before the disappearance, and the tone has long been set. After he finished speaking, Koharu Udatane glanced at Luhan several times again, feeling a little admiration in his heart. It was negotiated. I don't know how Hengwang arranged it. What Sarutobi Hiruzen has not done for many years, Hengwang has done it, which is of great significance. Get ready, Luhan ordered, set the alliance location at the back mountain, and I will wait for everyone to attend. From now on, limit the movements of the Iwagakure mission, send 3 times more personnel to monitor, and prevent them from discovering the Kumogakure mission. Come. A day later. Koharu Udatane personally took people out of the village for 30 miles to greet the Kumogakure mission. After the Kumogakure mission reached Konoha, Luhan met Xiaoai and others in the Hokage building, and officially set the time for the alliance signing. Luhan confessed to Xiaoai that Konoha was negotiating an alliance with Iwagakure, and Xiaoai expressed his understanding. He can understand naturally, or he doesn't care that Konoha and Iwagakure are allied, because from Kumogakure's point of view, they have invaded the land and gained a lot of benefits. They are the victors. Unlike Iwagakure, they are losers, so I hate Kumogakure. Kumogakure, who was the victor, did not. And Kumogakure is already planning to recuperate. If Konoha can get Iwagakure to give up revenge, it will be a good thing for Kumogakure. The alliance ceremony will be held at noon the next day. After the negotiation, Xiaoai and the others will leave with the Konoha ninja who arrange the accommodation. Luhan immediately instructs White Fang again and again to let him make arrangements, and do not let Kumogakure and Iwagakure mission ninja meet. Night, the mansion in the forest. After dinner, Hyuga Luo Ning took Kushina out to play with fun, and went back to the place where the Hyuga family lived. He didn't even help Tsunade clean up the table. In the dimly lit lobby, only Luhanyu was left after returning for half a day. Tsunade. You can spoil her. She's so lazy, one big and one small, that she doesn't even pick up the tableware. Tsunade muttered to Luhan dissatisfiedly as he cleaned up the table. However, Luhan didn't seem to hear what Tsunade was saying. He tilted his head to look at Tsunade's beautiful figure under the lights, suddenly got up and hugged Tsunade from behind, his hands dishonestly lifting Tsunade's clothes. Oops, what are you doing? Didn't take a shower. It's so fragrant, you don't need to wash it. Tsunade was ashamed of Yuhi, because she knew that the Anbu ninja who was in charge of secretly guarding was very close to the main building because she was not in the bedroom at night, and she was afraid of being heard. Go away. Knowing Tsunade's concerns, Luhan shouted to the outside, and impatiently pressed Tsunade to the ground. Tsunade seemed to be agitated by Luhan and became active and enthusiastic. Ashamed of Yuhi and hid in the dark clouds. Some obsession, the beauty of which is indescribable. After Luhan completed the human relations affairs on Tsunade, he still didn't know what to do, but Tsunade hummed and didn't want to. The space in the lobby was too bright, which made her feel uneasy. Go to the room, Tsunade begged softly, hugging Luhan's neck. Okay. Luhan laughed, hugged Tsunade horizontally, and before he got up to leave the wooden cave, he heard a loud report from the distance outside the door. Report. Iwagakure has sent messengers again and has entered the village. Understood. Luhan responded and went upstairs with Tsunade in his arms. Iwagakure is here again. It is estimated that a decision has been made. Whether Iwagakure agrees to form an alliance or not we'll see Akatsuki tomorrow. The new messenger will definitely go to Laozi to explain the situation. Luhan doesn't have to worry about it now. Until late at night. Luhan and Tsunade spent several times in the bedroom, until Tsunade begged for mercy, and Luhan stopped. Although he and Tsunade have been married for many years, they are already an old husband and wife, but Luhan's love for Tsunade has not diminished, but has become more obsessed. Tsunade doesn't get old, and as the years go by, Tsunade becomes more and more charming while still having a girly face. If only I could have a baby. Luhan stroked Tsunade's belly and said softly. Tsunade felt pain in his heart, turned over and hugged Luhan, and whispered in Luhan's ear, "There will be." Report. The sound of a report suddenly sounded outside the window. The Iwagakure mission claimed that something had happened in the village of Iwagakure and that they wanted to leave Konoha. Lord Whitefang did not dare to detain him without authorization. Lord Hengguang, please make a decision. Luhan rolled over and sat up from the soft slump. Chapter 0727 Who will God forgive? What happened to Iwagakure? Luhan frowned, thought about it, tilted his head and said in a low voice, "I'll come when I go." After saying that, he hand seal with one hand, performed continuous dressing technique, and then dressed neatly. Luhan flickered outside the main building and came to the Anbu ninja who was standing in the courtyard and bowed to report. "What's the situation?" Luhan asked. Just now, all the ninjas of the Iwagakure mission left the house where they lived and wanted to leave immediately. The Anbu ninja said respectfully. The Anbu ninja squadron in charge of guarding followed all the way until Captain Whitefang, who got the news, came and stopped him. I got them down and asked about the situation. Luhan has never given an order to detain the Iwagakure mission. It is not necessary at all. Even if Laozi suddenly says he wants to leave, Luhan will let him go. But to form an alliance. Because of this, the Anbu ninjas who are in charge of guarding and monitoring can only restrict the movement of the ninjas of the Iwagakure mission and prevent them from wandering in the Konoha village, but they cannot refuse their request to leave Konoha. As soon as he left, Luhan had no objection, but he suddenly left without saying goodbye, which made Luhan feel very strange. What happened to Iwagakure suddenly? They are in such a hurry. Luhan frowned. Anbu had no news at all. He opened the insight map. Luhan did not see any traces of Iwagakure ninjas. Iwagakure ninjas could only take fixed routes in Konoha village, and on these routes, Luhan did not see the gathering of orange dots. He must have left the village. At most, Whitefang asked about the situation and persuaded him to wait. It was impossible for him to forcibly intercept without an order. That was the intention of the attacking mission to seize it. If this kind of thing happened, it would affect Konoha's reputation. Whitefang, I can't take this responsibility. What exactly is going on here? Luhan couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and said, "Forget it, let them go and tell Whitefang to come back." Yes. Anbu ninja took the order and disappeared in place. Luhan turned around and walked towards the main building, thinking as he walked. His brows were always wrinkled. He already had a hunch that this alliance might not be possible. No matter whether Iwagakure really had a change or not, the sudden departure of the mission would put the negotiation on hold for the time being. Iwagakure doesn't want to fight Kumogakure, right? Luhan wanted to laugh when he thought of this. How dare he fight after repeated defeats? However, Onoki is a very stubborn person, so this is a real possibility. Konoha refused to attack Kumogakure with Iwagakure, and Iwagakure was unwilling to send troops to the Land of Rain, so naturally there was no need for an alliance. Not long after, outside the village of Konoha, in the dense forest in the northwest, Whitefang led people to follow the Iwagakure mission, and they walked all the way, with a taste of escort, but Whitefang has been persuading Laozi, hoping that Laozi can stay for the time being and go back to explain the situation to Han Guang. Laozi didn't say a word, with an expression of bitterness and hatred, as if something big had happened in Iwagakure village. An Anbu ninja appeared next to Whitefang and whispered in a low voice. Whitefang stopped and watched the Iwagakure mission leave, then waved and led them back to Konoha. Laozi took the people for a few kilometers, and he was relieved after confirming that the people from Konoha did not follow him, and they really left. Damn Konoha, actually allied with Kumogakure. The old purple bite Kiba muttered. The reason why he was in such a hurry to leave is because the Iwagakure ninja after night brought back the news of the secret alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure. Onoki told him to leave Konoha quickly to prevent any changes. If Luhan could know all of this, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. There is no such thing as double-sided conspiracy and trickery. It is just an alliance. The hatred between you and Kumogakure has nothing to do with Konoha's half a cent. Full speed ahead. Laozi waved and shouted loudly, "Leave the country of fire as soon as possible, go." More than a dozen Iwagakure ninjas suddenly accelerated and ran towards the northwest of the fire country. Laozi didn't realize that a pair of treacherous eyes were staring at them secretly, and in front of the direction they were walking, a large group of ninjas were waiting for them. 30 kilometers northwest of Konoha village. Old Z led people to this forest in a hurry, and suddenly felt strong chakra fluctuations all around him at the same time. His face changed dramatically and shouted, "Be careful." Boom, boom, rumbling. There were flames, thunder flashed, and a group of black-clothed ninjas who suddenly appeared from both sides launched an intensive attack on the Iwagakure mission. The flames soon ignited a forest fire, with smoke billowing into the sky. "Damn Konoha, you are attacking the mission," Laozi growled. 8 kilometers to the southeast here, Jonin, an elite of the Hyuga clan who was leading the patrol, saw the attack on the Iwagakure team through Byakugan. Konoha village. Luhan and Tsunade just fell asleep when they heard an urgent report from outside. Lord Hengwang. The Iwagakure mission was attacked 20 miles northwest of the village. Luhan looked stunned for a moment, then jumped up and disappeared directly into the air. On the night of the full moon, the forest was devastated, the smell of blood was thick, and the trees were burning, and the beating firelight illuminated the face of the corpse extremely terrifying. Luhan appeared out of thin air. Battle was over. Although the forest was severely damaged, there were not many corpses, but only a dozen or so, including Kumogakure and black-robed ninjas who attacked them. Luhan's eyes swept away, and when he saw the message displayed on the head of the black-clothed ninja's body, his pupils contracted violently. Black market. These black market ninjas are from the black market. 8 corpses of Iwagakure ninjas, 6 corpses of black market ninjas. There are no corpses of Laozi, and I don't know if Laozi escaped, or... Luhan thought of a terrible consequence. The 4 tails are on Laozi. Uchiha Madara, you framed me, I am your uncle. Luhan figured out the key, and the hated Kiba was itchy, as this fucking retribution. True to that sentence. Good and evil will be rewarded eventually, heavenly path is good reincarnation. If you don't believe me, look up, who the heavens have forgiven. At the beginning, Luhan pretended to be Kumogakure and attacked the Kurigakure mission, causing the Kurigakure mission to fight against the Kumogakure mission. Now, black market ninjas attacked the Iwagakure mission, and Iwagakure would definitely think that Konoha did it. Call. White Fang appeared out of thin air, and after he got the news, he rushed over. Why? White Fang was a little confused when he saw the corpses, but he could think that the Iwagakure mission was attacked, and Konoha was most likely responsible for this. It's the black market. Luhan bit Kiba and said. Chapter 0728 _ Those who achieve great things are not careful about the little things. Soon after Luhan and White Fang arrived, a large number of Konoha ninjas arrived at the scene, and Luhan ordered a carpet search. The search went on for a full hour. Except for the discovery of 2 more corpses, there was no other gain, and no trace of Laozi was found. This guy is a 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force. I am afraid I should be able to borrow the power of the 4 tails. If the power is rampant, the strength should not be underestimated. There is really no one in the black market who can subdue him. However, Luhan was still worried. Although it is impossible for Uchiha Madara to come in person, there is still a must. Returning to Konoha, Luhan found Jonin, the elite of the Hyuga clan who first discovered the attack on the Iwagakure mission, and asked, "Have you seen any special people, for example, half black and half white?" Byakugan can see through, so as long as it comes, as long as it enters Byakugan's field of vision, it will be seen. Hyuga elite Jonin wondered why Luhan asked, how can there be half black and half white people? Although he was puzzled, he still recalled it seriously. When he found out that the Iwagakure mission had been attacked, he immediately called someone back to inform him. Half black and half white. No, but, there is a guy with very white skin, who appeared twice and disappeared in a flash. White Zetsu. It was White Zetsu who came. It could be a clone or the main body, which made Luhan relieved. As long as it was not Ju, there was an 80% chance that Laozi would escape. Meeting. Luhan asked White Fang to arrange a notification. After midnight, Luhan held an emergency meeting in the third conference room. The end, there is no reason to discuss it, because this matter is not clean at all. The Iwagakure mission was attacked near the village of Konoha, or it happened after they left without saying goodbye. Yes, that would be hell. Luhan has always been clear that the reason why the Ninja World War lasted so long and fought back and forth, Uchiha Madara has always been fueled by people behind, but Luhan only heard about it before, and based on the content of the original book. This time he finally met in person. Pure fucking Ninja World stirrer. Now that I think about it, whether Kumogakure suddenly broke into the land without declaring the war, or Iwagakure abandoned the two-line combat arrangement and retreated from the Land of Rain, or the recent civil strife in Kurigakure, there may be absolutely no reason behind these events. Shadow. Add fuel to the flames, stir the wind and stir the rain. The more chaotic the ninja world, the better the black market business, and the greater the interests of Uchiha Madara. But now, Luhan is determined to eradicate the black market, and it is quite effective, which affects the fundamental interests of Uchiha Madara, so he exerts his strength to pull the enemy to Konoha. Luhan is depressed, there is no solution to this matter. Even if Luhan took out the corpse of a black market ninja and found someone to identify it, even if Iwagakure thought it was really the corpse of a black market ninja, it would be useless. This cannot be used as direct evidence. Konoha is so powerful, why can't he find it? Iwagakure and Konoha have a complete break with each other, and it is already a sure thing. Luhan had already thought that Iwagakure probably knew about the secret alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure, and told them absolutely, so the envoy would leave in a hurry. With this incident, Konoha and Iwagakure can no longer be saved. The atmosphere of the meeting gradually became depressing. Luhan said that those black-clothed corpses were black market ninjas. No one doubted Konoha. Luhan entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's field of vision with the technique of knowing people. No one would object to this ability. Now, Konoha executives believe that Luhan is useless and is his own family. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara, I lost a game, hehe. I'll make you regret it. Luhan thought, maybe he could rely on various calculations and arrangements to make some remedies, but Luhan didn't plan to do that anymore. Trouble. Luhan wants to cut the mess with a quick knife. There's not that much time to procrastinate on little things like this. It is difficult for us to clear the suspicion. Kaharu Udatane said after a long silence, Iwagakure village will turn against us, I am afraid. First strike is the strongest. Luhan interrupted Kaharu Udatane's words. His face was extremely cold, and those who succeeded in major events were not careful. Luhan was not the kind of person who blindly pursued integrity and justice. He's going to hit hard. With Onoki's temper, as soon as this matter comes out, he is likely to send troops to the country of rain to fight against us, Konoha, and even fight on two fronts. We can't give him a chance. Luhan's eyes swept away. Cold said, I will send a letter to Hokage, the third generation, to prompt him to send troops and put pressure on the village of Iwagakure. Also, we will immediately spread rumors to let the world know that Iwagakure has secretly made a covenant with the black market and spread public opinion, saying, why didn't I keep the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force? I really want to stay. Who can escape? Although public opinion will not affect the general trend of the war, Konoha, still try not to bear the infamy of attacking the mission. So I questioned the village of Iwagakure on the basis that the four-tailed Jinchuriki column were not in our hands, saying that this was a plan they had arranged. Play. Luhan made a simple arrangement and then announced the meeting. New day, noon. Konoha and Kumogakure held an alliance ceremony in front of the Hokage building, and officially signed the document. It was originally set at the back mountain, mainly to hide from Iwagakure, but there is no need to hide it now. This would make Konoha's alliance with Kumogakure more solid. And after the Konoha-Kumogakure alliance is informed to the world, it will also form enough deterrence. After the ceremony, Konoha held a grand banquet. Afterwards, Luhan had a separate conversation with Xiao Ai. He handed the letter to Xiao Ai and instructed Xiao Ai to hand it over to Ai after he went back, but Xiao Ai said, "I won't go back. I am here as a diplomatic envoy, to facilitate the cooperation between the two villages." Quote. Just looking for a reason, Luhan didn't expose it. Xiao Ai stayed, along with 8 guards, and the rest of the mission left. Someone took the first step, brought Luhan's handwritten letter, and quickly returned to Kumogakure. 3 days later, Lao Ai saw Luhan's handwritten letter in the morning, and decided to send troops in the afternoon. All the 3 main battle corps of Kumogakure rushed to the western border. It was on this day that Tsuchikage III made a public speech in the village of Iwagakure, officially declaring war on Konoha. Chapter 0729_Blitz. In his public speech, Tsuchikagenoki denounced the crimes of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hangwang, described Konoha as a vicious village full of executioners, said Sarutobi Hiruzen is the initiator of the Ninja World War, and said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was life or death, no one knows, but Onoki wished Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead, naturally said so. And Hangwang was described by Onoki as a despicable, shameless, and trustworthy, unintentional villain. Onoki really used so many adjectives, because when he was speaking, he mentioned the 2 words cold light more than once, and every time he mentioned it, he would add derogatory adjectives in front, such as despicable cold light, two-faced. Cold light. Onoki also denounced Luhan for causing the Konoha ninja to attack the Iwagakure mission. This is especially important because it is the reason Onoki declared war on Konoha. Of course, declaring war is one thing, and whether or not to fight is another matter. There is also a country between the land of fire and the land of rain, so it is impossible for Iwagakure to fight. Onoki's declaration of war is more of an attitude. He stated that he is the enemy of Konoha. The enemies of Konoha, Sunagakure, Amegakure, and Kurigakure are all enemies of Konoha. The 5 major ninja villages plus Amegakure village, 4 of the 6 major forces are enemies of Konoha, and only Kumogakure and Konoha are united. Perhaps, Onoki hopes to start a bigger war by declaring war on Konoha, preferably in the land of fire. After Onoki's passionate and generous proclamation, the entire Iwagakure village boiled, and the flame of revenge had burned in the hearts of every Iwagakure ninja. Onoki stood on the high platform and looked at the nearly 10,000 ninjas on the huge square below. Emotionally. Send troops. Send troops. Vengeance. Eradicate Konoha. Send troops. Send troops. There was a tidal wave of shouts from the high platform, one wave after another. Okay. The short and extremely majestic Onoki snorted coldly and waved, send troops. Iwagakure 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Main Battle Corps, sent troops to the Land of Rain to assist Sunagakure Corps, Amegakure Corps Legion, destroy the Konoha bastards. In the afternoon of that day, Iwagakure's 2 major armies, nearly 7,000 people, set off to leave the village of Iwagakure and march into the Land of Rain. At the same time, Onoki also ordered the formation of an S-class special main battle unit, which would speed up its advance into the Land of Rain and conduct a blitzkrieg battle against the Konoha Corps. Onoki is trying to fight a time difference. He had already anticipated that once Konoha got the news, Kumogakure would definitely send troops. It takes time. It takes time for the information to reach Konoha village, right? How about 3 days? It will take 3 or 4 days for Konoha to send the news to Kumogakure, right? Kumogakure sent troops to the border. It also takes 2 days, right? Also, the country of thunder and the country of earth are not bordered, but separated by a sea. So even if the Kumogakure Legion reaches the border and invades the land of the earth, it will take another 3 or 4 days, right? In this way, it would be at least 10 days before the land was attacked. And Onoki is going to use these 10 days to catch the Konoha Legion in the land of rain by surprise. If it is arranged properly, it may be able to directly hit the major legions of Konoha. At that time, even if the Iwagakure Corps withdraws, the Sunagakure and Omegakure who already have the upper hand will be able to clean up the crippled Konoha Corps. This time, the country of the earth sent troops. It can be said that it came out in full force. There are fewer than 3,000 ninjas left behind in Iwagakure village. Iwagakure originally had 5 main battle corps, but because of the previous years of war with Kumogakure village, Iwagakure village killed 4 or 5,000 people, so Onoki cancelled the designation of the 2 legions and left the remaining soldiers of the 2 legions. All divided into the other 3 armies. 3 major corps sent troops to Omegakure village, and Iwagakure village left only the garrison corps, as well as special ninja troops such as Anbu, and the clan guards of the major tribes. 2 days later, the 3 major legions of Iwagakure have 1 day left to enter the land of rain. At the same time, nearly 8,000 ninjas from the 3 main battle armies of Kumogakure village arrived at the western border of the land of thunder and officially set up camp. Kumogakure are all taijutsu ninjas, so their speed is extremely fast, even if it is a corps action. If they march quickly, the speed can be twice that of other ninja village corps. Onoki wanted to play blitz, and Kumogakure was actually a blitz expert. The west coast of the land of thunder. Lao Ai stood on the beach, looking at the endless sea, looking at the sea horizon, and the war was raging in his eyes. On the opposite side of the sea, was the territory of the land of earth, a land that was much richer than the land of thunder. Of the 5 kingdoms of the ninja world, the most prosperous is the kingdom of fire, followed by the kingdom of water, then the kingdom of earth, the kingdom of thunder, and the kingdom of wind. This kind of richness not only refers to commerce, but also the scale of land, crops, mineral production, etc. Shasha. An old man with half-white hair on his back, but his spirit flickering, walked behind Ai, looked in the direction that Lao Ai was looking at, and asked, "When are we going there?" "Wait first," Han Guang said that he has obtained secret information. Iwagakure may send troops to the country of rain to attack the Konoha Corps. If we act too early and are detected by Iwagakure, they will definitely send troops to fight us. It takes a lot of time to transmit information across the sea. Let's rest for a while. Lao Ai also has bad intentions. He hoped that Iwagakure would send troops to the country of rain. In this case, once the Iwagakure army was trapped in the country of rain and could not withdraw immediately, Lao Ai could send troops westward and attack the country of soil with all his strength. Whether it can occupy the territory or not, at least it can be looted, and the merchants who have been providing war funds to the land and the village of Iwagakure are all harvested like leeks. Konoha Legion in the land of rain will be defeated by this. Lao Ai thinks not, because there is a cold light. Another day. The Iwagakure Legion has officially reached the Earth-Rain frontier and is about to enter the land of rain. At the same time, the information about Onoki's declaration of war on Konoha village and Iwagakure village sending troops to the land of rain was also conveyed to Konoha village and Hangguang's hands. Hee. Lu Han sneered after reading the information. He has decided to hit Iwagakure hard. And Onoki gave him a chance. Chapter 0730 Who said I was going to the land of rain? Iwagakure actually dispatched 3 main battle corps at one time. Once these 3 corps entered the country of rain, plus the 3 Sunagakure corps, the Puppet Corps, the 3 Omegakure corps. A total of 10 corps, with a total of more than 20,000 troops. Ninjas, and we have only 9,000 ninjas. White Fang, who handed over the information to Lu Han, frowned and analyzed, with a very ugly face. In fact, He rarely expresses his opinion on such matters, but this time the problem is too serious. No one expected that Onoki could be so extreme. No, White Fang didn't wait for Lu Han to speak, then shook his head again. Iwagakure not afraid of Kumogakure waiting for an opportunity to invade. Of course he's afraid. Lu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed with light, so this time Iwagakure sent troops. He would definitely not fall too deep in the country of rain. It is estimated that Onoki was thinking of retreating with a single blow. Iwagakure 3 The big army only needs to appear on the frontal main battlefield once, and it can unite Sunagakure and Omegakure to give us a heavy blow. White Fang frowned deeper. Don't worry, the worst won't happen. Lu Han sneered. Oh, White Fang was shocked and looked at Lu Han. You want to? He didn't know what Lu Han had planned. Notify me of the meeting. Lu Han didn't say it directly. Not long after. Konoha Conference Room 3, more than 20 people attended the meeting, including Tsunade. I just received the information. Lu Han briefly explained the situation of Iwagakure. Damn it. Kaharu Udatane slapped the table and cursed. It's not our fault at all. It's a black market. Can't he see the problem with Onoki? Too. Kaharu Udatane was furious, as were the others. The situation in the Land of Rain deteriorated to ultimate immediately after Iwagakure dispatched troops. Behind the anger, there is powerlessness and fear. At its strongest, Konoha village didn't have 20,000 forbearance, let alone now. How big is the war in the Rain country? Even if Lu Han went in person, it would be useless. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain was a cloud of masters, and there was even a superpower like Hanzo. Retreat. Homura Mitokado said immediately, holding up his glasses. We retreat. The Legion withdraws from the Land of Rain, and temporarily abandons the northwest territory of the Land of Fire. Once we do this, Sunagakure, Omegakure, and Iwagakure will take advantage of the situation to enter. After all, however, at most it is a loot, and they will definitely retreat. The three forces of theirs are also in their own hands. They can't beat Konoha alone, so they unite together, but if Konoha retreats without fighting and comes up with a big piece of cake, they will definitely fight, and a fight will occur. In this way, their alliance I won't attack myself. Doing this will cause great losses to the Land of Fire and cause daimyo dissatisfaction, but we have preserved our strength and can make a comeback. In fact, we only need to persist until the Kumogakure Legion enters the Land of Earth, and Iwagakure will retreat. Homura Mitokado has always been steady, and he came up with the safest solution. He was right. The alliance between Sunagakure and Omegakure is extremely unstable. The whole world knows what virtue Hanzo is, and Iwagakure, who joined later, needless to say, and it is impossible to participate in the war for too long. But in doing so, the country of fire will suffer great losses, and it will also be a great blow to Konoha's prestige. What kind of bullshit is this? Uchiha Leiyang jumped up after hearing this, scolding Homura Mitokado, coward. So cowardly, we just surrender. Although the northwest of the Land of Fire is close to the Land of Rain, it was affected by the war. Not rich, but how can there be a reason to hand over to others? Homura Mitokado was annoyed by being sprayed, but was disdainful of Uchiha Leiyang. It's not right to do that, Kaharu Udatane interjected, stopping Uchiha Leiyang while also opposing Homura Mitokado, though she didn't speak ill of Homura Mitokado because she had a good personal relationship with him. We can't retreat. Hyuga Huyang also said, we haven't taken that step yet. The big deal is to retreat to the border first, wait and see Kumogakure's actions. But by doing this, we Konoha 9,000 ninjas will be in extreme danger. If we are not careful, we will suffer heavy casualties. Inuzuka said with tears in his face. What are you afraid of? Uchiha Leiyang was furious. He was the same age as Inuzuka Lei. Although his status was incomparable, he was very rude. We have ninjas in Konoha. He looked at Lu Han again and said, Lord Hengguang. Uchiha clan, I am willing to go to the front line and fight the enemy to the end. Quote. Uchiha Leiyang is invited to fight. The Uchiha tribe is the Konoha police force. Hundreds of ninjas are in Konoha. Because the Uchiha ninjas are extremely talented and have a very high average strength level, the combat power of these few hundred people is comparable to a small army of 1,500 people. Humph! Hyuga Huyang snorted coldly, glanced at Uchiha Leiyang, and said to Lu Han, the Hyuga family is willing to fight. If the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan can be merged together, even though there are only 600 or 700 people, their combat power is comparable to that of a large army. This is still without considering the older generation of the two races. Lu Han looked at Uchiha Leiyang, then at Hyuga Huyang, then raised his hand to signal them to relax. No need, in fact, I already have a solution to the current situation. Lu Han calmly said, his eyes swept away. I will leave Konoha for a while. During this period, the big and small affairs will be handled by Lord Kaharu and Lord Menyon. Lord Huyang and the three discussed and decided. If you still can't decide, you can refer to the opinion of Lord Inuzuka Tears. No, Kaharu Udatane immediately objected and said eagerly. In the current situation, even if you go to the Land of Rain, it won't help. Konoha needs you to take charge. I can't go. Tsunade also spoke, shaking his head at Lu Han. Even if Lord Hengguang makes a personal shot, he can't resist 20,000 ninjas. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Omegakure have many strong men, and there are also half-body Hanzo to contain them. I'm afraid. Hyuga Huyang shook his head after saying that. The implication was that it's useless for Lu Han to go, it's impossible for one person to break thousands of people. Because there are too many strong opponents, Hanzo plus a team of strong people is enough to contain Lu Han. Who said I'm going to the Land of Rain? Lu Han stood up, his voice heavy. I'm going to Iwagakure village. Chapter 0731_arrange. As soon as Lu Han finished speaking, the conference room became extremely quiet. Going to Iwagakure village. Again. This reminded everyone present that Lu Han defeated Kurigakure by himself. That battle gave Lu Han the reputation of number one in the world, but is Iwagakure village the same as Kurigakure village? The smashed Kurigakure village has experienced two civil strife, few strong people, and Boiling Rain was killed by a sneak attack. Can Iwagakure village? The danger level of Iwagakure village is by no means smaller than that of Konoha village. There are many older generation powerhouses, major special forces, and Tsuchikajinoki, the third generation of the strongest powerhouse. Just one Onoki is enough to restrain Lu Han. Are you going to die? Lu Han saw everyone's faces in his eyes, and without waiting for them to object, he immediately said, also, I'm not going alone this time. In addition to taking a few people away in Konoha, I will also contact Kumogakure. Quote. Lu Han revealed his bold plans and the whole story. Then he ordered. The White Fang obeyed the order and ordered you to go to the Land of Rain as soon as possible after the meeting, and pass my order that all ninjas belonging to Konoha should retreat to the southeastern border of the Land of Rain, and then lead people to attack the logistics transportation routes of Sunagakure and Omegakure. To create as much chaos as possible. Tsunade obeys orders. Order you to bring Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and other members of the S Division who stayed behind in Konoha, and rushed to the Land of Rain after the meeting to assist the White Fang in the fight, while preventing the Sunagakure Corps from using poison. Hyuga Heiang listened to the order and ordered you to take the Hyuga Independent Scout troops to the Country of Rain, investigate the retreat route, and ensure that the major Konoha legions retreat to the border safely. After Lu Han issued the order, he disregarded the objections of a few people and announced the meeting was dismissed. In the empty corridor, Tsunade caught up with Lu Han who was rushing along. Han, stop, Tsunade fumed. Lu Han knew that Tsunade was worried about himself, because there was nothing more dangerous than going to the 5 great ninja villages. This was not the first time that Lu Han had tried his life. Many times before, Tsunade didn't know what Lu Han was doing. Only this time, she went from everything is clear inside and out. Lu Han hugged Tsunade without saying a word, just kept holding him. Tsunade isn't the type to be extremely headstrong, and she doesn't cry and make trouble when she disagrees. And this time, Lu Han not only put himself in danger, but also put Tsunade in danger, which made Tsunade much better, and would not make her feel powerless when her husband went out to work hard and she couldn't do anything. Will it be safe? Tsunade asked. Yes. Be sure to come back safely. You too. Tsunade went to prepare. He had to go to Jiraiya and Orochimaru first, and then go to the S department to convey the order. There are not many ninjas in the S department, but they also have a squadron size, and when Hitoki Taishuo left, he only took a squad with him, and also more than 10 people remain. This is a group of very powerful young people. Lu Han put them by Tsunade's side. He also has selfish intentions. He hopes that when he really encounters irresistible danger, Tsunade can survive under the protection of others. With them around, Tsunade will be very safe, even if he encounters Hanzo, as long as he doesn't get besieged by the Legion. Another half-day passed. Tsunade, White Fang, Hyuga Haeyoung, etc. have all set off. Lu Han is at home with Hyuga Luo Ning, who is heartless and doesn't know anything. After passing him, let Lu Han drive away on the grounds of an upcoming mission. Call. Chakra fluctuations suddenly came from outside the door, and then a respectful voice sounded, "Teacher, I'm back." It's Hitoki Taishuo. He is back. As early as the day he officially formed an alliance with Kumogakure, Lu Han sent someone to the country of Wind to find him and let him come back. At that time, Lu Han realized that Iwagakure might have made a move, so he asked Hitoki Taishuo to come back to be prepared and let him come with him. A mission is a decision made later. Be good. Lu Han took Hyuga Luo Ning's hand and smiled. Cut, I'm not a little girl. Hyuga Luo Ning wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Lu Han smiled and appeared outside the door. He tilted his head to Hitoki Taishuo and said, "Let's go." After a while, Lu Han and the other three secretly left Konoha village. Hitoki Taishuo, Lu Han also brought Might Dai. All three have an obvious feature, that is, they are fast. At the same time, the northern part of the Rain Country. The daring Hanzo of Yigao brought only one person into the camp of the Iwagakure Corps. The person he brought was not an Omegakure ninja, but a Sunagakure Chiyo. War is like this, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Although Iwagakure fought with Sunagakure and Omegakure before, each with casualties, but at this time, Hanzo and Chiyo took the initiative to enter the Iwagakure camp, hoping that the two sides could let go of the estrangement. As early as 3 days ago, on the day Iwagakure dispatched troops, Onoki sent someone to deliver the letter first, so Hanzo and Chiyo were well prepared. Hanzo, Chiyo, and the commander-in-chief of the 3 generations of Iwagakure Corps, the 3 of them discussed closely in the Iwagakure Corps camp for a long time before they came up with a unified battle plan. After just 2 days, the 3 major armies of Iwagakure landed on the main battlefield and participated in a large-scale war. And White Fang and others also arrived in the Land of Rain. Konoha's army began to fight and retreat. Tsunade came up with a plan to retaliate with his own way, using poison on the sand, rain, and rock allied forces. On the west coast of the Land of Thunder, a 10-mile company. In the handsome tent, there is a strong atmosphere of war. The ninjas, old or young, are all sitting with big horses and golden swords. Not long ago, Laoi got the information from Iwagakure village and learned about the main battle in Iwagakure village. The Legion's all-out affair. Ha 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 ha, God is up to me. Our opportunity is here. Laoi laughed. Hengguang's information is very accurate. Only the garrison army is left in Iwagakure village. It's our turn to take action. Okay, Lord Rakage, I would like to lead the team to be the vanguard. The strong Iwagakure called for his order. This time we should fight a blitzkrieg and push as far as possible into the hinterland of the Land of the Land. We do not seek to occupy land, but only for money. If you can win the important town in the southeast of the Land of the Earth, then you can. All the Kumogakure ninjas are sharpening their knives, and there are many who want to be pioneers. At this time, a whirlwind rolled up around Laoi, and Lu Han, dressed in a black robe, appeared out of thin air. Chapter 0732_Crazy Plan. There was some confusion in the handsome tent. Who? Be careful. Lord Rakage, be careful. Luhan came too suddenly and didn't say hello, causing the Iwagakure ninjas present to almost start. But Lao Ai didn't move, because when the whirlwind appeared, he felt Luhan's breath and knew who was coming. Although he was surprised, he would not have an overreaction. This is Mr. Hangguang from Konoha, don't be nervous. Lao Ai reminded him, raised his hand again, and motioned for the strong Kumogakure who had stood up to sit down. All the Kumogakure ninjas knew that it was the legendary Konoha cold light coming, and many of them showed awe. This is the most powerful person who can tie with the third generation of Rakage. Although they also have the name of the strong, they are much worse. I'm here to disturb you. Because there were other people around, Luhan's etiquette was in place, and he was relieved. Arrived just in time. Fortunately, Kumogakure has not yet entered the land of the land. If they have already left, they should be on the sea at this time. There are pioneers, the middle army, and the rear army. They must go separately. In the vast sea, Luhan wants to find Lao Ai. Very troublesome. Lao Ai looked at Luhan and couldn't help but feel weird. What is Hangguang doing at this time? Aren't you worried about the situation in the land of rain? Lao Ai didn't ask directly, but glanced at the other Kumogakure ninjas in the camp and said, go ahead and prepare, and I will make detailed arrangements later. Yes, Lord Rakage. All the Kumogakure ninjas got up and complied, and then they all left the camp. I have already received information about the situation in Iwagakure village. Lao Ai spoke first. I am going to move my troops westward and cross the sea to attack the land of the land. When Iwagakure village receives the information, I will definitely retreat. Danger. Quote. As an ally of Konoha, it is Kumogakure's duty to solve problems for Konoha. Lao Ai was talking to Luhan purely in the tone of a diplomatic negotiation. Well, good. Luhan nodded and said again, I knew you would do this, so I came here in a hurry. Are you going to? Lao Ai wondered. He still didn't understand, since Luhan thought about it. Then he came here not to urge Kumogakure to send troops, but what else could it be for? I want to go to the land of the earth with you. Luhan said. Lao Ai was suddenly shocked. His eyes were bright, and with Hangguang, the supreme power, joining him, Kurigakure could definitely advance all the way. But then, Lao Ai's face changed again, and he suddenly realized that Hangguang might have come to meet with Kumogakure for profit. Kumogakure was there to rob money. He didn't plan to occupy land. He would leave after robbing him, but Hangguang came to help him, and he would definitely benefit from him. How much should he get? I'm afraid it's not good. I'll take your mind, but you Konoha are in such a big trouble now, but you came to fight for our Kumogakure, this. Lao Ai said displeased, but then his face turned slightly changed. He feels wrong again. Hangguang due to Konoha. It doesn't directly solve Konoha's current troubles. After all, it takes time to transmit information. No matter how much Hangguang helps Kumogakure, Iwagakure will not retreat too quickly. For him to go straight to the land of rain and fight the Iwagakure Corps head-on. It's not what you think. I'm not here this time to help you conquer the land of the land. What's that for? I need your help. Me, help? Lao Ai was stunned for a moment, then frowned and shook his head. It was agreed before that our Kumogakure would not send troops to the country of rain. The distance is too far, and we have to pass through multiple countries, so it is very difficult for us to supply logistics. I said, I need your help, not the Iwagakure Corps. Luhan stared at Lao Ai's eyes. I'm going to attack the Iwagakure village. I hope you can go with me. What? Lao Ai stood up suddenly, looked at Luhan in disbelief, widened his eyes, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Dare to think. It's not a joke, otherwise I wouldn't rush here. The time is very tight, because even if Kumogakure doesn't enter the land of the land, it won't be long before Iwagakure will know that you are stationed on the border and know your intentions. Onoki will definitely order the legion retired from the rain country and turn to deal with you. So we only have 6 or 7 days at most. rush to Iwagakure, and fight the Blitz. My plan is, not only the two of us, you have to bring at least 10 Kumogakure ninjas with sufficient strength, and I also brought the two of us, Hatake Teishuo, my direct disciple, and Anbu, who is second only to White Fang in strength. A dozen of us, clenched our fists, and rushed all the way into the hinterland of Iwagakure village. My ultimate goal is the Iwagakure treasure house. If you leave, you can drop by to visit the land of the land, but the place where the land of the land is hidden is very hidden, and it is hidden separately. It will take a few days to find it, so this matter cannot be done. After Lu Han finished speaking, he looked at Lao Ai seriously. This is definitely not a joke. Lao Ai fell into silence and began to think about weighing the pros and cons. Lu Han's plan, when he heard it, was extremely crazy. It was a self-defeating act. But if you think about it carefully, it is really feasible. After all, the ultimate goal is not to destroy Iwagakure, but to loot the treasure house of Iwagakure. If you hit it, you will retreat without fighting to the death. If Lao Ai is alone, he dare not do this. Onoki is enough to check and balance him, plus a group of strongmen who stay behind Iwagakure. If they are besieged, he will die in it, but if there is a cold light. You should believe in my ability to find treasure troves. I robbed Kurigakure. This battle will never be too long. It will definitely be in the same night and out. Lu Han continued to Bewitched. When the time comes, we will split the money we have stolen. Quote. Half points. Lao Ai frowned and replied, we have a lot of people, why? You can choose 10 ninjas in this camp that you think are suitable for participating in this operation. If they can defeat the two I brought, you will be 7 and 3. Lu Han said directly, his tone extremely confident. It is impossible for the 10 people selected by Lao Ai to win. The strengths of Hatake Taishuo and Might Dai are both level 60 White Silver Boss. Cage levels are there in this camp. After all, it's the main battle core that fights, not special units or special operations. Lao Ai was silent again, he was still thinking. Chapter 0733_Raid on Iwagakure. Lao Ai didn't want to talk about the division, not to mention other people, just compared with Han Guang. He once lost to Han Guang, so this matter is not easy to argue. He mentioned the division before, just to say it casually. But, how to get it out? Lao Ai thought of another question. Even if he robbed the treasure house, how much can a dozen people get? Lu Han waved his hand directly, and a pile of golden bricks suddenly appeared on the conference table. Lu Han waved again, and those golden bricks were all taken back into the space backpack. Are the rumors true? Lao Ai's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a rumor that Cold Light Master Xiangguang Ninjutsu could bring a lot of things into another space. Because it was a rumor, no one dared to say whether it was true or not. The rumor is true. You should know that once the Iwagakure treasury is looted, it will be in your Kumogakure's best interests. Lu Han continued to Bewitched, I'm just taking some money to solve the current crisis, but you. Iwagakure lacks the financial foundation. There will inevitably be you or Iwagakure's worst enemy. And, if there is a chance to kill Onoki, then I'm done. Lao Ai shouted as he slapped the table, then suddenly stood up and shouted, notify all the elite Jonin to gather. Lao Ai agrees, he wants to choose someone. Elite Jonin. In fact, this world does not have super elite Jonin, Shadow Ninja or the like, which is divided by Lu Han himself, and for the rest of the world, all ninjas with elite Jonin or above strength, all are elite Jonin. Soon, dozens of elite Jonin, from the 3 Kumogakure Corps and out of the 8,000 ninjas gathered outside the handsome tent, most of them at level 40. These people were either squadron captains or brigade captains. The 50th level people are all senior figures from the major legions, and there are only a few people at the cage level. Generally speaking, the backbone of a large army is Chunin. Jonin is the core strength. There are not many Genins, most of them are juvenile ninjas, because not many adult ninjas will be Genins. No matter how bad their talents are, it is extremely unbelievable that they are still Genins in their 20s and 30s. Otherwise, Might Dai in the original book would not be called Eternal Genin, because no one knew he would be the 8 inner gates, he was too special. Standing next to Luhan looked at the dozens of elite Jonins, and had a rough estimate of how many elite Jonins Kumogakure had. The strength distribution of the regular legion is in a ladder state, and there will not be a situation where the strong get together. Kumogakure sent 8,000 ninjas. There should be 4,000 or 5,000 ninjas left in Kumogakure village. Among these 4,000 or 5,000 ninjas, the number of elite Jonin is definitely more than the 8,000. All accepted, as well. Luhan asked Lao Ai to choose 10. But Lao Ai only chose 8, all of which have a unified feature. In addition to being strong enough, they are also good at Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. Good at Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. In terms of speed, strength and defense, he surpasses other ninjas of the same level. Of course, his weaknesses are also obvious, that is, his ability is relatively simple, and his long-range attack ability is very poor. Because they are all orange names, Luhan can't see the strength level of these 8 people, but Luhan still knows the strength of 2 of Akatsuki, all of which have reached cage level. Because these 2 were in the handsome account before. After attending the meeting, when Luhan suddenly appeared, they thought Luhan was an assassin, and they all changed their name to Yuhi, showing information such as level. After the selection, Lao Ai held another secret meeting, and Luhan also attended. Lao Ai made more adequate arrangements, and the Kumogakure Legion still wanted to march into the land of the land, and drove straight in. This afternoon, Luhan, Lao Ai and other 12 people set foot on the wave first and headed straight for the land of the earth. An hour later, the 3 major legions set off, and the 8,000 ninjas officially entered the land of the land. As long as it is a ninja, even the lowest level genin can walk on the sea level, so rushing is not a problem, but at sea, you need to be good at repulsion at all times, and the consumption of chakra will be very large. Therefore, the Kumogakure 8,000 ninjas, the ninjas of the vanguard, will land on the ground after 3 or 4 days, while the middle and rear troops will take 5 or 6 days. On the endless sea. Luhan and Lao Ai walked side by side and ran fast, only to see 2 blue lightning flashes on the sea, with a tail behind them. Both of them were holding the chains with both hands. There were 4 chains in total, and they were carrying 10 people, including Hitaki Taishuo and Might Dai. All you need is speed. Sooner you get to Iwagakure village, the more time you will have and the easier it will be to achieve your goals. Time flies. After a day and a night. On the east coast of the land, the waves are rolling, and the ocean has a strong salty smell, but 2 blue thunderbolts with tails appear on the sea, and after a few breaths, they stop on the sand. Ha, ha, Luhan gasped violently. Old Ai is the same. Running like this all day and night is really tiring, and no one has eaten. 5 hours of rest, Luhan said, and then everyone entered the grove and chatted under a shady tree. Luhan also took out food from the space quilt and distributed it to everyone. After everyone had eaten, they took turns taking a nap, and then set off on the road again. After arriving in the land, the road is not easy to go. The land of the land is full of rocky mountains. This is the reason why the mighty Kumogakure is always unable to destroy the Iwagakure. The complexity of the land is far beyond other 4 countries. This is second, and the most important thing is that there are many Iwagakure scouts scattered in the land of the earth and cannot be discovered by them, because there is a creature in this world called flying ninja beasts, and all countries have small flying ninja beasts used to transmit information. So you have to hide. If you are discovered, you can't waste time on things like chasing and killing scouts. 33 hours later. Late at night. The hinterland of the land, the village of Iwagakure. The huge ninja village has sparse lights, and on a half-moon night, although the light is not strong, it is not dark. A few kilometers to the north, more than a dozen figures appeared on the bare rocky mountain, staring at the village of Iwagakure. Chapter 0734-Investigate. Iwagakure Village, known as the most difficult ninja village to break. There is no other reason. Naturally, it is because of the rocky mountains around Iwagakure Village. Iwagakure village is surrounded by natural dangers and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is extremely difficult for a large army to break into Iwagakure village. Therefore, from the beginning of Iwagakure village to the present, for more than 10 years, it has never been attacked. However, for the strong, natural danger is not dangerous, the terrain is not important, the important thing is the attribute. For example, in the sea, it is the home of the Kurigakure ninja, and ninjas who are good at sweeten, water style, have an advantage, while in the forest, the trees it can burn and fuel the fire, which is more beneficial for Konoha ninjas or ninjas who are good at kaiden, fire style. It's a waste to give control to Iwagakure village in such a country. Lao Ai said in a low voice, out of anger, for some reason. Luhan glanced at Lao Ai strangely, but saw Lao Ai slammed a punch on the side of the rock wall, and he was immediately relieved. Lao Ai is greedy. He is greedy for the mines of the land of the earth. There is almost no crop trade in Iwagakure village, but because of the Gobi rock mountains everywhere, there are many veins, and many mines also produce gems. The economy of the country of thunder is not weak, but due to the impact of the small population, it has developed to the ultimate, which is why Lao Ai has the idea of playing the country of soil. It's all about money. Ninja looks aloof, but after all, he is still working hard for money, even for a superpower like Lao Ai. Someone is here, Luhan said suddenly. 12 people disappeared one after another on the rocky mountain. A few minutes later, a small group of Iwagakure ninjas patrolled here, stopped for a while, and then left. When they were far away, Luhan and the others reappeared on the mountain. This place is a little bit below the mountain wall. There is an extra small platform. It is slender and only more than 1 meter wide. It extends on both sides. It is a curved mountain road. Behind it is the mountain wall. It's a good hiding place. If the patrolling Iwagakure ninjas don't get close, it's hard to see anyone here, and the rock wall will block their sight. 2 hours later, it will be dawn. Lao Ai looked up at the position of the moon, and then looked at Iwagakure village. Now is a good time to start. People are the most tired at this time, and most of the ninjas in Iwagakure village are there sleeping. Not good. Luhan shook his head. We ran all the way, and we were all very tired. The last time we ate, we didn't sleep 15 hours ago, and we didn't know much about the layout of Iwagakure village. Let alone the location of the treasure house, it will take time to investigate and determine. Quote. Yeah, Lao Ai responded and nodded immediately. Luhan was right, but he was too impatient. Let's wait another day. We will start tomorrow night. Luhan said again. Rest well first. Make adequate preparations. There is still plenty of time. The Iwagakure Legion is still in the land of rain. Even if they get the news right away. Go back, pioneer. It will take 3 days for the army to come back. Quote. Are you going to investigate? Lao Ai looked at Luhan and asked. I'm going. Luhan nodded. This was the best thing for him to do, and Lao Ai didn't have any special abilities to hide and sneak in. But we'll have to wait until the sun rises. Now let's go to rest and go. A group of people found a hiding place where they could sleep and rest in Yamanaka, dozens of kilometers away from Iwagakure village. This place should be absolutely safe. The daily patrol range of Iwagakure ninjas is as far as 10 kilometers away from Iwagakure village. Is far from impossible. The village of Iwagakure has never been attacked. Even if Onoki broke his head, he would never have imagined that Luhan would dare to do so. Therefore, a large patrol area is unnecessary for the village of Iwagakure. 9 hours later. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. The climate of the land is very dry. After the wind blows during the day, the rock and sand will be filled with the wind, making the sky always gray. Iwagakure village is very lively with people coming and going. After so many years of Ninja World War, Iwagakure village still maintains a small-scale foreign trade, mainly because it is too safe here, and safe businessmen are not afraid of encountering danger here. Gem business can be said to be extremely profitable, and the merchants who come to Iwagakure village are basically gem merchants. However, Iwagakure village is afraid of spies, and has also imposed restrictions on this. Every businessman entering and leaving Iwagakure village will be subject to extremely strict identity checks. It is not an old businessman who has been in business for many years, and he does not want to enter Iwagakure village. Luhan did not disguise himself as a businessman or businessman's entourage to enter Iwagakure village, because it would be very troublesome. Once he did, even if he got in by chance, he would be watched all the time. As long as he suddenly disappeared, Iwagakure village would immediately sound the alarm. Luhan to enter Iwagakure village is very simple, just sneak in. With his strength, coupled with the assistance of the insight map, it is easy to do it. In the village of Iwagakure, in an ordinary house. Come and eat. Wash your hands are so dirty. Go and call your brother. Wow, it smells so good. The house was full of aroma, and the family of 4 started a quiet lunch after a loud noise. Luhan stood in the darkness at the corner of the stairs, watching them without saying a word. It was naturally impossible for 4 ordinary people to find Luhan. Speaking of the most convenient place to hide in Iwagakure village, it is naturally a private house. After Luhan sneaked into Iwagakure village, he hid in a private house near the bustling city of Iwagakure village. This location is very good. Here, Luhan opened the insight map. After that, most of the Iwagakure village will be under surveillance. Luhan watched them for a while, and determined that they would have to eat for a while, so he went upstairs quietly, leaned against the corner of the 2nd floor, and opened the insight map. There are nearly 2,000 Yuhi points in the insight map. The strongest is the level 60 white silver boss, named Waho, and his identity is the captain of Iwagakure Anbu. Iwagakure Anbu is very mysterious, so Konoha doesn't have too much information from Master Iwagakure Anbu, but Kumogakure, because he has been at war with Iwagakure for many years, the reconnaissance efforts are not generally large, and he knows more, but Kumogakure and Konoha did not share historical information. This, Waho, Luhan recalled very carefully, but did not think of any information about him. Iwagakure is too close to communicate with the outside world. It turned out to be a level 60 white silver, it's quite strong. Luhan said in a letter, and began to observe the movement pattern of Yuhi's point through the insight map. Chapter 0735_4 Suspect Locations. Insight map does not show the location of Onoki. On the one hand, it is because Luhan's insight map has not covered the entire Iwagakure village, and his location is still a bit biased. On the other hand, Onoki is not necessarily on the surface. But Luhan was sure that Tsuchikajinoki, the 3rd generation, must be in the village of Iwagakure. The shadows of the 5 major ninja villages, except for a militant like Lao Ai, the shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages will not easily leave the ninja village. One is to form a deterrent to prevent the ninja village from being attacked, and the second is that the ninja village is the intelligence center. The shadow sits in the town of Ninja Village for easy command. Luhan has the ability to never forget, so he relies on the insight map to remember in a very short period of time how many Iwagakure ninjas are patrolling, which places are heavy troops stationed, which ones are silent sentries, and most importantly, when did they change guards. When the family of 4 in this residential house finished lunch, Luhan also left here. The news was silent. Luhan changed his position again. It was also a private residence, but it was a dusty warehouse. His previous insight map, the monitoring covered about 70% of the area of Iwagakure village, and the remaining 30% of the area. After changing locations, Luhan also entered the monitoring range of the insight map. After half an hour, west of Iwagakure village, in a dark alley, Luhan appeared in the corner and looked out with his head. There was a back street outside the Hutong entrance. It was a very cold street, and there were no people. The most eye-catching were 2 yellow dogs chasing. Glancing out a few times, Luhan flashed across the street and into the gutter across the street. Luhan was conducting a field inspection. Insight into the map could only allow Luhan to judge some things, but he could not be sure immediately. This is different from Kurigakure village. When Luhan was in Kurigakure village, he could easily find the location of the treasure house. That was because the Konoha master Lu Han speculated on the basis of the large amount of information from Kurigakure. Iwagakure. It's so closed. Everything was unfamiliar to Lu Han. 3 in the afternoon. Yamanaka, 40 kilometers from Iwagakure village, is in a dimly lit cave. Why haven't you come back? It's been 3 hours. Lao Ai stood at the entrance of the cave and looked out, frowning. Beside him stood a majestic man who was nearly 50 years old. He was only a little lower than Lao Ai, but his body had a stronger sense of strength. His muscles were angular, and there were babies in the stretched blood vessels of his neck and arms. The thickness of the little finger. This person's name is Kanyi, and he is the commander of the 3rd Legion of Iwagakure village. Among the 8 people brought by Lao Ai, he is the strongest. Kang Huang was born in Konoha Anbu, and Grandmaster sneaked in spies. I don't think there will be any accidents. Kanyi said, but also frowned. Maybe, the situation in Iwagakure village is more complicated than we thought. He hasn't come out for so long, only because the location of the treasure house has not yet been found. Quote. As soon as Kanyi's voice fell, a figure flashed outside the cave. Lu Han. Come here, it's a little troublesome. Lu Han said quickly and hurriedly entered the cave. Everyone gathered around Lu Han. Lu Han's space backpack had everything in it. First, he took out a piece of muslin, 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, gray and white, and then took out a pen and began to draw on the muslin. It was a detailed topographical map of Iwagakure village. Lu Han drew it very carefully, and even briefly sketched the houses. After Lu Han only drew for an hour and a half, Lao Ai looked at Lu Han with strange eyes. Pervert's memory. In just 10 minutes, Lu Han drew the detailed topography, and then drew circles on the 4 positions on the topographic map. On the far west side of Iwagakure village, at the foot of a double-pointed rocky hill. In the middle of the village of Iwagakure, a rock fortress. Southwest of the village of Iwagakure, at the foot of a strangely shaped rock. South of Iwagakure village, a 13-story round Jinchuriki column-body stone building. These 4 positions were specially marked by Lu Han. These 4 places, Lao Aichi questioned. I can't determine the real location of the treasure house. These 4 places are very suspicious. Lu Han said, this is the reason why he came back slowly. The military layout in Iwagakure village is very strange. These 4 places are either heavily armed, or there are several strong people living nearby, plus a large number of secret whistle. Lu Han repeatedly investigated and concluded that these 4 places may be treasure houses. Here, 3 battalions of nearly 500 people are stationed on the side. And here, Iwagakure Anbu is leading the deployment of patrol defense. Here I have observed the longest. I have seen a defense change. There are 2 Jonin and Elite Jonin squads from come out of the building, and switch to the other 2 teams with the same configuration. Laozi and the commander of the Iwagakure garrison are here. Lu Han explained the situation in all 4 positions, and finally said, in general, the number of ninjas here is the largest. Lu Han put his hand on the position of the odd-shaped rock mountain and looked up at everyone. Everyone frowned, and they couldn't understand why Iwagakure village was so arranged. In a ninja village, apart from the treasure house, where else could there be such a place that needs special care? After all, for a ninja village, the entire village is extremely important, and the treasure house is the top priority. Only you dived in to see it yourself. Where do you think it is most likely to be a treasure trove? Lao Ai looked at Lu Han and asked. It's the place with the most troops. Lu Han continued, because there are not only many ninjas there, but also easy to defend and difficult to attack. Then hit here. Lao Ai said directly, since Iwagakure is arranged like this, it is difficult for us to judge the real treasure house, so we might as well hit it directly. After all, it is a heavily guarded place by Iwagakure, and there must be something important in it. Quote. What Lao Ai said is not that he has no brains to try his luck, but that under the current circumstances, he can no longer do more and more detailed investigations, and there is not so much time. Must play tonight. Lu Han shook his head and lowered his voice subconsciously. Actually, we have a better way, we can do this. 8 hours later. Late at night, the village of Iwagakure is sparsely lit and dimly lit. Boom _ A roar, lightning flashed, and the 2 rock sentry towers at the north entrance of Iwagakure village were directly destroyed. Onoki, get out. Lao Ai's roar sounded like thunder. Chapter 0736_Night Raid. Lao Ai appeared directly from the north of Iwagakure village and was forced into it. Because the attack was too sudden, many Iwagakure ninjas died in their dreams and were buried alive by the collapsed stone building. Iwagakure village is not good at this point. The houses are all made of stone. Even a ninja will be killed by a collapsed house if he is caught off guard. Konoha doesn't have this problem. They are all wooden houses. Even if they are smashed and buried, they can still survive. Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode Lao Ai. Like the legendary Thor, the lightning flashing on his body is extremely dazzling. In the dark night, he is like a beacon. Onoki, get out, Lao Su is going to kill you. Lao Ai roared again, and at the same time Flash rushed to the bottom of the round Jinchuriki, column-shaped tower not far from the entrance of the village, and gave a fierce blow with Chong Lu Bao. Rumbling _ Lao Ai rushed into the rock tower, knocked out from the other side, and penetrated directly. Rumbling rumble, the rock towers began to collapse, and the earth shook violently. Nearby Iwagakure village did not dare to approach Lao Ai. They did not lack the courage to fight, but they knew too well who Lao Ai was. As long as those Chunin genins were not hot-headed and without effective organizational command, it would be difficult for them to immediately confront Lao Ai. Ai fights back. They also all understand that with their strength, there is no difference between fighting Lao Ai and dying. Of course, some ninjas didn't do it because they were already scared. However, this is the village of Iwagakure after all, and it is full of masters. Doden Earth Style Art of Heavy Rock. Doden Earth Style Bunker. 2 Iwagakure Jonins appeared near Ai and simultaneously activated ninjutsu. One jumped up with both hands up. Doden Earth Style Chakra formed a boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters on his hands. The ground under Ai's feet was directly violent, and at the same time as the rock thorns attacked upwards, there were also rocks the size of human heads flying up and attacking Lao Ai. Lao Ai didn't hide, and rushed directly to the ninja of Iwagakure village who was going to hit him with a boulder. But seeing Li Guang rushing, the rock thorn will shatter directly when it hits it, the human headstone will shatter when it hits it, and even the huge rock that came from the blast will explode when it is in contact with Li Guang. Lao Ai approached the Iwagakure ninja and punched him hard. The Iwagakure ninja flew out like a cannonball, like a rag pocket flying in the sky. The north entrance of Iwagakure village is the only entrance and exit of Iwagakure village. There is a terrain where one husband is the gatekeeper and 10,000 people are not open. If an enemy army comes to attack Iwagakure village, it must go here. The other directions are mountains, which are not suitable for army operations. There are thousands of people stationed near the north entrance, which are divided into 2 camps, one on the left and one on the right, and many of them exist at cage level. Assemble here. Quick. Ninjutsu. Don't go near him. In the chaos, the commander's voice was clearly audible. Captain-level ninjas from Iwagakure village began to organize attacks on Lao Ai. At the same time, 20 or 30 ninjas with the strength of Jonin and above appeared, including 2 who stepped into the area. The existence of cage level. Futon Wind Style Crazy Rolling Sand. Doden Earth Style 1000 Shots. Doden Earth Style Rockfall Art. All kinds of attacks came one after another, and Lao Ai also knew that being under siege would be very bad for him. His Raiden Thunder Style armor is known as the strongest shield, but it means that no attack ninjutsu can be easily broken. It is 1, no 100. 1,000. It is impossible for Lao Ai's defense to resist hundreds or thousands of attacks at the same time. Therefore, Lao Ai never stays in one place for too long. He is rushing back and forth to kill and destroy. Killing is secondary, but destroying is the main thing. No one can stop him. He will smash wherever he goes. Compared to when Sen Luo came to Konoha, a Mokuden wood style, exploded half a Konoha. Lao Ai, because he is a taijutsu ninja, has no group attack, so he can only run back and forth. One rock tower after another collapsed in the thunder. In just a few minutes, Lao Ai smashed about 1/3 of the northern area of Iwagakure village into rubble, and killed hundreds of ninjas, including a cage level existence. The ninja injured by him are even more than 300 or 400. However, as time went on, Lao Ai's situation began to become difficult. Because some of the older generation of strongmen from Iwagakure village came, and there were several battalions of Iwagakure ninjas, the number of enemies that Lao Ai faced, from the initial thousands to now, has nearly 2,000. Among them, cage level has as many as 5. You are courting death. Onoki came, and flickering appeared on the ruins not far from Lao Ai, looking at Lao Ai with tears in his eyes. In fact, he was dumbfounded. He didn't understand, why did the third generation of Hokage come here? How dare you come to attack Iwagakure? Onoki was still doing business in the Iwagakure dungeon just now, and when he heard the report, he couldn't believe his ears. Madman. Ha 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 ha, Onoki, why did you come here? I thought you were going to be a tortoise. Lao Ai laughed wildly, the ground kept cracking, and in a dangerous environment with endless attacks, Lao Ai was still moving at high speed and couldn't stop. If it stops, he will be surrounded. A large group of elite Jonin will play A-level S-level ninjutsu, and he will not be able to carry it. Come on, let's fight outside. Let's fight for life and death. Come if you can. Ha 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 ha. Lao Ai doesn't talk nonsense. He doesn't explain to Onoki why he came, let Onoki guess for himself. With wild laughter, Lao Ai ran out of Iwagakure village. In this case, Onoki had to be chased. This was his responsibility as Tsuchikage. Everyone was hitting the door. Many people died in Iwagakure village. At this point, Onoki has two options. One is to chase alone. He is no weaker than Lao Ai, and he is not afraid of Lao Ai alone, but it is a little difficult to win. The second is, lead people to chase. Kill Ai. Onoki chose the latter, and he was going mad. Kang, Kemu, Hengyan, come with me. Onoki ordered the names of 6 people in a row, all of whom were strong men with names and surnames in Iwagakure village, 2 of them from the older generation. The Iwagakure 6 went after Onoki. Lao Ai felt that there were 7 auras chasing behind him, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. This is the best result. Not only was Onoki drawn out of Iwagakure, but some strong people were also taken away. In this way, Luhan and others would act more easily. Chapter 0737_Odd Mountain. There was also a dispute. Who should deal with Onoki? Although Onoki is not the opponent of the 2 teaming up, but Onoki is not stupid, Luhan and I team up. Onoki can call all the strong Iwagakure. Dozens of people fight 2 people, such a fight. Luhan and Lao Ai are not at all opponent. And after doing this, who is going to rob the treasure house? Except for Lao Ai and Luhan, the others really don't necessarily have the ability to break through the barriers and enter the treasure house. In fact, Lao Ai wanted Luhan to deal with Onoki. He went to rob the treasury, and then Luhan would pick him up again, but there is a problem with this, that is, only Luhan can take away the treasures, only he has the space backpack. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was that Lao Ai was responsible for leading Onoki away, and Luhan was responsible for robbing the treasure house. As long as Onoki is not in Iwagakure village lacks a top decision maker and cannot immediately issue orders on many key matters, which will make it easier for Luhan and others to achieve their goals. Lao Ai ran all the way. With his speed, he could get rid of Onoki and escape, but he couldn't, so he didn't reach the fastest speed. More than 10 minutes later, 30 kilometers north of Iwagakure village, the Gobi was desolate. The wind was whistling, and the dust was rolling, but when I saw the blue thunder flashing, it suddenly stopped and turned into a tall and sturdy figure. Lao Ai stopped, turned around and looked at Onoki and the others who were chasing, with a proud look on his face. Onoki stopped 200 meters away from Lao Ai, and behind him were 6 Iwagakure strong men. How much benefit did Hengguang give you? Let you come willing to die. Huh, Onoki sneered, you work so hard for Hengguang, so it's hard to tell if you spread it out. Are you Kumogakure, a vassal of Konoha? Onoki could only think of that. We're not driven by big interests. It would be impossible for Raikage 3 to risk attacking Iwagakure village, and this big profit must come from Konoha village. Although the time was a little off, and Lao Ai arrived too quickly, it seemed that there was only one explanation. Stop talking nonsense. Lao Ai didn't say a word. He understood the truth that if you talk too much, he would not argue with Onoki. Let's fight. Onoki, if you want some face, just fight with me alone. I will accompany you to the end. Today is either your death or my death. Lao Ai is not stupid. Being besieged is dangerous, that's why he proposed a heads up. Onoki stared at Lao Ai, and he was very angry. This anger came not only from Lao Ai's surprise attack on Iwagakure village, but also from the hatred that Iwagakure and Kumogakure had accumulated over the years. At the same time, Onoki also understood that once he was surrounded by people and besieged Lao Ai would probably hide or even run away. Compared to speed, no one here is faster than Lao Ai. As a supreme power, Onoki also has his own dignity, so in this case, besieging Lao Ai is not a good idea. If the forced Lao Ai runs away, the gains outweigh the losses, and Iwagakure's face will be lost. For Onoki is that he does not have to worry about his own death. Even if he is seriously injured, he can be escorted away immediately, but Lao Ai has no such advantage. Once Lao Ai is seriously wounded, Onoki can have people join hands and kill him. You stand back. Onoki made a decision, raising his hand and gesturing behind him. Lao Ai showed a veiled smile, and suddenly his whole body burst out, pointing to the sky with his hand as a knife, and then slashing to the ground. Raiden Thunder style, the technique of superposition of thunder and lightning. Boom, boom. Lao Ai performed some flashy ninjutsu, but saw a huge thunder falling from the sky, along Lao Ai's palm, driven by Lao Ai's hand knife, and bombarded the ground. The ground suddenly burst into a crack, which quickly extended towards Onoki. Onoki dodged easily by jumping. Iwagakure village, the lights are bright, ninjas are running everywhere. Iwagakure village has entered a state of highest alert. West of the village, on the high mountains outside the village. Lu Hanyao looked to the north, and when he saw the thunder falling, he knew that Lao Ai had stopped Onoki, and immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Go!" Lu Han, Might Dai, and the 8 Kumogakure powerhouses all ran down the mountain. And appear dispersed. Lu Han disappeared halfway. During the daytime investigation, Lu Han discovered 4 suspicious locations, namely Shuangjian Mountain, Rock Fortress, Odd-Shaped Mountain, and Jinchuriki column-shaped stone building. Lao Ai once proposed to attack the most suspected odd-shaped mountain, but Lu Han rejected it. Lu Han's suggestion is to fight. At the foot of the odd-shaped mountain, the terrain is steep. A brigade of ninjas has blocked the entrance of the cave at the foot of the mountain, and 2 other brigade are on standby in the 2 camps on both sides. Behind the rockery 300 meters away from the entrance of the cave, Lu Han appeared out of thin air in the darkness. Here is a Harishinkanai that he placed during the day, not only here, but also near the other 3 suspected locations. As soon as Lu Han appeared, his whole body shone with lightning, entered Raiden Thunder style, chakra mode, turned into blue lightning and went straight to the hole. Enemy attack. Come on. The shrill screams resounded through the night, and Lu Han rushed into the ninja group stationed in front of the cave entrance. The sword light was like rain, and the Iwagakure ninja attacked Lu Han almost at the same time. The ground cracked, the rock thorn attacked, and the wind blade whistled. More than 100 people are not enough for Lu Han to kill. Even if they are good at Doden Earth-style defense, Lu Han can hack them all to death in a few minutes. At present, most of the ninjas in Iwagakure village have not withdrawn from the north of Iwagakure village. In the 3 directions of the west, south and east of Iwagakure village, all the ninjas together are less than 1,000 people, and there are 500 people at the foot of the odd-shaped mountain. Lu Han attacked the Iwagakure brigade at the entrance of the cave. Ninjas from the other two brigade also came and surrounded Lu Han. After rushing back and forth for a few minutes, Lu Han's situation became a little difficult, but it was only difficult. He couldn't lose to these people, and he couldn't die. Insight map shows that chaos has occurred in the other 3 suspected locations. Apparently Might Die and others also launched the attack. It's almost there, Lu Han said in his heart, stepping forward with one hand, triggering the Ring of 10,000 Techniques. Futon, Wind Style, The Art of Flower Rain Cutting. Chapter 0738 Cage Level Old Purple. Huge lotus flowers bloomed in front of the odd-shaped mountain, and countless wind blades swept all around. Lu Han, who was surrounded by a heavy siege, was suddenly empty. Because the attack came too suddenly, there was no sign, so most Iwagakure ninjas were unprepared. S-rank ninjutsu is blooming, and more than 100 lives are harvested almost instantly. Others with a longer distance either blocked the attack with ninjutsu, or avoided it, but they were also injured. The secret of Lu Han's Ring of Wanshu has never been exposed, and the technique of cutting flowers and rain is not Lu Han's signature ninjutsu, so no one can judge Lu Han's identity based on this. Many Iwagakure ninjas are in fear. They will ask, this Kumogakure ninja will futon wind style. Yes, they thought Lu Han was a Kumogakure ninja. Because Lu Han is using Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. The instant S-rank ninja surgery, Lu Han's pressure was relieved a lot. Coupled with the life he had previously harvested with a knife, there were only more than 200 Iwagakure ninjas left around him. However, the insight map also reminded Lu Han that the 2,000 Iwagakure ninjas in the north had discovered the situation and rushed to the location where they were attacked. At least 400 people rushed to Kixing Mountain. Hundreds of ninjas would not pose much threat to Lu Han, but the key point is that among these hundreds of ninjas, there are strong ones. Forbearance. This is the most troublesome. Lu Han didn't retreat immediately, but was still rushing back and forth, reaping his life. 2 minutes later, 7 cyclones appeared around Lu Han at the same time, and then, in a larger circle, more than 20 cyclones appeared further away. Nearly 30 ninjas have appeared one after another. Lu Han glanced at him, and the closest to him turned out to be a level 60 gold boss, an old guy with all white hair. Hit! The old Iwagakure ninja shouted when he appeared. 30 ninjas hand seal at the same time, using various methods. They launched attacks almost in no particular order. Goodbye everyone. The attack was overwhelming, and Lu Han actually disappeared. Under the double-pointed rock mountain, Kim Might Die led 2 Kumogakure super elite Jonin, and they were fighting against Laozi and other strong men. Laozi and other 4 strong men besieged Kim Might Die, the 2 sides stalemate, and the 2 Kumogakure ninjas it seems like entering a land of no one. Rushing back and forth in a large group of Iwagakure ninjas, the speed of killing is not fast, and Taiju ninjas cannot quickly harvest life. Fortunately, they are all in Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode, and the defense is amazing, otherwise, there may be casualties. When Lu Han was investigating in the daytime, the commander of the Iwagakure Garrison Army, the cage-level powerhouse, Art, was here, but because Lao I killed him from the North Gate not long ago, Art was also attracted. Damn, why are these guys so difficult to deal with? Might Die was very anxious. In fact, with his strength, it was easy to beat Laozi and others, but there was one premise, that is, he made a big move. Lu Han didn't let him use his ultimate move, which would shorten his burst time. Because of this, Might Die stalemate with them, but this is a disadvantage for him, because more Iwagakure ninjas will come soon. If there are a few more super elites, he will be finished. Call. Lu Han appeared out of thin air on the battlefield of Shuangjianshan, where there is the Hiraishin kunai he released during the day. It's okay. Lu Han was relieved to see that the situation was not bad. Iwagakure 4-tailed man Jinchuriki, column power, level 60 bronze boss, purple. The strength is very strong. Lu Han was very fortunate to see Laozi's strength. Fortunately, Laozi at this time was only able to borrow some four-tailed chakra, and he could not perform ninjutsu with the four-tailed, and could not enter the four-tailed state. The strength is incomparable to the original. After Lu Han entered the battlefield, the situation that Laozi and others were barely able to maintain collapsed. After Lu Han chopped up a few trash fish, he joined Might Dai to meet Laozi. If I cut him, if the four tails are released, will they go berserk? Thoughts flashed through Lu Han's mind, but Lu Han did not show mercy. Yoden, lava style, chakra mode. Laozi has high temperature lava all over his body. Not only is his defense amazing, but his attack ability is also very pervert. When he steps on the ground, the soil and rocks under his feet will be melted. When fighting against Might Dai, Laozi didn't dare to approach Might Dai, because Kamendai's imposing manner was too amazing, with both hands and feet moving at high speed with flames, enough to compete with the lava on him. He knew that he would be blasted by Might Dai at close range, so he kept releasing ninjutsu attacks. After Lu Han appeared, he noticed it immediately, because Lu Han's breath was too strong, even more than the guy with fire in his hands and feet. When Lu Han rushed towards him, he was even more surprised and retreated. But I saw that a thin figure wearing a mask with lightning flashing all over his body rushed in. The figure of the whole body of lava retreated, and at the same time hand seal. Yoden, lava style, the art of burning river rock. Old Z spit out magma balls like a cannonball. Lu Han knew the power of this technique. Since his Raiden thunder style chakra mode is only LV3, it is easy to be broken, so he chose to dodge, move back and forth, and approach in a Z shape. Old purple. Protect Master Z. Quick. Stop him. Surrounded by screams, this group of ninjas who fought with Laozi seemed to have received orders to ensure his safety at a critical moment. When Laozi was in danger, they gave up the enemy in front of them at the same time and rushed towards Lu Han. Tisk tisk, four-tailed Jinchuriki, column power, life is precious. Lu Han made a strange voice mockingly, but he gave up chasing Laozi and instead attacked the surrounding ninjas. Lu Han still has many powerful methods that are useless. He can completely rush over and kill Laozi. But he can't do that, that would reveal his identity. According to his plan, he must not reveal his identity now, otherwise all Iwagakure ninjas will know that the cold light is coming, and he will definitely be under siege like never before, which will disrupt the plan. Lu Han, Might Dai, and two Kumogakure super elites joined forces to kill the quartet. It was a one-sided massacre. However, as more and more Iwagakure ninjas arrived, the pressure on the four of them was increasing. Lu Han's face suddenly changed drastically. The insight map shows that the Rock Fortress battlefield, 3 teammates blew, 2 disappeared one after another. Chapter 0739_5-tailed Jinchuriki, column force. According to Lu Han's assignment, he attacked Kixing Mountain alone. Might Dai led 2 Kumogakure Ultra Elites to attack Shuangjian Mountain. Kumogakure Cage level strong. Kan Yi led 2 Ultra Elites to attack the round Jinchuriki column tower. Kumogakure Cage level strong. The leader, Lurka, led 2 Kumogakure Ultra Elites to attack the rock fort. There is also Hatake Teishuo, whose mission is very special. He needs to roam outside the village of Iwagakure, robbing and killing ninjas who report to Onoki. On the whole, the task assigned to Lu Han was the most dangerous, because he not only wanted to attack Kixing Mountain alone, but also to support other battlefields, but Hatake Teishuo had the heaviest task. He can't go wrong. Once he didn't stop him, let some ninja break through his blockade and report to Onoki, and Onoki would definitely come back immediately. At that time, with Onoki's wisdom, he would definitely think that Lao Ai deliberately led him out. What's the matter? 2 people died so quickly. Lu Han was a little stunned. Iwagakure ninja in charge of guarding the rock fortress is Iwagakure Anbu. Is the Anbu ninja strong? Is strong. But Anbu ninjas are not suitable for frontal combat. They are experts in assassination and spying, and Anbu has special features in a small number of people. Lorca is cage level. Strength is level 60 bronze. Along with him are 2 level 50 gold bosses. If you let them kill people, Their speed of killing is definitely not fast, but if you say being killed. How could 3 ninjas who are good at speed, strength, and defense die so fast in Raiden Thunder style chakra mode? Who's where? Luhan noticed the big Yuhi's name. It was a level 60 gold boss named Diane. It was the old man who rushed to the foot of the strange-shaped mountain and attacked Luhan before. He was the strongest existence among the older generation of Iwagakure. Commander, famous in the ninja world. One thing worth mentioning is that the older generation of Iwagakure's powerhouses are far less powerful than the older generation of other ninja villages. In the original book, Onoki was like this. He was 70 or 80 years old and his fighting power exploded. The same is true for this big rock. I didn't detect him during the day. He is the strongest now. Luhan thought. Suddenly his expression was shocked. Whoa, it's him. Luhan thought of Whoa. Captain Iwagakure Anbu. It was the big Yuhi spot that Luhan detected during the day. Whoa is also a level 60 gold boss. It is estimated that his strength is a little worse than Diane, and Diane only came out at night, so he was replaced. With the strength of a level 60 gold boss, as long as the opportunity is right, it is not a problem to quickly kill 2 Kumogakure super elites who are good at speed and defense. Even if there is a Loka restraint, it is useless. The one who gets killed can't always be a level 60 bronze Lorca, the powerful boss, right? Although the level 60 gold boss is 2 levels stronger than the level 60 bronze, you must know that all ninjas who are good at defense are extremely difficult to kill. I still remember that in the battlefield of the country of Vortex, the level 60 elite Hyuga Hiyong, in order to cover the retreat of Tsunade, who was still a super elite, and others, he held the level 60 white silver boss Boiling Rain alone. And the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. In the end, Hyuga Hiyong did not die in battle, but was captured because of the poor chakra. The battlefield of Shuangjianshan, more and more Iwagakure ninjas came, and the advantages of Luhan and others were getting smaller and smaller, but they could still come and go freely. You go to the number 4 target point. Luhan shouted and then disappeared. Go, Might Dai shouted, and after breaking alone, let the other 2 Kumogakure ninjas evacuate first. Target point number 4 is the circular Jinchuriki column tower. The 3 teammates Lan were still there, and Luhan asked Might Dai to go for reinforcements, so that there would be 6 powerhouses. Even if there were reinforcements from Iwagakure over there, they could hold on for a while longer. The Rock Fortress battlefield. The death of the 2 companions made Loka go berserk, but saw his whole body flashing with thunder, turning into blue lightning, and attacking the Iwagakure Anbu ninja while avoiding the terrifying existence with all his strength. Roka has survived until now by relying entirely on his speed advantage, but he can't hold on for long, because he uses chakra to the limit, and the speed of chakra consumption is frighteningly fast. Luhan appeared on the edge of the battlefield out of thin air, and then his eyes widened. Dozens of Anbu ninjas from Iwagakure village and more than 100 Iwagakure garrison ninjas were arranging formations on the battlefield, preparing to trap Loka, who was flickering with lightning. Because of the previous battle, the terrain here became a bit complicated, high and low. Uneven. Loka is running wildly, attacking very little, and evading most of the time. It's like running for your life. And behind Lorca, there is always a monster chasing. The information displayed on the top of this monster's head is exactly Kumogakurinbu's Captain Whoa, but his appearance is Yuhi light shone all over his body, as if he was wearing Yuhi-colored armor, and 5 tails swayed behind him. Tailed Beast. Whoa is the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force mentioned in the original book was born in the village of Iwagakure, but not Whoa, but named Ban. Ban is known as the Steam Ninja. He is strong and often wears Yuhi-colored armor. His strength is terrible and he is good at taijutsu. Whoa and Ban are definitely not the same person. Because in this world, it's only 35 years of Konoha, the class in the original book should have been born not long ago. That is to say, Whoa is the generation of 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force before the class. I really didn't expect that Woohoo was hidden so deeply. Lu Han has never seen accurate information about the five-tailed Jinchuriki column power in Konoha Anbu, because the five-tailed Jinchuriki column power has not appeared for more than 10 years, and there are even rumors that Iwagakure has lost the five-tailed, let the five tails run away. Lu Han finally understood why the two Kumogakure super elites were quickly killed. Because the tailed beast-shaped Wahoo also has a very terrifying speed and strength. The speed is enough to catch up with the Kumogakure Ultra Elite, and the strength is enough to break the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode of the Kumogakure Ultra Elite. It is strange that the two are not dead. This guy, he has completely turned into a beast. Lu Han murmured, suddenly put away the knife, and then put his hands together. The light soared into the sky and quickly condensed. Susanoo. Chapter 0740 The cold light has come. Lu Han must take action against Wahoo, otherwise Luoka will die here. After killing Luoka, he will definitely go to support the battlefield of the round Jinchuriki column tower, and Lu Han will have to fight him sooner or later. And with Wahoo's strength, if Lu Han wanted to defeat him, he had to reveal a lot of abilities and thus reveal his identity. In this case, Lu Han simply revealed his identity directly and used Susanoo to beat the Wu-tailed Wahoo, which is considered to look down on him. Height of 70 to 80 meters appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Wahoo stopped chasing Loka directly, and the other Iwagakure ninjas also noticed the terrifying chakra fluctuation and turned around to look. Lorca took the opportunity to kill another person, broke through the encirclement and headed straight for Lu Han. He didn't stop until he ran behind Lu Han, and turned around to face the Iwagakure ninjas, as if he wanted to fight side by side with Lu Han. At the same time, Diane, who was rushing to the battlefield of the round Jinchuriki column tower, saw Lu Han's Susanoo from a distance. His face changed dramatically, and then he sent an order to attack in the direction of Susanoo. Iwagakure ninjas in other directions, except for the round Jinchuriki column tower battlefield, all Iwagakure ninjas in other positions, after seeing Susanoo, all start to move towards Susanoo. This is Susanoo of the cold light. When Lu Han broke through the village of Kurigakure by himself, he used Susanoo frequently. Thousands of ninjas in Kurigakure saw it. After the news spread, everyone in the whole ninja world was unaware. The five-tailed black waiter arrived at Lu Han and was shocked. After his pupils contracted violently, he bit Kiba and spit out two words, cold light. Ha! Lu Lang laughed. The huge Susanoo dashed forward, the huge sickle swung through the air, and the deafening whistling sound almost pierced one's eardrums. Ninjutsu. While the five-tailed crow was shouting, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lu Han. Dodging several times in a row, Wu-tailed Wahoo actually avoided Lu Han's continuous swing of the knife, jumped up and punched Susanoo in the abdomen, but did not shake Susanoo. Compared with speed and strength, Wu-tailed Wahoo was the same as the old man. I is far from it. Human Jinchuriki column strength is different from human Jinchuriki column strength. Even if it is the same five-tailed human Jinchuriki column strength, Wahoo and Ban in the original work are also different. Lu Han speculates that Wahoo should be inferior to Ban. Ban but once kicked out Kyuubi, Nine Tails Chakra Mode Naruto. Only in terms of speed and attack power, Ban's taijutsu ranks among the top in the original work. Kaden Fire Style Majestic Destroyer Flame Great Fire Annihilation. The power of the LV9 Majestic Destroyer Flame Great Fire Annihilation released in Susanoo state has reached ultimate, enough to compare the top S-level Kaden Fire Style ninjutsu. Lu Han released Kaden Fire Style because not only were there Uruho, and a lot of Iwagakure ninjas. It would be very difficult for Woohoo to break through Lu Han's Susanoo in the short term. If he uses the most powerful move, there is a possibility of breaking. In the face of a siege, Lu Han was also very difficult to kill Wahoo quickly, so he planned to clear the little minions first. Lu Han started, and Loka was naturally not idle, and rushed into the crowd of Iwagakure ninjas. Go to target number 4 for support. Lu Han shouted. He doesn't like someone getting in the way here. Roka's strength is not enough, and he can't form an effective support for Lu Han. Letting him go to the battlefield of Jinchuriki Column Tower will have a great effect. After all, cage level exists. Luhan will definitely attract most of the Iwagakure ninjas to attack, and there will not be too many who can fight Might Dai and Kumogakure ninjas in the round Jinchuriki Column Tower battlefield. After Lorca left, no one was chasing him, and Luhan began to kill the quartet. It is easy to kill those Jonin and elite Jonin. Before the exhausted Iwagakure garrison army arrives, Luhan is fighting with the advantage of crushing, but this situation will not last long. Outside the village of Iwagakure, 10 kilometers to the north, there is a canyon. Quick! Damn it, I really didn't come alone. This is a conspiracy, and we've fallen for it. Lord Tsuchikage must know. 5 Iwagakure scouts were running wild in the canyon. They received an order not long ago to go to the north to find Onoki, who was going after Lao Ai. Whether or not Onoki will return to Iwagakure village immediately, they must tell him about it immediately. Call. The wind was blowing in the valley, and under the moonlight, there seemed to be a flash of sword light. Chirp _. A glimpse appeared from the back of the 5-person team, reached the front of the team in an instant, and stopped abruptly. The blade of Kurigakure is bleeding. 5 Iwagakure scouts fell to the ground at the same time before they could even scream in agony, with their 5 round heads rolling around on the ground. Why do you give me this kind of task? The teacher is really... Hatake Taishuo turned around and muttered dissatisfiedly. He felt that it was a waste to put such a master here. Even sending the weakest Kumogakure ninja among the 8 would be enough to easily deal with the scout team in charge of the message. Hatake Taishuo wanted to directly participate in the attack on Iwagakure village, but Luhan refused. 10 minutes later. Damn. Quick. The cold light is here. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Another Iwagakure scout rushed into the valley and headed straight to the north, and this time, there was a squadron of 28 scouts, and they had to pass on a very, very important situation. A cold light appeared in Iwagakure village. Onoki must go back to Iwagakure village right away. Iwagakure executives have realized the seriousness of the problem, and some wise people guess that since I deliberately lured Onoki away, it is likely to arrange for people to prevent Iwagakure from reporting to Onoki, so there are so many people to report this time. The squadron leader who leads the team is close to the elite Jonin in strength. Feeling the approaching of nearly 30 breaths, Hatake Taishuo, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked, slowly raised his sickle, and injected chakra. The mist surged, quickly filling a section of the canyon, and spreading to a larger area. Hatake Taishuo can say that Luhan's first true direct disciple, Kushina, is not counted, because Luhan did not teach her any special skills. In the early years, after Luhan obtained the Blade of Kurigakure, he made good use of the ability of the Blade of Kurigakure to create dense fog. After passing the Blade of Kurigakure to Hatake Taishuo did the same. But this time, it's foggy. Something's wrong, it's ninjutsu. Go away, quick. Iwagakure squadron, which was close to the thick fog, was scattered in all directions, and they all ran up the stone walls on both sides of the canyon. Chapter 0741 block the pursuit. As a dense fog maker, Hatake Taishuo, who is in the thick fog, will not be affected. The moonlight shines into the canyon, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see the situation at a slightly distant location, but Hatake Taishuo is a cage level strong. Naturally there is no such problem. Damn it! Hatake Taishuo scolded after seeing the Iwagakure scout squadron leave, turning into a shadow and running out. After a breath, Hatake Taishuo appeared behind an Iwagakure scout. The ninja was running up the rock wall. Hatake Taishuo slashed it out, and then without looking, stepping on the rock wall, he ran to the other side. An Iwagakure scout. No one is the enemy of Hatake Taishuo. Hatake Taishuo bounced back and forth in the valley, quickly reaping his life. After he killed more than a dozen people, the remaining dozen people, some of whom had rushed to the vertical idiots, reached the mountain on the side of the canyon, and jumped and moved among the steep rocks. These guys don't come to besiege me, they keep running. Could it be that they got a death order before? Hatake Taishuo raised his whole heart. If any fish slipped through the net and ran to report to Onoki, the action tonight would probably fall short. Kill 25 people in a row. There are 3 more, these Sanin are all Jonin, who have already rushed out of the canyon and ran all the way north. Hatake Taishuo chased him out of the valley. 2 minutes later, he caught up with one of them and killed him, but the other 2 were nowhere to be found. They knew that the strong man was chasing him, and they would definitely leave separately. Shuo pursued according to the traces. Even if he was lucky enough to catch up with one, he would not have time to catch up with the other. The desolate Gobi, the sand is full of wind, and the blood is scattered in the wind. Hatake Taishuo stabbed one by one, standing beside the headless corpse, blood dripping from the tip of the knife. Hatake Taishuo pondered for half a minute. Hatake Taishuo made a decision, no longer obsessed with chasing and killing a certain Iwagakure scout, but it was straight to where Lao Ai and Onoki fought. At his speed, he would definitely arrive there first, so that he would have the opportunity to kill again. 10 minutes later. It is another desolate Gobi, but it is not silent. Lao Ai is flashing with thunder, and savagely attacking Onoki, while Onoki resists Lao Ai with Doden Earth style. The current position has not been damaged. Onoki also has Jinten particle style, stunt it's useless. The 2 powerhouses are fighting for life and death, and they will make a big move before they come up. Using Jinten particle style consumes a lot of chakra, so Onoki won't use it until you're not sure. Lao Ai also did not use the hell thrust known as the strongest spear. Over the years, Lao Ai and Onoki have played against each other many times, and almost every time they will fight for a day and a night, but this time, the 2 only played for dozens of minutes. The smoke and dust billowed, the roar was bursting, the moonlight was eclipsed by the thunder, and the mountains in the distance were not as spectacular as the rock spurs erupting from the cracked land nearby. 6 Iwagakure ninjas were scattered around the battlefield, forming a huge circle, watching the battle. They were all waiting for Onoki to hit Lao Ai hard, then Lao Ai would definitely retreat, so they could swarm up and kill Lao Ai. South of the Gobi battlefield, on a rocky mountain. Hatake Taishuo hid in the hollow of the rock Yamanaka, with his eyes closed, feeling the chakra fluctuations around him. As long as the 2 Iwagakure Jonin didn't walk around in a big circle and wanted to report to Onoki, they would definitely pass by nearby. Here, Hatake Taishuo suddenly opened his eyes, and then disappeared like the wind. He felt the breath of someone. The ground composed of sheets of rock is full of cracks. The smallest crack is tens of meters long and 1 or 2 meters wide. The largest crack is like a moat, several kilometers long and more than 10 meters wide at its widest point. Looking down at the crack, unfathomable, can be called abyss. Iwagakure Jonin was speeding through this area, but he saw him jumping over and over again, each time accurately jumping over the crack. The wind seemed to have suddenly picked up a lot. This Iwagakure Jonin jumped again. His body was in the air, and the abyss was below. Knife light flashes. Hatake Taishuo rushed out of the darkness and flashed in front of this Iwagakure Jonin. The shadow crossed the arc and landed on the rocky ground opposite the abyss. Iwagakure Jonin broke into 2 sections in the air, and the body fell into the abyss. Hatake Taishuo just turned around, but his spirit was shocked. Looking to the south, he felt the breath of another Iwagakure Jonin. Here he is. It's really good luck, Hatake Taishuo muttered and disappeared. Konoha Village, Rock Fortress Battleground. The huge Susanoo dashed left and right among the densely packed Iwagakure ninjas, waving the huge sickle frequently, trying to kill more Iwagakure ninjas. Around the rock fort, there are corpses everywhere, and blood is flowing everywhere. But there are still thousands of ninjas in Iwagakure, including 5 cage-level ninjas and more than 20 super elite Jonin. This is a very scary number. That's what Iwagakure is all about. Luhan has been fighting here for half an hour. Not counting the ninjas that Onoki still took away, at least 80% of the fighting power of Iwagakure village was used on him. During these half an hour, Luhan initially slaughtered the quartet, killing a lot of people, but now, he has been beaten, and even trying to kill some Chunin Jonin has become extremely difficult, because every time Susanoo swings the knife, we'll encounter a large group of Iwagakure ninja release Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu to resist. It is worth mentioning that Luhan's Susanoo has been broken 3 times since the battle, and nearly 50% of his chakra has been consumed. Luhan has never experienced such a fast and terrifying consumption in a battle. Hangguang, today is your day of death. Dian, the strongest in the room, shouted angrily, but saw his white hair fluttering in the wind, and his wrinkled face was full of sturdy colors. The 8th total attack. Hit. Doden, Earth-style, Earthquake Cone Art. Shake the mountain. The ground in front of the big rock cracked, and a large number of rocks flew into the sky, condensed into a huge rock cone with a length of 20 meters, and hit Susanoo. Wu-tailed Waho also launched a big move, fiercely attacking Susanoo, and a large number of Iwagakure ninjas near Luhan all attacked Susanoo with ninjutsu. 5 Rashomon. Luhan completed the hand seal instantly. Chapter 0742_Cold Light is seriously injured. Then Susanoo burst out from the ground. There were 5 gates in total. At the first appearance, 3 gates were broken by a large number of ninjutsu attacks. The 4th gate persisted for a second and was broken, and the 5th gate was broken by Wu-tailed Waho with Shaking Mountain. Wu-tailed Waho seemed to have transformed into a wild beast. His whole body was burning with flames, and Yuhi's light shone. At the same time, the rocky ground under Luhan's feet exploded again, and a large number of rocks flew up and smashed into Luhan. There were also rock thorns attacking Susanoo's feet, and some Iwagakure ninjas abandoned the boulder and attacked Susanoo's waist and abdomen. From the sky, a 20-meter-long giant rock cone fell and bombarded Susanoo's head. Boom! Rumbling rumbling. Susanoo collapsed directly under various powerful attacks, and Luhan was exposed to overwhelming attacks because of Iwagakure's forbidden technique, which blocked the space in a small area, making it difficult for Luhan to use it immediately. Horizon. Playing too big. I must not die. After Susanoo was shattered, Luhan immediately ran away, blasting thunder light all over his body, pulled out the Sword of Shock, and a huge force erupted under his feet, and the whole person went straight to the sky like a cannonball. In fact, the sky is the most dangerous, because the giant rock cone did not collapse after breaking Susanoo, and was still attacking downward. The reason why Luhan chose to attack the top is because once he can break through from above, he can leave here more calmly. The S-level Doden, Earth-style, forbidden technique launched by Dian has the power to crack Susanoo. Even if this forbidden technique attacks Susanoo alone, it can pose a great threat, not to mention that the ninjutsu that just attacked Susanoo is overwhelming. At this moment, the giant rock cone still maintains at least 80% of its power. Only Lao Ai and Luhan can resist the attack, but he has no hesitation. Attack is the best defense. The Sky, and the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode was stimulated to ultimate, and the knife light was densely packed into hundreds of thousands in an instant, like a cloud of knives. It all sounds complicated, but it actually happened in a very short period of time. Boom _. Luhan collided with the giant rock cone. The rock cone collapsed from bottom to top, and the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode on Luhan also became unstable. After 3 breaths, the sky-high Luhan went from bottom to top. The giant rock was completely shattered, and the exploded rock cone formed a cloud of dust and powder with a diameter of more than 100 meters, and Luhan rushed to the top of the dust cloud. Raiden Thunder style chakra pattern on Luhan's body collapsed and disappeared. The black robe on his body also burst, and blood Yuhi appeared on the skin, dripping with blood. Seriously injured. Cold Light is injured. Quick. Above, do it. Dian and Wu-wei Waho reacted the fastest. Dian flickered and disappeared to the ground. Wu-wei Waho squatted down, and then rushed to the sky. The two appeared before and after Luhan almost at the same time. Dian handed the hand seal with one hand, and a huge rock fist appeared directly in his hand, smashing at Luhan, and Wu-hu attacked Luhan's back. He. Luhan, who was dripping with blood, sneered. If there were no other Iwagakure ninjas to assist in the battle, these two would not be his opponents at all. Now that the other Iwagakure ninjas are below, they cannot immediately attack Lu Han in the sky. The two even dared to take the initiative to rush up. Do you really think that Lao Su's injury is a soft persimmon? Call _ Lu Han swirled in the air, and the blade light slashed in all directions. It looked like a rapidly spinning blade cloud. Wu Hu's attack was resisted by Lu Han's blade light, but had no effect, while Lu Han was swirling. Dian, the knife is madly twisted. The reason why he chose to attack Dian is because this guy is easier to kill. Although his ultimate move is stronger than Waho, his defense is far worse. Boom. Dian's huge rock fist was directly smashed, and then, Lu Han's knife light shrouded him, and he was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Han, who was seriously injured, would be so fierce. At a critical moment, the curse mark that appeared on Dian's body, followed by the rock armor covering his whole body. This is Dian's life-saving means, and it can be instant. The rock armor only lasted for a second after it appeared, and it was smashed by the knife rain, and Dian was covered in blood and retreated violently. Call, ha. It took only a few seconds for Lu Han to attack Dian in the sky. After Dian retreated, more than a dozen figures appeared around Lu Han. All of them were strong Iwagakure, either super elite or shadows. Lu Han immediately retracted his sword. His figure was illusory for a moment, and he moved more than 100 meters in the air. Then he broke away from the restriction placed by the strong Iwagakure on the ground below, and sensed Hiraishin Kanai in the battlefield of the round Jinchuriki column tower. Ha, you Iwagakure's treasure house, my cold light has robbed me. Ha, a bunch of trash. Lu Han laughed wildly and disappeared out of thin air. Gone. The battlefield of the rock fortress was still in chaos. Many ninjas were looking for them. While observing the surroundings, some ninjas with master secret techniques were sensing the surroundings, but Lu Han really left and was far away from the battlefield. Naturally, they couldn't feel it. Lord Yan, the wu-tailed Waho ran back and forth for a while, then rushed to the crowd to gather, forcing the Iwagakure ninjas who were watching, and rushed into the middle of the crowd. The elderly Oiwa was slumped on the ground, and he was healed by the Iwagakure medical ninja. He didn't die under Lu Han's knife, because the situation was too urgent, and Lu Han couldn't pursue him further, but he was still seriously injured, with a huge wound torn on his abdomen, one ear missing, his waist, under the ribs, on the arms, on the legs, there were knife cuts everywhere. The medical ninja was healing him, and when Dian saw Waho coming over, he immediately said excitedly, "Don't let Hengguang rob the treasure house. Stop him, you must stop him. Then send someone to inform Onoki, let him come back, let him come back." I understand. Wu Hu held Dian's hand and nodded, his eyes bloodshot. Jinchuriki column tower. Lu Han immediately fled into the darkness and went straight to the tallest building nearby. The final step of his plan. Once Lu Han expresses his intention to rob the treasure house, after the chaos of Iwagakure, there will be more people to guard the real treasure house. Lu Han would like to see, at this time, which place is still being taken care of, and where is the real treasure house. Chapter 0743 _ The treasure trove is here. Round Jinchuriki column tower, there is a 17-story stone building. This is the office of the administrative department of Iwagakure village. After the chaos in Iwagakure, all the Iwagakure ninjas who were on standby basically rushed to various battlefields. In the later stage, most of the Iwagakure ninjas went to fight Lu Han. Therefore, there are very few Iwagakure ninjas stationed in the Iwagakure administrative tower at this time, not even 10. Lu Han didn't kill anyone, but quietly appeared on the top floor of the tower, using the technique of concealment to melt himself into the darkness, standing by the window and looking in the direction of the rock fortress. Populated Yuhi names everywhere. Lu Han watched with his eyes, and sometimes turned his attention to the insight map. He wanted to see what Iwagakure would do next. After all, for them, Hongguang is not dead, but Hongguang has a history of robbing the treasure house, and Kurigakure has been robbed. Lu Han's plan was not profound, but it was extremely dangerous. According to Lu Han's arrangement, apart from Lao Ai keeping Onoki in check and Hitaki Tai Shuo robbing and killing the reporting ninja, the remaining 10 people will attack 4 suspect locations at the same time. There are 2 benefits to doing this. First, all 4 suspected locations were attacked, so that Iwagakure could see which location Iwagakure cared more about, but the plan did not change quickly, because the 2 Iwagakure super elites died too fast, causing Lu Han's arrangement to be disrupted. Follow-up analysis of a little arrangement is also scrapped. Second, if one of the 4 suspected locations is a real treasure house, then there must be strong guards in the treasure house. Lu Han has an insight map. He can analyze it through the insight map, where suddenly there are a few more masters, chasing teammate Lan. Unfortunately, Lu Han didn't find anything. It seems that no strong man has suddenly appeared from any suspected location, and they have all moved from all over the village of Iwagakure. It's very strange. Is there no strong guard in the Iwagakure treasury? It's possible. Because there are too many strong men of the older generation. Since I started fighting Iwagakure, there have been a few, and after the 4 suspected locations were attacked, another batch appeared. Lu Han was not entirely sure. But then again, none of the above matters. The most important thing is that Lu Han and others have disabled the defense arrangements of the 4 suspect locations. This is the fundamental purpose of Lu Han's arrangement of the attack. Defense arrangements of the 4 locations were all crippled, and while Iwagakure was chasing Lu Han and others, he had to make new arrangements. Lu Han wanted to find the treasure house through their new arrangement. The Rock Fortress battlefield, thousands of Yuhi started to move. A large number of Yuhi went to reinforce the round Jinchuriki column tower battlefield, and some were extremely scattered and seemed to be searching. Some were in groups, going to garrison somewhere, and also a small group of Iwagakure ninjas went straight to the north of the village, seemingly to leave the village of Iwagakure, to inform Onoki. Lu Han's time is running out, because a large number of Iwagakure ninjas will arrive soon in the round Jinchuriki column tower battlefield. Might Dai, Kani, Loka and other 6 people will be in danger, and Lu Han must go to meet them. Round Jinchuriki column tower battlefield was initially attacked by 3 people including Kani, then Might Dai and 3 went to reinforce, Lurka went to reinforce, a total of 7 people, and then a blue dot disappeared. Yes, another dead. Lu Han wasn't sure which one died, but it couldn't be the 3 big shadows. As time passed by, Lu Han also became anxious. Although Iwagakure has begun to rearrange, Lu Han has not yet seen where the treasure trove is. Lu Han was suddenly shocked because he saw a very strange situation. 5-tailed Wahoo actually released the tailed beast state. This is unreasonable. The battle is not over. The cold light is likely to make a comeback, or make a sneak attack, and if he removes the tailed beast state, the speed and strength will be greatly weakened, and the body defense will be greatly weakened. The force is equal to direct emptying, which is inconvenient for him to support the round Jinchuriki column tower battlefield. Isn't he in a hurry to help? Isn't he afraid of cold light sneak attack? Moreover, Wahoo disappeared immediately after the tailed beast was released. If Lu Han could not see his name suddenly appear in the dark alley, it would be impossible to know where he went. This guy is sneaking around in Iwagakure village, on his own site. Lu Han squinted and thought for a while, then disappeared by the window. He has to follow Iwagakure Anbu Captain Uho. Because this guy is not a big Yuhi, his strength is a little worse than Dion. Although Dion's actual combat power is not as good as Wahoo because of his injuries, his rating is still the same as before, so it is difficult for Lu Han to use the insight map to determine his position. Go up. While tracking Wahoo, Lu Han did not forget to pay attention to the situation on the map. Once there was a danger in the battlefield of the round Jinchuriki column tower, he had to go back immediately. You can't ruin Might Dai and others here for the Iwagakure treasure house, it's not worth it. Wahoo ran wildly in the dark alley while making a strange whistle. After he crossed 2 alleys and entered a back street, more than 20 Iwagakure Anbu ninjas appeared next to him in less than a minute. This way. Wu Hu subconsciously lowered his voice, gave an order to the gathered Anbu ninjas, and then dispersed with the Anbu ninjas at the same time. After 2 minutes. The Shuangjianshan battlefield is the suspected location that Might Dai led people to fight at first. Lu Han came here for the first time to provide support. After that, Lu Han, Might Dai and others all left, and because Lu Han took the initiative to reveal his identity, it attracted many people. For some Iwagakure ninjas, there are only a dozen ninjas led by Lao Zi. Waho appeared out of thin air in front of the stone gate of the cave, and Lao Zi immediately appeared beside Waho. 2 people, Jinchuriki Column, said something in a low voice, and Wu Hu pushed open the stone door and ducked in, while Lao Zi didn't go in. After closing the stone door, he turned around and looked around, then disappeared and hid nearby. Dark place. They didn't know that the whole process of the two joining and then separating was watched by Lu Han, who had followed him all the way in the dark. Lao Zi didn't even participate in the war after that, he's been here all the time. Lu Han's eyes lit up. No more guessing. It can be said to be conclusive evidence. Here is the treasure house. Must be here. Chapter 0744_support clearance. Lu Han suddenly figured out one thing. Is the Iwagakure treasure house really not guarded by strong people all year round? Not really. Lao Zi is the strong one. He is a 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force, but he does not have the power of a master-tailed beast, so he cannot transform into a beast. If defeated and killed, Iwagakure's losses will be huge. Therefore, in the past few years, Lao Zi has hardly participated in the Ninja World War. He has never been on the front lines. Going to Konoha village once was also the role of the messenger. If it weren't for various reasons, Lao Zi's mission would not have been a little dangerous. Such a cage-level powerhouse, but he can't be used on the front line, can't let him perform dangerous war missions, it can be said to be a waste, so it's more appropriate to let him guard the treasure house. In addition to Lao Zi, there is another Iwagakure strongman who has crossed the threshold of cage level, as well as a number of ultra-elite strongmen. Because of this configuration, Lao Zi and other talents resisted the explosive Might Dai. Which is also in line with the characteristics that the treasure house needs to be guarded by many strong people together. Of course, the most important thing is that Waho came here with strange behavior, only to let Lu Han confirm that this is the treasure house. In the darkness, the corners of Lu Han's mouth evoked a gloomy arc. Wangtian did not take pains. For today's action, Kumogakure has already damaged 3 strong men, and Lu Han was also seriously injured. It is time to harvest. Lu Han took one last look at Shimon and then disappeared. Round Jinchuriki column tower is in ruins. The tower has disappeared. This is not like a rock fortress battlefield. The rock fortress there is in the shape of a tortoise shell, and its defense is extremely amazing. Even if it is affected by the battle, it will not be completely destroyed. The spread will collapse. 2 Kumogakure shadow ninjas, Kanye and Loka fought side by side, and behind them, Might Dai and 3 Kumogakure super elites. Might Dai's injuries were not minor, but not life-threatening. Might Dai in this world is very different from the Might Dai in the original book. The Might Dai in the original book has not been specially trained, so the 8 inner gates are not used. The strength is very poor, but the Might Dai in this world, Lu Han knows his situation. When Lu Han was in charge of Anbu, he unconditionally opened up a lot of resources to Might Dai, giving him a lot of training time. This leads to the fact that Might Dai, who is not in the state of the 8 inner gates, also has the strength of a general Jonin, pure physique Jonin. However, even the strength of Jonin is still a huge gap compared to Yi Kan and others. In this chaotic situation, even the super elite will die, not to mention him. The reason why he is still alive is because Yi Kan waiting for someone to protect him. This is the agreement reached between Lu Han and Lao Ai. Because Lu Han came to do the most dangerous thing, and Lu Han might even die in battle. Lao Ai was just keeping Onoki in check. He really wanted to run away. Lu Han was needed to find the treasure house, and Lu Han was needed to take away the treasures in the treasure house. Ability. Luhan paid too much. His life was worth more than other Kumogakure powerhouses except Lao Ai. Of course he can make conditions. I also agreed. Therefore, Might Dai will be protected after entering a weak state, which is the order given by Lao Ai and Luhan after reaching an agreement. The fact is that even without Lao Ai's order, several Kumogakure strongmen are willing to protect Might Dai. On the one hand, Might Dai is too powerful to burst out, which makes them admire. On the other hand, Might Dai does not only burst once. After each outbreak of Might Dai, Chakra's state disappears after bottoming out and needs to be protected, but he only needs to be protected for a period of time and Chakra recovers, and he can enter the seven-door state again. Although he will enter the seven-door state afterward. The state cannot be maintained for too long, even less than a minute, but even half a minute is enough for Might Dai to solve a lot of trouble. Might Dai is like a war machine that can be used intermittently. Connie and others protecting him are equivalent to accumulating big moves. And now, right now, Might Dai became extremely important to them. Because they were already surrounded, but they couldn't break out. The battlefield that has been turned into ruins, more and more Iwagakure ninjas come to join the siege of Connie and others. The pressure on Connie and others is getting bigger and bigger. Like a boat in the raging sea, it may capsize at any time. Want to break through, but very difficult. I'm coming. Might Dai, who was protected in the middle of the crowd, suddenly shouted, and the air burst out of his body. Connie stepped aside immediately, and Might Dai, who had entered the seven-door state, stormed out, almost pushing forward, trying to break the encirclement, while Connie and others followed behind Might Dai. More than 20 seconds later, Might Dai had already led people to the edge of the encirclement, but the aura of the whole person quickly weakened, and the 8 inner gates dispersed. Almost rushed out. Connie immediately flashed in front of Might Dai, his whole body shone with lightning, and his heavy punches shattered the flying boulder. Luhan appeared on the ruins on the edge of the battlefield, his eyes quickly glanced at the situation, and then his hands together, the light shot into the sky and condensed. Susanoo. Leave here, leave it to me. Luhan roared, waving a huge sickle. Connie and the others looked overjoyed, because Iwagakure ninjas were attracted by Luhan, and their pressure suddenly eased. Ikon Garoka's 2 shadow ninjas were at the forefront, leading people to break through. With less pressure, they were hardly blocked effectively, leaving the battlefield directly, escaping into the darkness and leaving quickly. Just as Ikon and others left, hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas poured into the other direction of the battlefield. Luhan has the technique of Hiraishin, he can move freely, and he can go back and forth between the major target battlefields without taking a second. He spent a few minutes tracking Waho before, and during these few minutes, the Iwagakure ninjas on the Rock Fortress battlefield were all on the way to support. Only the fast ones arrived here first, and the follow-up large forces were only now arriving. Luhan saw that Might Dai, Yikon and others were out of danger. He stopped fighting, released Susanoo, and disappeared. Yikon and the other 6 were moving at high speed in the dark. Luhan found them with his insight on the map and caught up with them from behind. Follow me, Luhan shouted, grabbed Might Dai who was running slowly, and led the way to the front. Chapter 0745 Importance of Leaders. North of Iwagakure village, more than 30 kilometers away. Doten, Earth style. Just before Iwagakure Jonin completed the hand seal, the knife light slashed in front of him, his head flew up, and he fell to the ground softly. Hataki Taishuo threw off the blood on Kurigakure's blade, panted and looked to the southwest, then turned into a shadow and headed straight for that direction. It has been an hour and a half, and Hataki Taishuo has successfully intercepted 4 batches of Iwagakure ninjas who want to report to Onoki. He's been running back and forth. This is the 5th batch of scouts who want to report to Onoki. Hataki Taishuo already has the feeling that he can't stop them. It's not because of how strong these scouts are. There are still most of them in Chunin. He can kill them casually, mainly because... Hataki Taishuo killed several groups of people before, and the bodies were too late to clean up. These corpses will always remind later Iwagakure scouts that they are being robbed. As a result, the more Iwagakure scouts came later, the more careful they were and the more complicated the route they took. Hatake Taishuo could no longer wait for the rabbits. When the Iwagakure scouts arrived, he had to take the initiative to look for them. Gobi Battlefield. Onoki is still on a par with Lao Ai. It seems that the fight is very intense. In fact, this is just the beginning. In just over an hour, the two have not found a breakthrough point to defeat the other party. Hitting. Boom. A roar suddenly sounded about a kilometer south of the battlefield. Although the sound was not loud enough to reach the battlefield, and it was the same as the battle between Lao Ai and Onoki, it was still heard by several Iwagakure ninjas watching. The Iwagakure super elite Jonin named Bai Chao looked back, frowned, glanced in Onoki's direction again, and gestured twice to the nearby companions before running towards the south. 1 kilometer to the south, under a low mountain. Ground crumbled. It was traces of Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu, and there was blood and some blood, but no body was visible. Bai Chao came over and scanned the scene, his face changed and changed. Just now, someone died here, but the murderer had already left and took away the body of the deceased. Over there. Bai Chao suddenly raised her head again, looking to the southwest, where there were chakra fluctuations. Disappearing suddenly, Bai Chao used the Doden, Earth-style, blinking technique to move to the other side. The distance was very close, only a few hundred meters. Bai Chao took out the mountain. Hatake Taishuo had already killed 2 Iwagakure scouts, but there was still a third person. He really couldn't stop him, but he still tried his best. 4. Death. Hatake Taishuo rushed to the third person and slashed with a knife. Iwagakure was attacked. Cold light. The Iwagakure scout gave a mournful reminder before he died, and he was cut off before he finished speaking. Bai Chao appeared 100 meters behind, looked at Hatake Taishuo, and heard Iwagakure when the scout died. His face changed dramatically. A cold light flashed in Hatake Taishuo's eyes, and he suddenly burst out, attacking Bai Chao. But Bai Chao is not an ordinary ninja either. He has the name of a strong man. Although he is not the opponent of Hatake Taishuo, he cannot be killed immediately. Bai Chao fled away, and soon returned to the outermost periphery of the Gobi battlefield. Lord Tsuchikage, Iwagakure was attacked. Cold light. He didn't speculate on what the Iwagakure scout had said before he died, but recited it, and let Onoki analyze it himself, so that there would be no wrong transmission. What? Onoki, who was battling with Lao Ai, showed an unbelievable expression, and then he burst into anger and became crazy. You fucking deliberately lure me out. Cold light is coming. You guys are calculating me. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lao Ai laughed wildly without answering Onoki. Damn it. Onoki retreated, about to rush back to Iwagakure village. Old Ai immediately caught up, intending to entangle Onoki. Come on together, quick, Onoki yelled angrily. The 6 Iwagakure powerhouses around got the order, and at the same time, they started to attack Lao Ai. Hatake Taishuo watched from a distance, seeing that Onoki already knew the situation, and did not go to help Lao Ai, he just retreated. Go to Iwagakure village. The order that Lu Han gave at the beginning was that once Iwagakure successfully reported the situation to Onoki, he could go directly to Iwagakure and join the battle in Iwagakure village. Old Ai will never have a problem. Even if he is at a disadvantage in the face of the siege, he will not easily die in battle. At his speed, he really wants to leave. Hatake Taishuo goes up and mixes up, but it is not good. Not only can he not be of great help to Lao Ai, but he will fall into extreme danger. In this situation. The village of Iwagakure was full of people, shouting. Lu Han has not yet launched an attack on the treasure house, but has been running with others, finding the best escape route through the insight map, but does not leave the Iwagakure village, but is in the Kabuto circle in the Iwagakure village. He needs to lead the Iwagakure village large troops. Going to a slightly farther position, let Kan Yi, Might Dai and others take the initiative to show up, forming a certain containment. In this way, Lu Han would have enough time to rob the treasure house. At present, there are still active Iwagakure ninjas in Iwagakure village. They are roughly divided into several groups in action. One group is guarding several important locations in Iwagakure village, one group is responsible for searching, and the other group is mobile troops. This group has the largest number of people. There are thousands of them, and there are many strong people. They dare not separate, for fear of being defeated by Lu Han. Onoki has not returned to preside over the overall situation, and Oiwa also disappeared from the map. He should have been hiding somewhere to heal his injuries. The current Iwagakure village lacks effective commanders and people who can make decisions, so the layout is not appropriate. That's the importance of a village leader, and it's not just about strength. Example, if Onoki is in the village of Iwagakure, he can completely decide to abandon a few important locations and mobilize more troops to join the search, or he can gather most of his troops outside the treasure house and not give Lu Han any chance to rob the treasure house. If you give up, you will gain, and if you give up some, you can hold on to something better. However, no one in Iwagakure except Onoki dared to make such a decision. It can be said that as long as Onoki comes back, it will be several times more difficult for Lu Han to rob the treasure house. In the north of Iwagakure village, in a mansion, Lu Han appeared out of thin air with people, pointed to the main building in the mansion and said, "Smash. Lead them here." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Han disappeared in place. Time to get started. Chapter 0746_Asphyxia. After Lu Han left, Kanyi and others all entered Raiden, Thunder-style, chakra mode and completely destroyed the main building. Might Dai, who had recovered slightly, did not move and was still resting. He wants to shoot at the most critical moment. The main building collapsed and roared, which immediately attracted the Iwagakure ninjas who were searching nearby. The shouts sounded one after another, and the news was passed quickly, and a large number of Iwagakure ninjas rushed to the courtyard where Kanyi and others were. This courtyard is located in the north of Iwagakure village. After a large number of Iwagakure ninjas arrive here, Lu Han will attack the treasure house with thunder. It might take a few minutes. All Lu Han wanted was these few minutes. Don't ask for murder, just for money. Therefore, Lu Han intends that after entering the Iwagakure treasury, no matter how many enemies there are in it, he will not love to fight. Even if he bears their attacks, Lu Han will take the treasure first, and then leave after taking it. Don't try to rob the treasure house in this way, but Lu Han can. Because he has room for a backpack. Lu Han wanted to get out of the treasure house and escape before most of the Iwagakure ninjas rushed outside. Absolutely cannot be blocked. That's it. In Kurigakure, Lu Han was blocked, but what was the quality of those Kurigakure ninjas? It's just a lot of numbers, the average strength is not high, and Iwagakure is different, the number is not as much as the original Kurigakure, but the quality is scary. Under Shuangjian Mountain, because the previous battle has been reduced to ruins, there is not much shelter. Lu Han hides in a low stone house 200 meters away, sometimes looking at the insight map, sometimes looking out. At present, there are about 200 Iwagakure ninjas outside Shuangjian Mountain, including Laozi and other strong ones, and many are Iwagakure Anbu ninjas. They are all hidden, so not much can be seen directly with the naked eye. If Lu Han didn't have insight into the map, it would be hard to tell that there were a lot of masters ambushed here. Of Iwagakure village, the insight map shows that more than 100 Iwagakure ninjas have arrived at the compound, and at least 1,000 Yuhi points are moving there. Wait a minute. Lu Han determined that the pressure on Kanyi and others was already very high through the insight map, so he turned his eyes to the outside again, staring at the Shimen under the Shuangjian Mountain, and a violent airflow suddenly erupted from his body. Raiden, Thunder-style, chakra mode. Lu Han directly exposed himself, which made Laozi, who was hidden in the dark, suddenly change color. Boom. The berserk Lu Han rushed out of the low stone house, went straight to the stone gate of the cave, and shouted at the same time, "Hangguang is here. Those who block me die." With the blessing of chakra, Lu Han's voice was like thunder deafening, it spread throughout the entire Iwagakure village. But I saw the blue thunder flashing quickly, directly smashing the stone door and entering the passage. A second later, Laozi appeared outside the broken stone gate, and then a large number of Iwagakure ninjas appeared, gathered together, and blocked the entrance of the hole. There is an Iwagakure super elite Jonin who wants to rush into the cave, but is stopped by Laozi. "You don't need to go in," Laozi coldly shouted. Listening to his tone, he didn't want someone to go in and stop the cold light. A pair of puzzled eyes turned to Laozi. Why didn't they go in? Is it to be arranged outside, and then besiege him when the cold light comes out? This is also a correct tactic, but you must know that the five-tailed Jinchuriki, column Li Wuhou is still inside, and he will be killed by Han Guang. The space inside is limited. If we go in, even if we can join forces to kill Han Guang, many people will be killed by Han Guang, and the casualties will be heavy. Laozi narrowed his eyes and said, "Also, I have discussed with Lord Wuhou. He will not let us anyone who goes in. He has a way to kill Han Guang." Quote. Laozi said that. He showed a cold smile. It was all Jinchuriki column power. He usually had a lot of contact with Wuhou. He already knew what method Wuhou was going to use to kill Han Guang. "Destroy the entrance of the cave and use ninjutsu," Laozi ordered, and immediately responded first. Doden, Earth Style, Rockburst. Doden, Earth Style, Boom Kiba Technique. Doden, Earth Style. The Iwagakure ninjas launched Doden, Earth Style, attacks successively. The entrance of the cave and the passage inside collapsed, and the outer opening near the treasury was completely sealed. Now not only people outside can't enter the treasure house, but people inside can't get out. In the dark passage, Lu Han turned into blue lightning. In a very short time, he passed through the long passage and entered the belly of the mountain. After turning twice, he broke through a stone gate again. Lu Han's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a huge cave hall in the belly of the mountain. It is a square, with torches hanging on the stone walls all around, and a large number of boxes are piled up in the four corners of the hall. This is the treasure house, and those boxes contain Iwagakure's family property. Standing alone in the middle of the hall, Wu Hu had already entered the state of a tailed beast, and looked at Lu Han who rushed in without fear. "Just you." Lu Han was very surprised. Wuhou was really the only one, and the insight map didn't show the second Yuhi's name. "It's enough to kill you." Wu Hu smiled, coldly. "Idiot." Lu Han didn't know where Wu Hu's confidence came from, and regardless of him, he went straight to the pile of boxes. Wu Hu did not stop Lu Han, but performed ninjutsu twice in a row, but neither attacked Lu Han. The first ninjutsu, Doden Earth Style, attacked ninjutsu, and directly collapsed the entrance of the main hall, knocking the main hall down. Completely blocked. The second ninjutsu, Kaden Fire Style ninjutsu. This guy actually knows Kaden Fire Style. The raging fire spread in the hall. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the flame quickly shrank and went out. The torches on the surrounding stone walls also went out at the same time. Lu Han suddenly felt suffocated. The oxygen in the mountainside was all consumed by the just burning ninjutsu flames. Lu Han, who had already put all the boxes in one corner into the space backpack, was about to collect the other corner, looked back at Wuhou. Wu Hu also looked at Lu Han and said with a grin, "Does it feel good?" This is how Wuhou killed Lu Han, suffocation. No matter how strong you are, if you can't breathe, you will die. Wu Hu is not afraid of suffocation, because he masters a secret technique that can make him not breathe for a long time. Lu Han looked at Wuhou with a strange expression. He really wanted to say something to Wuhou. "Don't you know that I can stop breathing?" Chapter 0747 Tailed Beast Bomb. North of Iwagakure village. And others, who were under great pressure, were already stretched thin and in danger. More and more Iwagakure ninjas joined the battle, and the group released ninjutsu. Lu Han's violent drink resounded through Iwagakure, and many Iwagakure strongmen were besieging them. All faces changed, and then they all gave up the battle here and ordered to bring people to support Shuangjian Mountain. In Iwagakure village, anyone with a Kage-level strength must know the location of the treasure house, and the super elite ninja, as long as they have enough identities, naturally also know. Lu Han's voice came from there. Killing a few enemies means little to them, but if the treasure house is robbed, the foundation of Iwagakure village will be shaken. With the withdrawal of a large number of Iwagakure ninjas, the pressure on Connie and others suddenly eased, and Might Dai, who had been protected all the time, also knew that the time had come, and the air flowed all over his body, entering the seven-door state again, and leading people to break through. Chaos suddenly appeared outside the encirclement. However, I saw a young ninja with a sickle rushing towards him. As soon as he appeared, he slashed and killed more than 10 Iwagakure ninjas in a row. It was Hotake Taishuo, and he rushed back. As soon as he entered Iwagakure village, he knew where the battle was taking place, and then he rushed over all the way. With his level 60 white silver boss strength, there were really few people in Iwagakure village who were his opponents. Hotake Taishuo went all the way to the center of the encirclement, joined with Might Dai and others, and then fought side by side with Might Dai, leading people to break out again. Lord Hengguang's order: once you break through, leave Iwagakure village immediately. Might Dai said in a low voice. Their task has been completed, it is enough to break through and walk away, and leave the rest to Lu Han. In the Iwagakure treasury, Lu Han can no longer breathe. It does not mean that there is no gas in the treasury, but that the air lacks the oxygen that humans need. In this case, the human body lacks nourishment, and it will take a minute or so to go into shock. It is to pass out, and then it is the real death. Of course, this refers to normal humans. Lu Han is not a normal person. He is a subversive. Even if a knife pierces his heart and drains his whole body of blood, he will not die, not to mention the difficulty of breathing, suffocation. It is a kind of harm to Lu Han, and it will come to him. It is said that the intuitive manifestation of damage is blood loss. But this damage is too light. Lu Han loses 1% of his HP in 1 minute, but with his current physical condition, he can recover at least 2%, or even 3% in 1 minute. That is to say, his body's self-healing ability will offset the damage caused by suffocation. His health will never drop below 99%, it will just jump back and forth between 99% and 100%. Wu Hu didn't know all this. He still looked at Lu Han with a look of, I didn't expect it, I would kill you like this. Does it hurt? Do you feel like you're going to die? Your head is already drowsy, right? Can you still hand seal? Wu Hu asked in a weird tone, what if you were Konoha Hengguang? You're still going to die. You're human. But God. People in this world who cannot breathe can be said to be extremely rare. Masters who cannot breathe for a long time are even rarer. Many strong ninjas are buried alive in battle. The real cause of their death is not being crushed to death or being crushed to death, but was suffocated alive. Waho is not only the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, but also the captain of Iwagakure Anbu. He likes to perform tasks in a closed environment. Over the years, he has killed hundreds of ninjas by suffocation. Waho's most brilliant record was in the Battle of the Land of Rain a few years ago. At that time, Iwagakure and Omegakure were enemies. During a mission, Waho trapped more than 20 Omegakure Anbu ninjas in an abandoned mine. At that time, he destroyed all the entrances and exits of the largest cave in the mine, killing more than 20 people. Trapped in it, the ninja releases Kaiden, fire style, to run out of oxygen. Omegakure Anbu ninjas who would pose a great threat to Waho when they joined forces, all died. Live suffocation. Have you ever considered, even if you kill me, how will you get out of here? Lu Han asked suddenly, his voice very calm. Tailed beast bomb is enough to break the mountain directly. Wu Hu looked at Lu Han coldly. Very frankly, didn't you find out? I haven't used tailed beast bomb before, because I can only use it once. If I use it, tailed beast bomb attacked you, didn't necessarily kill you, and now, ha ha ha. Then have you considered another question? Some boxes have already been taken into different dimensions by me. If I die, those things will disappear. Lu Han said again. Wu Hu's face changed. He neglected. All he wanted was that if Lu Han died, the things in the treasury would not be taken away. Ha ha ha, idiot, even if I die, I will be buried with the Iwagakure treasure house. Lu Han laughed wildly, instantly turned into a thunderbolt, rushed to the other corner, and waved his hand to collect the box. Damn you, you bastard. Waho was extremely frightened. He shouted and turned into a shadow and rushed behind Lu Han, punching out at the same time. Ha 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 ha, you can't catch me. Lu Han disappeared directly in front of Waho, appeared in the distance, and then threw hundreds of Hiraishin kunai in all directions. Although Lu Han was not affected by the suffocation, he didn't want to fight Woohoo, the time was too tight. With his strength, it is very difficult to kill the five-tailed crow of the level 60 gold boss in a few minutes. But Lu Han still didn't give up calculating Waho. If there is a chance, he will definitely let Waho die here and take away the five tails. Waho chased Lu Han frantically, but after Lu Han threw out Hiraishin, he could move at will. Waho could not catch up, and every time Lu Han appeared, he would take away some boxes before disappearing. The chests in the treasury are rapidly decreasing. Waho was already going crazy. He thought he could perfectly defend the treasure house, but now, even if Han Guang was killed, Iwagakure would have to suffer huge losses. Damn! Waho shouted angrily, but stopped chasing Lu Han. Instead, his whole body was full of yuhi. With his hands forward, a yuhi point appeared in front of him. The yuhi point quickly became bigger than Rasengan's. Also scored a few points, showing a black yuhi color. Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapter 0748_landslide. Lu Han was shocked. In a space that is not open enough in the belly of the mountain, once the tailed beast bomb erupted, it would be enough to sweep the entire treasure trove. Lu Han had a hard time using Susanoo here, and Rashomon would also be restricted due to its height. The only thing Lu Han can use with all his strength is the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode. It can be said that it is very dangerous. The five-tailed crow is already crazy. He no longer cares how weak he will be after releasing Tailed Beast Bomb, he just wants to kill Lu Han. Ha 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 ha. Lu Han had an idea, and then laughed wildly. Come on, come on. It happens that this mountain is trapped, you break this mountain, and I can go out. Ha 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 ha. Woohoo was mentally shocked. What he thought before was that even if Lu Han could hold on under the condition of suffocation, his strength would definitely regress a lot, and the dizzy one would definitely be killed by Tailed Beast Bomb. Take half away, but there is still half left, you can stop loss. But after Lu Han's kind reminder, Woohoo understood, what if he didn't kill Han Guang? The mountain is broken, Han Guang is not dead, he is weak, Han Guang can take away everything in the treasure house and run away. Then you will die here. Let's die here together. Waho made a decision, let out a sharp scream. His aura reached ultimate, the five-tailed phantom shrouded him. Waho pushed forward with both hands, and the five-tailed opened his mouth to spit out. Tailed Beast Bomb shot out immediately. The terrifying black yuhi energy ball blasted into the middle of the treasure house cave, but suddenly turned and went straight to the ground. Boom _ At this moment, the world seems to have become false. The light fills every part of the world. Both of them have tinnitus, and everything around them becomes unreal. Tailed Beast Bomb hit the rocky ground, the terrifying energy drilled into the ground and exploded, and the terrifying shock wave swept all around. The whole mountain is shaking. Lu Han retreated violently, continuously used Doden, Earth-style, defensive ninjutsu, and resisted with Thunder Shield chakra mode. After all, Tailed Beast Bomb didn't hit him, so it was impossible to kill him directly. Waho, who has not exited the state of Tailed Beast, can't die. But this mountain. Iwagakure under the night, 300 or 400 Iwagakure ninjas have gathered under Shuangjian Mountain, and more Iwagakure ninjas are coming. The earth suddenly shakes, and Laozi and other strong Iwagakure who are very close to Shuangjian Mountain have all changed their faces. Back. Rewind. With a few loud shouts, all the ninjas close to Shuangjian Mountain disappeared with their hand seals, and those who were farther away quickly retreated. Boom, boom. Shuangjianshan collapsed. In the deafening roar, Smoke and dust rose like a cloud, quickly covering at least 1/3 of the area of Iwagakure village. The two side-by-side peaks disappeared, and the Shuangjian mountain, which was more than 100 meters high, was reduced to less than 70 meters. Massive rocks rolled down the mountain like a wave, covering the ground around the mountain. Everyone was stunned. Might Dai, Hitaki Taishuo, Kanyi and others who had just broken through the siege and were about to leave Iwagakure village in the north of the village. This. Lao Ziyao, who was hiding far away, looked at the collapsed Shuangjian mountain and was stunned. Landslide, the treasure house inside will be destroyed naturally. Although everything in the treasury is packed in boxes, even if it is buried, it can be dug up without much loss, but can Waho still survive? What's going on inside? Wu Hu's suffocation tactics didn't work. If you can kill Han Guang, even if you damage Waho, it is worth it, but this is an unplanned loss. Inside the mountain, the treasure cave has completely collapsed. There are piles of rocks everywhere, up, down, left, and right. There is no room. Wahu's ultimate purpose of attack is to bury the cold light alive. Although it will also be affected, it will not necessarily die. At that time, the tailed beast bomb will open the mountain no matter where it is hit. This doesn't happen unless you hit the ground. Terrifying energy erupts underground, triggering powerful earthquakes, and the entire mountain collapses. A small space somewhere in Yamanaka. In the tortoise-shell-shaped defensive barrier constructed by Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu, Wu Hu's whole body is lit with Yuhi light, and his eyes are desperate. He couldn't get out either. The rock structure above the barrier had cracked and was about to collapse. After Waho cast Tailed Beast Bomb, chakra had bottomed out. In the previous battle of the rock fort, Waho had already it consumes a lot of chakra, so it is so desperate. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Waho laughed, first in a low voice, then into a wild laugh. Han Guang. It's worth it to have you buried with me. The light on Wahu's body completely faded, he exited the state of tailed beast, and the man returned to his normal appearance. He still maintains the non-breathing ninjutsu, but he doesn't know how long he can last. There is really not much chakra. Click, click. The cracks in the enchantment on the top of the head increased, and some gravel slag fell, and the external pressure was too great. Can you take me out? Waho whispered. He was asking about the terrifying existence in his body, the five-tailed King Mu. Mu is the name of the five tails, just as Kyubi, 9 tails, is called Kurama. It is impossible for the tailed beast to die here. Not to mention other things, just relying on its huge body, as long as it appears, it will not be a problem to overturn the mountain. Waho hasn't given up on surviving. There are two possibilities for him to survive. The first is that someone quickly clawed away the mountain outside, and the second is relying on the tailed beast. However, Wu Hu didn't know how to release the five-tailed King Mu in his body, and he couldn't break the seal unless he committed suicide. But suicide doesn't make sense. The small space is already dark. Silent. Sudden. Boom _. The outside of the enchantment space was attacked, and a large hole was suddenly broken. With the rubble splashing, a figure rushed to Wahu's side. There was a lot of light. Lu Han's whole body flashed with lightning, and looked at Waho with sneering eyes. You. Wu Hu was startled, his expression horrified. He didn't understand. Why is Han Guang still alive? Even if the pressure from being buried alive won't kill him directly, can't he be suffocated to death? Was he not affected by suffocation? Can he still move? Enlightenment. Lu Han's sword was like thunder. The weak Waho didn't even have room to dodge. Chapter 0749_5-tailed King Mu. Dignified level 60 gold boss, an existence comparable to Konoha White Fang, but his reputation is not obvious. At this time, under Lu Han's knife, he has no power to fight back. Lu Han didn't kill him directly. Because he is the five-tailed Jinchuriki column force, the five tails are sealed in his body, and once he dies, the five tails will also die. Of course, all tailed beasts can be resurrected, and it's okay to die once, but the point is, Lu Han doesn't know where the five tails will be resurrected in the future, and he will lose the opportunity to capture the 5 tails this time. With this knife, Lu Han hit Wahou in the abdomen. The Raging Raiden Thunder style chakra on the seal on the belly of the UHU. To hit enough. Strike again. Strike again. Lu Han wants to break the seal violently. With his control over the sword, he was able to grasp the power. Wahou was only shot out, but he would not be killed. Most of the attacking power would act on the seal. And Lu Han has already made preparations. If Wahou accidentally dies and the seal is not broken, then he will immediately launch the time and space tide to let Wahou go back to the past. I don't know if it can be done. After all, Wahou waiting is too strong. Wu was already in excruciating pain. Not only his clothes were burnt by lightning, but his skin was scorched. In fact, Lu Han didn't want to release the 5 tails in such a violent and unsafe way, but he didn't have time to study. Boom. Another attack, but Lu Han's expression changed. He felt that Wu was dead and his vitality was cut off. At the same time, abnormally violent chakra fluctuations appeared from Wahou's body, and white light appeared on Wahou's abdomen, filling the entire space in an instant, becoming brighter and brighter. The seal was also broken at the same time Wahou died. An extremely terrifying monster, like a devil trying to escape the cage, appeared with the light and quickly grew bigger. Iwagakure under the night, Laozi and others have been organizing people to excavate the collapsed Shuangjian mountain. The mountain suddenly shook and began to shake. Many ninjas who were carrying boulders on the mountain were all unsteady and fell down. The unlucky ones were directly smashed into flesh by the rocks. Shouts and screams sounded one after another. Laozi and other strong men all dodged to the mountain, while saving people, while shouting for others to leave first and stay away. Who attacked inside? Who's alive? Could it be Lord Wahou? Many people have made guesses, and Laozi is even more delighted. Master Wahou can't breathe, and he won't suffocate. After he turns into a beast, he might be able to rush out from it. Inside the mountain, a behemoth with white hair like snow propped up a huge space inside the mountain. Its shape is like a horse, with 4 hooves on the ground, and its body is strong and handsome, but its head looks a little strange. The 5-tailed King Mu. Lu Han, whose whole body was shining with thunder, looked up at this guy, and King Mu of Wuwei also looked down at Lu Han with cruelty written in his eyes. I don't know if it's because it's been locked up for too long and its temperament has become like this. Or is it because it has feelings for the slain Wahou? It is probably not the latter. If it is the latter, it means that the Wuwei King Mu already has a very deep friendship with Wahou. How could Wahou become so weak just now? If Wuwei King Mu is willing to help him, he cannot enter Wuwei. Chakra pattern. Obviously not. Although Wahou can transform into a tailed beast, it is only at the primary stage, and he can't even fully transform into a 5-tailed form to fight. It is estimated that the relationship between Wahou and the 5-tailed is not good. Strictly speaking, Wahou's previous fighting state was only a half-tailed beast. Damn you! King Mu of Wuwei sneered at Kiba. Oh, Lu Han responded calmly, his hands suddenly closed, his eyes fixed on Wahou's eyes, and a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Mangekyo Sharingan can control the tail beast. But not absolutely. Uchiha Madara once controlled Kyuubi, 9 tails, as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but what character is Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara at his peak, according to the system rating, must be at least level 80 or 90. As the first person to open the eternal Mangekyo, he can be said to be the ancestor of Mangekyo Sharingan. He can control it, but not everyone else can. Have Mangekyo Sharingan in the original book. If they can really control the tailed beast, why not do it? There can be no chance at all. Lu Han knew that this had a lot to do with Tongli. Don't be careless. With high concentration, Lu Han fully activated a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, and through the eyes of Wu Tai Mu King, the terrible pupil power continuously invaded Wu Tai Mu King's consciousness. Iwagakure at night, the fighting has subsided. Hataki Tai Shuo, Might Dai, Kani, Loka, plus 3 Iwagakure ninjas, all broke through and left Iwagakure village. Buddha, no one can stop him, and no one even dares to chase him. Onoki is finally back. It can be said that it took a lot of hard work to kill him. Lao Ai always pestered him and wouldn't let him go. In order to get rid of Lao Ai, Onoki ordered the 6 Iwagakure strongmen to hold Lao Ai to his death. He came back first. Onoki knew that if those 6 people besieged Lao Ai, maybe Lao Ai would not do well, and a few people would die on his own side. But it doesn't matter so much. In the village of Iwagakure, the harm caused by the cold light is definitely greater than the death of a few strong men. Struggling violently, but he still succumbed to Lu Han's eternal Mangekyo. When Lu Han subdued Queen Mu of Wu Wei, he did not break through and leave immediately. Instead, his whole body was full of thunder, and the sword was shining like rain. He tore out the passage in Yamanaka. According to his memory, he found several positions for stacking boxes. Put all those boxes into the space backpack. Search is complete. Lu Han returned to where King Mu was, jumped on top of King Emu's head with 5 tails, raised the sword of Jinghong, and pointed the tip diagonally upwards. Jinghong Peerless. Boom _ The huge lightning ball was struck, and the exploding mountain body surged. At the same time, the 5-tailed King Mu raised his hoofs, and the huge body broke through in the direction of the attack of Stunning Peerless World. Chapter 0750 Steal the 5 Tails. Immediately after Onoki entered the village of Iwagakure, an Iwagakure ninja saw him and came to him. Where's the cold light? Onoki asked eagerly, looking very impatient. Ninjas from Iwagakure village who gathered over quickly explained the situation to Onoki. Onoki moved in the direction of Shuangjian Mountain like crazy after listening to it. His speed was naturally extremely fast. And it doesn't take a minute. Minute later, Onoki had reached the center of Iwagakure village. But I saw an earthquake first, and then the mountain that had collapsed once in the distance seemed to erupt. A huge amount of gravel surged up, and a huge and beautiful body rushed out from Yamanaka, with shining tears accompanying it. When he finally saw the moon again, Lu Han suddenly felt his body light up, the suffocation disappeared, and the feeling of being able to breathe was really enjoyable, as if the whole body was happy because of it. Lu Han didn't have the heart to sigh. The first time he stood on top of Wu Wei King Emu's head and rushed out of the mountain, he glanced at the insight map. Iwagakure Village, Land of Earth, Level 70 Bronze Boss Onoki. Big Yuhi Point is him. He is back. Lu Han immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Onoki. In the Raven Thunder style chakra mode, he looked so shining, and Onoki naturally saw the cold light standing on top of Wu Wei's head, and his eyes were splitting. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Onoki, you remember. This is your price of Konoha declared war. Ha 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 ha. The reticulated voice spread throughout Iwagakure village. However, on the top of the mountain, King Mu with 5 tails stood up under the control of Lu Han. His front hooves were raised high, and then he rushed down the mountain fiercely. With one jump, you can climb another mountain next to it, and after several jumps, it leaves the range of Iwagakure village and enters Yamanaka, which is southwest of Iwagakure village. Unstoppable. The encirclement was never formed, and before Onoki arrived, the collapse of the mountain also caused a lot of confusion, and some Iwagakure ninjas were injured. Laozi had forgotten about the encirclement before, because the mountain collapsed. He was trying to save Waho, but unexpectedly, Han Guang is still alive. Not only are people still alive, but also the tailed beasts of the Iwagakure village that were kidnapped. Leaving Iwagakure village, the 5-tailed King Mu ran with his hoofs. He was too big to go over mountains and mountains. King Mu was a tailed beast who was good at speed. It's too late to arrange. There is a very crucial question. Can Onoki beat the combination of cold light and 5 tails? Obviously not. This made Onoki angry and mad, but he didn't dare to chase after him without explaining anything. It was no different from sending him to death. On the moonlit night, the mountain road was difficult to navigate, but the five-tailed King Mu was walking on the ground, carrying Lu Han. King Emu's body height is about 40 meters, and his length is 60 or 70 meters. Although such a behemoth cannot compare to Lu Han's Susanoo, it is also slightly taller than the low mountain behind him. Lu Han stood on top of Wu-tailed King Emu's head and sensed it for a moment, then patted Wu-tailed King Emu's head, leaving behind Horizon and disappeared. He didn't know if staying away from the five tails would cause it to get out of control, but Lu Han had to leave first. More than 40 kilometers north of Iwagakure village, among the mountains, Might Dai and others were running wildly. They were evacuating according to Lu Han's previous arrangement, and they did not dare to stop for a moment. The harsh sound of breaking through the air quickly approached, but behind a few people, a blue lightning bolt came through the sky, quickly closing the distance. It's Raikage-sama. Lord Raikage is back. Everyone stopped one after another, and the blue lightning also came to them, turning into the sturdy figure of Lao Ai, including Hitachi Taishuo and Might Dai. Everyone respectfully greeted Lao Ai, while Lao Ai had a serious expression. His eyes swept away. Everyone else died. This operation, 3 people died in Kumogakure village, all of them were super elite Jonin. Compared with the loss of Iwagakure village, these 3 people were considered dead well, but they were chosen by Lao Ai after all. How many strong people can there be in the village? Connie immediately took a step forward, briefly described the battle situation at that time, and finally said, their corpses were buried in the rubble in the subsequent battle. Lao Ai nodded and said with a sigh, go back and set up a burial for them and give them a thick burial. Lord Raikage. Hitachi Taishuo couldn't hold it any longer. He stepped forward and asked respectfully, I don't know, my teacher is. This, Lao Ai immediately put his grief behind him and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Han Guang succeeded. He not only successfully robbed the Iwagakure treasure house, but also took away the tailed beast of Iwagakure village, the five-tailed King Mu. Iwagakure has been hit hard. Quote. You're done. No one is happier than Lao Ai. Because Kumogakure's main enemy is Iwagakure village, Iwagakure village's foundation is shaken, even the tailed beasts have been snatched away, and the strength is weakened. Correspondingly, Kumogakure will have more advantages over Iwagakure. I watched Han Guang take Wu Wei with my own eyes, and then I left Iwagakure village and chased after you. Lao Ai finally said. Then everyone looked at each other. In the original plan, there was no arrangement to leave separately, but now that Lu Han is separated from them, how should they go? Who is looking for whom? No meeting point was agreed. At this time, Lu Han appeared beside Hitachi Taishuo out of thin air. Hitachi Taishuo had Lu Han's Horizon Kunwu on him. This was one of Lu Han's previous plans. What if Hitachi Taishuo was targeted by Onoki? Lu Han must support Hitachi Taishuo. However, this was just being prepared, and this did not happen. Time is pressing, I'll keep it short. Lu Han didn't talk nonsense. He took out the map and pointed to the location above. I have to take care of the five tails. Let's go separately, we will meet here before dawn. Okay, let's go. Old Ai responded immediately. Lu Han disappeared, the space changed, and a moment later, he reappeared on the top of Wu Wei Mu Wang's head. Although King Mu was anxious, there was no problem. Go. Lu Han drove King Mu across the mountain. Chapter 0751_Inventory The Harvest. Lu Han's meeting place is 300 kilometers east of Iwagakure village. In terms of distance, Lu Han has to go further. This is because Lu Han deliberately took care of them. After all, except for Lao Ai, everyone else's speed will be much slower. With the five-tailed train, Lu Han didn't even need to use his feet to travel. He didn't even use chakra. He sat cross-legged on top of King Emu's head. Although it was a little bumpy, it was much easier than traveling by himself. Later in the night, 3:30. In the land in the north, the dawn time is earlier, and at this moment, the sky has already lit up with a hazy light. Lu Han rushed to the appointed place, which was a deep Yamanaka depression, surrounded by some low mountain ridges, Wue Muwang was much higher than those mountain ridges, and it looked particularly eye-catching. Before the others arrived, Lu Han had time to clean up the gains from tonight's battle. It does not refer to the treasure house harvest, but the kill drop. In fact, in the 2-hour battle tonight, Lu Han didn't kill too many people. It wasn't because he didn't want or was hesitant, but because it was too difficult to kill. At first, he could block the gods, but wait for the Iwagakure ninja. After all reacted, Lu Han encountered many obstacles. He could only act according to the plan and not mess around. Otherwise, he would be the one who would die. In total, there are more than 300 ninjas who died at the hands of Lu Han tonight. More than 100 of them were blown up by Lu Han's instant flower and rain cutting technique. After that, Lu Han supported Might Dai, Lorca, and even the rock fortress battlefield that Lorca was responsible for attacking. It took more than half an hour to use Susanoo to fight. However, when Lu Han used Susanoo, he was first restrained by Wue Waho, and then came Oiwa, and because Iwagakure ninjas were good at defense and could use Doden Earth-style ninjutsu in combination, Lu Han was heavily restrained, and it was difficult to expand further. Results: Iwagakure strongmen died in the hands of Lu Han. In the melee, Lu Han could not even kill ordinary Jonins, let alone those super elites with strong names. However, a lot of those who were injured under Lu Han's hands were caught. Lu Han and more than 90% of Iwagakure's ninjas had fought in different ways, and at least 1,500 people were injured by his attacks. Of course, the purpose of tonight's action wasn't to kill, so it didn't matter how many people Iwagakure killed. Moreover, Lu Han also killed the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column Liwaho. The existence of this Iwagakure village ranked among the top 3 in strength can be regarded as a brilliant victory. Quick count. Some rubbish Lu Han didn't even look at, and just threw it away in the space backpack. If it was a low-level ninjutsu scroll, he would just open it and learn it. Without the rubbish that Genin Chunin exploded, Lu Han was quick to count. Turtle's hidden technique. Lu Han picked up a special secret technique scroll, which was an A-level secret technique. It should be the one that allows Waho to be normal under suffocation, right? Lu Han didn't look at it. At a second glance, the scroll was thrown into the recycling Uzumaki. 15 ingots were recovered. Final inventory results. 639 ingots in the battle tonight. It is also poor. It wasn't Lu Han's problem. The main reason was that, without the first kill, most of the ninjas killed were low-level ninjas. The Iwagakure Chunin who were killed one by one had a huge gap between their strength and Lu Han's, and the low explosion rate caused people to lose. To put it bluntly, now Lu Han, killing 10 Chunin, may not be able to explode a gold ingot. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Han finally killed the level 60 gold boss Waho, it is estimated that his harvest would be halved. Lu Han suddenly noticed that on the insight map, several blue dots were intruding from the southwest of the map, and immediately packed up in front of him and got up to look. Lao Ai, Might Dai, Hitaki Tai Shuo, Kan Yi, Luo Ka, plus 3 Kumogakure super elites, a total of 8 people came over the mountain. Lao Ai, who was surrounded by thunder, was the first to arrive in front of the Wu-tailed King Mu, and lifted his head to carry the huge Wu-tailed King Mu. Lao Ai's eyes were hot, and he almost wrote the words envy and jealousy on his face. Although there are 8 tails in Kumogakure village, who is too much of a tailed beast? Others arrived behind Lao Ai one after another, and they were all like Lao Ai, looking up at the 5-tailed King Mu. His face was very exciting. They all knew the existence of tailed beasts, and many people had seen different tailed beasts with their own eyes, but this does not mean we'll be shocked again. Because the tailed beast is really too big. 5-tailed King Mu pursed his mouth and looked at the little ones below with indifferent eyes, then he lost interest and looked away. It had been sealed by Iwagakure in the human body of Jinchuriki column force, and it was finally released, and then controlled by Lu Han. It really only came out of the wolf's den and was like a tiger's mouth. It was about to die. The calm it shows is not because it wants to be calm, but because it cannot resist. Mind control is stronger than seal control. Come up, let's go to join the big army first. Lu Han jumped on the back of King Mu of Wu Wei and greeted below. Lao Ai and the others jumped onto Wu Wei's back one after another. Because Wu Wei is too big, the people on its back are equivalent to being on a relatively flat platform, and there will be no instability in standing. Lu Han ordered King Mu of Wu Wei to run to the east, and then motioned everyone to sit down and rest. Wu Wei ran all the way. Lu Han let it slow down a little, and the back was not too bumpy. Everyone talked about the battle at night. This is in the intelligence gathering. Lao Ai and Hatake Tai Shuo are all acting alone. Lu Han he has also fought thousands of Iwagakure ninjas alone. Might Dai, Yi Kan and others have also fought against opponents that others have never fought against. In this operation, the 9 people can be said to have touched the whole Iwagakure's details. You communicate with each other. You can know how many shadow ninjas and how many elite Jonins there are in Iwagakure. Soon, an hour passed. The sky is already bright, the mountains in the distance are undulating, and the wind and sand are very strong. The environment of the land of the earth can really be called extremely desolate. Lu Han finally sorted out the information, wrote it down on paper, and handed it to the public for circulation. Lao Ai glanced at it, then handed the paper to Connie, raised his head and said to Lu Han, I think we should redistribute the spoils. Oh. I don't want money, I'll give you all the money. Don't. Yes, but I want 5 taels. Chapter 0752_Shameless. Lu Han looked at Lao Ai speechlessly. He didn't expect Lao Ai to make such a request. He originally wanted to give him half of the money he got in the treasure house, but he said no, he wanted a tailed beast. This is really stinky shameless. Shame on you he. Dare to open your mouth. Hundreds of millions of money can be compared to the tailed beast. Don't you know the value of the tailed beast? Lao Ai naturally knows the value of the tailed beast, but he is really too jealous, because the tailed beast is an accidental gain. Naturally, whoever grabs it counts. Lu Han grabs it, and Lao Ai, who is an ally, can't grab it outright. Can have the cheek to negotiate a conditional exchange. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lu Han said with a tone that could see through the true face of Lao Ai. What? Lao Ai was taken aback. It's nothing. Lu Han immediately turned away and said, the issue of loot distribution will be discussed when we meet with the main force. I robbed the Iwagakure treasure house, but Iwagakure put all the treasures in the box, I don't know yet. What's the value of what's inside? Lu Han was just looking for an excuse. When he reunited with the Kurigakure Corps, Lu Han threw the money into the camp and took people away immediately. What else can Lao Ai say? Lao Ai could see that Lu Han didn't want to give him the tail beast, but he didn't say anything. After half a day. Noon. The sun in the land is very poisonous, which has a lot to do with the climate of the land. Even if it is the same temperature, the sun in the land will give people the feeling that it is more poisonous than the land of fire, and it is very scorching. The wind and sand were rolling, the smoke was billowing, and the huge 5-tailed King Mu was still running wildly on the gobi. This gobi is extremely huge, almost endless. Lao Ai stands on top of Wu Wei's head, looking forward, standing high and seeing far. Standing on top of Wu Wei's head is equivalent to standing on a 10-story high-rise building, which can make old I saw something 10 kilometers away. The camp is coming soon. Lao Ai suddenly shouted, pointing to the front and turning back. It's the vanguard's camp. It looks like it's just set up camp. Connie, you all come with me. After speaking, Lao Ai jumped off the head of the high-speed moving Wu Wei, entered the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode, and ran towards the camp at a faster speed, as did Connie and other Kumogakure ninjas, because the 5 King Waimu's speed didn't increase to ultimate, so they all ran ahead. Lao Ai and the others returned to the camp first. Naturally they had to make arrangements. If it is not arranged in advance, the ninjas in the Kumogakure pioneer camp will see the 5 tails rushing from a distance, and there must be trouble, and I don't know how many people will be frightened and have a heart attack, if they have a heart attack. Not long after, Lu Han drove the 5-tailed King Mu to the front of the camp. The gate of the camp has been demolished, and some tents blocking the road have also been demolished, and King Mu of Wuwei entered the camp directly. The Kumogakure ninjas in the camp all know that the 5 tails belong to oneself, so naturally there is no trouble, but many Kumogakure ninjas still look at the 5 tails with horror. This is a tailed beast. The tailed beast is so big. Not everyone has seen a tailed beast, especially some young ninjas, and not many have seen a tailed beast. In the middle of the camp was a large training ground. Wu Wei walked to the training ground and took up half of the space. Lu Han, Hitaki Tai Shuo, Might Dai and others jumped down. Lu Han flashed over to Lao Ai and whispered a few words to Lao Ai. Seeing that Lao Ai had arranged to count the manpower, he followed Lao Ai's instructions and walked over. On the training ground, wave your hand, take 2 steps to wave your hand, and then take 2 steps to wave your hand. Big boxes appeared out of nowhere and piled up together. Lu Han took out all the boxes he got in the Iwagakure treasury, more than 200 in total. And when he waved his hand for the last time, in addition to the same Iwagakure box on the ground in front of him, there were also several very delicate small boxes. Ah, that's not right, these were snatched from Kurigakure. Lu Han said, then waved the small boxes and disappeared. In this world, every region has its own style, different folk customs, and so on. Iwagakure's box looks completely different from Kurigakure's box, and the pattern style is very different. Lu Han put away the box he took out, and Lao Ai had no objection at a glance. He could see that those small boxes were definitely not owned by Iwagakure. After taking out all the gains, Lu Han stepped aside. Open the box and count. Lao Ai ordered. Kumogakure ninjas who had been prepared immediately stepped forward, first separated the piled boxes, and then opened them one by one. Seeing that there were still few people, Lao Ai ordered another 200 people to be counted. Gold, white silver, copper coins, precious stones, dried precious herbs, gold-silver utensils, historical relics, legendary weapons. As the boxes are opened, more and more treasures are presented to everyone. Surprised, more and more Kumogakure ninjas gathered around to watch, and most of them had never seen so much money in their lives. Lao Ai did not stop the onlookers. Although the camp was a bit chaotic, how could it be as important as showing off the spoils? Just show off. I is going to show these Kumogakure ninjas the spoils of last night. Let them know the skills of their own Raikage-sama. Compared with the large group of Kumogakure ninjas who were shocked by the huge wealth, Lao Ai behaved very indifferently. Kumogakure is not without a treasure house. Lao Ai often goes there. To say that the Kumogakure treasury belongs to him is also true. But I saw that another big box was opened, followed by exclamations, and everyone stared at it. Lao Ai was also shocked, his eyes widened a lot. It was a box of gems, but it was not an ordinary gem, because most of the gems were only the size of the belly of the little finger, and all the gems in the box were the size of a human eye. The bigger the gem, the more valuable it is. A gem of the same quality, doubled in size, may cost 10 times as much. The surroundings were suddenly very quiet. Because the box was opened again, and the gems inside were all the size of eggs. It's all polished. How rich is the village of Iwagakure? Even if your country produces gems, this. Lao Ai made a quick calculation in his heart, plus other boxes that had been opened, and quickly came up with a number. 2 billion. Chapter 0753_rare is precious. Lao Ai's eyes are full of yuhi, and he frequently turns his eyes to Lu Han who is beside him, looking hesitant and struggling. He regretted it a little. No money, just tailed beasts. Old Ai Ben thought that in the Iwagakure treasury, there are at most 700 or 800 million taels of money. In half, Kumogakure should get more than 300 million, and exchange more than 300 million for 5 taels, which is naturally very cost-effective. But now, if these treasures are worth at least 2 billion, half or 1 billion. To exchange 1 billion for the tailed beast, it cannot be said that the tailed beast is not worth 1 billion, because the value of the tailed beast is immeasurable, but Lao Ai thinks it is not worth it. After all, there are already 8 tails in Kumogakure village. Even if the 5 tails are brought back, they must first find a suitable person, Jinchuriki column, and train them. This is a very complicated and long process. In other words, even if the 5 tails are given to the Kumogakure village, the fighting power of the Kumogakure village will not immediately increase. But if they were given 1 billion yuan, such a large amount of funds, the war capital of Kumogakure village would definitely increase several times immediately. How can Iwagakure village be so rich? So rich. Lao Ai was thinking for a while. People were a little anxious, and he said everything. What if Han Guang told him the tailed beast? What should he do? It took more than an hour for more than 300 Kumogakure ninjas to roughly estimate the value of all the treasures. Lord Rakage, the final estimate. The middle-aged ninja with glasses walked up to Lao Ai and made 2 calculations in the notebook before saying, These are 2.36 billion, the error no more than 50 million. Quote. It's just an estimate. No amount of people can calculate the exact price in such a short period of time, because the price of some things is floating, so there are errors. Lao Ai swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and immediately walked to Lu Han's side, patted Lu Han's shoulder, and said in a loud voice, Ha 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 ha. Good. Han Guang, I didn't expect us to have such a harvest this time. Let's share, according to it was agreed before, 1 person and 1/2. Quote. He never mentioned anything about the tailed beast. Lu Han gave him a strange look, and immediately replied, Okay, let's divide it. All the same kind of things are of similar value. We divide them equally, so we don't have to forget it. It must be 1 person and 1/2. Okay. With a wave of Lao Ai's big hand, the commander who couldn't bear it moved away the portion belonging to Kumogakure village. Lu Han saw Lao Ai's expression in his eyes. Lao Ai's eyes were shining, and he subconsciously rubbed his hands. Lu Han just wanted to laugh. He knows what Lao Ai thinks. At the same time, he also understood that Lao Ai was wrong. Are these things really worth more than 2.3 billion? Bullshit. If there is so much money in the Iwagakure treasury, how much is left in the small treasury of the various tribes in Iwagakure village? How many more are there in the land of the land daimyo? You must know that the daimyo must be richer than the village of Iwagakure. After all, isn't the land of the land richer than the rest of the ninja world combined? Is it possible? Impossible. In Lu Han's eyes, the value of this batch of things is at most 700 million or 800 million, and there can be no more. Why does the Kumogakure ninja count more than 2 billion? Because they don't understand economic rules. This is the Kumogakure pioneer camp. The ninjas here are all from the main army of Iwagakure village. When it comes to fighting, they are all militants, but when it comes to business, they all know nothing, including Lao Ai. Of the more than 2 billion calculated by the Kumogakure ninja, at least 2 billion came from gems. This is where they go wrong. Very simple truth, what is rare is more expensive. Not to mention the huge amount of small gems, just say that a box of gems the size of an egg is worth a fortune and can be sold for several million taels. Tens of millions. But this is the price of 1. If you take out 100 at the same time, the market simply cannot digest it, which will cause the price of all gems to plummet at the same time. Lu Han can imagine that the reason why Iwagakure village put so many gems in the treasure house is because they understand the truth that rare is the most precious thing. If they put all the treasure houses into the market at the same time, they will not be able to buy the price at all. The price of gems is too high, and they have no particularly high practical value. They can sell for sky-high prices because they are rare and beautiful. Therefore, the price of such things is completely determined by the market. As a traveler, although Lu Han is not a businessman, he understands the truth very well. It's not just gems, it's the same with many things. For example, a famous painting has only 1 pair. It is an orphan and can be auctioned for a sky-high price of 100 million. But if there are 1,000 paintings, the value will definitely plummet by dozens of hundreds of times. According to the method of dividing the same thing in half, all the treasures will be distributed soon. The Kumogakure ninja removed their share, and Luhan also stepped forward and put all the rest into the space quilt. After a brief discussion with Luhan, Lao Ai ordered the entire army to withdraw from the camp and retreat. Luhan also officially bid farewell to Lao Ai, and took Hitaki Taishuo, Might Dai, and King Mu of Wuwei and headed southeast. Luhan planned to go through the country of iron and return directly to the country of fire, without going to the rain country. Although it was also on the way to the land of rain, Luhan didn't want to waste time there. Anyway, the village of Iwagakure had already been drained. The legion of Iwagakure village would soon be withdrawn from the land of rain, and the crisis in the land of rain would be resolved. Luhan had to go back to Konoha first. He had to arrange the 5 tales first. Of Iwagakure village spreads all over the world, I think it will cause a new round of sensation and prompt the reshuffle of the ninja world. I don't know that Sunagakure village will be scared to withdraw its troops and transfer back to the army to guard the village. It's possible. Because among the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure village is protected by natural danger, and it is the most difficult ninja village to fight, but it has been robbed of its treasure house. This is an incredible thing. How could it be successful? But it was a success. Iwagakure village is like this. What about Sunagakure village? 4 days later. The land of fire, Konoha village. The conference room, 3 advisors, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and Hyuga Huyang, were discussing the next step of the Rain Kingdom, and there was a dispute. No, I disagree. If we don't, we are likely to suffer huge losses. Vote, the minority obeys the majority. Why don't you come to Lord Lei and listen to his opinion? Report. A cold report suddenly sounded outside the door. Information of the land of the land. Chapter 0754_ that doesn't matter anymore. The dark conference room. The round conference table is very large, and there are only 3 people in the conference room, which looks very cold. Hearing the report from outside, the excited Kaharu Udatane calmed down, took a deep breath, and said to the outside, "Send in." An Anbu Zero Squadron ninja pushed open the door and entered the conference room, hurried over to Kaharu Udatane, and handed over the information scroll. There is no seal on the scroll, but it is wrapped with yuhi rope. Generally, this kind of information is not very important. After getting the scroll, Kaharu Udatane waved his hand. His eyes still swept back and forth on the faces of Homura Mitokado and Hyuga Huyang. Then Anbu Ninja got a signal and backed out. Kaharu Udatane immediately slapped the table and said, "I repeat, I don't agree." "Don't get excited, don't get excited." Homura Mitokado reassured and sighed again. "I understand your feelings, but the supplies are robbed, and the Legion even has a problem with eating. You can send some ninjas to collect supplies and escort them to the border, so why withdraw all the legions?" Kaharu Udatane argued. "The group of ninjas who stole the supplies have no other information except to prove that they are Iwagakure ninjas." Hyuga Huyang retorted, "They are still active in the northwest region of the Fire Country, and if they don't find them, even if they collect more supplies, on the way to the border, they can also be robbed." Quote, "How do you know if you don't try?" Kaharu Udatane looked at Hyuga Huyang coldly. "If you don't do it, how do you know that you will be kidnapped?" "How can we ensure that we won't be kidnapped?" Hyuga Huyang asked rhetorically. Hyuga Tiger Young, "Why are you so cowardly?" Kaharu Udatane slapped the table. "Have you considered the consequences of the army's withdrawal? Sunagakure, Amegakure, and Iwagakure will take advantage of the situation to attack the country of fire." "Don't make noise. Don't make noise. Calm down." Homura Mitokado came to be a good man again, looking at the excited Kaharu Udatane and sighed in his heart. Just when Luhan left Konoha, a big event happened on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. A small group of Iwagakure troops broke through Konoha's blockade of the border and infiltrated the northwest region of the Land of Fire. 2 days ago, they attacked the team of Konoha escorting supplies, which would be enough for 10,000 ninjas to eat and drink for a month, and a large number of them. All brand new weapons were burnt. This small group of ninjas is extremely elite. Although there are less than 100 people, the average strength is extremely high, and their purpose is to burn the supplies of the Konoha Legion. Killing is secondary. Iwagakure village who attacked the supply team were the S-rank special main battle unit formed by Onoki on the day he declared war on Konoha. They entered the Land of Rain first, but changed their strategy. Instead of launching a blitzkrieg against the Konoha Legion, they circled behind the Konoha Legion and entered the Land of Fire, looking for the supply team of the Land of Fire. Burning Konoha's supplies was successful, and Konoha village's 9,000 ninjas on the front lines were also in trouble. If the problem of getting enough food can't be solved immediately, then this war is really impossible to fight. News came back to Konoha. Homura Mitokado and Hyuga Huyang meant to let the Legion retreat, first return to the northwest area of the Fire Country, and collect materials directly from the people, so that there was no problem of supply and transportation, and Kaharu Udatane was the Legion. Don't move, take some ninjas to collect materials from the northwest region and transport them there. The two sides insisted on their own words, refused to give in to each other, and stalemate. The meeting room fell silent. Cough. Homura Mitokado broke the silence and coughed softly. Tell Mr. Lai to come and listen to his opinion. Kaharu Udatane did not speak with a dark face. Homura Mitokado gave 2 orders to the outside, and then the meeting room fell silent again. During the waiting process, the two sides had nothing to say. Kaharu Udatane turned his attention to the information that she had just sent. The information scroll was left on the desk by her, and she picked it up again, opened the Yuhi rope and unfolded the scroll to see. Go. Master Hangwang, together with Reikage, Hataki Teishuo, the 3rd generation of Kumogakure village, and others, a total of 12 strong men, raided Iwagakure village on the eve of the night. The night battle was about 2 o'clock. Iwagakure village's treasure mountain was destroyed. Master Hangwang and Wu-Wei King Mu broke through. Disappeared. The uncomplicated information may be sent out in a hurry, so it is not written in detail, but the main situation has been written clearly. Kaharu Udatane looked frightened, widened his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and then stopped moving, as if petrified. Before opening this case, Kaharu Udatane didn't think about how important this information is, because there is no seal. The reason why there is no seal, but only Yuhi rope is tied, because this information is not afraid of being known by others. This incident will surely spread throughout the ninja world. What's wrong? Homura Mitokado asked, seeing Kaharu Udatane looking weird. Lord Hangwang grabbed the 5 tails. Kaharu Udatane suddenly turned his head to look at Homura Mitokado, his voice sharp, he made it. Then she threw the scroll to Homura Mitokado. Because it was not written in the intelligence, whether Luhan robbed the Iwagakure treasure house, only that the mountain was destroyed, so the focus of Kaharu Udatane was that Luhan robbed the 5 tails. After seeing it, Homura Mitokado immediately threw the scroll to Hyuga Huyang. After Hyuga Huyang looked at it, the meeting room fell into silence again, and the quiet needle drop could be heard. I don't know how long it took. You are looking for me. Inuzuka tearfully pushed the door into the conference room and said as he walked. The 3 people in the conference room were all shocked, as if they had just woken up, and turned their heads to look at Inuzuka's tears. Inuzuka was stunned for a moment, then stopped subconsciously and asked, "What's wrong?" "I heard that you were arguing about the looting of supplies." "That doesn't matter anymore," Kaharu Udatane said, his voice low, as if speaking to himself. Information of the land, Lord Hangwang, he. Hyuga Huyang threw the scroll to Inuzuka's tears. The north of the country of fire, the territory of the country of iron. Luhan and others had already entered the territory of the Kingdom of Iron 3 days ago, but they only left today. The reason was Luhan's impulse to visit the general of the Kingdom of Iron, Sanchuan. Although the Iron Country cannot be compared with the 5 great ninja villages and Omegakure villages, it is also small and powerful. It gathers all the warriors in the country, and its comprehensive combat power is at least equivalent to a legion. Luhan visited Sanchuan in order to win over allies. Chapter 0755 Heroes of Konoha. The Iron Country is a pure kingdom of warriors. The country is not large, and there are not many people with the name of warriors, but there are also a large number of strong people. In fact, in a general sense, the warriors of the Iron Kingdom are not much different from taijutsu ninjas. Samurai can also use chakra. In terms of speed and power attack, they are not different from taijutsu ninjas. They can also use similar taijutsu ninjas. Samurai technique. A samurai named, with a knife, who was an A-level samurai, equivalent to the elite jonin among ninjas. After being reincarnation by Impure World, he used the futon wind-style melee skills. To say the difference between samurai and ninja, it is not without, that is, the ability of samurai is basically displayed through the sword. Almost all samurai may use chakra to form sword chi. Taiju ninja does not have any growth limit, ability varies. On this day, within the territory of the Iron Country, within a forest. Don't worry, Lord Hengguang, I swear by the faith of a samurai, and I will never fail the care of your Iron Country. The troubled times should come to an end. Master Mikewan, then please send troops as soon as possible, and when the turbulent times are judged, your hero's name will be spread all over the world. In front of the huge Wuwei, Lu Han, along with Hitaki Teishuo and Might Dai, are saying goodbye to more than a dozen high-level officials of the Iron Country, including Mifune. Mifune has long heard about Hengguang's reputation and admires it. This time the two have negotiated an alliance. As for the matter, the three boats even sent people 10 miles away. The Iron Country is a permanent neutral country. The Iron Country in the original book avoided the First Ninja War, and the Second and Third. After that, they joined the Fourth Ninja War in order to change diplomatic relations. However, Lu Han's visit to the Iron Country this time has brought forward the time when the Iron Country will no longer be neutral by nearly 30 years. It is extremely difficult to convince the country of Iron. They remain neutral, and the major ninja villages have agreed not to fight them, so they have no need to participate in the ninja war. When Lu Han first saw Sanchuan, he was polite to each other first, then Akatsuki moved his feelings with reason, analyzed the general situation in the world, denounced the danger of the war in the ninja world, and finally took out his trump card, give money. The Ninja World War has been fought for so many years. Although the Iron Country did not participate in the war and was not beaten, and only secretly did some things that were beneficial to the Iron Country, it was still greatly affected. The most important thing was the economy. Because of the war, the business economy of the ninja world is not good, and the country of Iron is naturally the same. Lu Han gave the Kingdom of Iron, almost 500 million taels worth of gems. Of course, this is according to the algorithm of Kumogakure village. If according to Lu Han's algorithm and the principle of what is rare is the most expensive, those gems will only be worth 100 million taels at most. In fact, it is nonsense to say too much. The reason why the Kingdom of Iron agreed to form an alliance to send troops is because Lu Han gave money. Money can turn the devil around. Anyway, Lu Han didn't feel bad about using the stolen money. After saying goodbye to Sanchuan, Lu Han and the others officially set out on their way home. The speed of the 5 taels was very fast. After just one day, everyone returned to the Land of Fire and went straight to Konoha village. At the same time, Iwagakure village retreated. All the ninjas of Iwagakure village who were fighting outside were ordered to go to Iwagakure village. The village retreated. Konoha Legion in the Land of Rain, the pressure suddenly eased. Han Guang and I teamed up to attack Iwagakure village also spread throughout the ninja world during this period of time, and the whole ninja world was a sensation. Is crazy. Not crazy, really can't do such a thing. Chio, who participated in the battle on the front line, got the news. He directly ordered the Sunagakure village army in the country of Rain to stop attacking, retreat across the board, stick to the camp at the rear, gather strength, and prevent the crazy cold light from suddenly coming to the country of Rain to kill, keep wait and see. Lu Han is really out of the ordinary. This made the enemies of Konoha in the ninja world panic. Who knows where Han Guang will fight next time? Another day, the Land of Fire, the village of Konoha. Report. A Konoha scout ninja rushed into the consultant's office in the Hokage building like a madman, knelt down on one knee and said to Kaharu Udatane, "Report, Lord, found the trace of Lord Hangwang, and it is still 20 miles from the north village entrance." "I'm back." Kaharu Udatane stood up suddenly, then ran out in a hurry, and shouted again, "Go and inform others, tell them, Lord Hangwang is back." Konoha Village, North. King Mu of Wuwei was running at a neither fast nor slow speed, because he was very close to Konoha Village, and he was not in a hurry at this time. Running too fast would scare people. When there were still a few kilometers left in Konoha Village, Hitaki Taishuo and Mike Dai jumped off Wuwei's back and ran towards Konoha Village first. Luhan can't do this. He can't get too far from the Five Tails, because he doesn't know if the Five Tails will get out of control, and using the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Five Tails is not a long-term solution. It's a matter of placing it. The village of Konoha is a few kilometers away. Luhan suddenly became suspicious. He used to open the Insight map from time to time to take a look. This time, when he opened the Insight map, he found that in Konoha Village, thousands of ninjas were gathering at the entrance of the village. In line. "Do you want to watch the tailed beasts? Is the discipline so bad?" Luhan frowned. He thought of Inuzuka's tears. At present, most of the ninjas in Konoha are garrison ninjas. They left their posts without permission. Closer to Konoha, standing on top of Wuwei's head, Luhan was able to look down at Konoha Village. He could already see that Konoha ninjas were everywhere in the village and outside the village. It is Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Hyuga Huyang, Inuzuka Lei, Uchiha Leiyang and many other high-level or powerful figures in Konoha. Five Tails went to the front of the village. "Congratulations to the return of Lord Hangwang." Under the leadership of Kaharu Udatane and others, nearly 2,000 Konoha ninjas both inside and outside the village got down on one knee at the same time and greeted Luhan. Luhan said anything. Kaharu Udatane said loudly, "Lord Hangwang, you are the hero of Konoha." Hero. 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 2,000 ninjas shouted in unison, and the mountains roared and tsunami. Chapter 0756_Seal the Five Tails. This was a welcome ceremony, and it was unknown who organized it, which caught Luhan off guard. "I can't be a Hokage, I'll kill you." Luhan looked at the surging ninja, looking at the excited eyes, muttering in his heart, and then he was a little annoyed. He didn't prepare words. Say what? Luhan has no experience at all. Normally, Luhan should give a speech at this time to further win people's hearts, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely do this, but Luhan's political experience is very general, and when things come to an end, he will not say anything. Cough. Luhan coughed lightly, jumped off the head of the tailed beast, raised his hand and said, "Everyone get up." He then walked forward with the Five Tails. "Because I got the news in 2 days, some facilities at the entrance of the village have been demolished, and the huge Five Tails can easily enter the village of Konoha." The crowd automatically dispersed, making way for the passage of the Five Tails. "This is the tailed beast, it's so big. Master Hangwang can actually subdue the tailed beast, and the Five Tails are so huge. What about Kyubi, 9 tails? Just as big." I thought Lord Hangwang would say something, but he did earth-shattering things without making a sound, and he didn't say anything. Lord Hangwang has never liked nonsense. It's so hot. Lord Hangwang is sympathetic to us and doesn't want us to kneel here under the sun to listen to him. Lord Hangwang is really kind and doesn't put on airs at all. If I were to change, I would definitely stand on top of the tailed beast and walk around the village. How arrogant. This is the gap between you and Lord Hangwang. The chatter gradually sounded. Young ninjas were all talking about King Mu with 5 tails. When King Mu passed in front of them, many people retreated a little, as if they were afraid that King Mu would suddenly burst into flames and hurt others. Some people were also talking about Luhan. Many people they all regarded Luhan's non-nonsense and even a little indifferent behavior as sympathetic to his subordinates. This is how people are. Once a person is regarded as a hero and his actions are legendary, his every move will be well-meaningly answered by some people, and it can even be said to be overinterpreted. Konoha village is very big, and the tailed beasts cannot run in the village. They have to take a detour to avoid some buildings that cannot be demolished, so Luhan can only take the tailed beasts to walk slowly in the village for more than half an hour before reaching the village square. The square in the village is very huge. This is the place for the military parade. Tens of thousands of people are not crowded here. The tailed beasts don't seem to take up much area here. Along the way, Kaharu Udatane and other Konoha executives followed Luhan. It was Kaharu Udatane who was talking all the time, and no one else could get in. She first praised Luhan's achievements excitedly, and naturally complimented Luhan for a while, then began to inquire about the situation that night, and finally asked Luhan sideways. Did Han rob the Iwagakure treasury? The current accurate information is that the mountain where the Iwagakure treasure house is located has collapsed. As for whether the things in the treasure house were taken away by Luhan or buried underneath, there is no relevant information yet. Luhan frequently turned his eyes to Kaharu Udatane. He found that Kaharu Udatane had changed, and he became more respectful to himself, not being cautious, but the kind of respect that comes from admiration from the heart. In the square, Luhan and the others stopped, and the others had already dispersed. Only Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Inazuka Lei, Hyuga Huyang, and Uchiha Leiyang were left with Luhan. I have already robbed the treasure house of Iwagakure, but because I had an agreement with Lao Ai beforehand, I gave half of it to Kumogakure village, so the harvest of this operation is not as good as the one at Kurigakure. Luhan said to several people. It should be like this, don't break your trust. Kaharu Udatane said immediately, with a big heart, the money is in hand, this is the most direct blow to Iwagakure. Ha ha ha, Lord Hengguang said that the harvest was not as good as that of Kurigakure. That's not right. 5 tails were robbed by us. This is more important than the money. Lord Hengguang's achievements are already comparable to the first generation of Lord Hokage. Uchiha Leiyang laughed, flattering Luhan. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Not easy for Luhan to go to the Hokage building now. Normally, he should hold a meeting now, but what about Wu Wei? Is there any way to temporarily resettle Wu Wei first? Luhan asked after a few gossip with them. Yes. Kaharu Udatane nodded immediately, and he had the most say with Homura Mitokado because of his experience. You can summon ninjas who are good at sealing, you need. This way. After Kaharu Udatane finished speaking, Luhan nodded and asked them to do it. The method is very simple, that is to seal the 5 tails. It is not sealed in the body of the human Jinchuriki column force, but is directly sealed on the ground and in the seal array. This is temporary, because the seal array itself does not have chakra, it needs the constant injection of ninjas to maintain it. The reason why the human Jinchuriki column force is it can be used as the carrier of the tailed beast because everyone has an extraordinary amount of chakra in Jinchuriki column power. 5 hours later, afternoon. More than 100 ninjas have been arranged in the square. These ninjas either have a large amount of chakra, or master sealing skills, or have some special secret skills. They will temporarily seal the 5 tails, and then implement a 3-shift system, taking turns maintain the chakra and reinforce the seal. Konoha ninjas presided over the seal. Although Luhan knew of their existence before, he didn't know that their master could temporarily seal the tailed beast's ability. At dusk. With the light of the huge seal formation rising, the 5 tails were imprisoned in the seal cage. After Luhan came into contact with Mangekyo's control over it, it became very irritable, and attacked the seal enchantment frantically, and the enchantment was shaken as a result. The temporary seal is very unreliable, but Konoha has a lot of people, and it is difficult for the 5 tails to rush out. After watching for a while, Luhan left and went to the Hokage building for a meeting. After a while, in the conference room. Iwagakure village, and the situation in the land of rain, let's not discuss it. Luhan glanced at the crowd and said quickly, there is only one topic for this meeting, people Jinchuriki column power. You can't keep the 5 tails sealed like this, there will be a problem. The problem, we have to find the right person. Quote. After Lu Han finished speaking, the conference room was quiet for a while. Uchiha Lei Yang thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Lord Han Guang, you can do it. Chapter 0757_person Jinchuriki, column Force Candidate. Uchiha Lei Yang is worthy of being Lu Han's caring little padded jacket. Although he sometimes turns into a pig teammate, it is a special case. Most of the time, Uchiha Lei Yang can guess some of Lu Han's thoughts and tell him that Lu Han is not good. If so, say it. Along the way, it can be said that Lu Han spent most of his time thinking about how to arrange the 5 tails. For Lu Han, it is the best choice to seal the 5 tails in his body and make him become a 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force. After all, he grabbed the 5 tails, and he has the right to choose how to deal with it, but Lu Han is putting that he portrays himself as a great ninja who is dedicated to Konoha, and if he goes his own way, it will not be beautiful if he encounters opposition. More importantly, Lu Han didn't even know that if he sealed the tailed beast in his body, he would be able to use the sealing technique. Even if some sealing techniques did not have a master, he could exchange them, but he would be used as the carrier of the tailed beast. It is the party involved, and it seems that he needs some assistance to seal himself. Therefore, Lu Han needs to use the power of Konoha to seal the tailed beast in the body of the human Jinchuriki column power. Well, I am indeed one of the candidates. After Uchiha Lei Yang finished speaking, Lu Han nodded. He didn't need to avoid anything. The 5 tails belong to him now, that is, I don't know if I am the most suitable candidate. Quote. Lord Hangguang's physical state should be the most suitable. Hyuga Huyang said. That's right. Kaharu Yuditane thought for a while and nodded. Looking at Lu Han, Lord Hangguang's chakra is enough to suppress the 5 tails, and Lord Hangguang is strong and experienced in combat, and has no flaws in all aspects. Once the 5 tails are collected in the body, it should be able to use the power of the 5 tails as soon as possible. Agreed. Homura Mitokado nodded too. Inuzuka didn't even say a word, because he didn't need to say anything, and he was a boring gourd. Everyone else agreed. As long as he didn't object, he didn't need to say more. Lu Han was taken aback instead. No one objected. Everyone was so unanimous, which exceeded Lu Han's expectations. What Lu Han didn't know was that he didn't understand how the attack on Iwagakure village had shocked the senior leaders of Konoha and the ninjas in the whole ninja world. Iwagakure village had never been attacked, because the large army couldn't fight, the small one. Shareholders cannot win. Lu Han couldn't win against Iwagakure village, and neither could I. Even if Iwagakure village sent out the main force, it was impossible to win. He just raided the village of Iwagakure, robbed the treasure house, robbed the tailed beast, and got out. The shock brought by this crazy and incredible thing, even Kaharu Yuditane, a ninja who originally had malice towards Lu Han and was a die-hard Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned to pervert and serve them thoroughly, not to mention other people. Lu Han pondered. He didn't make the decision right away. Because he was suddenly dissatisfied. 5 tails is good, one of the tailed beasts. If you can use it, you can greatly improve your strength, but if you compare it with EPUB, 9 tails, there seems to be some gap. Lu Han didn't expect to get his wish so easily. If so, what if I want EPUB, 9 tails? Cough. Lu Han coughed lightly and said, actually, in terms of my strength, the seal of the 5 tails in my body will probably not bring a significant improvement to my strength in a few years. I'd better find some candidates first. People, don't be in a hurry to decide right away. Quote. Lu Han found a somewhat lame excuse. In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is an excuse or not. Lu Han said this, no one would object. They agreed to seal the 5 tails in Lu Han's body, which did not mean that they believed that the 5 tails must only be sealed in Lu Han's body. The meeting just started and ended shortly after. Homura Mitokado is in charge of the search for Jinchuriki column candidates, and others can recommend to Homura Mitokado if they know of a suitable candidate. After the meeting, Lu Han hurried home. Hyuga Luo Ning had already finished taking a shower, dressed herself up fragrantly, and cooked a sumptuous dinner. As soon as Lu Han entered the door, she jumped into Lu Han's arms excitedly, and became intimate for a while. Uzumaki Kushina was not there. Lu Han and Hyuga Luo Ning Greasy were over, only to find out that Kushina was actually going to see King Mu of Wuwei. She was more curious about this than others because Kyubi, Nine Tails, was sealed in her body. You have no conscience. Knowing that I'm back, I didn't wait for me at home. I hurt her in vain. Lu Han muttered for a while, then went to the square in person and brought back Kushina, who was talking to King Mu through the seal barrier. Dinner is of course a joyous one. Meal, Kushina excitedly went to see King Mu of the Five Tails again. He was really curious and didn't know what to say. Lu Han went back to the room with Hyuga Luo Ning, and after that, it was quite lingering. 5 days later. Tsunade, White Fang, Hyuga Haeyong and others who received the order returned to Konoha village one after another. The situation in the country of rain has eased. With the army of the Iron Country entering the territory of the country of rain, Konoha not only got rid of the crisis, but also in terms of military strength. Not losing to the Sand and Rain coalition, and Mifune is extremely strong. With him joining, it will not be of great help to Konoha. This afternoon, Tsunade had just returned, and he had to spend time with Lu Han and tell each other about his experiences. Hyuga Luo Ning, who is very knowledgeable, went out to visit friends again, and left the space to Lu Han and Tsunade. Tsunade was crawling in Lu Han's arms and completed the mission report. After a few storms, Tsunade hugged Lu Han's neck and said in a sweet voice, "Lord Kun, I heard again that Iwagakure suffered heavy losses this time, and lost a lot of money." Here, Lu Han said nothing. The space backpack was empty again. Lu Han left behind the gold and silver coins he got from Iwagakure, and gave all the gems and antique calligraphy and paintings to Tsunade. He didn't ask for anything else, as long as Tsunade was happy. After that, Tsunade turned his face and didn't recognize the person, and ignored Lu Han, and excitedly went to carry the small treasury. Lu Han got dressed, walked around to the Hokage building, and processed some documents in the Hokage assistant's office. Then, when he was about to leave again, Homura Mitokado's voice sounded outside the door. "Lord Cold Light. Come in." Lord Hangguang. Homura Mitokado pushed in the door, holding a scroll in his hand, and hurried to Lu Han at the same time. Find out a few Jinchuriki column candidates, this is the list. Chapter 0758 Kyubi, Nine Tails, is better for me. There are 4 people on the list, 3 men and 1 woman, named Uzumaki Ang, Uzumaki Arena, Senju Rasta, Senju Ryoza. It's too neat, 2 Uzumaki clan, 2 Senju clan. How many Uzumaki ninjas are there in Konoha at the moment? Lu Han asked with a frown after seeing it. There are no ninjas, they are all children. Homura Mitokado replied, since the destruction of Uzushiogakure village, the Uzumaki people who did not die in the war have been living in all directions. Because Uzushiogakure village betrayed Konoha before the destruction of Uzushiogakure village, they are Konoha's enemies, so they wander. The Uzumaki ninjas are not willing to join the Konoha village. Even if we take the initiative to recruit them, we can only find some very young children. Over the years, we have found a total of 8. Quote. These 2, Uzumaki Ang and Uzumaki Arena, are the most talented of the 8 children. Homura Mitokado pointed to the names on the scroll again. Senju Rasta and Senju Ryoza are from the Senju clan. The 2 most suitable children selected from here, but they are not as good as the current Kyubi, Nine Tails people Jinchuriki column Uzumaki Kushina. Time is running out. When we brought Uzumaki Kushina back to Konoha village, but in Uzushiogakure village after investigating for a long time. And now, with the destruction of the village of Uzushiogakure, we have fewer choices. Yeah, Lu Han nodded, he understood what Homura Mitokado said. Because there is too little time, it is very difficult to choose another person who is comparable to Kushina's Jinchuriki column force. After all, this kind of thing cannot be made a big fan of. Whose body is the Jinchuriki column force sealed in as a secret? Come to think of it, Homura Mitokado also made excuses when examining candidates. Where are they? Luhan raised his head and asked. The two of the Uzumaki clan can be seen at any time. The Senju clan is in some trouble. They both have parents. I can't take them away for a long time without any reason. I have to make temporary preparations. Homura Mitokado said. Get ready now, I want to see them and inform Lord Kaharu of them. Luhan got up and said. After an hour. Inside the ninja school, in an idle classroom. Luhan, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Hyuga Huyang and others stood in the corridor outside the classroom, looking at the 4 children inside. The oldest is Senju Rasta, who is 8 years old and has a strange name. It is said that he has something to do with his mother. The second is Uzumaki Arena, who is 6 years old and is a very quiet-looking little girl. Senju Ryoza is 5 years old, sitting in a chair is not honest, and he looks very curious. The last Uzumaki Ang, only 2 years old, is curled up on the bench and sleeping soundly. Luhan and the others watched outside for a while, then pushed open the door and filed into the classroom. 8-year-old Senju Rasta immediately became serious and looked very serious. Uzumaki Arena and Senju Ryza also followed suit, just looking around curiously. Uzumaki Ang was still sleeping. Do you know who I am? Luhan asked seriously. I know. Senju Rasta immediately replied loudly, a little excited, you are Lord Hangwang. Teacher Elena said that you are the most powerful ninja in Konoha, and you will definitely surpass the original Hokage Senju Hashirama in the future. Senju Rasta answered all the words. Uzumaki Arena and Senju Ryoza were stunned for a while and couldn't answer. Uzumaki Ang was woken up. A pair of round eyes looked around, then ignored it. Luhan waited for the top of Konoha, turned over, and fell asleep again. How much do you love to sleep? The 2-year-old little guy, naturally, no one would call him rude. Luhan walked up to Uzumaki Ang first, put his hand on Uzumaki Ang's small head, and the back of his hand lit up. Test it yourself. This check is in all aspects. How is the development? Are there any flaws? How are the meridians? Wait, there is the most important thing, that is body energy. These 4 children are either Senju or Uzumaki. Their physical energy naturally exceeds their peers. There is no difference. Luhan wants to choose the best. This kind of inspection requires strong perceptual ability to get some feedback. At present, the strongest person in Konoha is Luhan. His ability to detect the human body is not the strongest, but he is almost the same. He is the most authoritative in speaking and he should be Tsunade, because Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja in Konoha. Senju Rasta couldn't help but tilt his head to look over. He was very nervous, because Homura Mitokado found the reason for him to come here, that is, Lord Hangwang wants to choose a direct disciple. Checking Uzumaki Ang, Lu Hanyu walked up to Senju Rasta and motioned him to raise his hand, followed by Senju Liangza, and finally Uzumaki Arena. The first few are excellent, but compared to Uzumaki Kushina, they are too mediocre, until Uzumaki Arena. Luhan took her hand, and as soon as chakra reached in, he was shocked. What a powerful life energy. On the surface, Luhan remained calm, his expression did not change. He put down Uzumaki Arena's hand, and then said, let's go. Luhan took the people out of the classroom and left the ninja school. Someone will arrange a few children, and Luhan doesn't need to take care of them. How is it? On the way back to the Hokage building, Kaharu Udatane couldn't help but ask, which one is the most suitable? We can't wait any longer. In order to protect the seal, there are loopholes in the village's defenses. If we drag it on, there may be accidents. Go to the conference room. Luhan didn't say it directly. After a while, Konoha's third conference room. In addition to these people who went to the ninja school before, Inazuka Lei, Uchiha Lei Young, and White Fang were also notified to come to the meeting. The best of them is a 6-year-old girl named Uzumaki Arena. Luhan glanced at everyone and said, But there is a huge gap between them and Uzumaki Kushina, even the best one. If forcibly seal the tail beast on her, she might die. Lu Han was alarming. In fact, Uzumaki Arena's body was big enough to hold 5 tails, but Lu Han didn't plan to seal the tailed beast to others from the beginning. After Lu Han finished speaking, everyone in the meeting looked at each other, but they didn't show any nervousness. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Isn't there Han Guang himself? Then, Kaharu Yuditane thought about it. The 5 tails can only be sealed in the body of Lord Hangguang. Lu Han was silent for a while, and then said, "No, suppressing the tailed beast will affect my chakra control. In the short term, the strength will be regressed. Moreover, the growth of human Jinchuriki column strength is a very long period of time. In the process, once you become a human Jinchuriki column force, you need to communicate with the tailed beast, you need to adapt to the tailed beast chakra. You need to keep practicing, and you need to combine the tailed beast to perform ninjutsu, and gradually combine your own power with the tailed beast. Greater power." Quote. Isn't that bad? Kaharu Yuditane asked suspiciously. With the talent of Lord Hangguang, after becoming a human Jinchuriki column force, there must be divine help. After a period of precipitation, the strength will increase by leaps and bounds. But I have a better choice. Lu Han replied. What? Kaharu Yuditane was taken aback. QB, 9 tails. Lu Han said, we not only have 5 tails, but also QB, 9 tails. If I want to pursue greater power, QB, 9 tails, is more suitable for me, and once I put QB, 9 tails, is transferred into my body, and the 5 tails can be sealed into Uzumaki Kushina, making her the new 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Lu Han has made no secret of it. He just wants QB, 9 tails. Chapter 0759 _ that guy is fierce. QB, 9 tails, is Lu Han's ultimate goal. People's desires are inflated. At the meeting that day, no one objected to Lu Han's sealing of the 5 tails in his body, which made Lu Han realize that he could already ask for something from this ninja village, even if it was this ninja village. The most precious thing. At the end of the conference room that day, Lu Han decided to seal QB, 9 tails, in his body and 5 tails in Kushina's body. It's just that at the time, he couldn't say it directly. In fact, with Lu Han's strength, he can do all this forcibly, but he can't guarantee that Kushina won't die. If the tailed beast is forcibly pulled out of the human Jinchuriki column force, the human Jinchuriki column force will die. If not because of Kushina, Lu Han will not have so many scruples. He needs to get support. The meeting room fell into silence. When Lu Han finished saying that he wanted QB, 9 tails, everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect Lu Han to think this way. QB, 9 tails, is very special and different from other. The most special thing about the tailed beast, QB, 9 tails, is that Uchiha Madara brought QB, 9 tails, to attack Konoha. QB, 9 tails, had caused damage to Konoha, so Konoha executives have always been cautious about the placement of QB, 9 tails. Kaharu Yuditane squinted at Lu Han, and seemed to have seen through all the thoughts in Lu Han's heart. See through nothing. Lu Han didn't do anything wrong, and he wasn't an unstable person. Will he seize power with QB, 9 tails? What else to take? Lu Han is already the leader of Konoha, one of the most powerful people in the world. To put it another way, will he hurt Konoha by getting QB, 9 tails? This is even more impossible. Only the true lunatic, the mentally abnormal, will have the idea of destroying the ninja village under his control. Lu Han just wanted to become stronger. It's scary, Kaharu Yuditane said with consideration. QB, 9 tails, has been in Kushina's body for 4 years. If the seal is unsealed and taken out, there may be an accident. These are all small problems. Lu Han immediately replied, the possibility of problems is very low. Originally, there is a certain danger in sealing the tailed beast in the human body, so why not do it? Lu Han glanced at everyone present, and said slowly, I think my idea is the best arrangement. The 5 tails are not suitable for me. I don't want to waste my time on the 5 tails, but the tailed beast must someone Jinchuriki column force. Kushina is the most suitable. Seal Kyubi 9 tails into my body. Give her 5 tails, that's it. Luhan once again emphasized his own thoughts and attitudes, which were very firm. Luhan wanted to see, who else would oppose him, and why would he oppose him? Silent. Everyone present has their own thoughts and looks, and they are really not mentally prepared at all. After a while of silence. If Lord Hengguang insists. It was Kaharu Yuditane who spoke again. I have no problem. Agreed, this arrangement is feasible. Homura Mitokado said. The big picture is set. These two guys don't object. Hyuga Huyang and Uchiha Leyang have no reason to object at all, because the stronger Luhan becomes, the better for them. Hyuga Huyang is Hengguang's wife and Hyuga Luo Ning's uncle. Luhan owns Sharingan, which makes Uchiha Leyang treat Luhan as his own. As for Inuzuka Tears, he doesn't have much say in the matter because he's not even a consultant. Luhan's proposal was officially approved at the meeting. After the meeting, the crowd dispersed. Kaharu Yuditane went to contact the ninja who was responsible for unsealing and resealing the tailed beast, and Homura Mitokado went to arrange the venue for the tailed beast to transfer. In the square in the village, the huge sealing barrier is still maintained, and the 24 ninjas around the barrier all keep their hands raised, constantly injecting chakra into the sealing formation. Inside the barrier, the hill-like 5-tailed King Mew was crawling on the ground. He looked bored. It had given up and escaped. It had already been tried before, and the seal could not be broken at all. The square has been blocked, and ordinary people cannot come, but some people with high rank or special status can still come here, such as Kyubi 9 tails Jinchuriki column force Uzumaki Kushina. Are you talking? Why are you ignoring me? Kushina stood outside the barrier and waved to the 5-tailed King Mew inside. Mew of Wu-Wei squinted at Kushina with a, "You're so annoying, look. Didn't you tell me yesterday that we can chat?" Kushina pouted. Mew Wong ignored her. She was very unhappy. Call. Luhan appeared out of thin air and stood beside Kushina. It ignored me. Kushina immediately grabbed Luhan's hand with one hand and jumped inside to complain with the other. The 5-tailed King Mew in the sealing barrier suddenly stood up, stepped back slightly, and looked at Luhan with vigilance. "It's afraid of you," Kushina said. "Yeah," Luhan responded with a nasal voice, looked at King Mew in the barrier, and asked with a smile, "You seem to like it very much. It ignores you. Why are you pestering it?" "It's beautiful." Kushina shook Luhan's hand, stared at King Mew, and looked like he liked it. "It looks like a horse. How beautiful, not like the one in my body, everyone, who looks so good. Ugly and always grinning at me Kiba. Can you see Kyubi 9 tails in your body?" Luhan asked in surprise. "Okay." Kushina wrinkled her nose. "That guy is fierce." "Yeah." Luhan nodded. Kushina was so sure that she had seen Kyubi 9 tails with her own eyes. There should be a gap in the seal on her body. Otherwise, with Kushina's current state, she would not know how to communicate with Kyubi 9 tails. "Since you like it so much, then I'll seal it in your body, okay?" Luhan pointed to the 5 tails, and said, "But you have to take the Kyubi 9 tails from your body first." Kushina stared blankly at Luhan, blinked and said, "Is this okay?" She was very aware of her mission as a Kyubi 9 tails Jinchuriki column force, so she asked this question. "Of course." Luhan smiled. 2 days later. This morning, Luhan took Kushina straight to the back mountain, where preparations were made. The first step was to transfer the Kyubi 9 tails in Uzumaki Kushina's body to Luhan's body. Chapter 0760 Kyubi 9 tails Jinchuriki column Li Hengguang. Transferring Kyubi 9 tails is not complicated. Many older Konoha ninjas personally took action. They first used the safest way to unlock the seal on Uzumaki Kushina, and then pulled out Kyubi 9 tails from Uzumaki Kushina's body directly. Break into Luhan's body, and then apply a seal. Although the process is simple, it can be extremely difficult. Because the energy, of QB 9 Tails, is too strong. A little carelessness during the transfer process may cause QB 9 Tails to escape control. In order to prevent accidents, this time transfer QB 9 Tails action, the top-ranked existences among the older generation powerhouses in Konoha village were all present. Although these old guys don't know the sealing technique, they have extremely strong strength and super rich combat experience. If there is an accident and QB 9 Tails runs out of control, they can also temporarily resist for a while. If it wasn't for the transfer of QB 9 Tails, matters related to the Jinchuriki column power of the QB 9 Tails people needed to be kept secret, and they didn't need to be treated with such caution. It's a pity that not many people know about it. The mountain behind Konoha, in the dense forest, the enchantment has shrouded this forest. Kaharu Udatane stood on the edge of the barrier, looking at the middle of the barrier. Luhan, Uzumaki Kushina, and 5 ninjas sealed by Grandmaster 8 trigrams. These 5 ninjas are old guys, but they do not have the name of the strong, they are the strongest. Just an elite Jonin. QB 9 Tails has been taken out of Uzumaki Kushina's body. It is a ball of light, which is the chakra condensed into ultimate. 5 elderly ninjas started at the same time, pulling this light with magic, and throwing it at Luhan's body. The tailed beast is actually a chakra life form. It can be controlled by a seal. It can be big or small. Once it appears, it is equivalent to breaking free from control. The terrifying chakra fluctuations rippled in the enchantment, causing people's heart palpitations. Go in. Seal. 4 elephant seals. QB 9 Tails was punched into Luhan's body, and Luhan suddenly felt his body tighten, his chi and blood surged, and terrifying energy was making waves in his body, but he didn't need to suppress anything deliberately, because the seal didn't require him to do anything. There are many ways to seal tailed beasts, not to mention the other methods of sealing tailed beasts in Ninja Village. Let's just say Konoha. Luhan knows too. One is the seal of the 4 elephants and the corpse seal, the other is the double seal. 4 seals. According to Luhan's previous explanation, QB 9 Tails was sealed on him, and he was going to use the double 4 image seal. Of the 5 elderly ninjas, 3 of them were in charge of suppressing QB 9 Tails at the end, while the other 2 cast the seal of the 4 elephants respectively. QB 9 Tails' chakra fluctuations became more and more violent, and the seal was about to be completed. This was the moment when QB 9 Tails resisted the most fiercely. The light centered on Luhan's abdomen shone outward, extremely dazzling. Seal. Seal. The 2 elderly ninjas who were responsible for the next seal did their best to transform chakra and try to seal the seal as much as possible. At this moment, Luhan, who is the receptor, feels very strange. He can feel the conflict of power. He is the most relaxed. QB 9 Tails' consciousness is already attacking him, but he seems to stay out of the way. Tails is far, far away. Sure enough, this kind of thing should use the power of Konoha. If I do it myself, I am afraid it will not be so simple. Luhan noticed Uzumaki Kushina on the ground beside him. He had fallen asleep and was looked after by ninjas. His breathing was steady and his life was normal. Habitually opened the insight map and glanced. Luhan frowned suddenly. He saw a Yuhi name. 4 kilometers north, the big Yuhi name is White Zetsu. The ghost doesn't go away. Uchiha Madara knows that QB 9 Tails has been transferred into my body. Will he take action? I have to admit, Luhan is a little worried. Because of the Moon Eye plan, every tailed beast will. It is very important for Uchiha Madara. If the human Jinchuriki column force is too strong, Uchiha Madara will definitely arrange checks and balances, right? I do not know how long it has been. The light dissipated, chakra fluctuated news, and everything was calm. Ended. QB 9 Tails completed the transfer and was successfully sealed in Luhan's body. The 5 old ninjas who were in charge of transferring the control seal were all tired. Their faces were sweaty, but they all smiled. There is nothing more gratifying than success, because there is a problem with this kind of thing, and the first to die is they. White Zetsu also disappeared from the insight map, whether he had sneaked underground or had left. Take a rest first. The matter of sealing the 5 tails will be carried out in the afternoon. Lu Han said, and then he hugged the sleepy Uzumaki Kushina and disappeared. At noon, Kushina woke up and had a big appetite, and the wind and the clouds ate a lot. In the afternoon, the village square. The 5 tails in Kushina's body makes the process simpler and more relaxing. Because of Lu Han used the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control the 5 tails, so the 5 tails could not resist, and could only be sent into Kushina's body to be sealed. Huge underground caves, huge braziers are still burning. The white-haired Sarutobi Hiruzen sat cross-legged on the ground, locked up for so long. He had long since given up cracking the seal on his feet, because he knew he couldn't do it. Recently, he has already spent most of his spare time on cultivation. Hangguang got QB, 9 tails. White Zetsu walked out of the dark corner with the food box in his voice. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, slapped the ground with one hand, his body suddenly jumped up. A flash, he came to White Zetsu, the futon wind-style chakra swirled under him, dragged him, the sealed double feet 10 centimeters from the ground. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at White Zetsu's eyes, his face gloomy, and a terrible breath pressed against White Zetsu. Hanguu got QB, 9 tails. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not lost his combat power, White Zetsu was unafraid, took the food box to bypass Sarutobi Hiruzen, and walked towards the direction of the brazier. Now, Hangguang has become the new QB. 9 tails person Jinchuriki column force, and the 5 tails were sealed to the previous generation QB, 9 tails person Jinchuriki column force, Uzumaki Kushina, ha 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 ha. One step closer to completing the plan, ha ha ha. Quote. White Zetsu is playing tricks. He has been implying Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally or unintentionally, making Sarutobi Hiruzen guess at random. Are you going to keep me locked up? Sarutobi Hiruzen floated back to the futon and sat down, asking in a deep voice. Chapter 0761_Make Konoha Pay. Under the beating firelight, White Zetsu's face flickered, and the shadow was pulled by the elder. No, I won't keep you locked up indefinitely, that's pointless, it's better to kill you directly. White Zetsu turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Your life and death master is in Hangguang's hands, it will be useful to your day. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and said no more. In fact, he was very anxious and confused in his heart. He didn't know what was going on with Konoha. White Zetsu told him what happened outside, but he never fully believed it, because White Zetsu was too suspicious. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's wisdom, he had already sensed that White Zetsu was inducing himself intentionally or unintentionally. But Sarutobi Hiruzen also believes that White Zetsu must have something to do with Hangguang. He couldn't believe all of White Zetsu's one-sided words, but he believed part of it. Eat, live well, you will see the light of day again. White Zetsu walked over, put down the food box, and walked away slowly. I'll come back to see you again. Entering the dark corner, with his feet stepping on the moss on the ground, White Zetsu shrank and disappeared. Relying on the organic matter in the ground, White Zetsu traveled quickly through the soil. Another underground cave, with a very small area, has soft caves, cabinets, square tables, chessboards and other furnishings. Uchiha Madara is sitting cross-legged on one side of the square table, and the one sitting opposite him who is playing chess with him is Black Zetsu. White Zetsu grows from the vine-covered wall in the corner, walks over and merges directly with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu becomes a must. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction is not fierce. If he is released now, he should not be hostile to Hangguang. Jushi Kuroko landed on the chessboard and said coldly, now the ninja world has no power to check him. If let him continue to grow, I'm afraid. Don't worry. Uchiha Madara was very calm. It's still early. At least, Hangguang can't solve the current war right away. Onoki has regarded him as a mortal enemy. Sunagakur and Omegakur's power is superior to Konoha. even if the Iron Kingdom helps Konoha, the two sides are just evenly matched, so it's best to keep the war going. Besides, we have the Kurigakure pawn. No more words, he just suggested something to Uchiha Madara, induced Uchiha Madara to do something. Compared to his understanding of the war, compared to the overall situation, he knew that he was inferior to Uchiha Madara. The two played a few more moves in a row, and said coldly, Kyubi, Nine Tails, is in Hangguang's body. With Hangguang's incredible growth rate, maybe he can quickly control Kyubi, Nine Tails, Master Kyubi, Nine Tails, Master Kyubi, Nine Tails. Tails, power, once so. No, Uchiha Madara asserted. If it were possible, I did it back then, and the world wouldn't be what it is now. The black market? Ju asked again. Madara's turn to be silent, and he was powerless to restore the black market, mainly because the black market had lost too much power before, and attacking Konoha seemed like a mistake. The current situation is that as Konoha continues to increase the amount of the bounty, more and more black market killers have defected, and even the powerhouses of Kurigakure, Sunagakure, and Omegakure are also hunting black market ninjas and going to Konoha to exchange money. Reason why the black market can be maintained from the Sengoku era to today is that some strengths are on the one hand, and on the other hand, the black market is mysterious enough. But once the whole world wants to kill the black market, including the killers who are most familiar with the black market, there is no mystery at all. Go to the land of rain and contact Hanzo. Uchiha Madara pondered for a while and said, the destruction of the black market is inevitable, but before that, Konoha must pay the price. It has been 10 days since Luhan became the third-generation Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column force. The land of the land sent back news that since the treasury of the village of Iwagakure was robbed and the Five Tails were robbed, the main army of Iwagakure all withdrew to the village of Iwagakure, and then it was reported that the daimyo of the land invested a lot of money in the village of Iwagakure, conservatively estimated at more than 400 million, to save the village of Iwagakure from turmoil. The five nations of the ninja world, speaking of close relatives, the land of daimyo and the land of Iwagakure village, can be said to be the best. The interior of the land of earth is extremely harmonious, and even in the land of fire, daimyo prefecture and Konoha village cannot compare. At present, Iwagakure has sent another 5,000 troops, stationed on the eastern border of the land of earth, to confront the legion of the land of thunder. The land of earth and the land of thunder check and balance each other, so even if Iwagakure village wants to take revenge on Konoha, it is powerless. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, there was another war, and the situation was stalemate. Konoha village plus Iron Country vs Sunagakure village plus Omegakure village. No one had the advantage in terms of military strength, and in terms of the number of strong players, there was not much difference. Mainly because of the addition of the Iron Country, although the strength of the three ships is not as good as that of Hanzo, it is not much worse. Konoha Conference Room 3, the meeting is in progress. The main topics of this meeting were the arrangements for the war in the Land of Rain, the handling of the village of Kurigakure, and the question of the Konoha treasure house. The situation in the Land of Rain does not need to change much, just maintain the situation and look for opportunities to win. The situation in Kurigakure village. 3 days ago, Kumogakure village sent information that they had captured Kurigakure spies in the Land of Thunder. Kurigakure seemed to be planning to cross the sea to attack the Land of Thunder and attack Kumogakure with Iwagakure village. This is very troublesome. Kurigakure has tens of thousands of ninjas, and Kurigakure is an archipelago country and is good at Sweden water style. Crossing the sea is easy for them, but Konoha can't help Kumogakure to contain Kurigakure. Konoha Lord the fighting forces are all in the country of rain, so Luhan can't go to Kurigakure to smash it again. If he goes again, he will throw himself into the net. Kurigakure is not empty, and he must be prepared. And once Kurigakure goes out, Konoha gets hurt. It is such a logic that Kurigakure sends troops to fight Kumogakure. Kumogakure will score troops to fight Kurigakure, so that Iwagakure can reduce the use of troops to Kumogakure. They can put some troops into the rain country. Konoha will be injured. The problem of Kurigakure. In fact, the conflict between Kurigakure and Kumogakure is not irreversible. If Lao Ai can negotiate with Kurigakure, this trouble can be solved. Kurigakure does not make troops, which is very beneficial to us. Lu Han sat on the main seat, one-handed. Holding his chin, he frowned slightly. With the character of the third generation of Hokage, he will not bow his head. Kaharu Udatane worried. Chapter 0762-5 Ninja Swords. The atmosphere of the meeting was very depressing, and this incident had less impact on Konoha, but Kumogakure is an ally of Konoha, and if Kumogakure is not given some support, it will make allies feel chilled. Moreover, Lao Ai assisted Lu Han in raiding Iwagakure village before, but his reputation did not improve. Although Kumogakure village got money, he also lost 3 talented people in Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. Ultra Elite Jonin. And Lu Han, but because of this fact, the name of Ninja World War God has been confirmed. According to the latest information, the older generation of strong Kurigakure has fully come back, and those old ninjas who have retired have also been reintegrated into the Legion. It seems that they really have plans for war. White Fang said. The garrison can deploy some troops, but the number is too small to be effective. Inuzuka said tearfully. Everyone spoke one after another, but there was no good way to do it. After all, Kurigakure was not targeting Konoha village this time, and all the Konoha executives were very inactive. Old Eye. Lu Han pinched his eyebrows, his voice paused, then he raised his head, sat up straight, and glanced at everyone. Actually, the third-generation Hokage himself is not afraid of war, but he also cherishes the life of the Kumogakure ninja. Kumogakure fights on 2 fronts. Lao Ai obviously doesn't want this to happen. We, Konoha and Kurigakure, have too much hatred to make peace, but Kumogakure. The only contradiction between them and Kurigakure is that Lao Ai attacked the first main battle army of Kurigakure, and in this matter, Kurigakure is very wrong. It is they the mission attacked the Kumogakure mission without authorization, causing Xiao Ai to be injured. Quote. Indeed, they can make peace. Kaharu Udatane nodded, but said, but once Kumogakure sends messengers to make peace talks, Kurigakure will definitely put forward conditions. Kumogakure got a huge fortune from Iwagakure. Kurigakure will definitely open his mouth. The third generation of Ai's Hokage would never agree. Lu Han won a nasal voice, tapped his fingers on the table subconsciously, and fell into deep thought. The meeting room fell silent. If Lao Ai can take out what Kurigakure needs in exchange for peace, and these things are not held by Kumogakure itself, and don't lose Kumogakure's face, it is estimated that it can be achieved. After all, Kurigakure fights Kumogakure. There is not much benefit. Yes, it's just revenge. The journey is too long, and supplies are difficult. Lu Han said. What? Kaharu Udatane asked. These. Lu Han got up, took out a ninja sword out of thin air and put it on the table, then took out another, and then took out a pair, a total of 5 ninja knives with different shapes, placed side by side at the meeting on the table. Everyone who is present with these knives knows it. 5 of the 7 special ninja swords held by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. These are the spoils of war that Lu Han got when he encountered Boiling Yu and others after beheading Danzo in the Land of Vortex. After that, because Boiling Yu didn't die, Lu Han was afraid that the knife would be summoned away when he took it out, so he kept it in his space backpack. Give these to Kumogakure and let them take these knives to negotiate peace with Kurigakure. Kaharu Udatane frowned. These knives are very precious. Hyuga Huyang also said. Of course it's not for Kumogakure. Although it's an ally, it doesn't make sense to give it for nothing. Lu Han immediately emphasized, let Lao Ai spend money to buy it, 10 million apiece, and then what will he do with these knives? It's him. If he doesn't buy it, it doesn't matter. We Konoha have given him a solution. It's his business whether he does it or not. Kurigakure's 7 special ninja knives are very famous in the original work, but Lu Han doesn't like it. Over the years, he has recovered more than a dozen rare ninja knives with special abilities. This kind of thing, as long as you kill it, ninjas with super elite or above strength may drop. Lu Han has the Sword of Astonishment, and there is no better forbearance sword than this. If Kurigakure can get these 5 ninja knives back from Kumogakure, they can reorganize the 7 ninja knives of the mist, which means a lot to Kurigakure. Homura Mitokado said, a little worried, but we use 1,000 knives for 1,000. The price of 10,000 sold to Kumogakure village seems too expensive. I am afraid that the 3rd generation of Raikage will have a grudge. Quote. The price of 10 million is indeed a sky-high price. How much is the head of a single member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist worth? That's 10 million. That's the price of a man plus a knife. It's not expensive or expensive, Kumogakure has money now. Luhan smiled. It's settled, this is what we think of for Kumogakure. I'll meet the Kumogakure messenger later to explain, we'll still talk about the treasure house. There was no need to move the Konoha treasure house at first, but now it is different. Luhan robbed Kurigakure and Iwagakure successively, and both succeeded. This will definitely give people a feeling that it is not impossible to attack the treasure house of Ninja Village. Keisonoki suddenly goes mad and joins Hanzo and Chiyo to raid Konoha to rob the treasury. The fun will be great. This is the reason why Luhan dare not leave Konoha recently. He has to guard Konoha, and at the same time, the Konoha treasure house must be rearranged. Kaharu Udatane proposes to divide the treasure house into 3 parts, put some in Anbu and some under the Hokage building, and some don't move. Regarding the issue of the treasure house, the discussion went very smoothly. Luhan listened to a lot of opinions on this matter, but he didn't say anything. The meeting gradually came to an end. Lord Hangwang, I have a question. Kaharu Udatane said suddenly. Huh? Luhan tilted his head to look at Kaharu Udatane. I want to know. Kaharu Udatane looked at Luhan with a very formal look. If Kumogakure agrees to pay 50 million for 5 ninja swords, how do you plan to arrange the 50 million taels? Kaharu Udatane asked a very strange question. The knife was Luhan's trophy, and the money naturally belonged to Luhan. Kaharu Udatane shouldn't have asked this question. But she just asked. Luhan's heart skipped a beat. He understood that Kaharu Udatane's sudden question was not to trouble him, it would be. If Kumogakure gives money, Luhan tapped his finger on the table and said naturally, put this money into Konoha's treasure house, and at the same time I will take out another 150 million taels to make it up. 200 million will be put into the treasury to strengthen Konoha's financial reserves. Quote. Kaharu Udatane is satisfied. Then I'll be here today. Luhan was about to announce the end of the meeting. Kaharu Udatane stood up suddenly, interrupted Luhan's words, and said loudly, everyone, I think the selection of the new Hokage can be put on the agenda. Chapter 0763_ What about hostility? Kaharu Udatane actually brought this up on his own initiative. Luhan immediately understood the intention of Kaharu Udatane's question just now. She asked Luhan how to arrange the 50 million yuan. If Luhan said that the money belonged to him, Kaharu Udatane would definitely not take the initiative to mention Hokage. It was just because Luhan said that he put the money into the treasure house, and put another 150 million taels into it, that Kaharu Udatane mentioned it. In Kaharu Udatane's view, to become a Hokage, you must not only have strength and talent, but also have a heart for Konoha, mostly for the sake of Konoha village. Of course, how much money Luhan robs is his trophy. He has the right to give it to someone or not. Others have no right to say more, but if Luhan does nothing, it will definitely give people the feeling of selfishness. This can only be said it's a small flaw, not really selfish after all, but one that makes Kaharu Udatane mindful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been at the helm of Konoha for 20 years, has been hailed as the greatest Hokage, with great reason. Kaharu Udatane is Sarutobi Hiruzen's diehard, and will compare Sarutobi Hiruzen with Hangwang. Although Hangwang has surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen in some aspects, in other respects, Kaharu Udatane believes that Hangwang is not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kaharu Udatane does not seek to be as great as Sarutobi Hiruzen, but at least he must have the Konoha village in his heart and the Konoha people in his heart. Obviously, Lu Han has reached the standard of being Hokage in Koharu Udatene's heart. As soon as Koharu Udatane finished speaking, the conference room was completely silent, and everyone looked at her, including Lu Han. I propose to recommend Hokage to assist Lord Hangguang as the only candidate for the seat of Hokage. Koharu Udatane added, in view of the fact that the third generation of Lord Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has been missing for several months, his life and death are uncertain, and the War of the Ninja World has not been settled, follow the First War of the Ninja World. In the circumstances of the period, the Hokage elected this time should be the Hokage on behalf of. Quote. During the First Ninja World War, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen received the order of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and was confirmed as the third generation of Konoha Hokage, but at that time, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was very young and Danzo was a careerist, it was not smooth for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ascend to the throne. He was a Hokage for 3 or 4 years, and at the end of the First Ninja World War, he officially became a third-generation Hokage. In fact, the only difference between Hokage and Hokage is a title, and there is also the problem of not being able to go to Hokage Rock after death. There is no difference in rates. Once he becomes a Hokage, he can directly appoint high-level officials, and the Legion commander will remove whoever he wants to remove, and whoever he wants to become an advisor will be an advisor. Cough. Lu Han coughed lightly and said, since I have been mentioned, I, as the party involved, can't express my position, you say. As it should be. It's time. It is also necessary to let the leaders of the major legions and the chiefs of large and small tribes express their opinions. There is no problem with the approval rate of more than half. No objection. Was Uchiha Leiyang. After expressing his agreement, he glared at Koharu Udatane several times, and cursed Koharu Udatane as shameless in his heart. He greeted the whole family of Koharu Udatane, because Koharu Udatane stole his words. Face, what about hostility? Can you support Hangguang Danzo like this? Uchiha Leiyang deeply despised Koharu Udatane's behavior. Koharu Udatane's proposal, unanimously approved. Dismissed. Koharu Udatane is going to prepare for the general election and inform the major clans in Konoha village about the situation. Homura Mitokado will go home and pack his bags immediately. He will go to the Land of Rain under the escort of Anbu to consult the opinions of the major clan leaders in person. Hokage Building Reception Hall. The Kumogakur messenger who had arrived in Konoha a few days ago. Xiao Ai, the Kumogakur representative who was resident in Konoha, was also present. Quote. This is the plan we came up with. Go back and tell Lao Ai that it is difficult for us at Konoha to recruit more people. This is the most appropriate method. Lu Han said to the Kumogakur messenger named, he. Aren't 10 million knives too expensive? Xiao Ai said angrily, and glared at Lu Han. Recently in Konoha, Xiao Ai has been suffocated. Lu Han is busy with his affairs and has no time to play with him. This makes Xiao Ai very, very dissatisfied. He often goes to Lu Han's house to eat and drink, and find Lu Han by the way. Trouble, Lu Han ignored him. There was nothing he could do. Do you know how much Kumogakur you guys got for robbing Iwagakure before? Lu Han asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai shook her head, he didn't know. Shut up if you don't know. Lu Han said rudely, then looked at Ki again. Remember, if you agree to buy ninja swords, we only need gold and diamonds, not other types of gems, understand? Xiao Ai was reprimanded by Lu Han. Her face turned to Yuhi. She wanted to go forward to reason with Lu Han, but she couldn't help but glanced at the expressionless white fang behind Lu Han, and held back. He glanced at his young master and sighed in his heart, because Lao Ai was full of praise for Lu Han in Kumogakur village. Kumogakur ninjas all know that Lao Ai and Han Guang have a deep friendship. You have to call the shots. Then Lord Hangguang, I'll go back and tell me now, and leave. He got up and said. Well, I'll show you off. Lu Han also got up and said with a smile. Lu Han personally sent Ki out of the Hokage building, and Xiao Ai followed him all the way, staring at Lu Han all the way. Lu Han watched Qi and others leave with his own eyes, but Xiao Ai didn't follow, so he was relieved. He was afraid of Xiao Ai's bad things, so he sent it to him personally. If Xiao Ai said something to Qi and others before they left, it would have a very bad influence. Lao Ai really cares about this son's thoughts. Night. The mansion in the forest. Dinner has just ended. Tsunade and Hyuga Luoning are clearing the dishes, and Uzumaki Kushina is cultivating under the supervision of Lu Han. Lu Han is about to go out to see the transfer of the treasure house. Report. Lord Kaharu Udatane is here to visit. Anbu Ninja's report sounded from outside the door. Oh, Lu Han was stunned, and didn't understand what Kaharu Udatane was doing so late. Kaharu Udatane had never visited Lu Han before. Please. Soon. Kaharu Udatane entered the door, saw Tsunade and others in the house. He waved his hand and said, Lord Hengguang, take a walk outside. Yeah. Lu Han nodded and walked out with Kaharu Udatane. Chapter 0764_C Lord Hokage. The courtyard under the night, the breeze is gentle, even quiet. Speaking of which, I've never paid a private visit to Lord Kaharu for so long, which is rude. Where is it? Lord Hengguang is very kind. It is my first time to visit Lord Hengguang. Lu Han and Kaharu Udatane talked as they walked, and stopped until they reached the tree near the gate. The two chatted a little about the Kingdom of Rain and about Kumogakure village. Kaharu Udatane also reported to Lu Han about the establishment of civil society, the case of the Silver Row. Lord Hengguang, in fact, I came this time because of this election. I think. Kaharu Udatane finally mentioned the purpose of this visit, and she explained her thoughts to Lu Han. To put it simply, she hoped that Lu Han would not become an official Hokage too soon, the reason being that Sarutobi Hiruzen was missing for 2 or 3 months, and there was still a possibility of his life. That way, if Sarutobi Hiruzen comes back, Konoha will have 2 Hokages, which will be a hassle. According to Kaharu Udatane, he hoped that Lu Han would serve as Hokage until the end of the war. As long as the war was over, she would fully support Lu Han to become the 4th Hokage. She is begging Lu Han. There are very few transaction components, and most of the requests are because she already knows that she cannot stop Lu Han from reaching the top. At the same time, she also wants to keep a way back for Sarutobi Hiruzen. She is also looking forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen being alive and he can come back. Without thinking too much, Lu Han agreed to Kaharu Udatane's proposal. In fact, Lu Han didn't plan to go a step further after becoming Hokage's replacement. It's totally unnecessary. The rights are the same. Lu Han can even remove Kaharu Udatane after becoming Hokage's. Concentrate on what Silver does. Of course, if there is no special reason, Lu Han will not touch Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane has returned to his heart. She can take the initiative to visit today. It means that she has let go of the hatred caused by Danzo's death. Kaharu Udatane's ability as a consultant is unquestionable. He is very prestigious in Konoha, and so is Homura Mitokado. If it wasn't for their lack of talent in cultivation and average strength, they wouldn't just act as consultants. As promise, Kaharu Udatane bowed to Lu Han and left happily. 6 days later. Homura Mitokado, escorted by Anbu ninjas, returned safely from the front line of the Land of Rain, and Kaharu Udatane immediately announced the Jonin Convention. This meeting wiped out all the senior ninjas who stayed in Konoha village. Nearly 200 ninjas attended the meeting, including all the clan chiefs who stayed in Konoha village, as well as ninjas with senior positions in the medical department and the administrative department. In attendance, and some are older ninjas. Chaired by Kaharu Udatane, and advisors such as Homura Mitokado and Hyuga Huyang were responsible for voting statistics. The purpose of this meeting is only one: choose Hokage. Kaharu Udatane delivered an opening speech. In the speech, he first explained the current situation of the ninja world, how the various parties are, and explained the importance of the absolute leader of the ninja village, and then explained the purpose of this meeting, and finally began to eloquently the details of Lu Han, achievements for Konoha since Konoha 30 years ago. Lord Hangwang will be the only candidate for this election. No one is more qualified than Lord Hangwang. However, Lord Hangwang still needs to obtain more than half of the support rate to become Hokage. If the support rate is lower than 50%, however, if it is higher than 35%, there will be a second high-level vote. In the high-level voting, if Lord Hangwang has more than 80% of the votes, he can also become Hokage. Still assisting Hokage, and entrusting the power of Hokage. Quote. After Kaharu Udatane finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced at the audience again, saying, in this vote, the number of votes is different according to the level of position. For example, as an advisor, I, Kaharu Udatane, have 10 votes, Lord Inuzuka Tears, and the commanders of the major legions. There are 8 votes, the police force captain Uchiha Leong, the S-unit commander Hatake Taishuo, 6 votes, and the other clan chiefs, according to the number of clans and positions, have 5 to 2 votes, respectively. Voting ninjas have 3 to 1 votes, depending on their position. Quote. Lord Hangwang has no right to vote because he is an elected person. Kaharu Udatane finally said, Lord Homura Mitokado, please read the voting results of the frontline battlefield. Kaharu Udatane sat down immediately. Homura Mitokado unrolled the scroll, and said loudly, the commander of the first main army. The commander's assistant. The captain. Selection of Hokage, because it is not a peaceful age, so the selection rules are not fixed, and the selection rules should be formulated according to the actual situation. The process of electing Lu Han as Hokage's replacement this time was relatively simple, and the opinions of ordinary ninjas were not consulted. Tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha did not have the right to vote, but only a handful of people with the right to vote. Homura Mitokado read out the results of the frontline's vote, unanimously in favor. The ninjas on the front line are the ones who support Lu Han the most, because they are the witnesses of the war. Lu Han's life-to-death achievements are the most exciting to them. As a result of the statistics, according to the total number of votes, Lord Hangwang has all the support of the frontline ninjas, and the support rate has reached 12%. Kaharu Udatane glanced at the audience again. Now, please follow the order and go to the front ballot box to be anonymous. Vote. The people on the podium voted first. After Kaharu Udatane finished speaking, he got up and walked down with the 10 votes in his hand, followed by Homura Mitokado, Hyuga Huyang and others. Lu Han sat in the chair without saying a word. There were no competitors, and he didn't need to make a campaign speech. He just needed to wait for the result. After half an hour, the voting was over. After another hour, the statistics are over. In this general election, the approval rate of Lord Hangwang is 97%. From now on, Lord Hangwang will officially become the Hokage of Konoha Hidden Village. Kaharu Udatane announced, then turned to face Lu Han. The audience stood up, faced Lu Han, then knelt down on one knee at the same time and shouted in unison. See Lord Hokage. Chapter 0765-3 Appointments after becoming Hokage. There are still people who oppose Lu Han, because it is a secret ballot, so Lu Han does not know who is opposed to him, but he can guess. Example, the Shimura clan. Danzo is from the Shimura clan. When Danzo was in power, the Shimura clan was the second largest clan after the Hyuga and Uchiha. Compared with the Inuzuka and Jongshan clans, in terms of weight, it was even comparable to the Hatake clan and the Senju clan. Because the Hatake family and the Senju family are small in number, the former is a genius tribe, and the latter has 2 generations of Hokage, so their status is detached. Numbers usually make a lot of difference, and talent matters too. Example, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. The reason why these 2 clans are the 2 top clans is not only because of their large number of people, but also because the 2 major clans are extremely talented as a whole. Since Danzo betrayed Konoha, the status of the Shimura family has plummeted. After Danzo's death, Lu Han took charge of Konoha, even more so. It would be hell if they would support Lu Han. But it doesn't matter, a Shimura family can't make much waves, even if they all betray Konoha. it doesn't matter, it's not Uchiha or Hyuga, their betrayal will cause big problems. In addition to the Shimura family, Luhan guessed that there should be a few ninjas closely related to Danzo who also voted against it. It doesn't matter at all. Rate of 97% is absolutely unprecedented. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have such an approval rate when he was in the top position. He was fully recognized after becoming Hokage. As for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, because of the relationship between the times, they were in the top position back then, but there was no such thing at all. What a regular election. Senju Hashirama doesn't need election at all, he is the god of ninja world. Senju Tobarama directly ascended, also because Senju Hashirama said one thing, and Senju Tobarama is indeed strong enough. In the venue, everyone slumped down and knelt on the ground. All get up. Luhan got up from his chair and said loudly, "Thank you for your trust in me. I will definitely live up to expectations, calm down the war, and led Konoha to a higher level of glory." Everyone got up. It stands to reason that the meeting can be over at this time. Kaharu Udatane was about to announce, but Luhan raised his hand to stop it. "I still have something to announce," Luhan said loudly, 3 personnel appointments. Kaharu Udatane's face changed. Luhan didn't discuss with her, or rather, Luhan didn't discuss with anyone. Just become a Generation Hokage, on direct personnel appointments. First, appoint Inuzuka Tear, the commander of the garrison, as an honorary advisor. In daily meetings, Inuzuka Tear has no right to speak out as an advisor, but in voting on some high-level matters, such as selecting Hokage or dismissing Hokage, Inuzuka Tear will have the equivalent of an advisor. Writes, quote, "In fact, Luhan wanted to appoint Inuzuka Lei as a consultant, but he thought it was inappropriate, because Inuzuka Lei already holds great power and has a detached position. If he becomes a consultant again, he is afraid that the right to speak is greater than that of Kaharu Udatane. Inuzuka Lei he is a very stubborn person and accepts the truth, so Luhan gave him the position of honorary advisor after weighing it." Second, Luhan's voice echoed in the venue, "Appoint the Uchiha clan chief, the Konoha police force captain, and Uchiha Leiyang as advisors. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Hyuga Huyang, etc. are all discolored, as expected. As expected, Han Huang immediately promoted Uchiha Leiyang. Third, Luhan swept his eyes and said again, "Appointed, the current top advisor, Kaharu Udatane, also serves as Hokage's assistant. During my outing, General Kaharu Udatane will lead Hokage on behalf of me, unless I have special arrangements." Quote. Kaharu Udatane's face changed again, a little confused. What is this all about? In fact, it is an exchange of interests. Luhan must promote Uchiha Leiyang, otherwise he will fail Uchiha Leiyang's unconditional support over the years. He is Luhan's hardcore crony, but he must consider the feelings of other advisors. This is not a matter of two people, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and most importantly, Hyuga Huyang, will have opinions. So, he promoted Kaharu Udatane to Hokage assistant. In fact, Kaharu Udatane has a very strong ability to rectify, and is the kind of person who can afford to let go the chance to serve as Hokage. Other words, Kaharu Udatane cannot usurp power no matter how high his prestige is. After Kaharu Udatane serves as Hokage's assistant, she will continue to press Uchiha Leiyang in power, and she can shut up. Without her raising her head, everyone else would shut up. After Luhan announced the 3 appointments, there were buzzing discussions in the venue. Uchiha Leiyang, who was sitting in the middle of the first row below the rostrum, was both happy and bit Kiba gnashing his teeth. Happy, of course, because he served as a consultant, allowing the Uchiha tribe to have a place in the high-level Konoha. Gritting Kiba's teeth because, more and more, he felt that Kaharu Udatane took her credit. It was Kaharu Udatane who dominated the election and sent Hangguang to replace Hokage. In Uchiha Leiyang's opinion, this was what he should have done, but Kaharu Udatane took the lead. At the same time, he also believed that she will be appointed as Hokage's assistant, which has a lot to do with sending cold light to the top. Kaharu Udatane, you fickle bitch. Seriously, if it wasn't for Kaharu Udatane's old age, Uchiha Leung would really doubt whether Kaharu Udatane bribed Han Guang with sex. Otherwise, how could she become Hokage's assistant because of her bad relationship with Han Guang before? The conference is over. Lu Han officially entered the Hokage office in the Hokage building, and those belongings to Sarutobi Hiruzen will all be boxed and sent to the treasure house for storage. Konoha immediately spread the matter to the world. The dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara looked at the child crawling on the ground and babbling. White Zetsu stood behind him, reporting on Konoha's situation. Hangguang has become Hokage, and the support rate is very high. Konoha will make a fist because of this, I'm afraid. White Zetsu's voice became lower. Go to the land of rain and tell Black Zetsu, let him do it. Hangguang becomes Hokage and should give him a big gift. Uchiha Madara said gloomily. Chapter 0766_Haunted. In the land of rain, I'm afraid it's not ready. White Zetsu has countless clones. He doesn't need to go to the land of rain, and he knows the situation there. Black Zetsu hasn't convinced Hanzo yet, because Black Zetsu arranged for him last time to attack and kill Han Guang, which resulted in his arm being cut off. He has completely distrusted Black Zetsu. Quote. Uchiha Madara pondered, her old cheeks full of ravines, showing no joy, anger, sadness. Tell Black Zetsu, I will only give him half a month. If he still can't convince Hanzo, let him lead someone to do it directly. Yes, White Zetsu ordered and was about to leave. That's right, Uchiha Madara said again, keeping his eyes on the child crawling on the ground. Send him to Konoha and tell Hangguang, congratulations on becoming Hokage, this is my gift to him. This afternoon, Lu Han became Hokage's replacement within 2 days. A mansion in the forest. Humph, I will definitely hit you this time. Xiao Ai stared at Lu Han, her whole body was shocked, and the air flowed and flashed thunderlight, then turned into thunderlight and rushed to Lu Han, look at the fist. Xiao Ai shouted to see the fist, but she swept Lu Han with her whip leg. He learned badly and became treacherous. Lu Han saw the tricks and fought with Xiao Ai Bo, which was actually training Xiao Ai in disguise. Becoming Hokage, Lu Han has less daily affairs to deal with, mainly because there is no trouble in the front line, and Konoha has not been threatened by other threats. The power of Kyubi, 9 tails, are practicing with Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, this apprentice, still has to accept it. This is the future 4th generation of Raikage. Nothing will change. Before you know it, the time has come to dusk. Report. Anbu Ninja suddenly appeared in the courtyard, knelt down on one knee and said quickly, Report Lord Hokage, there is news from the northern border that the Kumogakure escort team has arrived. Kumogakure hopes that we will accept the escort. Here comes the money. 50 million taels, all of which are equivalent to gold. As early as 4 days ago, the Kumogakure village sent back news and accepted Konoha's proposal, willing to spend 50 million taels to buy 5 ninja knives, and then use the ninja knives to negotiate with Kurigakure, but Konoha must keep this matter a secret. It cannot be known that the knife was bought by Kumogakure. Lao Ai wants to lose face. He didn't say that he bought it, but said that he asked for it from Konoha, so that Kumogakure made peace with Kurigakure, and it was Konoha who was extorted. It had been 4 days before Kumogakure shipped the gold to the border. Let White Fang take someone, notify the garrison, and send 2 brigades to follow. Lu Han thought for a while and then arranged. A Hokage, Lu Han naturally does not need to do many things himself. Although it is most suitable for him to go in person, because he has space for a backpack, he can easily bring the gold back. However, Lu Han cannot leave Konoha at will now, he must guard. Lu Han, Konoha lost the supreme power who could check and balance Onoki and Hanzo. Lu Han is really worried, if they also play the trick of raiding, no matter whether they can rob the treasure house or not, it will cause a great blow to Konoha, and may even retreat completely. And as long as Lu Han is here, don't even think about leaving when they come. Into the night. Xiaoai eats and drinks at Lu Han's house again, and Kushina protests and despises him. After a long time in contact, Kushina dislikes Xiaoai more and more because he thinks Xiaoai is stupid. Yes, they are always tricked and calculated, and they don't know it yet. In the original book, Kumogakure robbed Uzumaki Kushina, and then she was rescued by Namikaze Minato, which forged her marriage with Namikaze Minato, and she was very hostile to Kumogakure. In this world, under the influence of Lu Han's butterfly effect, this has not happened, and it will not happen in the future. Kushina just doesn't like Xiaoai who is stupid. She has no hostility towards Kumogakure, and Namikaze Minato has not saved her, so she and Namikaze Minato are not very close. While dinner is in progress. Uchiha Leiyang came to see me today. Tsunade said while eating with his rice bowl and chopsticks, without looking at Lu Han. His mood was a little strange, just when you went to the Hokage building to handle official business. Huh. Lu Han frowned and raised his head. He's looking for you. What's the matter? It's nothing. Tsunade was still in a strange mood. After a pause, he said, that's right, not only Uchiha Leiyang, but also his wife wants to walk around with our house. Oh, Lu Han responded and didn't ask any further. Uchiha Leiyang took the initiative to walk around with Tsunade. It was normal, it was just human interaction. As for bringing his wife, it obviously showed that he was walking around in a personal relationship, and he had to avoid suspicion. Tsunade is Han Guang's wife, a woman. Although Uchiha Leiyang is in his 50s, he is also a man. If he has nothing to do, he always finds Tsunade. It's hard to tell if it's rumored, but it's not a problem with his wife. Don't grab it, you've eaten it all up. Kushina tapped the back of Xiaoai's hand with chopsticks, and angrily moved the plate containing the balls to her side. Obviously you eat more than me. Xiaoai muttered, not daring to argue with Kushina. After all, this is Han Guang's home. There's more, I'll go to the kitchen to get it, don't make any noise. Hyuga Luo Ning hurriedly smoothed the game. Lu Han ignored them and continued to eat his own. Halfway through dinner. Kushina, who was eating sushi, suddenly raised her head. Her ears twitched, and she blinked. Listen, what's the sound? What sound? Hyuga Luo Ning looked at Kushina and listened carefully, but heard nothing. It sounds like a child's cry. Kushina's expression changed after speaking. She looked very frightened. She shrank her neck, leaned towards Tsunade, and whispered, could it be a ghost? Just frighten yourself. But the cry of a child suddenly appeared at night, which was really scary. The room fell silent all of a sudden, and everyone turned their ears to listen. It seems, there really is. Just outside, seems to be in the yard. Anbu ninjas everywhere, so there were a lot of orange dots, and Lu Han couldn't tell which one was an outsider. Is someone really here? Child. Chapter 0767 Senju Tianjung_. The atmosphere in the room has become cold, influenced by Kushina. It's so scary. Kushina has put down the tableware and got into Tsunade's arms. This girl has loved to read all kinds of ghost stories since she was a child. She usually looks very courageous and has a strong temper, but in fact, after all, she is a girl. I'll take a look, Lu Han said, putting down the tableware. Report. Anbu Ninja's report suddenly sounded outside the door. Lord Hokage found a child in the woods. There really is. Lu Han dodged and disappeared. In the northwest corner of the mansion, on the side of the training ground, there is a small forest. 5 or 6 Anbu ninjas gathered in the bushes on the edge of the grove. Under the tree in front of them, there was a basket made of branches. Inside the basket was a small quilt, and inside the quilt was a crying child. Silver gray hair, looks very clean, can be a year old. Not sure, because children of this age, because of food problems, living environment reasons, the development speed is not the same. Lu Han appeared out of thin air. Seeing the child, his pupils shrank violently, because he could see the character information, and he knew where the child came from. Son of Senju Senluo, Senju Tianzheng. He is still alive. Who sent it? Under the heavy escort of Anbu, he was able to send the child here quietly. Lu Han immediately opened the insight map again and stared. Just 3 seconds after Lu Han opened the insight map, 4 kilometers north of the insight map, it was a residential area, and a big Yuhi name suddenly appeared. White Zetsu. Your uncles. Lu Han immediately understood why he didn't find Sen Luo's son when he went to the country of Vortex. It is because of the absence of Sen Luo's son that Sen Luo went to extremes and was used by Uchiha Madara to attack Konoha. Everything is a conspiracy of Uchiha Madara. The child is in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Damn. Lu Han bit Kiba, dodged and disappeared, heading straight for White Zetsu. Just after Lu Han left, Tsunade, Hyuga Luoning, Uzumaki Kushina and others all came out of the house to check the situation. Lu Han chased after White Zetsu. White Zetsu seemed to sense Lu Han, and deliberately led Lu Han away from Konoha. It flashed and disappeared for many times, keeping a distance from Lu Han, but not completely out of the detection range of the insight map. No one else was alerted. One was running and the other was chasing, and soon left the village of Konoha. North of Konoha village, in the forest, Lu Han appeared out of thin air. If he didn't chase him again, he wouldn't be fooled. It was enough to chase White Zetsu out of Konoha. No matter how far he went, Lu Han would never be led away from Konoha by White Zetsu. White Zetsu disappeared from the insight map again, this time for a little longer, instead of appearing immediately after disappearing. Damn Uchiha Madara. Lu Han cursed Uchiha Madara in a low voice. He realized the horror of Uchiha Madara. This guy's layout is uncertain. Some are launched suddenly, some are prepared long in advance. Lu Han now understands that from the day he got Sen Luo's son, he had planned to attack Konoha. And now he suddenly sent Sen Luo's son back. I don't know what it means. After all, there is no harm in a small child. Lu Han turned around and was about to return to Konoha when he stopped abruptly and turned around to look quickly. White Zetsu appeared. Just as he turned around, he appeared 100 meters behind him, growing out of a tree. You're really not afraid of death? Lu said coldly, staring at White Zetsu. Lord Madara asked me to tell you, congratulations on your becoming Hokage. White Zetsu said coldly, this is a gift from Madara-sama to you. As soon as he finished speaking, White Zetsu retreated into the tree and disappeared completely. There is no trace of him on the insight map, and this guy is completely gone. When Lu Han returned home, the courtyard had returned to calm, and all the Anbu ninjas had returned to guard in the shadows, while the child was gone. When Lu Han entered the door, he saw the basket on the wooden floor beside the dining table at a glance. He's so young. Is he a year old? Look at you, he smiled. He is catching my fingers. Yee. Can't catch. Don't cry, give you. Tsunade, Hyuga Luo Ning, and Uzumaki Kushina were all around the basket, teasing the children inside. The little guy stopped crying and kept laughing while being teased, with a pair of small hands scratching back and forth. Xiao Ai was not in the room, she probably had already finished her meal and left. Seeing Lu Han entering the door, Tsunade raised his head and asked, have you caught up? Just now when Lu Han suddenly left, Tsunade could naturally think that Lu Han was going after the person who abandoned the child, and that he was able to keep the child silently under Anbu's heavy blockade and surveillance. When the sound is sent in, it must be a strong party. Lu Han shook his head, walked to the wooden collapse and looked at the child. Senju Tianzheng. I don't know who came up with this name. Does Sen Luo have a chance to name his son? Or from Uchiha Madara? Have you checked? Lu Han asked Tsunade. Yeah, Tsunade nodded. This kind of child of unknown origin, she dared to bring it into the room after checking, not to mention if there is an infectious disease, it will be troublesome, Tsunade exclaimed. It's incredible, although he is very young, his vitality is extremely strong, even comparable to that of adults. For so many years, I have only discovered this situation in individual children of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. He is a child of the Senju family, Lu Han said with a blank expression. What? Tsunade was surprised. Her eyes changed immediately. She could sense that Lu Han must know something. At the same time, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but want to pick up the little guy, but just after picking up the little guy, he found a small scroll under him, and blurted out, "Huh? What is this?" Lu Han quickly picked up the small scroll and checked it to make sure that the scroll was fine, and then opened the scroll. There are a total of 4 characters above, in 2 groups. Sen Luo, Tianzheng. Obviously, Uchiha Madara was afraid that Lu Han would not know where the child came from, so he left his name to let Lu Han know that this is Sen Luo's child and prevent misunderstandings. Tsunade tilted his head and looked at the scroll. His face changed suddenly. Of course she knew the meaning of the word Sen Luo, the former ace of the Konoha root organization, the traitor who attacked Konoha with the black market, and the culprit behind Sarutobi Hirazen's disappearance. Chapter 0768_Abnormally Active Nerves. Sen Luo, Tsunade murmured, but was confused. Sen Luo is a person's name, and it can have other meanings. What does Sen Luo Tianzheng mean? Could it be that this child is called Tianzheng? What does he have to do with Sen Luo? Can Sen Luo have children? This psychopath actually likes women. And where did he come from? Wasn't it kept in custody for treatment? Tsunade couldn't react a little, because very few people knew about Sen Luo's son, and Danzo, who knew the inside story the most, was dead. This is Sen Luo's son. Lu Han said blankly, put down the scroll, and looked at the little guy again. His name is Tianzheng. Senju Tianzheng. Tsunade's expression froze. It really is. The little guy was nibbling on his fingers, his big eyes were looking around, and after being coaxed, he was not afraid of people. Lu Han's probe hand held his small head, and chakra quickly penetrated into his body. As Tsunade said, the vitality of this little guy, pervert, is even stronger than that of Uzumaki Kushina in his childhood. When he grows up, the amount of chakra will be very terrifying, and his cultivation talent should also be excellent. The possibility of exceptions is very low. Of Senju Senra. Senju Senra himself is the super genius of the Senju family. When Sharingan was transplanted, other Senju ninjas were transplanted Sharingan, only Senju Senra was transplanted with Uchiha Kagame's Mangekyo Sharingan, which means that Senju Senra's talent was at that time. In the group, it is the strongest. Moreover, Senju Senluo also fused the cells of Senju Hashirama. Because of the blood of the same family, the cells of Senju Hashirama must have improved him from the root. With such a talent, he gave birth to such a son, which did not surprise Lu Han at all. That is, Lu Han is very worried that Senju Tianzheng will have problems with his body. Because Senju Senro not only fused the cells of Senju Hashirama, but also transplanted Uchiha Kagame's Mangekyo Sharingan, and the transplant has been receiving treatment for many years. He is a test body, and the child was born before the fusion of yin and yang in his body, that is said Senju Senro may pass his flaws to his children. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha tribe, it is not inherited naturally. The transplanted thing does not exist in the blood of Senju Senluo. Senju Senluo only has the blood inheritance of the body of the immortal, and cannot have Sharingan Kekkei Genkei. Lu Han's chakra repeatedly probed the little guy's body, and blinded the little guy's consciousness, making him sleepy and quickly fell asleep. What? Tsunade couldn't help asking. She had previously monitored Senju Tianzheng to check whether he had contracted diseases and other issues, and whether he was healthy or not, without doing a particularly detailed examination. At this time, Lu Han carefully checked the Senju Tianzheng, and Tsunade also understood. This is a child of an experimental ninja, and maybe there is a potential problem. A few minutes. After repeatedly monitoring Senju Tianzheng's body, Lu Han probed chakra into his brain and eyes again, and probed very carefully. Lu Han's face suddenly changed. Tsunade spoke again. The feedback from the brain is a bit strange. He is already sound asleep. Even if he is dreaming, his mind should be relatively calm, but this time the feedback. Is very active. Luhan looked at the sleeping little guy. Generally, only people are having nightmares. Only when he slept would his mind become so active in his sleep, but he slept sweetly. I'll take a look. Tsunade folded his hands. Luhan immediately took his hand away. Tsunade quickly hand seal, with the most professional medical ninjutsu, probed Senju Tianzheng's brain, because Tsunade already knew what was abnormal, so the probe was very fast, and the conclusion was the same. There is a problem with the brain region, and the right cranial nerve is abnormally active. It may be a hereditary neurological disease. Luhan frowned. Now he is still young, so he can't see anything. Sen Luo is suffering from illness and pain because he has been detained for a long time, and his heart is distorted. I am not sure about Sen Luo. Whether Luo's brain has lesions, but if the child is inherited from him, it should be. Neuropathy and mental illness often coexist. Neuropathy. For example, nerve pain is just a type of neurosis. Neurasthenia, always dozing off, is also a type of neurosis. And a lunatic is a mental illness. Because neuropathy leads to madness, there will be a situation where neuropathy and mental illness coexist. Who sent him? How did Sen Luo's son wander outside? How could he be sent back suddenly? Tsunade had many questions. Luhan shook his head and said nothing. He's so pitiful, so young, Kushina whispered. Luhan looked at Senju Tianzheng, thinking about how to place him. It would definitely be impossible to kill him. Although Senju Senluo deserved death, it had nothing to do with the child. Luhan couldn't have White Zetsu send the child back because Uchiha Madara asked him. Just killed him 100 times. In fact, if it wasn't for Senju Senluo who attacked Konoha and Konoha suffered a lot of casualties, Luhan would still regard him as a good friend. Late at night. Under Luhan's arrangement, Hyuga Luo Ning and Uzumaki Kushina went to live, and the little guy Senju Tianzheng was also placed in Kushina's room, and they were taken care of together. Main master bedroom. Luhan lay on his side on the soft side with a heavy heart, and put his hands on Tsunade's soft waist. Tsunade suddenly turned his back and turned from facing Luhan to facing Luhan. His beautiful eyes were extremely bright in the dimness. He blinked at Luhan and whispered, "Tell me, don't you want to tell me?" She already felt that Luhan had something to say to herself, otherwise Hyuga Luoning would not be allowed to live in Uzumaki Kushina's room. Do you know what kind of existence Senju Senluo is? Why did he become like that, do you know? Luhan asked softly. He was a test subject. When I was very young, he volunteered to participate in Danzo's trial and transplanted Uchiha Kagami-sama's Mangekyo Sharingan, but there were sequelae after the transplant, so he had problems. Tsunade said, she only knew so much. Who told you? Luhan asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade responded with a nasal voice. Then let me tell you, this is wrong. Luhan looked into Tsunade's eyes. That experiment was not led by Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Moreover, that experiment was the root cause of the decline of the Senju family. Chapter 0769 Konoha 15 Years Tragedy. The decline of the Senju family is Sarutobi Hiruzen's 20 years in charge of Konoha, the biggest stain. He has an inescapable responsibility. The Senju clan is not an ordinary clan, the strong clan that led the establishment of the hidden village of Konoha. If not for the Senju clan, under the leadership of Senju Hashirama, they conquered the Uchiha clan and jointly established the Konoha with the Uchiha clan, and then other nations followed suit and established the ninja village. The system of one country and one village was settled, and how many people might have died in the war in the ninja world back then. Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, and Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation, were both born in the Senju clan. The Senju clan has carried too much light and glory, but it is such a clan, but because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's extreme experimental plan, the inheritance was cut off and it declined. This is not the biggest problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen had good intentions. He wanted to end the war quickly, so he wanted to create a combination of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to create a batch of monsters. What's really chilling about this incident is that Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed this incident, weaving countless lies for this, and even if a small number of people knew the inside story, he also threw the blame on Danzo. What did you say? Tsunade's body shook, his voice trembling. I said, that experiment led to the decline of the Senju clan. Luhan repeated it, and said, I didn't want to tell you about this. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen may have fallen, people die like lights go out, and everything is over. I don't need to say what he was right or wrong in the past, but since you asked, I don't need to keep a secret for him. Tsunade was dumbfounded. What Luhan said was different from what Sarutobi Hiruzen told her, and was different from what Konoha recorded in history. Tell me first, what you know. The reason for the decline of the Senju family. Luhan asked, then took Tsunade's hand, hoping to give her a sense of security and calm her down. The decline. That's that time. Tsunade spoke slowly, on the one hand because Luhan's words gave her a shock, and on the other hand, she needed a meeting. That was 15 years of Konoha, and I was 5 years old that year. The Senju Corps fell into a trap during a classified mission and suffered heavy casualties. Most of the deaths were young ninjas. Tsunade couldn't go on, because Luhan's meaning had already been made clear. It was a lie. Sarutobi Hiruzen told you? Luhan asked. Is this matter on the record? Yes, but it's very unclear. It's just a secret mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very careful in making up lies. He knows that the clearer he is, the more loopholes he can tell, so he deliberately omits the details in the record. Tsunade's eyes became more and more wrong, and her body trembled slightly. Although she had had a conflict with Sarutobi Hiruzen because of Luhan's relationship, it did not affect Sarutobi Hiruzen's position in her heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the greatest Hokage, it's accepted, and Tsunade has always thought so. She didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would lie to herself. In fact, she can't tell the truth from the false, and she is a little confused, but she knows that Luhan will not lie to herself. There is no need to lie to herself, then, the liar is naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade little by little so that she could accept it better. Many of the people who died back then were Tsunade's relatives, her uncles, cousins, and cousins. Tsunade, who was 5 years old at the time, was studying at the ninja school, and she still remembers many people as a smart child. Voice and smile. Exactly, what happened? The real situation is, Tsunade suddenly clenched Luhan's hand and asked. They all died in the experiment. In order to end the war as soon as possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Danzo's proposal and jointly conducted this top-secret experiment with Danzo. The experiment method was very radical and the purpose was very extreme. Style and Sharingan's monster. It can be said that it is a combination of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Senju Senra, as the most talented, was transplanted with Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, and the others were transplanted with ordinary Sharingan and Senju Hashirama Sama's cells. A total of 79 Senju tribesmen aged 7 to 15, 78 died due to the experiment. Only Senju Senluo survived, but he was also a failed experiment. He often went mad and realized that life is better than death. The pain, and it's getting worse. That's why he's going crazy. 79 is not a big number. Compared with the tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha, the death of 79 is nothing. But if these 79 people are all from the same clan, and they are all teenagers or even children, then the problem will be big. Senju family at that time, also divided into various age groups. How many of the same age group? And that was the period of the First Ninja World War. It doesn't mean that if you die these 79 people, you won't die after that. Hyuga family, which is now the most populous in Konoha, as an example, including retired disabled ninjas, infants, elderly people, and some women who take care of children. All counted, can there be 500 people? 600 people? What about age groups? How many are 40 to 60 years old? How many are 20 to 40 years old? How many are under the age of 20? If we were to pick out the most talented people in the Hyuga family from the age of 7 to 15, pick 79. If there were 79, they would all be killed. The inheritance of the Hyuga clan will also be broken immediately. It will decline, and whether it can recover or not depends on the fertility rate of the tribe and the attrition in the war. The Senju family never recovered. This is a very scary thing. Luhan didn't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so extreme at that time. Did he want to quickly settle the war to prove himself? There was silence in the bedroom for a long time. Tsunade cried, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were full of unease. She was afraid, not because of the deaths of the Senju clan. After all, she had already accepted the fact that the Senju clan was declining. What made her fear and uneasy was that she, the wise and powerful teacher, actually deceived her and told her a big lie. How did you know? Tsunade asked in a broken voice, sobbing. Chapter 0770_Deceive the World. Tsunade seemed to want to confirm, because she hoped that what Luhan said was a lie, not because she didn't trust Luhan, but because she couldn't accept that Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a person. Say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is deceiving the world is not an exaggeration. Because Danzo took the blame for him, it's not just this one, but this one is the most serious. About 4.5 years ago, I was on a mission to eradicate missing nin in the Land of Water. After I completed the mission, I killed Captain Kurigakure Anbu at the same time and the Land of Water was blocked. It took me several months to get rid of the missing nin. The country escaped. Luhan said softly, just as I was trying to escape the water country, I met Senluo. Have you met him? Tsunade asked. She remembered it. Senluo brought back the news of Luhan's death. He said that Luhan was not found, and he speculated that Luhan was dead. Well, but he went to the Land of Water, not to save me, but to kill me. Luhan said. What? Tsunade exclaimed. Luhan calmed her down and said, this is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's order. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order was really to save me. It was Danzo who ordered Senluo to kill me, and Senluo was extremely powerful to me at that time. If he really wants to kill me, I'm dead. Tsunade, listen. Luhan is about to talk about the most crucial point. Why didn't he die? Or, since Senluo found him, why didn't he kill him? Senluo didn't kill me because he discovered the potential in me. At that time, I was just 13 years old, and I was already stronger than the average elite Jonin. Luhan continued, Senluo knows very well that Danzo is my enemy. And he hates Danzo. Hates Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is because of them that Senra becomes mad. Senluo hoped that I could kill Danzo in my lifetime. I made an agreement with him, and he gave up killing me. After that, on the way back to escape from the Land of Water, I met with Senluo several times. Familiar, he told me his story. About Konoha's 15 years of top-secret experiments, Senluo personally told me. This night, for Tsunade, was extremely long. She had never experienced such a hard time. Luhan explained to her Konoha's 15 years of experiments, and also told about Senluo, his entanglement with Senluo, and his hatred with Danzo, all the way to the death of Senluo. In the Valley of the End. In fact, Senluo didn't die at that time, and Luhan knew it later, but there was no need to go on and on. It would be impossible to explain. Luhan couldn't tell Tsunade about Uchiha Madara's situation. Luhan didn't plan to tell anyone about this. Because it is no good for anyone to know, and it will lead to death. If Luhan told Tsunade that Tsunade pretended not to know, it was okay, but if she did something, Madara would definitely kill her. Danzo used Senluo's son as a threat and asked Senluo to kill me again, but although Senluo came, he didn't do anything to me. He also assisted me in fighting Hanzo and others and fell in the End Valley. Luhan finally said, I lost a friend. For this, I chased and killed Hanzo for thousands of miles, and finally fell into Hanzo's trap. Fortunately, I found Kazekage, the third-generation head hidden in the dark, in time, killed him unexpectedly, and beheaded Hanzo again. As for why Senluo is still alive, I don't know, maybe he was saved by someone from the black market, but I know why he attacked Konoha. Because he hated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he is a lunatic, he passed on this hatred. Arrived at Konoha village. Quote. Tsunade was speechless, his tears dried up, and he was speechless. She has begun to look at Senluo from a new angle, a poor person, a person who has gone to extremes because of hatred, a senior from the same clan as Tsunade. Senluo's sins were unforgivable, but that didn't stop Tsunade from feeling pity for him. A long time has passed. With complicated thoughts, Tsunade gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Tsunade woke up on time with her biological clock, and thousands of complex thoughts flooded her mind again. Luhan also woke up on time, showing a relieved smile to Tsunade. That kid, why was he suddenly sent back? Who sent it back? Tsunade asked. Danzo took him away when he betrayed Konoha. After that, until I killed Danzo and many root ninjas, I never found him again. Luhan shook his head. Two possibilities, one is that the surviving root ninja sent him, the second one was sent back by the black market, but the purpose. Luhan really didn't know. He didn't understand what Uchiha Madara meant at all. Demonstration. Disgusting person. Let me know it was all your conspiracy in the first place. Sounds like you're scheming. Let's adopt him. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Luhan's hand. He is innocent, and his talent is very good, and he is the blood of the Senju family. We don't have no children of our own, after so many years. Maybe we can adopt one. Tsunade's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Every time she mentioned the child, she was afraid to touch Luhan's sensitive nerves. In fact, Luhan was not sensitive at all. He knows what happened to him, because he is a transmigrator, he is a subversive, and it is not absolutely impossible to give birth, but the probability is small. Tsunade was looking forward to it, but Luhan shook his head. No, Luhan resolutely said, he has a problem. Even if we adopt an ordinary untalented child, we can't adopt him. I plan to send him to Anbu, where he will be raised by a scientific research ninja named Anbusenju. Regularly check on his problems, treat him. His identity, stay in Konoha, Anbu is his best home, he should be an excellent Anbu Zero Squadron ninja in the future. Quote. Tsunade also realized that he was a little impulsive, didn't force it, just whispered, I hope his problem is not serious. A new day has begun. Luhan gave Tsunade a big smile. Get up, forget about that. Luhan said before getting up. Wait, there's something else. Tsunade pressed Luhan's shoulder. What? Luhan lay back again, looking sideways at Tsunade. Actually, the Uchiha Patriarch and his wife came to me yesterday for something special. Huh. They want me to agree to let you marry Uchiha Makoto. Chapter 0771 The couple's boat overturned. After Tsunade finished speaking, he stared at Luhan's eyes, as if he wanted to see something. Luhan's expression froze for a while, and he was stunned, and immediately said again, I don't know, I really don't know, why would they suddenly mention this to you? Luhan was a little nervous. Luhan knew Uchiha Leiyang's thoughts very well, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Leiyang would bypass him and go directly to Tsunade for a showdown. What a brave man. I don't know Tsunade's temper. If you anger Tsunade and your Uchiha clan, you will be out of luck. Tsunade can't do anything to the Uchiha clan directly, but she can blow the pillow against Luhan. Isn't that what you meant? Tsunade asked Luhan's eyes. No, Luhan said absolutely, it was Uchiha Leiyang who made his own decision. I didn't know anything about it before. Believe me, I definitely didn't ask him to test your tone. I'm not such a person. Luhan was explaining. At the same time, he had already scolded Uchiha and Leiyang's whole family in his heart. Even if you want to get closer, don't play it. Annoyed Tsunade, let no one rest in peace. Luhan finally understood why Tsunade's face was wrong when he was eating yesterday. It was because of this. Actually, I think what Uchiha Leong said makes sense. Tsunade's voice suddenly softened a lot. Ah. Luhan didn't react. He blinked and said, what did he say? He said, the reason why you can't have children is probably because of a problem with your bloodline. You have the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha family, and I have the bloodline of the Senju family. Luo Ning is the bloodline of the Hyuga family. They are all extraordinary bloodlines that can produce Kekkei Genkai. When two powerful bloodlines meet, either they merge together and become stronger, or they resist each other. Tsunade continued, we haven't had children for a few years, so maybe we just met. Resist situation. Quote. I'm not a Uchiha ninja. My Mangekyo is copied, you know. Luhan quickly reminded. Yes, I believe you, but this does not mean that after you have Sharingan, your bloodline has not mutated. After all, this is not a transplant, the eyes are yours, you have turned on Sharingan, which means that you already have Sharingan Kekkei Genkai. Luhan looked very serious. Uchiha Leong said to me, I hope you will marry Uchiha Makoto, because your Sharingan bloodline will never conflict with Uchiha Makoto's bloodline, only fusion, he said. This way maybe you can have children of their own. Quote. Luhan stared blankly at Tsunade. He didn't understand. Tsunade would believe Uchiha Leong's heresy. And Uchiha Leong is making excuses, can't you feel it? Uchiha Leong wants Uchiha Makoto to become Luhan's wife, so as to enhance the power of the Uchiha clan. Is Tsunade stupid? She is not stupid. She was just a little sick and went to the doctor. After all, as Konoha's most powerful medical ninja, she couldn't give birth to a child for Luhan, although it wasn't her problem. Originally, Tsunade wanted to keep this matter in his heart and not tell Luhan. If Uchiha Leong went to Luhan directly, he would let Luhan make his own decision, but not long ago, he talked about the topic of adopting a child. This touched Tsunade's heart. An adopted child, no matter who it is someone else's child. From the perspective of human relations, to say that I really don't care, I really want to, and I don't mind at all, is self-deception. If there is a chance for Luhan to have a child of his own, why not? So, you tell me this. Luhan was a little unnatural. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing to discuss with his wife whether or not to marry another woman. What do you mean? Perhaps, if that's the problem, maybe you can have kids of your own, Tsunade said. Marrying a wife just to have children. Isn't that weird? Luhan asked. You don't like Uchiha Makoto? Tsunade asked rhetorically. Luhan hesitated. Actually, You've hesitated. Tsunade interrupted Luhan's words directly, and his face became ugly. You really thought about her a long time ago. Men are really not good things, Luhan looked at Tsunade dumbfounded. What is this for? Is it unreasonable to hesitate? Dig a hole for me to jump in. Is it okay for you to ask? You are fishing law enforcement, you know. That. Stop talking. Tsunade pushed Luhan away, rolled over and collapsed, putting on his clothes with a straight face. Luhan tried to speak several times, but was shocked by Tsunade's tough eyes. After Tsunade put on his clothes, he walked downstairs quickly, and there was a tinkling sound from downstairs. Tsunade was cooking, deliberately loud. Angry returns to anger, the meal still has to do. What does she mean? Luhan lay on the collapsed for a long time and thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't understand. The woman's heart was needled at the bottom of the sea, and Tsunade took the initiative to mention it, digging a hole for Luhan again, and getting angry. Luhan was wronged. What did I say? I didn't say anything, okay. Uchiha Leong who was picking things up. Really the couple's boat overturned. Of rain, the Omegakure Legion camp. In the northwest corner of the camp, in a forest composed of towering giant trees, Hanzo stood on a sturdy tree branch more than 20 meters above the ground. His black robe shook in the wind, his left hand reflecting the metallic luster rested on the handle of the knife. Hanzo looked at it. Facing the black figure on the opposite side. This is your only chance. You have to understand that compared with financial resources, you can't compare to Konoha. Although you are not inferior to Konoha and Iron Country in terms of military strength, your logistical supplies are too far behind, and you will definitely lose in a protracted war of attrition. Black Zetsu stood on a tree branch more than 10 meters away from Hanzo, and the thick branches hanging down covered most of his body. Hanzo's face was gloomy and uncertain. This is the 5th time Black Zetsu has come to him recently. He doesn't believe Black Zetsu anymore, but Black Zetsu is right. In fact, Hanzo was already heartbroken. But he was afraid that this was a trick that would lead a Megakure into the abyss of doom. I can assure you that the cold light will definitely be drawn to the land of rain, and when you and Onoki raid Konoha, I will provide you with accurate information on the location of the Konoha treasure house. Black Zetsu advised. Chapter 0772_Happy Cooperation. The first time Black Zetsu came to Hanzo, Hanzo rejected Black Zetsu without much thought, and even chased after Black Zetsu. If it wasn't for Black Zetsu's miscalculation of Hangwang's strength, he didn't remind him that there are strong people around Hangwang. To induce Hanzo to attack and kill Hangwang with a lot of money. Hanzo will not end up disabled. Hanzo has a deep hatred for Black Zetsu. As for the raid on Konoha, Hanzo also thought about it. In fact, if Onoki came to Hanzo, Hanzo might have agreed directly, because the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Conspiracy. But Black Zetsu is different, he belongs to a force outside the ninja war. If Hangwang was really led away from Konoha, Hanzo and Onoki raided Konoha, looted the treasure house. What if the news was leaked? Black Zetsu will have the ability to control Hanzo's life and death. If he wants Hanzo to live, he will give Hanzo accurate information. If he wants Hanzo to die, he will directly inform Konoha and let Konoha be prepared. In the latter case, Hanzo and Onoki going to Konoha would be self-inflicted. Hanzo doesn't like this. The feeling of being killed by someone else's master is what worries him the most. Think about it from another perspective. If Hanzo is Black Zetsu, then he will definitely kill both sides. He will draw away the cold light, give Hanzo and Onoki a chance to sneak attack on Konoha, and inform Konoha half a day in advance to prepare. This way, when Hanzo and Onoki arrive at Konoha, they will inevitably cause great casualties to Konoha, but again, because Konoha has prepared in advance, Hanzo and Onoki can enter and destroy, but they have to die inside. Is your hand ready? Black Zetsu sneered grimly. Don't you want revenge? Hanzo raised his left hand involuntarily and clenched his fist. This is the puppet arm. A few months ago, after Hanzo had his arm chopped off by Lu Han and fled back to a Megakure village, he tried all kinds of secret techniques in hopes of being reborn from the amputated limb, but he couldn't. In the end, he contacted Sunagakure village and asked Chio to help him with a lot of money. Made this puppet prosthesis. Although, Hanzo's current metal left arm is better than before, stronger and harder, and can be used directly as a weapon, which not only restores Hanzo's strength, but even improves it. But, Hanzo will never forget the humiliation Hangwang brought him. The pain of the broken arm was unforgettable. What are you afraid of? Without the cold light of Konoha, there is no opponent who can compete with you. If you join forces with Onoki, as long as you are fast enough not to be surrounded, there is an 80% chance of success. Black Zetsu stared at Hanzo. Hangwang is the enemy of life and death in our black market. Are you still afraid that I will cooperate with him to plot against you? Hanzo remained silent, clenching his fists. I can tell you one thing. Black Zetsu was about to pull out his trump card. Speak, Hanzo said coldly. Do you know this? Black Zetsu took out a large crystal ball from his sleeve, poured chakra into it, and shook it in the half. The crystal ball showed a picture. In the dim environment, his hair was all white. The very old Sarutobi Hiruzen sat cross-legged in front of the brazier. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hanzo blurted out. His face changed dramatically. He wanted to see more clearly. Black Zetsu had already put away the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the hands of our black market. Black Zetsu said coldly. I hope this will dispel your doubts. Our black market has no possibility of cooperation with Konoha. Konoha is our enemy, your enemy, and Iwagakure, the enemy of the village. We should cooperate. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still and is sealed somewhere in the ninja world by us. I tell you this, you are equivalent to grabbing our handle. You know what I mean. The word handle may not be accurate, but it is true that by letting Hanzo know about this, he will have the means to threaten the black market. If the black market dares against him, he can immediately publicize it. This case, Konoha will go crazy, and they will surely search the black market all over the world, looking for the place to seal Sarutobi Hiruzen. Onoki agreed. Hanzo asked. The first time I found him, he agreed, Black Zetsu said. Okay, I agree too, Hanzo said heavily. I hope you don't make the same mistake last time, the information must be accurate. Happy cooperation. Black Zetsu smiled. Since Kumogakure sent 50 million taels of money, and the 5 ninja knives have been brought back to Kumogakure by Kumogakure messengers. Kumogakure officially started the negotiation process with Kurigakure. This afternoon. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Luhan was sitting behind the large desk and was looking through the information. There were at least 30 information scrolls piled up on the side of the desk, and Luhan just started to read. These information do not need Luhan's approval, because they are not particularly important. Anbu has already taken care of everything. Luhan just needs to know about it and keep these situations in his mind. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Hatake Sakumo hurried in without saying hello, walked quickly to Luhan, and handed out the scroll. Emergency information. Sent from the land of rain. White Fang's expression. Luhan knew that something had happened, and he quickly took the scroll and opened it. His expression changed drastically. Konoha's second main battle corps was attacked the night before, and more than 300 black-clothed ninjas launched an attack from the north of the camp at 2 a.m. After receiving the news, the Third Corps, which is the horn of the Second Corps, reinforced 1,000 people. The A-level elite troops of the Iron Country Legion also came to help 3 hours after the battle. The melee continued until dawn. All the more than 300 black-clothed ninjas died in the battle, and no one escaped. Our team died in the battle, 637. There were 1,769 wounded, 16 A-level elite troops of the Iron Country were killed and 49 wounded. The Sunagakure Puppet Army and the First Army of Omegakure Village have received information about our attack and are approaching us, and the Second Army is forced to retreat 100 miles. Confirmed by our senior scouts, the more than 300 ninjas who attacked our camp at night are all black market ninjas. Scholar. Intelligence is not complicated. To sum up, the Konoha Second Corps was destroyed, and the black market did it. After reading it, Luhan slapped the scroll on the table and stood up suddenly. Notice of a meeting. Chapter 0773_Luhan's suspicion. Hokage Building, Meeting Room. The atmosphere was very depressing. After reading the information, everyone did not show much anger. Instead, they all fell silent, because this time it was not Sunagakure or Omegakure Village that had crippled the Second Konoha Corps, but the black market. Konoha is already trying to destroy the black market as much as possible, and he can no longer take revenge. Moreover, this time the black market is full of dead men, and the number is small, only more than 300 people, all of them are dead. The strategic value of the dead is completely higher than that of ordinary ninjas, because their lethality is too strong. They are not afraid of death, and they need to invest more resources in training. The black market is completely harming others and not oneself. What else can you say? How many ninjas are there in the black market? How much power can Uchiha Madara use? Luhan asked himself. He didn't understand why Uchiha Madara was squandering the power of the black market, enough for Konoha to kill. Compared with Konoha in the number of ninjas. Can't kill you. The most terrifying thing about the black market is that they are hidden in the dark, and they are taken out in batches for frontal combat, which simply cannot exert the true power of the black market ninjas. What Luhan didn't know was that Uchiha Madara had given up on the black market. Due to Luhan's black market eradication plan, people are dying in the black market almost every day. Those black market killers who used to rely on the black market for their food are only looking at their immediate interests, chasing and killing black market ninjas all over the world, and using black market ninja heads to exchange money for Konoha. This situation is getting more and more seriously. It is estimated that within half a year, the black market will completely disappear. Instead of waiting for the black market ninjas to be killed one by one, it is better to gather them together and make a big move. 300 dead men in the black market who attacked the second Konoha Corps at night were already the last force in the black market. After this operation, the black market has existed in name only. Cough. Kaharu Udatane, who was already Hokage's assistant, coughed lightly, breaking the silence, and said solemnly, "The second corps suffered the most damage because of the previous battle with the Sunagaku puppet troops. There are only more than 2,000 ninjas, and this time more than half of the casualties were taken. There is no strength to fight against the puppet army. I suggest that the second army be broken up into the first and third army, and the second army should be cancelled." Quote. On the front line, it is very dangerous to have a small number of legionaries, and the biggest problem of the second legion now is that there are too many wounded, and the medical ninja must be too busy, so taking care of these wounded is a big problem. You can also recruit some people from the first and third legions and add them to the second legion. The fourth legion will not be considered. Hyuga Huyang said, "It is very complicated to break up and reorganize, and the second legion has senior ninjas. When it comes to other legions, the identities are not easy to arrange, and it is easier to maintain the establishment of the second legion." Quote. Actually, the second corps can be merged with the fourth corps, and the fourth corps at the end can be abolished, Homura Mitokado suggested. Everyone, these aren't the most important things, are they? Uchiha Lei-young glanced at him. After serving as a consultant, he didn't speak so aggressively, and seemed to have a good relationship with other ninjas at the top of Konoha. We can't be resurrected, and the wounded soldiers can't be healed right away, and we are already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. The conference room was quiet again, and what Uchiha Lei-young said was the key. The second corps was crippled. If Sunagaku or Omegakure did it, it would be okay to say that Konoha died, and they died too, so there would not be a big gap because of this, but this was not the work of the Sand Rain Coalition, but the black market. As a result, Konoha lost a lot, but the Sand Rain Coalition had no losses. We can send the S department to support. Hataki Sakumo said, although there are few people in the S department, they are all elite Jonin, which is enough to close the gap between us and the enemy. Department S is not used like this. They are not suitable for frontal battlefields and are easy to be targeted. However, Konoha village has too little power to use, and the garrison must not be able to move. The rest are the Anbu, Uchiha, Hyuga, and the internal affairs of each tribe. Speaking of which, except for the garrison legion, other formed troops are not suitable for the frontal battlefield. The garrisonable legion is the fundamental strength of the Konoha defense and cannot be moved. Konoha police force can go out to fight, Uchiha Lei-young said in a vigorous voice. Hyuga Huyang glanced at Uchiha Lei-young, but this time he did not compete with Uchiha Lei-young. Compared with the Uchiha Madara clan, the Hyuga clan are good at reconnaissance and defense, so they are not suitable for this reinforcement. Everyone expresses their opinions. In addition to the depression, the atmosphere of this meeting was more dull, and there was no quarrel, because it seemed that no matter how it was arranged, the main reason was that what happened in the Land of Rain this time was big or small. Also small. Although the second army was crippled, the gap between the two sides in terms of total strength was not too big. Konoha felt the pressure, but the pressure wasn't strong enough. If Konoha's second corps was wiped out, the big problem would be big, and Konoha would have to reinforce immediately, but things weren't that serious. Konoha doesn't need to give up either. Whether to reinforce or not, and how to reinforce, all have to be discussed. Luhan kept listening. After the meeting officially started, he didn't speak again. It wasn't that he had no idea, but that he felt that there was a problem. Lu Han's angle of thinking about this matter is completely different from others. Others present the black market attack as the black market's counterattack, the black market's revenge. But Lu Han didn't think so. Because behind the black market is Uchiha Madara. What is he going to do? What is the purpose of doing this? This is very wrong. Does Uchiha Madara want to defeat Konoha? He won't. He just wanted the ninja world to be more chaotic, and sent 300 black market dead to attack the Konoha frontline army, breaking the balance of the battlefield and causing Konoha to lose the battle. If he let the 300 dead men attack Konoha, just to teach Lu Han a lesson, it will not affect the frontline battlefield. Madara, what exactly do you mean? Lu Han thought to himself, and he didn't know if he thought too much. Lord Hokage. Inuzuka suddenly looked at Lu Han and said solemnly, if you are willing to go to the battlefield in person, you alone can turn the situation around. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, and then there was a glint in his eyes. Chapter 0774 What a big hole. Lu Han never thought about going to battle by himself, what a big deal. Can it be done? And Konoha needs Lu Han to guard, just like Sarutobi Hiruzen back then, even if he leaves. It must be a secret operation, and the time is very short, not giving the enemy a chance. It's strange that the always conservative Inuzuka actually proposed the most radical plan and let Hokage fight in person. Everyone looked at Inuzuka's tears in his 50s, but no one refuted it, because they, like Lu Han, did not understand very much. These words came out of the conservative Inuzuka's tears. Tell me what you think. Lu Han said. Lord Hokage. Inuzuka got up in tears. I know you are worried that Konoha's safety cannot be guaranteed after you leave, but I feel that Konoha's current defensive strength is enough. At present, Konoha has not only the garrison corps, but also the corps in charge. The Anbu for defense and intelligence processing, the Konoha police force for internal security inspections, the Hyuga clan for surveillance and reconnaissance outside the village, and the S division with exceptional mobility and extraordinary combat power. Quote. As the commander of the garrison corps, Inuzuka has been in charge of Konoha's defense for more than 10 years. It can be said that he is the person who knows the most about Konoha's defense. He knows best what kind of attack Konoha can resist at this moment. When it comes to the strongest power, Anbu Captain White Fang is second only to you. Even in the face of the strongest such as Hanzo, he can handle one or two, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, these three Sarutobi Hiruzen the master's direct disciple also stayed in Konoha, and the strength of the three of them cooperated with each other, even surpassing White Fang. So, even if you leave Konoha and Konoha is attacked by Hanzo, he will definitely die here. Inuzuka said with tears in a serious tone, and he was so unsmiling when he wanted to come. He does not mean that. Inuzuka tearfully said that Hanzo attacked Konoha, just as an example, but Lu Han suddenly realized, as if. Lu Han narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it. Inuzuka didn't notice the change in Lu Han's expression and continued. Lord Hokage has been in danger many times alone, turning the tide for Konoha. With Lord Hokage's strength, if you attack the Land of Rain, lightning strikes the Sunagakur or Omegakure Corps, a knocked back and quickly return to Konoha, I think, no surprises. Quote. After Inuzuka finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Han's face to see how Lu Han decided. Lu Han suddenly understood why Inuzuka made such a radical suggestion. Because this is not his idea, but everyone has this idea. Lu Han's skills in speed have reached the pinnacle. Contacting Lao Ai to attack Iwagakure is the best example, because Lu Han has been in danger alone many times, and he has retreated completely, which makes Konoha executives subconsciously think, if Hengguang comes again, what will happen to the front line of the Land of Rain? But thinking about it is one thing, dare to say it is another. The meeting has been going on for so long, and no one else dared to mention it. On the one hand, they considered that Konoha needs Hengguang to guard, and on the other hand, they were worried about Hengguang's power as Hokage. What are you kidding? You let Hokage go to risk alone. This kind of thing can only be brought up by Hokage himself. Although Lu Han is only acting as Hokage, his power is no less than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen back then, and no one will treat him as a young man. That is, Inuzuka tears. He dares to mention anything, dare to say anything, everything is in the interests of Konoha. And, he came up with the idea when Konoha had enough defensive power, which actually doesn't go against his character. Lu Han raised his hand, motioned for Inuzuka to sit down in tears, and pondered for a while before turning his head to glance at him and said, "What do you think?" He tried his best to keep his voice calm, not wanting to put pressure on them. Lu Han is already in power. As long as he doesn't commit irreparable mistakes, no one can impeach him. Instead, he has to look at his face. He doesn't want these people to speculate too much on their own thoughts, which will affect them. Their words and deeds will also affect Lu Han's judgment of their true thoughts. It's possible. Hyuga Huyang nodded first. Lord Lei is not unreasonable, but it makes things simpler. Yeah. Kaharu Udatane also nodded and spoke carefully. As long as Lord Hokage comes and goes quickly enough, there will be no problem, because the speed at which the spies from all sides transmit information cannot be faster than the speed of Lord Hokage. If Lord Hokage can beat the Sand Rain Coalition, maybe he can directly change the situation in the Rain Country and end the war as soon as possible, Homura Mitokado said. Others also spoke up one after another, but they all fully agreed with Inuzuka's proposal, but no one objected. They all thought that I should fight, but they didn't dare to mention it. Lu Han thought. The fog in his heart gradually dissipated. Maybe Lu Han was too warlike before and a complete lunatic, which makes the current Konoha senior management very natural will think what will happen when Han Guang fights. Konoha executives would think so. Uchiha Madara thinks so too. And Konoha executives didn't know the existence of Uchiha Madara. They didn't know that when Lu Han fought Hanzo in the Valley of the End, everything was arranged by Uchiha Madara. Lu Han knew. What a big pit. Uchiha Madara, do you want to bury me, or do you want to bury Konoha? Because everything was based on guesswork, Lu Han couldn't be sure of Uchiha Madara's true thoughts. Ghost knows, did he want to arrange for someone to kill Lu Han who left Konoha, or did he plan to attack Konoha after Lu Han left Konoha? Am I thinking too much? Lu Han asked himself again. Facing the wily Uchiha Madara, Lu Han had to deal with it carefully. If Uchiha Madara had already guessed it, how could Lu Han be able to analyze this step? Could it be that he wanted to make Lu Han smart but be mistaken by smart? In fact, the situation in the Kingdom of Rain is not yet critical enough to require Lu Han to take action. Compared with the crisis brought about by the joining of the three Iwagakure legions last time, it can only be said to be insignificant. In this case, Lu Han's personal shot would have unexpected effects. But if Uchiha Madara was involved, could it be that he deliberately gave Lu Han a chance to surprise? Lu Han has been cheated by Uchiha Madara many times, and he doesn't want to be cheated again. With his fingers tapping on the table subconsciously, Lu Han pondered for a long time and finally said, then. Chapter 0775_Not Lord Coldlight. Order the First Army and the Third Army, each with 500 people, to be mixed into the Second Army. Lu Han ordered continuously. Order Hitaki Taishuo to lead the S Division to the front line of the Country of Rain to support. If you have no other questions, let's break up then. Everyone doubts it. Whether or not Lu Han goes to the front line is between the two. If Lu Han does not go, no one will think that he is cowardly. Who dares to say that Han Guang's cowardice can be killed directly these days? No one asked Lu Han why he chose not to go to the front line. But they can guess that it is nothing more than worrying about Konoha's safety. After all, the storm of his robbery of Iwagakure has not yet passed. At present, the major ninja villages in various countries are very unsafe. Lu Han has already set an example. However, they all guessed wrong. Lu Han is not worried about Konoha, but he is guessing, what exactly does Uchiha Madara want to do? As long as he doesn't move, arrange it at will, Uchiha Madara will definitely have another move. ... Time flies. Kumogakure Village and Kurigakure Village have reached an agreement. After Lao Ai paid 5 ninja knives, Kurigakure Village stopped military mobilization, shook hands with Kumogakure Village to make peace, and lifted the hostile state. In fact, the country of Kurigakure Thunder is really no good, the distance is far, the supply is difficult, and it is difficult to occupy the land. Lao Ai gave them a step down, and they were not accepted by necessity. The old adage is absolutely true, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Of course, Lao Ai will not bow his head. Since Kumogakure Kurigakure reached an agreement to shake hands and make peace, the news about Hengguang for peace has gone viral in the ninja world. Yes. It is not Hokage, the third generation, but Hongguang. The general idea of the rumor is that Hongguang took the 5 ninja knives from the Kurigakure ninja at first, and then he commissioned Kumogakure to send the knives back. Shameless old eye. He must have spread this rumor on his own initiative, hiding the inside story of Kumogakure spending 50 million taels to buy knives. Luhan didn't care much about this, because he had thought at the beginning that Lao Ai might do this, so he asked for a knife for the sky-high price of 10 million. This is equivalent to, he cheated Lao Ai once, and Lao Ai cheated him once again, evenly. ... Of the Rain Country battlefield, Hitachi Taishuo led the S ninja to come to support. The S division were dispatched this time, mainly because Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru did not come. With the S division of these 3 people, they could fight head-on with a legion. If they didn't, it would be equivalent to half a large legion. That's enough. In the southeastern part of the Land of Rain, there is a dense forest. Although it was midsummer, the forest was extremely cold and humid, and the humidity was very heavy. The 32 ninjas in the S department, all wearing shoji robes and hats, galloped away under the leadership of Hitachi Taishuo. Hitachi Taishuo was a young ninja about 20 years old, with long black hair and white eyes, but he was a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan. This person's identity is unusual. He is the young patriarch of the Hyuga branch, the youngest son of the main clan patriarch Hyuga Huyang, and the younger brother of the main clan patriarch Hyuga Hazashi. The Hyuga brothers have been exceptionally talented since childhood, but their rise was relatively late, and it was not until the past 2 years that their strength began to grow rapidly. In the talented S department, their strength is enough to rank in the top 10, and their talent on Byakugan is extremely high. Horrible. Since joining the S division, Hyuga Hazashi has been the #1 scout of the S division, and can be regarded as one of Hitachi Taishuo's right-hand man. Everyone ran wild in the forest. This time, their mission was to loot the supply convoy sent from Sunagakure village to Omegakure village. This was their first operation in the Land of Rain, and they had already obtained accurate information about the enemy's supply convoy. Running, Hyuga Hazashi folded his hands together, wrinkles appeared around his eyes, Byakugan appeared. Hyuga Hazashi glanced at it and immediately raised his hand and pointed, over there. 8 kilometers away, be careful, there are more than 100 ninjas secretly following half a kilometer behind the convoy. They are the puppet masters of Sunagakure village. Accelerate. Hitachi Taishuo beckoned and shouted. 8 kilometers passed in a blink of an eye. Hyuga Hazashi made several investigations and determined the location of the Sunagakure puppet brigade secretly escorting the convoy. Hitachi Taishuo thought about it and decided to first raid the Sunagakure puppet brigade, and then hijack the convoy. The ninjas who secretly escorted the supply convoy this time are from the 6th Brigade of the Sunagakure Puppet Master Army. The purpose of secret escort is to add an extra layer of insurance to the convoy. Once the convoy is robbed, they can hide in the dark and launch a surprise attack. Let's have a big play where the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole. However, unfortunately, they met the S department and met the Hyuga ninja. The screams of killing in the forest suddenly started, and then there was a continuous roar. Sunagakure puppet army, which was suddenly attacked, killed and injured nearly half of the ninjas under the first wave of attack from the S department. Then they also launched a counterattack. The ordinary Chunin puppet master can channel 2 or 3 low-level puppets. Control operations, and powerful Jonin puppet masters, some channel out 4 or 5 puppets to fight, or only control one particularly powerful puppet to fight. When fighting a puppet master, the one who has the advantage in numbers is always the puppet master. 50 or 60 puppet masters can summon more than 100 puppets. Including the puppet masters themselves, there are more than 200 combat units. However, the advantage in numbers cannot make up for the huge gap in strength. The first stage of the battle was quickly over, and the entire puppet master brigade was wiped out, while no one was killed in the S division, and only a few suffered minor injuries. As soon as the battle took place, the 300 ninjas escorting the supply convoy heard the movement, fled quickly, and chose to leave separately. After the battle was over, Hitachi Taishuo ordered his troops to pursue them in 3 directions. Hyuga Hazashi followed Hitachi Taishuo and used Byakugan many times to determine the escape route of the convoy. He glanced again, and he suddenly called out with a loud, "Ah!" sound, which startled Hitachi Taishuo. "What's the matter?" Hitachi Taishuo hurriedly asked. His whole body tightened, and he shouted abnormally, "Did he see Hanzo?" "Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage. I see Lord Hokage over there," Hyuga Hazashi said excitedly. "Teacher." Hitachi Taishuo was stunned for a moment, then he was a little excited. "Teacher is here. What is he going to do again?" "It's not Lord Hengwang." Hyuga Hazashi pointed to the northwest. "It's Lord Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation." Chapter 0776_You Still Not Coming. In the dense forest composed of rain willow trees, the unique trees of the land of rain, the huge canopy covers the sky and the sun. Because it is a rainy day, the dark clouds block the sunlight, and the forest is extremely dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wrapped in black robes and a hat, stood under the tree with blank eyes, motionless. Rain willow forest is 6 kilometers to the southeast. "It's Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen." Hyuga Hazashi's voice was already screaming, and the voice was not only heard by Hitachi Taishuo on the side, but also by the other ninjas who were about to spread out and haven't gone far. The 4 words Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter what time of day, sounded piercing. "Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. What did you see?" Unbelievable voices sounded around one after another. Hitachi Taishuo stared at Hyuga Hazashi like lanterns, and squeezed Hyuga Hazashi's shoulders with his hands. "What did you say you saw? You are saying it again." "Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's over there, 6 kilometers away, right there." Hyuga Hazashi stared at the direction of Yuliu Forest. He no longer considered whether to save the chakra, but instead urged Byakugan with all his strength before the loss, thinking. "Look more closely and clearly. You read that right? You're not going to be blind, are you? Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive." People flickered to Hyuga Hazashi's side and asked, also very excited. Part-S are all young ninjas and geniuses. Many of them aspire to become Hokage when they grow up. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been on the position of Hokage when they were young. For many of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen is an idol. The target they are chasing is the existence they admire. Their worship of Sarutobi Hiruzen has not weakened because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's disappearance. Even if the entire ninja world believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen is probably dead, the emotion of worship is getting stronger and stronger. After all, dead people are more likely to become legends and myths in people's hearts. Others asked Hyuga Hazashi, not because they didn't trust his abilities, but because they couldn't believe it was true. "It's really Hokage-sama, I can't read it wrong," Hyuga Hazashi screamed, then turned into a glimpse, and went straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen's direction. He couldn't wait any longer. Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, this mission will become insignificant, and whether it can be completed or not has become irrelevant. Follow up. Hitachi Taishuo didn't think much, and immediately shouted, "Notify others, give up the mission." There were bursts of shouts and strange whistles in the forest. This was a way to notify the gathering. The whistle was sharp and could travel far. When those ninjas from the S department who had run far heard it, they would all give up. Task, which returns a collection. Soon, all members of the S department gathered together in batches, and all ran wildly in the direction of Yuliu Forest. Hataki Taishuo was the fastest, but he didn't know the exact location of Sarutobi Hiruzen or the situation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he had to run with him after catching up with Hyuga. He needs Hyuga eyes. Not long after, the two entered the Yuliu Forest. Boom _ A strong chakra wave suddenly erupted in the forest, as if something had exploded. In Hyuga Hazashi,'s eyes, a water polo appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then burst. The water polo exploded into a dense fog, and it exploded in one breath. It covers a radius of 100 meters. The fog is too thick. Even Byakugan of Hyuga Hazashi couldn't see through it. He saw through the thick fog. Every drop of water in the thick fog would turn into a black dot, densely packed, blocking everything. After a minute. According to what Hyuga Hazashi said, Hataki Taishuo led him into the thick fog, drew his knife instantly, rolled his arms at extreme speed, and directly set off a gust of wind in the thick fog, blowing the thick fog away. People are gone. Hyuga Hazashi was stunned for a moment, and immediately pushed Byakugan with all his strength to observe the entire forest. Really disappeared, completely disappeared. Hyuga Hazashi can no longer see the trace of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where are the people? Hataki Taishuo snapped. I don't know what he is angry about. Is he anxious about the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Still suspecting that Hyuga Hazashi read it wrong and delayed the mission. What is that? Hyuga Hazashi seemed to have found something. Didn't answer Hataki Taishuo, but took 2 steps to the grass under the tree, and took out a jade pendant from the grass. Fire Yuhi-colored jade pendant, roughly diamond-shaped, with the Konoha ninja logo on the front and a fire character on the back. It was left by Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hazashi said, very sure, because he was sure that he had read it right, and it must be Sarutobi Hiruzen here. Hataki Taishuo didn't say anything. Although this thing seems to be a Konoha item, it is not an official certificate produced by Konoha. If it really belongs to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can only be said to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal belongings. Hataki Taishuo doesn't have much about this. To understanding. If someone like Kaharu Udatane is here, it's sure to be confirmed, because they often touch Sarutobi Hiruzen and know what Sarutobi Hiruzen has with them. The other ninjas from the S department arrived one after another. Under the arrangement of Hataki Taishuo, everyone conducted a large-scale search in the forest, but no trace of Sarutobi Hiruzen was found. Rain Willow Forest. I don't know how deep the ground is, so the underground stone room has not been opened for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the middle of the stone room with blank eyes. The black and white Jew stood beside him, and the old Uchiha Madara was behind him. He came in person to prevent uncontrollable accidents from happening. Uchiha Madara raised his right hand and put his 2 fingers on the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. The power of yin and yang escaped from his fingertips instantly, cracking the demonic illusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's consciousness was shocked, and he fainted. White Zetsu separated from his body and disappeared into the underground stone room. After a full 3 hours, he returned to the stone room and said to Madara, "They have already left." Hataki Taishuo decided to return to Konoha to report the situation in person. Okay. Uchiha Madara responded calmly, and then the corners of his mouth evoked a sinister arc. Before giving Hangwang a chance, Hangwang didn't come to the country of rain. Uchiha Madara doesn't believe it anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the country of rain. You still haven't come. Chapter 0777 _ He is really alive. Discovery of Sarutobi Hiruzen was strictly kept secret by the S department. They were afraid that after the news spread, Sunagakure and Omegakure would take action. After taking people back to the Second Army, Hataki Taishuo had a secret discussion with the commander of the Second Army, then took Hyuga Hazashi and left, heading straight for Konoha. Reason why he brought Hyuga is because this matter needs to be reported by Hyuga in person, everything he saw with his own eyes, and considering that Hyuga is not fast enough, this matter needs to be known to Konoha as soon as possible, so Hatake Teishuo has to return in person. Take Hyuga at your own pace. Just 10 minutes after Hatake Teishuo and Hyuga Hazashi left, the commander of the 2nd Konoha Corps activated the Asuka Ninja Beast, and a little gray bird flew away from the camp and went straight to Konoha village with the information. There are very few Asuka Ninja Beasts that Konoha can use to transmit information. Only the information of 100,000 fires, or some very special information, will use Asuka Ninja Beast to transmit information. Finding out about Sarutobi Hiruzen was absolutely urgent. One day later. The Land of Fire, the hidden village of Konoha. In the Hokage office in the Hokage building, Luhan sat behind his desk, leaned back on the chair, and looked at Tsunade helplessly. Tsunade sat sideways on the desk, condescendingly, looked down at Luhan, squinting slightly, his face full of threats. Look, you don't mention this, I don't mention it, we can pretend it didn't happen, why did you come to tell me again, what are you doing? Luhan spread his hands to Tsunade. HMPH. You don't mention it, but you keep thinking about it, don't think I don't know. Tsunade snorted coldly. Just find fault. The couple's boat not only overturned, but also couldn't be lifted back. Did Uchiha Lei-young find you again? Luhan asked with a sigh. So what? Tsunade was beginning to be unreasonable. Please, he's looking for you, why don't you get mad at him? Why do you have to come to me? I said eldest sister, you are my eldest sister, just let me go. Luhan raised his hand in surrender. What do you call me? What do you call me eldest sister? Tsunade's voice suddenly rose an octave, do you think I'm old? Do you think I'm not as cool as I used to be? Uchiha Makoto is a little girl, what does she know? You. Luhan got dressed. Completely served. What the fuck is this logic? Luhan could see that Tsunade was here to make trouble without reason. Women, no matter what kind of woman they are, they will make trouble without reason. It's against you. Luhan suddenly stood up, hugged Tsunade and pressed it on the table, blocking her mouth. Tsunade struggled for a while, then responded to Luhan with anger and obedience. Hugging with one hand he held Luhan's neck and pinched the soft flesh under Luhan's waist with one hand. This woman is schizophrenic. Call _ wind. The sound of the wind when a small gray bird flew into the office through the skylight. The bird landed directly on the pen holder on the desk, and then the doctor who was, chirp, exploded with hair all over his body, small black eyes flickering dull light. It has wisdom. It speaks human language. It's already bewildered. The sky is bright and the sun is shining, you are actually in the office. Is this really good? You humans are disgusting. Luhan noticed that a small thing had entered the office, so he let go of Tsunade unhurriedly. Tsunade looked back and stared at him. The frightened gray bird shuddered, then leaned back and landed on the ground with a dong sound. Into the pen holder. Tsunade glared at Luhan again, tidied up his clothes, and jumped off the desk. Cough. Where did you come back from? Luhan asked with a light cough. 2nd Legion. The little gray bird flew out of the pen holder and came to Luhan's face. Lord Hokage, urgent information. It opened its mouth and spat out a very small information scroll. Luhan's pupils shrank when he saw the scroll. It's not the size of the scroll, but the seal on it. People who know how to solve this kind of seal don't have more than 5 in the entire Konoha. Even the captain of Anbu, White Fang, doesn't know, because the intelligence scrolls with this kind of seal are all delivered directly to Hokage. After Luhan officially became Hokage, Kaharu Udatane told him about the technique of lifting the seal. Anyone who can send out a scroll of information with such a seal is the commander of the Konoha Corps. If the seal is forcibly broken, the scroll will directly self-destruct. What happened? A bad feeling rose in Luhan's heart. Luhan put the small scroll on the table and quickly hand seal. After the seal was opened, The capsule-sized scroll rose up with white smoke. It got bigger in an instant. Lu Han quickly opened the scroll and looked. Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the Yuliu forest in the southeastern part of the Land of Rain, and then disappeared without a trace. The S-Division investigator Hyuga Hazashi saw it with his own eyes, and the S-Division commander Hitaki Taishuo has brought Hyuga Hazashi back and will report the details in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lu Han's heart shook, and he stood up suddenly. Although this is just an advance notice without any details, the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive is enough. He really didn't die. What's wrong? Tsunade saw that something was wrong with Lu Han, and asked hastily, what happened to the Land of Rain? Lu Han didn't seem to hear Tsunade's words, and still stared at the scroll. Tsunade didn't come forward and take the initiative to see it. Although she was Lu Han's wife, because of her position, if Lu Han didn't want to tell her some information, she couldn't force her. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lu Han repeated the name in his heart. His mood was very complicated. He had guessed for a long time that Sarutobi Hiruzen might still be alive. The location of Luo's final decisive battle has not been found, and it is strange. From the perspective of Lu Han's personal emotions and interests, he hopes that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. When you die, you die. But he is still alive. And Lu Han can already confirm that Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, you really wanted to lead me to the Land of Rain, but you brought Sarutobi Hiruzen out, hee. Lu Han thought for a long time before looking up at Tsunade. What's wrong? Tsunade asked again immediately. Lu Han didn't speak, but handed the scroll directly to Tsunade. Chapter 0778_ had to go. Tsunade took the scroll and looked at it, then his face froze. She knew that this was an extremely important piece of information, and that something had happened on the front line of the Land of Rain, but she never thought that this piece of information was about Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive. Tsunade's feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen are very complicated. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Tsunade's teacher, taught Tsunade since childhood, instructed her to grow up, and solved her doubts. Tsunade admired Sarutobi Hiruzen very much, even if she had a conflict with Sarutobi Hiruzen because of Lu Han, this admiration did not decrease. Since Lu Han told him the truth that the Senju family had turned from prosperity to decline, Tsunade's feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen had changed. The truth is extremely cruel. Sarutobi Hiruzen's extremely noble image in Tsunade's letter has collapsed, leaving only the conflicting feeling of disgust or heartache. Tsunade also didn't speak for a long time, until he calmed down, then raised his head and said, "Are you going to the Land of Rain to find him?" "I have to go," Lu Han replied. Although the questions and answers between the two were brief, they had mixed emotions that were unclear. Tsunade wanted Lu Han to go find Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Lu Han wanted to go looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Neither of them said anything. Lu Han took the scroll back from Tsunade's hand, then turned his head and said to the window, "Notify a high-level meeting, right away." After half an hour. Konoha's third meeting room, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Hyuga Huyong, Uchiha Leiyong, Hitaki Sakumo and others have all arrived, and Inuzuka Tears is the last to enter. Because Lu Han had been expressionless, and when the others didn't know what was going on, they didn't speak after entering the door. Meeting. After the door was closed, Lu Han knocked on the table, took out the scroll, and handed it to Kaharu Udatane, motioning her to pass it to the next person after reading it. "What? Hiruzen he?" Kaharu Udatane looked at the scroll and exclaimed. "Master Hokage is still alive." "Ha ha ha, that's great. If you get back the third generation, Konoha will have the strength to quickly calm down the troubled world." I didn't expect. Everyone's reaction was the same as when Lu Han first saw the scroll. Although the expression was different, there was no difference in the inner vibration. Hitaki Taishuo hasn't returned yet. According to his speed, it is estimated that it will take at least a day. The scroll was finally passed back to Lu Han, who said with a serious expression, "However, we can already start preparations. No matter whether Lord Sarutobi hears and whether it is controlled by the hands of others, coerced into involuntary, or cut in some kind of predicament, we should all discuss a way out." Quote. Lu Han's words were very clever. He didn't say go to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but said to discuss a solution. "Lord Hokage, this time you should do it yourself." Kaharu Udatane immediately said, "You are not only the most powerful ninja in Konoha today, but also the ninja with the strongest tracking ability. Lord Hiruzen is your teacher, you should treat him well. The breath is very familiar, you are the most suitable for finding Hiruzen-sama." Lu Han didn't say to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Kaharu Udatane took it for granted that Lu Han would go, and Lu Han should go. There should be no better way to do this than Lord Hangwang himself. Homura Mitokado followed, "I think it should be so. If I can find Lord Hokage, it will be a great thing for me, Konoha." Homura Mitokado goes a little too far. Kaharu Udatane just spoke, and they called Lu Han Lord Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen as Lord Hiruzen. She clearly distinguished who was Hokage now, but Homura Mitokado directly called Lu Han Lord Hangwang, and said Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hokage. I don't know if he did it on purpose. Or does he think that Sarutobi Hiruzen can definitely be retrieved, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be back at the helm of Konoha? Will this generation of Hangwang Hokage retire directly? Homura Mitokado said it quite naturally, but Kaharu Udatane looked at him anyway and gave him a wink. Lu Han remained calm and continued to listen to his opinions. "Should go," White Fang said. "Not just Lord Hokage, Anbu should go too. The candidate for this mission is none other than Lord Hokage." Inuzuka Tears directly defined this as a task that must be done. Retrieving the 3 generations of adults is the top priority, and other matters can be put aside for the time being. Agreed. Hyuga Huyang just said 2 words. In fact, his heart is also very complicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen is back. Who will be in charge of Konoha then? Han Guang is his niece-in-law. Only Uchiha Leiyang didn't speak, didn't say a word, and he didn't say anything when others looked at him. He was the one who didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen back, and even wished Sarutobi Hiruzen died. There is no doubt that Uchiha Leiyang will have to step down directly from the top as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen returns to power. This is the attitude of the high-level ninjas in Konoha. Except for the special case of Uchiha Leiyang, everyone else thinks that to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Han must do it, and Lu Han is the most suitable. That's why Lu Han told Tsunade that he had to go at that time. Because he thought of it at the time, Konoha executives will definitely have this attitude. This attitude is not right. From a rational point of view, Lu Han also thinks it is right. It should be, but Lu Han knows that this is Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. Uchiha Madara's shot is very ruthless this time. He was using his strength to force Lu Han to go to the Land of Rain with the will of Konoha's top management. Lu Han can choose not to go, but he has to consider the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only Hokage of the 3rd generation, but also the name of Mr. Lu Han. If Lu Han does not go, he will definitely be labeled as disloyal and unfilial, and it will also make Konoha high-level officials who have supported him unanimously disagree. Even if this matter is known to the Konoha people, and someone secretly fuels the flames, Lu Han's positive image in Konoha for many years will be severely hit. Because this thing involves Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Inuzuka Tears, Hitaki Sakumo, Hyuga Huyang. These people dare to tell Lu Han directly to let him go. And they all take it for granted. Madara, why are you so sharp every time you make a move? How can you be deceived by Black Zetsu with such an IQ? Lu Han tapped on the table subconsciously with his fingers, and a flame rose in his heart. Since you were making a big move, blame me for going to extremes, Uchiha Madara, and I'll let you know the consequences. Chapter 0779_Force vs. Wisdom. It takes many years and many things to build up a positive image of great prestige. Luhan can have today's status, and today's prestige is achieved by going up and down the mountain of swords and the sea of fire. And to ruin it all, it only takes one thing. The human heart is so strange. A person who has done good deeds all his life and committed a great evil at the end of his life will be regarded as a sinister person who is more terrifying than the real great villain. But if a wicked person suddenly starts doing good deeds, he will be regarded as a prodigal son, who will return from his lost path, and may even be praised. It is not easy for a good person to become a Buddha. He needs to go through countless difficulties and tests before he can become a Buddha. It is easy for the wicked to become a Buddha, it is enough to put down the butcher's knife. Luhan now feels very disgusting. Because he was forced to do nothing. It is impossible for him to give up all this because he is worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen will come back and seize power, but he does not want to make Uchiha Madara happy, he wants to fight back. In fact, compared to conspiracy and trickery, Luhan is always at a disadvantage to Uchiha Madara, because Uchiha Madara is hidden in the dark, and he doesn't care about anything. Even if you kill the Uchiha clan, he will not feel any distress. But Luhan is different, he is in the bright place, and he still has a lot of concerns. But Luhan has the same advantage that Uchiha Madara cannot compare. He has force. He can kill. Uchiha Madara's advantage lies in wisdom and strategy, while Luhan's advantage lies in strength and courage. This is the showdown between strength and wisdom. Cough. Luhan coughed lightly and said slowly, I will go to Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen in person, and at the same time, after I reach the land of rain, I will create more trouble for Sunagakure and Omegakure and gain an advantage for us. No delay, but I can't go on the road yet, I need to wait for Hatake Taishuo and Hyuga Hazashi to come back, explain the specific situation at that time, and prevent fraud. Quote. There is nothing wrong with what Luhan said, and he has to wait for Hyuga Hazashi to report back. Kaharu Udatane breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried just now that Han Guang would refuse to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the grounds of guarding Konoha. After all, before Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, his conflict with Han Guang was already open to the top of Konoha. With this layer of contradiction, Han Guang also considered his current interests, that is, the position of Hokage, and the possibility of refusing to look for it is very high. Unexpectedly, he didn't say a word of nonsense and agreed directly. Kaharu Udatane glanced at Luhan again, and she found that Han Guang is really a very good Hokage. He doesn't care about the overall situation for his own selfishness. If he stays the same, it will take 10 years or so, he will be regarded as a great existence. Let's discuss. After I left Konoha, Konoha's defensive arrangement was adjusted. Luhan raised a new issue. He is really going. The land of rain is a must. But instead of looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it depends on Luhan's thoughts. Anyway, he has already planned to act alone. No one knows what he is going to do. And after Luhan left, the possibility of Konoha being attacked was as high as 50%. Uchiha Madara dug such a big hole, so he must do something. Attacking Konoha is on the one hand, and Luhan himself will be attacked on the other hand. Luhan has already planned to let go. It is Hokage's duty to protect Konoha, but is Konoha dead if he leaves Luhan? Of course not. The background of Konoha is very scary. Luhan has already prepared that Konoha will be attacked and will die after he leaves. War, it will definitely kill people. The difference is who will die. As long as Tsunade and the others are okay, Luhan doesn't have much concerns. One day later, Hatake Taishuo took Hyuga Hazashi back to Konoha, and went straight to the mansion in the forest, but Luhan was not at home, so they rushed to the Hokage building immediately, and only then did they see Luhan in the Hokage office. Luhan did not directly listen to Hyuga Hazashi's report, but notified the meeting. The third meeting room. Both Hatake Taishuo and Hyuga Hazashi were present, and Hyuga Huyang was also there as a consultant. The father and son attended the top-secret Konoha high-level meeting at the same time, which is very rare in the history of Konoha. Hyuga Hazashi told the situation of that day in front of everyone, because his Byakugan can see through, so he can also explain the specific situation of Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time. Example, Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely old, in his 40s, he looks like he is in his 60s or 70s. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen has special chakra gatherings on his feet. From the nature of chakra, it is suspected of some kind of sealing technique. And, Hyuga Hazashi took out the jade pendant that appeared under the tree after Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared. Because everything was seen by Hyuga Hazashi, others could not testify, so this jade pendant became the only evidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen really appeared. Luhan got the jade pendant, and Chakra probed it. It was just a very high-quality ornament, and it had no special properties, not a ninja tool. He immediately handed the jade pendant to Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane frowned. She has never seen it. Isn't this Sarutobi Hiruzen, s? Hyuga Hazashi can't lie, at best it's wrong. Inform Lord Biwahu to come here. Luhan greeted outside the door. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared, his wife, Sarutobi Biwako, has lived a secluded life. She rarely sees anyone and never shows up in public. She didn't even show up for Luhan's contemporary Hokage. She hides at home and grieves alone. Being informed, Sarutobi Biwako quickly came to the third meeting room. When she got the jade pendant, she immediately covered her mouth and cried. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen, s. The attitude of Sarutobi Lake Biwa has said it all. In fact, this jade pendant is not only for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also carved by Sarutobi Lake Biwa to give him a few years ago. Since it was given to him by his wife, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been worn on the body, so Kaharu Udatane has never seen it before. Sarutobi Hiruzen has this jade pendant. Is he dead? You have found him, right? Is he dead? Sarutobi Biwako asked in tears and panic. She didn't know the situation, and no one had told her before. No, he's still alive. Luhan said. He appeared in the land of rain, left this jade pendant and disappeared again. I'll go find him. Chapter 0780 The Land of the Rain. It has been confirmed that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really alive, so Luhan is about to go to the Land of Rain. According to Konoha's rules, after he leaves, Konoha will be assisted by Hokage to be the supreme power of Kaharu Udatane Master. Luhan asked people to send off Sarutobi Lake Biwa, and then announced his decision. After the meeting, Luhan summoned Kaharu Udatane, Hitaki Tai Shuo, and Tsunade, and held a top-secret meeting in Hokage's office. The Anbu ninjas who were secretly guarding all left Hokage office. When Luhan was talking about his plan, the insight map was always open. Since the office was upstairs, if White Zetsu wanted to eavesdrop on the content, it must appear above the surface and displayed on the insight map. Master Kaharu, you are in the middle of scheduling the content of today's meeting. Wait a day after I leave. You will tell Master Inuzuka Tears, let him assist you in taking full charge of the war command of the incident. Kaharu Udatane's strength is average. She is a very shrewd politician, but her command and command ability is definitely not comparable to Inuzuka Tears. Not only him, even White Fang can't compare with Inuzuka Tears. White Fang only commands a small team to fight experience of. White Fang, you're like this, if you like this. Luhan instructed White Fang again, be careful to protect Uzumaki Kushina, and, after I leave for a day, you will discuss the contents of the meeting. Tell Hyuga Huyang and let him cooperate with you. Tsunade, don't act alone, you must act together with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. After I leave, the three of you will sit in the Hokage building. Luhan laid out a very detailed plan. This kind of plan cannot be maintained for a long time. Otherwise, Konoha's defense will be full of loopholes, and it will be riddled with holes. Luhan will not be away from Konoha for too long, at most 5. Sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not be found. But Luhan didn't want to find Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. It would be strange to find him. He would do a big thing in the Land of Rain and come back to Konoha. After Lu Han said all the plans, Kaharu Udatane frowned worriedly and said, could it be that Hanzo will really take this opportunity to attack Konoha? With this arrangement, the village's defenses will be riddled with holes, and it's easy for spies to sneak in. Kaharu Udatane didn't question Lu Han, but she wondered if Lu Han had obtained any classified information. Be prepared. Lu Han didn't say much, and immediately got up. That's it, I'll leave right away, but you guys should be prepared. After an hour, Lu Han took Hitaki Taishuo and Hyuga Hazashi out of Konoha and went straight to the Land of Rain in the northwest. Lu Han wanted to act alone, but Hitaki Taishuo and Hyuga Hazashi were the S-Corps commander and the investigator. The front line of the country joined the other members of the S department. They did not carry out the mission with Lu Han, but just went on the road with Lu Han. Outside the village of Konoha, Northwest Forest. The three figures moved forward rapidly, passing by in the forest, and gradually disappeared. Just after they disappeared into the dense bushes in the distance, there were two large leaves in the grass in front of a towering tree in the forest. White Zetsu stuck his head out and looked in the direction where Lu Han and the others were leaving, revealing a gloomy and cold look. Smile. 2 days later, afternoon. The southeast of the Rain Country, Konoha's second main battle legion camp. Lu Han brought people to the camp in secret, and immediately announced the meeting. All ninjas of the Second Corps and above were present at the meeting. At the meeting, Lu Han explained the decision of the previous Konoha meeting, and the task of finding Sarutobi Hiruzen will be in charge of him alone. They don't need the cooperation of the Second Corps, they just need to maintain the war situation and continue to fight on the frontal battlefield. Lu Han is now Hokage, and in the frontline camp, his words are, decree, others can only suggest at most, but cannot make any effective objections. After the meeting, Lu Han asked people to start this year, and all the war information that was detected would be sent to his tent. It's right to look at the information before looking for it, but it's a little strange to look at all the information. But no one would ask Lu Han about this matter. In their hearts, even if Lu Han did something they couldn't understand, they would think that Lu Han was right. Naturally, he had his reasons for doing so. Blind worship is like this. Lu Han naturally wouldn't tell them the deep meaning of what he did. In the tent, Lu Han asked everyone to retreat, and looked at the information just sent by himself. There was no one else around, and no one dared to monitor him here. Kind of information about the Sunagakure Village Puppet Master Army. Sunagakure Village is famous for its puppet masters, but in fact, not all Sunagakure ninjas can become puppet masters. Only a small number of talented ninjas have the opportunity to fight on the front lines of the country of rain. Sunagakure puppet masters, among them Puppet Master Ninja. The number of puppet masters has always been in the early 1000, and every time a puppet master is killed, Sunagakure Village will send new puppet masters to replenish the army. The combat power of the puppet masters can be said to be strong, especially in the frontal battlefield. The combat power of 1,000 puppet masters is not weaker than that of a large army with 3,000 ninjas. Konoha Corps that has been fighting the Puppet Master Corps for the longest time, and the Second Corps also has the most information about the Puppet Master Corps. Lu Han refused to cancel the establishment of the Second Legion at the meeting 10 days ago, because of this information. Once the Second Legion was broken up and incorporated into other legions, the information might be taken somewhere. Lu Han read the information until the night, and determined the deployment of Sunagakure's puppet masters and the list of masters. Afterwards, Lu Han found Hitaki Taishuo and greeted him, then left the camp of the Second Corps. Under the night, the drizzle is drizzling, and the cold wind is biting. Lu Han galloped down the muddy forest path, neither fast nor slow. It will take 3 more days before I can enter the subversive space again. I have not been attacked along the way, so Uchiha Madara must contact Hanzo to attack Konoha. Hanzo should have received the news that I have reached the Land of Rain, right? I don't know where he left. Lu Han thought. His speed was getting faster and faster, and he went straight to a Megakure village. Chapter 0781 _ He came. In fact, the vast majority of dangerous things exist, and this danger is mutual. For example, when a ninja fights on the battlefield, he will bring danger to the enemy. Likewise, he will also be in danger and may be killed. Or, for example, when Luhan leaves Konoha, Konoha lacks the superpower to guard, and may be attacked by the superpower of the hostile force, but on the other hand, if the hostile superpower wants to attack Konoha, he must first leave the ninja village he is guarding. Then his ninja village will also be in danger of being beaten. If Hanzo leaves a Megakure village to attack Konoha, then a Megakure village is in danger. In fact, Hanzo often leaves a Megakure village to fight outside. Most of them are in the Country of Rain. The Country of Rain is very small. Hanzo can go back anytime he wants, and it doesn't take much time to travel at his speed, so he doesn't have much scruples, but going to Konoha is different. It will take at least 4 or 5 days to come back and forth, and this is still under the circumstance that there are no other delays. If Hanzo is really going to fight Konoha, he will definitely tell him the news of my arrival in the Land of Rain. Will he leave with confidence? He will definitely be like me, make arrangements before leaving, and dig a trap for me to jump in. Quote. Luhan ran wildly, sneering in his heart. No matter what, Hanzo would never have thought of what he was going to do. A Megakure village, a Sin forbearance village shrouded in cloudy drizzle. Most of the buildings here are made of steel. There are steel buildings standing in the village, and metal pipes are deconstructed everywhere. It looks full of steampunk style. The metal smelting industry in a Megakure village is very developed, which is due to there are many metal mines in the Country of Rain, and it is precisely because there are many metal mines that they belong to war resources, so the Country of Rain is always in war. It's all about the money. In the center of a Megakure village, inside a steel high-speed railway. The empty and huge office has a warehouse feel, with gray metal structures everywhere. There were very few furnishings in the office. Hanzo stood on the open balcony at the southernmost end of the office, leaning on the metal railing and looking out at the drizzle outside. It has been confirmed that Hengguang went directly to the camp of Konoha's Second Army after entering the Land of Rain. A deep voice appeared in the distance behind Hanzo. Hanzo knew without looking that it was Black Zetsu. Will he take the opportunity to attack a Megakure village? Hanzo asked without looking back. If you let him know that you're not in a Megakure village, he'll probably do it, but he can't possibly know. Black Zetsu stopped 2 meters behind Hanzo. A dark shadow enveloped him. However, you should make some arrangements so that even if he comes, he will never come back. Quote. If he really dares to fight a Megakure village, that's fine. Hanzo squinted slightly, hatred flashing in his eyes. You'd better not be careless. Hengguang's strength is still growing. He is stronger than the last time you lost to him. Black Zetsu reminded. No matter how powerful he is only one person. Don't worry, I will not despise any opponent, but, because of him alone. Hanzo didn't say anything, but the meaning was self-evident. He really hopes that the cold light will come, and even if he is not in a Megakure village can leave the cold light behind and kill him. Hanzo has such confidence. I have sent someone to inform Onoki that he will not come to the Land of Rain to join you. To prevent being detected by Konoha, he will go directly to the Land of Fire. Black Zetsu said in a low voice, when are you going to hit the road? 6 hours later. Hanzo said an accurate time. I have to make arrangements first to prevent the cold light from attacking. Okay, I'll come back to you in 6 hours. Black Zetsu said, taking a few steps back and disappearing into the darkness. Hanzo also disappeared on the balcony. He first went to a Megakure Anbu to make an explanation, and then called all the elite ninjas of Jonin and above in the Megakure village for a 2-hour meeting. He is adjusting the layout of a Megakure village, so that the defensive structure of a Megakure village becomes loose on the outside and tight on the inside. After the meeting, he also sent people to leave the Megakure village and go to the Megakure Legion station, informing some Megakure strong men to secretly return to the Megakure village, and the Megakure Legion also turned into a defensive state and would not launch any attacks in the near future. Hanzo is laying a trap. Because he knew that Raikage I, the 3rd generation, could not come to the Land of Rain. Even if Han Guang wanted to fight a Megakure village, at most he could lead a small group of masters. This was really no threat. Enter a Megakure village, but it is difficult to go out. Although everything is only possible, whether Hangguang will take time to fight a Megakure village while looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one knows, but Hanzo has made a very extreme arrangement. He doesn't care how many people will die in a Megakure village, only Hangguang come to die. Late at night. In another hour, Hanzo will be leaving. He had already made the arrangements, and was giving the best explanation to several cronies in the office. He was still a little worried, so he asked him personally. And since the death of Captain Anbu, Yan, there has been no one in a Megakure village who can completely reassure Hanzo, not because of their loyalty, but because of their ability to do things. As for the experienced older generation of powerhouses, there is no such thing in a Megakure village. In the environment of a Megakure village, very few ninjas can live to old age, and even if there are a few, they are not strong enough. Here he is. A deep voice suddenly came from the dark corner of the office. Hanzo frowned suddenly, and waved his hand to signal a few cronies to step back. After they left, Black Zetsu walked out of the darkness and stood under the dim light. Cold light? Hanzo asked in a cold voice. Well, it's him, Black Zetsu continued. He's just around the village of a Megakure. He's been moving, and his motive is unknown. Good job. Hanzo bit Kiba, raised his left hand and looked at the puppet prosthesis. Okay. It seems that he really intends to hit me in a Megakure village. With Han Guang's prudence, it is impossible for him to rashly attack a Megakure village. Black Zetsu said, this time, it should be just for reconnaissance, or to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, but this is your chance. What do you mean? Hanzo looked back suddenly at Black Zetsu. You can take the initiative, he's out there. Black Zetsu said. Chapter 0782 Ultimate Dangerous A Megakure Village _ Hanzo stared at Black Zetsu, and gradually revealed a sneer. If it wasn't for the cooperation, he really wanted to slap Black Zetsu with a big mouth. Take the initiative to attack the cold light. Brain is broken. Course, if Hanzo leads the Megakure powerhouses to attack, Han Guang is not an opponent, but he can't beat Han Guang, can he still run away? Do you think the Hiraishin technique is a joke? Hanzo is now suspicious of Black Zetsu's motives for saying this. It's just a suggestion. Seeing that Hanzo's face was wrong, Black Zetsu explained, if you're not sure, you don't have to do it, and just follow the previous plan. Black Zetsu's words are thorny. Humph. Hanzo snorted coldly. Black Zetsu hasn't told him the location of Konoha's treasure house yet, and he can't turn against Black Zetsu because of this kind of thing. If I lead someone to actively pursue and kill Hangguang, with Hangguang's escape ability, 9 times out of 10, he will run away, and this will reveal that I already know about him in the Land of Rain, and he will be prepared. Not only will he not come to fight a Megakure village, but maybe he will go directly to Konoha to arrange it. Without giving me a chance to attack Konoha, this is not feasible. Quote. As the leader of a village and a generation of Zeons, Hanzo, who is known as a demigod, naturally has extraordinary wisdom and vision, and the analysis of the situation is also justified. Black Zetsu didn't say much, he just suggested it. I have already made arrangements. Whether Hangguang is here to investigate or look for traces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it doesn't matter. Hanzo walked to the balcony, looking at the rainy night outside, and said proudly, as long as he dares to attack a Megakure village, he must die here. It's fine if you think it's okay. Black Zetsu said in a low voice. You don't believe it? Hanzo glanced at Black Zetsu. I can't believe it or not, I just hope you don't underestimate the cold light. Black Zetsu said. I never despise any opponent. Hanzo said absolutely and loudly. Black Zetsu didn't say anything more, in fact he was still a little worried. Originally, the intention of Uchiha Madara's plan this time was to weaken Konoha's strength so that it could last longer. If Hangguang died, or the Konoha treasure house was robbed, it would be fine. Konoha's strength will be weakened, but if the strength of a megacre village is weakened at the same time, then this plan will be meaningless, and the secret of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life will be exposed. Black Zetsu's worries are not unreasonable, the reason is that the cold light grows too fast. It seems that every time he makes a shot, his strength is different, getting stronger and stronger. The movement is getting bigger and bigger. However, it was Black Zetsu who thought too much. What Hanzo said was right. Han Guang attacks a megacre village alone, he will surely die. Although a megacre village is not comparable to the 5 major ninja villages, it is not something you can fight. Although there are only about 2,000 ninjas left behind in a megacre village, it is more than nearly 3,000 ninjas when Iwagakure was attacked, and 4 left behind by Konoha today. There are more than 1,000 ninjas, the quantity is much worse, but the quality is higher. Every ninja in a megacre village has been squeezed for talent, and all kinds of cruel training have allowed them to exert their potential to the limit. Ninjas with the same talent can only become elite chunin in Konoha village and jonin in a megacre village, although the average life expectancy of ninjas in a megacre village is not as good as that of the 5 major countries, but the fighting power of ninjas with the same talent is stronger than that of a megacre. Is even more terrifying is that there are many vicious and brutal people in a megacre village, and there are many people who are not afraid of death. Once the dead soldiers are crushed by the enemy's numbers on the frontal battlefield, because they don't know how to retreat, the entire army is usually destroyed. Therefore, few forces generally send dead soldiers to fight on the frontal battlefield, because dead soldiers are not used at all. But if the dead are used to protect, even Hanzo didn't dare to single out the group of dead men under him, because they were fearless and lifeless ninjas were always the most terrifying. You really want to compare it, not counting Hanzo and Onoki, just say the 2,000 ninjas left behind in a megacre village and the nearly 3,000 ninjas left in Iwagakure village at that time. In terms of comprehensive combat power, Iwagakure village is stronger. After all, there are many people, and Waho and Dion are second only to the most powerful beings, but from the perspective of protecting ninja village, a megacre village is stronger. The village of Iwagakure is known as the most difficult ninja village to break, because there is natural danger, but the natural danger does not have any defensive power for the strong. When Luhan attacked Iwagakure village, Lao Ai restrained Onoki, so it was equivalent to that. Onoki was not in Iwagakure village at that time, and Luhan led his people to fight Iwagakure village, which had no superpowers, but only a few hundred people were killed in that way. That's all. Luhan was also hit by Susanoo and was seriously injured. If he hadn't run fast, he would definitely have died inside. A megacre village with stronger defense. In fact, a megacre village has strong guardian ability, but it is not resistant to fighting. If Luhan attacked Iwagakure village alone and Onoki was restrained, he would have killed hundreds of people at most, and then he would have been killed. And if Luhan attacked a megacre village alone, he would have died faster, but a megacre the number of people who died in the village will be more. I am afraid that there will be more than 1,000 people dead. Differences in the megacre dead man. They are strong because they are not afraid of death, but this is also a disadvantage. They are so afraid of death that they don't even understand how to avoid their edge. Luhan was in Iwagakure at the time, and it is difficult to kill people in the later stage, because Iwagakure ninjas can hide and jointly display their forbearance. If you know that you will die, you will temporarily retreat. The dead are not afraid of death, they will not retreat, and more will die naturally. Therefore, if the Zeon fights a megacre village, the probability of death will be higher, and correspondingly, a megacre will die more people. To sum up, the defensive feature of Iwagakure village is to defend against danger and can hold the enemy. Iwagakure ninjas are good at defense. They can drag the enemy at the least cost and then kill the enemy, while the defensive feature of a megacre village is 2 words, dangerous. Ultimate danger. One is to defend against the enemy, trapping and killing the enemy like a quagmire. One is to attack and defend the enemy, like a storm to attack and kill. Outside a megacre village, Luhan was speeding forward under the rain curtain. The blood-colored mist covered his body. He was investigating the external defense layout of a megacre village and whether Hanzo was in a megacre village. A Megakure village, he is sure to fight. But he won't fight alone. Chapter 0783_Confluence. The night was thick, and no moonlight could be seen. It was a very dark night. The drizzle that had been falling all day turned into a heavy rain in the middle of the night. Luhan changed his clothes because he was in place. He moved too fast and changed his clothes. It is not meaningful. In the village of a Megakure, the fire was sparse. Compared with Iwagakure village, or Konoha, a Megakure village is more difficult to infiltrate. That's what they do. Reconnaissance counter reconnaissance. Assassination counter assassination. They are the most professional. In this case, Luhan is not good to infiltrate a Megakure village rashly. Luhan only wandered outside a Megakure village, using the insight map to detect the arrangement of ninjas in a Megakure village from multiple angles. Luhan did not detect Hanzo, because the name of Yuhi was not him, but Black Zetsu. Since Black Zetsu has no intention to harm Luhan actively, the insight map will not show his strength level. Black Zetsu should know that I can detect it. Luhan thought to himself, he was just guessing, so he couldn't be sure. No one but Luhan knew the true role of the insight map. White Zetsu, who had the most contact with Luhan, only speculated that Luhan's sensing radius was 5 kilometers. As for how to sense it, White Zetsu didn't know. Black Zetsu is in a Megakure village, which makes Luhan's heart happy. This shows that his previous speculations are correct. With Black Zetsu's ability, I should be able to detect my existence. He told Hanzo that Hanzo will. Luhan spent nearly an hour scouting outside a Megakure village before fleeing away. He had to wait for Hanzo to make a decision. Hanzo was in a Megakure village, so he really had no chance at all. Hanzo's strength was not much weaker than him. And I heard that he has installed a puppet prosthesis, and his strength is a bit stronger. Late at night, Hanzo and Black Zetsu quietly leave the village of a Megakure and head straight for the Land of Fire. Black Zetsu will not give Hanzo any military help, but he must follow Hanzo, so that Hanzo can feel at ease. Hanzo is a very suspicious person, very careful and does not despise the enemy. Black Zetsu wants Hanzo to attack Konoha, so had to do it. With Black Zetsu leading the way, Hanzo avoided Luhan perfectly, so that Luhan did not detect the time and route of his departure. Before I knew it, it was dawn. In the southeastern part of the Rain Country, Luhan came to a bamboo forest. Since Konoha came here, Luhan has not rested for several days. According to his plan, he will not attack a Megakure until 3 days later, so there is plenty of time. Luhan found a huge bamboo in the bamboo forest, dug out a bamboo house, ate something in it, and then began to rest. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was night again. Luhan woke up and ate something. He rushed to a Megakure village full of energy to continue the investigation. He wants to be sure, has Hanzo gone? The result of the investigation is that Hanzo has left. Luhan has a basis for this conclusion. First, the deployment of troops in a Megakure village has changed, becoming loose on the outside and tight on the inside, with a complete defensive and counterattack layout. Luhan made a simple estimate. With his current strength, if he directly rushes into a Megakure village, if you don't last an hour, you will die in battle. And because of the change in the defense layout, a Megakure village has become more easily invaded, and some loopholes have appeared. It was these loopholes that Luhan sneaked into the village of a Megakure and walked around, but never found Hanzo and Black Zetsu. It seems that the two left together. The possibility is more than 90%, as for the remaining 10%. Also maybe it was the scheming Black Zetsu who arranged Hanzo underground, so Luhan didn't detect it. But this possibility is very low. Uchiha Madara painstakingly designed so much. Is it for the cold light to attack the Megakure village? And then take the opportunity to kill him? Is it possible? Impossible. Whole world knows that with the technique of Master Hiraishin of cold light, you can use people and objects to tie him down and keep him from retreating, but if he really wants to escape, no one in this world can keep him. At the same time, in the Land of Fire, the cool wind blows, and the night is thick. After a day and a night of traveling, Hanzo reached the northwest region of the Land of Fire. Under the guidance of Black Zetsu, he entered a valley. This valley is where Hanzo and Onoki meet. If Onoki does not come, Hanzo will never go to work. Dead attack on Konoha. Speaking of which, in this attack on Konoha, Onoki was the main force. One hand, Onoki hated Konoha and Hangwang to the core. On the other hand, Iwagakure had been robbed of the treasure house before. Although Daimyo of the Land of Earth provided another sum of money to the village of Iwagakure, it could not make up for the previous loss, so Onoki wanted to rob the Konoha treasure house and made up for Iwagakure's previous losses. So when it comes to attacking Konoha, Hanzo reluctantly agrees after hesitating and weighing it, while Onoki is very positive. This time Hanzo came alone, and Black Zetsu didn't count him, so he wouldn't make a move. And Onoki is not alone, he will bring some Iwagakure strong. The valley under the moon, the creek gurgling. How long do we have to wait? Hanzo said impatiently, standing by the stream. He was still full of energy and impatient in his heart after rushing all day and night. For him, the attack on Konoha, or don't do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if the time dragged on and Hangwang returned to Konoha? Before dawn, Onoki will arrive. Black Zetsu said hoarsely, you can rest assured that this matter will never go wrong. In addition, all the actions of Hangwang in the Land of Rain are watched by ninjas in the black market. If he's suddenly returning to the Land of Fire, I will definitely inform you in advance. Quote. Hanzo glanced at Black Zetsu, snorted coldly, and seemed a little disbelieving. Can you give advance notice? Who can be faster than the cold light in the black market? What Hanzo didn't know was that the black market ninja that Black Zetsu said was not true. He was referring to the countless white Zetsu who could monitor the entire ninja world at the same time. 4 hours later, Black Zetsu, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly appeared by the stream, and said in a low voice, come on. Hanzo already felt it, and turned his head to look north of the valley. There was a high cliff over there, but at first, a short figure wearing a hat appeared out of thin air, and then 8 figures appeared in a row with, hoo, all of which were much taller than the figure with the bamboo hat. You don't have to look clearly to know that this small figure is Tsuchikage, Onoki, the 3rd generation of Iwagakure village. Chapter 0784 must die without a burial. Onoki's height has always been ridiculed by people. He is really too short. To say that a man is 1.6 meters tall is already short, but Onoki is only 1.3 meters tall. Normally, a 10-year-old boy would be short. There is so high. Although he is small, no one dares to underestimate Onoki's strength. He inherited the technique of Jinten particle style from the 2nd generation of his teacher, Tsuchikage, which is even more frightening. However, Onoki will rarely use Jinten particle style in war, because using Jinten particle style consumes a huge amount of chakra. Onoki can only be used once, and the chakra will be bad after use, although it will not immediately affect Onoki's combat power, but without the killer, Onoki will be easier to kill. Lord Onoki. Lord Hanzo. Good luck meeting. Master Hanzo came alone. Hanzo and Onoki formally met by the creek. After 2 courtesies, Onoki turned his eyes away and seemed a little dissatisfied, because Hanzo had never practiced with him directly, and it was arranged by White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Onoki this time he brought people, but Hanzo didn't bring them. To tell the truth, before I set off, I found traces of Hangwang, cruising outside my Omegakure village, with bad intentions. Hanzo had already thought of his words, Hangwang may raid Omegakure village. If I recruit more people before come, I'm afraid there will be an accident. Oh, Onoki was stunned, then very puzzled. You have found out that Hangwang has bad intentions towards Omegakure village, how dare you come? What a guts. I've already made a lot of arrangements in the village, even if I don't personally take charge. If Hangwang really dares to do something to Omegakure village, he will definitely die without a place to be buried. Hanzo said this proudly, which made Onoki a little unhappy. Because Iwagakure village was robbed by Han Guang. At that time, Onoki was led away by Lao Ai, and Han Guang succeeded. Since Han Guang can rob Iwagakure village, he can't rob you of Omegakure village. Are you saying that Iwagakure is not as good as your Omegakure? Humph. Onoki snorted, not saying anything. He just felt that Hanzo's words were thorny, but he didn't think that Hanzo was talking wild words. If he arranged it in advance, with the strength of Hangguang, he would really die if he went. If Iwagakure village had been arranged in advance, Hangguang would have died. Since Hanzo has left people to deal with Hangguang, it can be regarded as letting those people contribute. Originally, when Hangguang was on the front line of the Land of Rain, when he attacked Konoha, it was Omegakure village who took the risk. Omegakure village takes the risk, and Iwagakure village has more people, as it should be. Should we rest first, or head to Konoha right away? Black Zetsu, who was standing beside him, said in a low voice. Go on the road first. Onoki said immediately, let's go over there first, scout early and launch an attack early. Hanzo agreed without saying a word. Crowd left the valley and hurried away in the direction of Konoha village. Have you figured out how to carry the Konoha treasure house? With just these few people, I'm afraid you won't be able to bring much. Hanzo and Onoki walked side by side, and suddenly asked, if you can't take too much, this trip will be over. Meaning, if you can't take it, you will destroy it. You can't leave it to Konoha. Onoki replied, besides, I have plans. Yeah, Hanzo nodded and didn't ask any further. He has a way to take away a lot of money, and there is no problem with taking his share. He relies on his psychic beast, Sanjiao. With the huge body of Sanjiao, he swallows the treasure and sneaks into the ground to leave. No one can catch it. Live. He conjectured that Onoki's method of taking away the treasure might also have something to do with psychic beasts. Time flies, and the day of dressing up is over, and it is dusk. 80 kilometers northwest of Konoha village, in a small town called Sanhua, a total of 10 people, including Onoki, Hanzo, and Black Zetsu, entered the town to rest temporarily. The location of Sanhua town is already in the hinterland of the Fire Country. It is the closest trade formation to Konoha village. Since the war has not spread to this place, Sanhua town is still prosperous. There are many vendors and soldiers, which is very lively. There are no Konoha ninjas stationed here, but the 6th Legion from the Daimyo Prefecture is stationed here, with a total of 20,000 people. Among the 20,000 sergeants, the captain and commander level characters are all warriors with good martial arts, and the higher-ranking commanders and other characters are master warriors comparable to Jonin. It can be said that this is a force that cannot be underestimated. Strength. Although any ninja team in Konoha could crippling them, the 6th Legion of the Daimyo Prefecture was an unstoppable existence for vicious people like Missing Nin, a rogue gangster. Since the outbreak of the Ninja World War, Sanhua town has never been attacked, and the legions of the regular forces have not been able to reach here, and others dare not move here. Onoki and the others in disguise settled at the inn in the town, ordered some food, and then went to rest separately. Night, everyone gathered in Onoki's room again, ready to act. They would not go to Konoha village directly, that would be too brainless. When Luhan and others fought Iwagakure, they also waited for a day. After the investigation was done properly, they launched the attack. Luhan also made a very complicated plan before robbing the treasure trove. At this time, Konoha was more powerful than Iwagakure at that time. However, Onoki and the others also had an advantage that Luhan and others did not have at the time. That is, they would know the exact location of the treasure house in advance. In the spacious guest room, the curse seal enveloped the entire room, isolating all breath and sound. Master Black, should you tell us the location of Konoha's treasure house? Hanzo said in a cold tone, squinting at Black Zetsu, we've all arrived, what are you waiting for? This is a threat. If Black Zetsu doesn't say anything now, Hanzo and Ono will definitely join forces to kill Black Zetsu. Konoha treasury has been divided into 3 some time ago, and has been mobilized since then. Currently, Konoha has 2 small, 1 large and 3 treasuries. At this moment, the attack on Konoha is a foregone conclusion, and Black Zetsu naturally no longer hides it, and tells the truth. At the same time, in the Land of Rain. In the southern part of the Country of Rain, in an area called White Crystal Mine, a medium-sized camp is built in the mine. Here is the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army camp. Taking advantage of the night, Luhan sneaked to the vicinity of the camp, entered a dark state, and immediately launched an investigation of the puppet army camp. Chapter 0785_Luhan's plan. Luhan's real plan was not complicated, it was to fight the Sunagakur Puppet Master camp first, and then go to the Omegakure village. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Luhan has the exclusive ability of subversives, and can see the key points of puppets. In the end, puppets are not as strong as humans who have independent consciousness and can think, but puppets also have things that humans can't match, such as breaking the fighting power of broken hands. Ninjas are basically useless after their hands and feet are cut off. They can only wait to be killed. There are very few who can fight back, but puppets are different. Human corpse puppets do not feel pain. There will be no hesitation, and the mechanism puppet is even more terrifying. There are mechanisms all over the body. Even if you cut off his limbs and head, only the torso is left, and the torso can open several holes and shoot sharp arrows. Disgusting thing for ninjas to fight puppets in general. You either use ninjutsu to completely smash them, or chop them with a knife, and only destroy some part, and it is difficult to make the puppet lose its combat effectiveness, but it is easy to be attacked by yourself. Sneak attack. This is the reason why Konoha's second main battle army always suffers under the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army. This style of play is shameless. And puppets can be regenerated. Sunagakur has never stopped making low-level puppets. As long as the puppet master doesn't die, even if some puppets are lost, they can be replenished later, but Konoha ninja. Death means death. However, to Luhan, the puppet was simply vulnerable. Because he knows the key points of the puppet, the energy center or the center of the organization, he only needs 1 blow to destroy the puppet. Even if your hands and feet are good, your head is still there, and the center key is broken, you can't fight. Therefore, if Luhan is asked to fight a large army of 3,000 people, because he does not have the defensive power of Lao Ai, the possibility of death is still very high, but if he is asked to fight the Puppet Master army with the same combat power as the large army, he took a big advantage. The advantage is scary. Of course, the danger is still there, and it is very big. If it wasn't for the raid on Omegakure village, Luhan would not have come to take the risk. The second reason why he wants to fight the Sunagakur Puppet Master Legion first and then the Omegakure Legion is the Psychic Badge. He will use the Psychic Badge to exchange for the Advanced Battle Puppet, and then take the Advanced Battle Puppet to fight Omegakure village. There are more than 1,000 puppet masters in the Sunagakur Puppet Army, and they can summon at least 2,000 or 3,000 puppets. If Luhan kills all these puppets, he will get at least a few thousand psychic badges, so what kind of battle can be exchanged for puppet? This was Luhan's plan. The next time he will enter the subversive space will be at midnight tomorrow. Since he can't scare the snakes, he will attack the Sunagakur Puppet Master army and attack the village of Omegakure tomorrow night. Today, he is here to investigate, for the sake of prepare for tomorrow's attack. In order to get more psychic badges, Luhan is not good at doing sneak attacks. He directly kills the puppet master. If the puppet does not appear, he will not get the psychic badge. Therefore, Luhan must plan well, not only to ensure his own safety, it is also necessary to ensure that the strong people in the puppet army can channel those powerful puppets. Beijing Mine is an abandoned mine with caves everywhere. The puppet master army is stationed here, and it is easier to defend, because most puppets are only suitable for close combat, and have no long-range attack ability, and their defense ability is also average. In the Beijing Mine, due to terrain restrictions, it is difficult for ninjas to jointly perform ninjutsu here. Once they enter the mine, they usually need melee combat to solve their opponents. This is very beneficial to the Puppet Master Legion. It is also very beneficial to Lu Han. Although the killing is slow and easy to be blocked in the mine, the possibility of Lu Han being besieged is also reduced. Ninja science and technology arose in Sunagakure village. Sunagakure village's puppet skills are very developed, and can create many unique organs for investigation. Because these things are not biological and have no combat power, most of them will not be reminded on the insight map. Therefore, Lu Han also encountered a lot of trouble when sneaking into the camp. But he still went in, and it took 2 full hours. The technique of concealment made Lu Han merge with the darkness. Even if the puppet mechanism was facing Lu Han, nothing could be seen, and it was black in front of him. The land of fire, the hidden village of Konoha. It was dark in Konoha late at night, with a few lights hitting the towers around the village. Black Zetsu led Onoki and Hanzo to the outside of Konoha village. The 8-strong Iwagakure didn't come, they were just reconnaissance, and they didn't plan to start tonight, so they weren't needed. Originally, the defense around Konoha was extremely tight, and a large number of Hyuga ninjas were monitoring the surroundings 24 hours a day. Even Black Zetsu could hardly lead the way and completely escape those arrangements to bring people here. The see-through ability of the Hyuga family is really annoying. But now it's different. Because of Konoha's change of layout, there are loopholes in the defense. Therefore, Black Zetsu has the opportunity to bring people to the periphery of Konoha village. To the north of Konoha village, Black Zetsu, Onoki, and Hanzo stood on a tree and looked at Konoha village from afar. Konoha's defensive arrangement was adjusted on the day Hangguang left, and it has been changing since then. Black Zetsu said in a low voice, Hangguang is also very worried. After he leaves Konoha, Konoha village will be attacked, so he has done enough. Preparation. This is his preparation. Hanzo sneered. He divided the treasure house into 3, and the protective power was scattered because of this. How stupid. Humph. Onoki snorted coldly, his eyes gloomy. It is undeniable that Hangguang's talent is superb, but this is only his talent in the ninja sect. He has courage and wisdom, but if you talk about managing a village, he is far behind. Now, just look at the current layout of Konoha village, it is really stupid. Quote. White Zetsu told Black Zetsu the information they had investigated before, and Black Zetsu had already drawn the information and handed it over to Onoki and Hanzo, so now the two of them knew Konoha's arrangement very well. It's better to investigate, and be careful, Hanzo said calmly. He was as cautious as ever. Chapter 0786_Murderous. In the village of Konoha, in the Hokage building, in a guest room used to entertain guests. No lights were lit, and the large suite hall was dimly lit. The moonlight shone white on the carpet through the window. Tsunade stood in front of the window, looking at the night outside, looking a little uneasy. Perhaps it was because Lu Han explained too much when he left, which made Tsunade feel that something must happen. She has been sitting in the Hokage building for the past few days, eating and living here with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Kushina, 4 of them. Except for Uzumaki Kushina, the other 3 take turns to rest every day and take turns to work at night. Go and rest. Orochimaru quietly walked to Tsunade's side and said lightly. Tsunade didn't say anything, turned around and walked to the sofa in the hall. He lay on the sofa with his clothes on. Tsunade was full of thoughts. The situation here is just a microcosm of Konoha. Not just Tsunade at all, other places in Konoha, that one Jonin, elite Jonin, the existence with the name of the strong, Inuzuka Tears, White Fang, Hyuga Tiger Young. And so on, they seem to be doing step by step every day. It is not much different from before. In fact, every time after nightfall, their nerves will be tense. Konoha, who seemed to be extremely peaceful in the dark, was actually murdered. Hanzo and Onoki did not enter Konoha. Konoha is under curfew at night. They are too easy to be found when they go in. During the day, it will be better. Outside the village of Konoha, in the shadow of a huge tree canopy. If we split up and attack 3 of Konoha's treasuries at the same time, we might be able to disperse Konoha's forces and achieve miraculous results. Onoki said gloomily, if we can't rob all of Konoha's treasuries, at least we have to destroy them. Not good. Hanzo immediately objected. His tone was not very intense. When it came to business, he was still very reasonable. Once we are scattered, there is a possibility that we will be defeated by each other. We are not Hangwang. Hangwang can use the technique of Hiraishin. Come and go freely, the mobility is too strong, and we do not have this advantage, and Konoha hides dragons and crouching tigers. The master is like a cloud. The background is very strong. This action must be fast, a little slow. We may all be surrounded. This time the purpose of coming to Konoha is not to kill, just for money. Don't be selfish. Onoki glanced at Hanzo without refuting. In fact, he was just very unwilling. Because Luhan led people to attack Iwagakure in 4 places at the same time. Although Onoki was not present at the time, someone naturally explained the situation to him afterwards. After a little analysis, Onoki knew the details of Luhan's plan at that time. The Iwagakure treasure house with a division strategy. Onoki. However, Onoki could only think about this in his heart, and he knew that the strength of Konoha was not comparable to that of Iwagakure, so let's not say anything else, just the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. In the entire ninja world, it is also the strongest. If the 2 clans were united, the combat power of 700 or 800 ninjas would be comparable to that of a large army. Besides, Konoha also has the garrison army that Inuzuka Tears rule. According to what we said before, we set the goal as the biggest treasure house of Konoha. As long as the treasure house is robbed, at least half of Konoha's wealth can be plundered, not to mention shaking the foundation of Konoha, but it is also enough to strengthen our financial power and eliminate Konoha's financial power. Advantage. Hanzo was very reasonable, and he was not greedy at all. Black Zetsu gave Hanzo a strange look, but said nothing. Is Hanzo really not greedy? Of course not. He was just thinking about himself. He was alone and could only fight in one place. In the end, the best result was to get the treasure of one place. In that case, why should we divide our troops? Attacking the other 2 small treasure troves, Hanzo, who lacks skills, will not gain any benefits, and will increase his danger due to the division strategy. So, just focus on one. Hanzo doesn't care how much Onoki wants, he only wants his own share. The 2 are cooperating for interests, not one heart at all. Someone is coming, Black Zetsu said suddenly. The 3 of them disappeared into the tree at the same time, sneaking into the ground with ninjutsu. A few minutes later, a Hyuga scout ninja passed by without stopping, and soon left. After a few more minutes, the 3 of them reappeared on the tree. The deployment of Konoha's troops seems to be still mobilizing. Hanzo noticed that hundreds of ninjas were moving in groups in Konoha village. We should do more reconnaissance, master rules, and then we can do it. It's been like this for Konoha these days, and I haven't seen the pattern yet, Black Zetsu chimed in. So it's just to cast doubts. Onoki broke the mystery in one sentence. He was so right, but no one would tell him that he was right, and he didn't know what was behind the suspicion. Be careful, this matter can only succeed and not fail, we only have one chance. Hanzo said, the voice under the mask became more and more low. Hangwang is far away in the country of rain. Even if we get the news and come back now, it will take 2 days. No matter if he starts today or tomorrow, he has no rescue ability. After a night, a new day. Konoha, who had been silent for a night, began to hustle and bustle all day long. Although it was not as prosperous as before the Ninja World War, it was still extremely lively. The afternoon, Hokage building. In Hokage's assistant office, Kaharu Udatane was reviewing documents and seemed very busy. When Luhan left, Konoha's burden was placed on her shoulders, and because of the recent changes in the Land of Rain, the documents that needed to be processed also more. Call. A ghostly figure appeared behind Kaharu Utatane. This was an old man with a childish face. Although his face was full of old Madara, he had a long breath and was in high spirits. Third uncle. Kaharu Utatane put down his pen and greeted when he saw the person coming. Hanzo is here, the old man said solemnly. Chapter 0787_Hollow Touch. Kaharu Utatane is 43 years old this year, and the man he calls third uncle is 75 years old this year. This person's name is Xuanqi Daozang, and he belongs to the older generation of Konoha. He is very old. During the First Ninja War, he was already in his 50s. At that time, his strength had begun to decline, so there is no brilliant record, so the reputation is not obvious. Speaking of which, he was the same generation as the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. His most active period was when Konoha village was not established, and the ninja world was still in the Sengoku era. At that time, he was the first of the Huan family. Strong. However, because the transfer clan was a small clan at that time, there were not many people, so the first strong person was not a strong pervert, let alone compared with Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, even with Hitaki, Inuzuka, Zhongshan, Aburame and other clans it's a little bit worse than. Before Luhan rearranged the treasure house, there were 3 people guarding Konoha's treasure house, all of them were the strong of the older generation. However, there is a special secret technique of Master, which gives him a great advantage in guarding the treasury. This is a powerful secret technique similar to the perception technique of the Zhongshan clan, but it is different. It is also similar to the induction technique of the second generation Tsuchikage. In short, it can be integrated with the air, so that the air around you becomes a part of your body, so as to form a sense of the surrounding. This kind of induction is not just to say that a person suddenly comes, he can sense it, even if it is not a person, but a stone, he can also feel it. Because the stone enters his sensing range, it will squeeze out the air. This technique is called hollow touch technique, but it is even more original. Luhan left Konoha. He instructed Kaharu Utatane to let Kaharu Utatane tell Luhan's arrangement to the sleeper. Largest treasury in Konoha is guarded by the transfer road. It is located in the southeast of Konoha village. The Hokage rock is located in the cave of Yamanaka. The Hokage rock in Konoha is so huge that it completely blocks the side of Konoha village. The area where Hokage's head is engraved is only a small part. According to Luhan's arrangement, it was even more necessary for Luhan to enter a specific location outside the largest treasure house 2 days after Luhan left Konoha village, and perform the hollow touch technique, with a range of 500 meters. The sensing range of 500 meters is extremely useless. Any Hyuga genin can detect farther locations by looking at it with Byakugan. You must know that the well-known sensing techniques, such as Senju Senluo's sensing ability, are enough to sense hundreds of kilometers. Boiling rain can also sense tens of kilometers. The second generation Tsuchikage's sensing ability is even more terrifying. 500 meters is really useless. It is better to arrange 2 Hyuga genins to stare there. But Luhan only asked for 500 meters. 500 meters is enough, but it needs to be maintained for a long time. For more than 10 hours a day, dawn begins and sunset ends. Because the sensing range is too small, there is really no pressure on the changer. The reason why Luhan asked him to do this was that Konoha could determine when Hanzo and Onoki would arrive. If Hanzo comes, he really wants to attack Konoha. With his character, he must personally infiltrate Konoha to investigate. He must not do it at night. Konoha has a curfew at night, which makes it easier to be discovered. People come and go during the day. It is impossible for Hyuga genin to detect Hanzo. With Hanzo's strength, he can turn Hyuga genin's tricks around with a little trick. With the ability to change to sleep, Hanzo can't escape no matter what. As long as he comes to investigate Konoha's biggest treasure trove in person, he will definitely be found when he turns to bed. Nothing escaped Luhan's calculations. Hanzo came, and he was even discovered when he turned to bed. This is the person's body structure. I didn't really see him, but through the air contact, I know his body surface structure. Turning to bed, talking more, he took out a piece of paper from his arms and put it on the table. Sketches on paper. A tall and thin person with a knife. Other features are very vague, but one thing is clear, that is the mask. No matter how Hanzo disguise, he can't take off his mask. It will poison people, then it will be directly exposed, and the mask on Hanzo's face is the only one in the world. Speaking of which, both Hanzo and Onoki have obvious characteristics. Hanzo is a mask, and Onoki is too short. Kaharu Udatane suddenly changed color after hearing what he said when he turned to bed. When he looked at the stick figure again, his pupils contracted violently. He took the drawing in his hand, got up suddenly, and walked out quickly. Turning to bed without saying anything else, Hanseel disappeared into the office. He has to go back to guard the treasure house. Hokage building. In the guest room used to entertain guests, Tsunade just woke up and was having breakfast with Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina pouted and seemed very unhappy. She was locked here, can't walk around. Hyuga Luo condensed back to the Hyuga family. No one played with her. Bang! The door was slammed open, and Kaharu Udatane walked in quickly, walking over to Tsunade, whispering. Orochimaru, who had just fallen asleep on the sofa, was awakened and turned his head to Kaharu Udatane at the same time as Jiraiya, who was watching the scenery by the window. Tsunade listened to Kaharu Udatane's words. His expression became extremely serious, and he asked in a low voice, "A meeting?" "No." Kaharu Udatane shook his head immediately. Master Hokage explained that you can't talk about such situations in a meeting. There is a very special ninja in the black market who has a terrible ability to infiltrate, and meetings are easy to leak. Hangguang is talking about White Zetsu. When Lu Han was there, White Zetsu didn't dare to eavesdrop on the meeting, because Lu Han could detect him, and White Zetsu knew this, but when Lu Han wasn't there, nothing could be said. Round him, Tsunade whispered again. No. Kaharu Udatane shook his head again. We don't have a ninja who can check and balance him at all. If he wants to run, we can't stop him. We should lead him into a trap. In this way, you go to inform White Fang, and I will go to Inuzuka to cry. And then, the easiest way to send messages, with people, pass one by one. In order to prevent White Zetsu, Lu Han gave a lot of instructions. Time flies. 8 hours later, it was long into the night. The village of Konoha was once again silent in the darkness. Chapter 0788_Raid on Konoha. The largest hotel in Sanhua town, the Clover Hotel. The first floor of the hotel is the dining hall, which is still bustling and bustling. The drunkards are raising their glasses and shouting, and the second shopkeeper is welcoming them to send. There is no curfew in Sanhua town, so even if it is late at night, there will be a lot of traffic. Stop a lot. Compared with the noise on the first floor, the second and third floors are much quieter, and the more you go up, the quieter. In the largest guest room on the 5th floor, Hanzo once again took out the topographic map of Konoha, pointed to the Hokage building above, and said, "Let me talk about the plan again. We must try to avoid the Hokage building as much as possible. This is the core of Konoha's defense and the symbol of Konoha. A small treasure trove is under the Hokage building. No matter who attacks here, they will encounter the most powerful attack, and the gains outweigh the losses." Quote. Another treasure house, in the forest behind Konoha village, is Konoha Anbu. It is the easiest place to attack, but it is easy to get in but not easy to get out. There are countless internal and external organs in Konoha Anbu. Destroy the time-space imprint outside Anbu, and we will be trapped inside. Can't fight, must not fight. Humph. Onoki snorted suddenly. Hanzo glanced at Onoki, and the corner of his mouth under the mask sneered. He understood what Onoki was humming. Because the purpose of Hanzo's words is not to talk about plans at all, but to remind Onoki not to mess around. The real plan has been discussed before, and there is no need to say more. Hanzo is still worried. He is worried that Onoki will not come as planned. After all, the 8 strong men are Iwagakure ninjas. They only listen to Onoki. Here, the biggest treasure trove of Konoha. Hanzo continued, pointing to the corner of the mountain where the Konoha Hokage rock is located. I went to investigate. The Uchiha people have moved the police building of the Konoha police force to this neighborhood, and there are also the strength of the 3 battalions of the garrison army. Hanzo was talking. Onoki's face was cold. The other Iwagakure ninjas were listening, and Black Zetsu was also listening. Sudden. Black Zetsu seemed to sense something, turned his head and glanced at the small corridor leading to the bathroom, and then walked over slowly. No one cared about him. Black Zetsu was always elusive, and his whereabouts were strange. Black Zetsu entered the small hallway and walked to the bathroom door. There is a huge flower pot next to the door, with a huge white flower blooming on it. This is the decorative bonsai of the hotel. Black Zetsu stopped, and White Zetsu grew out of the bonsai, and said expressionlessly, "There's weirdness." Huh. Black Zetsu frowned suddenly. White Zetsu handed him his hand. Black Zetsu took White Zetsu's hand, and immediately knew what White Zetsu saw. Weird indeed. Konoha's interiors got even weirder tonight. Don't worry, it's Konoha's people who are playing tricks, and the arrow has to be shot on the string. Black Zetsu said coldly. How's the rain country over there? Han Guang is very vigilant and cannot track him. He has been active in the southern part of the rain country. Well, as long as he is still in the land of rain, you don't need to worry about the rest. Black Zetsu said, suddenly seeming to think of something, and asked again, how many times has Han Guang scouted a Megakure village? 3 times before and after. White Zetsu replied, because he has a clone who lives in a Megakure village, so as long as Lu Han goes there, there is no way to hide, and White Zetsu will definitely know. Okay, it seems that he really intends to attack a Megakure village. Black Zetsu showed a hideous smile. He really hoped that Han Guang would fight a Megakure village, so that his time of death would come. After White Zetsu disappeared, Black Zetsu returned to the hall of the guest room, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and said to everyone, "It's almost time, you can act." The night was hazy. It was about 10 o'clock at night, and there was still an hour before 0. Taking advantage of the night, a group of 10 left Sanhua town and ran to Konoha. Sanhua town is 80 miles away from Konoha village. For ninjas like Hanzo and Onoki, even at normal speed, it takes dozens of minutes to walk 80 kilometers. 40 minutes later. Not in a hurry to arrive at Konoha, were already not far from Konoha, because the attack time must be after 0, the later the better, so after approaching Konoha, they completely slowed down. Not in a hurry is on the one hand, on the other hand, you have to dodge some Hyuga scout ninjas. The ability to see through is really disgusting. At least for Konoha's enemies. If they were discovered by the Konoha ninja before they entered the Konoha village, the difficulty of robbing the treasure house today would have to be increased several times. What they don't know is that Konoha already knows that they are here, and the difficulty of their robbery of the treasure house has been increased several times. This is not to mention Lu Han's other arrangements. In the dark forest, everyone flickered forward. Go this way. Black Zetsu pointed to the north, then the first to flicker and disappear. Onoki has already suggested that it is better to rush directly to Konoha. Anyway, since the distance is so close, Konoha will definitely not be able to react. If he encounters Hyuga ninja, just kill him directly. Unfortunately, it was rejected by Hanzo and Black Zetsu at the same time. Why bother? Obviously you can do it perfectly without any accident. Why should you take the initiative to scare the snake? Black Zetsu took the crowd to hide and took a detour, but it was getting closer and closer to Konoha village. Although there were some changes in the layout of entering Konoha village, it was still full of loopholes. Black Zetsu was confident to lead them silently. Dive into Konoha. Call. Black Zetsu appeared out of thin air in the grass in the jungle, and then Hanzo and others all appeared out of thin air. Looking in Konoha's direction, Black Zetsu immediately said, "Go straight ahead, fast." At this time, Another grass that everyone went to quickly grew 2 large leaves, and White Zetsu emerged from it. The crowd stopped immediately. Hanzo and Onoki know White Zetsu because they've met before, but they haven't seen the combination of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. What's wrong? Black Zetsu frowned suddenly, not suddenly appearing for no reason. An hour ago, Hengguang attacked the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army alone. White Zetsu said. Chapter 0789_Cold Light Kills Again. Not only Black Zetsu was stunned, but Onoki, Hanzo and others were all stunned. Hengguang actually went to fight the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army. He actually went to fight the Puppet Master Army. He is crazy. Got a hole in the head. Seriously, Hanzo is a little stunned. He can't understand Hengguang's brain circuit, fighting the Puppet Master Army. If Luhan attacked not the Puppet Master Army, but any regular army of Sunagakur and Omegakure, Hanzo would understand. Going to the front line and killing the enemy, with Hengguang's character, doesn't need any other explanation at all. But the Puppet Master Army is very different. That is the strongest army in Sunagakur village. Although they are always beaten up, they can be replenished every time, because puppets can be continuously created. Unlike conventional legions are all people who fight and are timid. Temporarily retreating, the so-called avoiding its edge is exactly what it is, but the Puppet Master Army is different. The puppet masters themselves will be timid, but you must understand. It is not the puppet master who is fighting, but the puppet. I am a puppet master, I can't beat you, I am afraid, but I will still command the puppet to beat you. Just fuck you, if the puppet is gone, it will be gone, and I will not die. When a group of puppet masters are together, there will be a desire to let the puppets swarm over you and kill you with crowd tactics. This is a characteristic of the Puppet Master Army. Thousands of puppets are equivalent to thousands of dead men. It's terrifying to think about. The dead can't play a miraculous role in the frontal battlefield, but if you take the initiative to fight the dead army, it is really sick. He went to fight the Puppet Master Army. Black Zetsu raised his brows, his face extremely surprised. Is he alone? Yes, White Zetsu said. When I got the news and rushed over, Hengguang was already surrounded by a heavy siege. Since the Puppet Master camp was in the mine and Hengguang entered the mine, it was not easy for me to go in and investigate in detail. Black Zetsu's face is cloudy and uncertain, he can't figure it out. It's not right for Hengguang to do this. Unreasonable thing. Could it be that Hengguang wants to prove his strength? But not so dead. Hanzo's eyes widened. After being surprised, his heart burst into ecstasy. He really didn't expect that he had to take precautions and set up left and right arrangements. After worrying for so long, Hengguang didn't even go to Omegakure village. Instead, fight the Sunagakur puppet army. Hanzo really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. Although Sunagakur is an ally of Omegakure, for Hanzo, it is better for Hanzo to be beaten than Omegakure. Moreover, when Hengguang beats Sunagakur's Puppet Master Army, he can't say whether he can destroy the Puppet Master Army. It is not bad to be able to escape alive, of course. The Puppet Master Army will definitely lose a lot of puppets. But you know, puppets can be made. As long as you have money and mines, you can have as many things as you want. Comparatively speaking, the puppet itself is not important. What is important is the puppet master who manipulates the puppet. Unless Hengguang has the strength to kill all the puppets of the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army, he will not be able to kill many puppet masters. Although Sunagakur will suffer huge losses because of this, after all, puppets are money, but their combat power can be quickly replenished without affecting the frontline battle situation. Hengguang is really too arrogant. Onoki, who had been cold-faced all the time, suddenly said, because what Luhan did was too brainless in their eyes, and could only be understood as being too arrogant. Want to destroy the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army with your own power. Really sick. Hanzo seemed to suddenly think of something, and stared at White Zetsu. You said, Hengguang attacked the Puppet Master Army an hour ago, and you came back from the Land of Rain an hour ago. As soon as Hanzo said this, everyone looked at White Zetsu in unison. It was they who ignored this detail before. Is this possible? White Zetsu didn't explain, so he wouldn't tell these people that he has clones all over the whole ninja world, and there is a special connection between the clones and the main body. The distance is too far, but the speed of information transmission is absolutely terrifying. White Zetsu, who said nothing, retreated into the grass and disappeared. Let's go. Since Hengguang chose to attack the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army, we can rest assured. Black Zetsu said, as long as today's action is successful, the victorious Libra will favor us, and the destruction of Konoha is just around the corner. The land of rain, Beijing Mine. The huge cave of Mine Yamanaka. The ground is full of puppet corpses. Only a few of the puppet corpses are broken. Most of them are relatively intact, only the vital points of the body are destroyed. There is no unified position for the key center of a puppet. Some are in the head, some are in the abdomen, some are under the ribs, and some are in the back. They are all different. This is one of the reasons why puppets are difficult to deal with. The head and the heart are the key points. Everyone is like this. If you can't hit the key points of the puppet can still move. Even if it loses half of its body, it can kill people. But all this is not a problem for Lu Han. Subversive's exclusive ability, vital determination, makes it unnecessary for Lu Han to attack the puppet with a second knife. In fact, all the puppets were destroyed by his attack, and some of them were broken because the internal energy of the puppet's central vitals was unbalanced and exploded. Hundreds of puppets are besieging Lu Han. All of them are not afraid of death. They don't know what death is at all, and the same is true for a few who have self-consciousness. Lu Han's whole body flashed with lightning. In the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, the blade light was like thunder, and almost every shot would destroy a puppet, and the speed of Lu Han's shot was really terrifying. Why? How did he know? Outside the group of puppets and puppet masters who attacked Lu Han, the current Sunagakur Puppet Master Army Commander, Kingbai, looked horrified, stared at the battle, and kept mumbling to himself. He has already discovered that Hongguang can attack the key points every time. This is incomprehensible to him. He no longer dares to fight in front of the mountain. He can only be wise in the back, because his puppet has been destroyed by the cold light before. Without the puppet, his strength has just crossed the threshold of cage level. No difference. The terrifying Konoha cold light had destroyed thousands of puppets in just 1 hour. Kangbai was terrified of it. Chapter 0790_self-destruct. 60 minutes in 1 hour, 60 seconds per minute, 3,600 seconds in total, destroy thousands of puppets in 3,600 seconds. That is to say, if the cold light is between 3 to 4 seconds, one will be destroyed. Puppet. This is a very scary number. Even in the frontal battlefield, where they fought bloody battles with the enemy army for days and nights, the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army would not necessarily lose so many puppets. The Ninja World War has been fought for 4 or 5 years. The number of ninjas killed in the entire ninja world is about 20,000. Even if it is 4 years, only 5,000 people die every year, 365 days a year. On average, every day only a dozen people died. War is like this. It is impossible to kill hundreds of people today and hundreds of people tomorrow, so that 80,000 ninjas in the ninja world will die in 100 days. Although puppets are different from people, some analogies can still be made. Since the Sunagakur puppet troops entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain, there has never been such a large loss in such a short period of time. If Lu Han could know Kangbai's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely turn a few Byakugans on him. Wouldn't this be a blast? Is it incredible? You haven't read the original, have you? No, the Shinra Tensei Almighty pushed sign. Sweep the entire Konoha village in an instant. Scare you to death. Where is this going? Puppets have weaknesses. This weakness is very fatal. People have self-consciousness and will subconsciously defend their weaknesses to prevent them from being attacked. For example, a ninja is attacked by a knife in the heart. If the ninja reacts, he will definitely try to avoid it, and would rather be stabbed with a knife. Wearing the stomach, cannot let the heart be stabbed. But the puppet has no such meaning, it simply doesn't think about where its vital points are. Although Lu Han is surrounded by heavy siege, it is still easy to kill the puppet, because he will never be restricted to a certain place. He can move all the time, no matter which puppet is blocking him, he can break it with one move. It's like cheating. If Lu Han still can't come up with some achievements, he will commit suicide. He knows the weakness of the puppet, he can find it, how could he know? Kang Bai couldn't understand it, even if he broke his head, he couldn't understand. Why can cold light? The Sunagakur Puppet Master Legion has a rule, that is, when the Legion is fighting, if a certain puppet master's puppets are exhausted, they can immediately retreat and go to the rear to receive protection. What really matters is the puppet master. Not something like a puppet that can be compared. Therefore, Kang Bai retreated to the rear to command after killing all his puppets, and no one said he was timid, because the rules were like this. This cave is very huge. Lu Han rushed all the way to this place and was surrounded by it. He didn't kill for too long here. Therefore, more puppet masters came from other positions. The teacher withdrew from the encirclement. Lu Han didn't kill those puppet masters first. Chasing down the puppet master is too troublesome, he is very in a hurry, there is still an hour left before 0. He must kill enough puppets within an hour, get enough psychic badges, and break out from here, find an absolute safe place to hide. In this way, he can enter the subversive space calmly and exchange for the psychic puppets that can be summoned repeatedly. Then, he's going to raid a Megakure village. We can't wait for tomorrow, because tonight, the news of cold light comes to the land of rain will definitely spread. At that time, the Megakure village may return with a large army, and the Sunagakur Corps will definitely have a special mobilization. Hanzo knew that Han Guang was in the land of rain, but he didn't tell the Legion commander outside. Even in a Megakure village, only a few people knew that Han Guang was coming. Lu Han is really in a hurry. Therefore, even if he had the opportunity to kill some powerful puppet masters who were regarded as valuable treasures by Sunagakur village, he would not take the initiative to kill them. It was a complete waste of time. Kang Bai became more and more anxious. He directed the attack, but he was very weak. Can't handle the cold light at all. There is no enemy of Hangguang here. If you want to kill Hangguang, you must trap him and fix his range of activities in order to besiege him, but you can't do it at all. Hangguang knows the weakness of the puppet, and no one can stop him from moving. Damn it. You can't continue like this, damn it. Kang Bai is getting more and more manic, and he is already going crazy again. He has lost so many puppets this time, and he is very responsible. If Chio found out, he would have to rip off his skin. Although Chio is also a puppet master, she does not belong to the Puppet Master Corps, nor is she here. Since Chio's younger brother Ebizo became the Sunagakur Village Generation Kage, Chio has become the frontline commander of the Sunagakur Corps, in charge of all frontline war affairs. Listen to my orders. Kang Bai jumped onto a 2-story rock in the cave and commanded loudly, blow yourself up with a puppet. All puppets that can explode, give me the blow up and kill this damn fellow. Hearing Kang Bai's order, the puppet masters near Lu Han did not hesitate. Under the control of the chakra threads, the 2 puppets that were very close to Lu Han exploded into 2 balls of fire. At the same time, some puppets retreated temporarily, and more puppets rushed towards Lu Han. Naturally, those who retreated could not self-destruct. The pounce can naturally explode. Too much. Overwhelming, thunder and flames directly swallowed Lu Han, and some puppets seemed to be used for self-destruction. At the same time of self-destruction, some sharp metal cones would be shot out, and some were self-exploding ninjutsu, and some would burst out. A cursed chain similar to sealing. My day, your uncle. This wave of attacks was so violent that Lu Han, who was killing the puppets at a rhythm, was caught off guard and was knocked out continuously by the explosion. In just 5 seconds, the Raiden Thunder-style armor on his body shattered. Looking for death. After the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode was broken, Lu Han immediately disappeared. With Horaitian, he couldn't have died here. After a series of explosions, the huge cave fell silent. All the puppet masters were paying attention to their surroundings. The cove light disappeared, but it could reappear at any time. No one dared to take it lightly. Kangbai immediately jumped off the big rock. Standing too high could easily be used as a target. He understood this. Chapter 0791_Bleeding Heart. Although Kangbai was angry and frightened in his heart, he did not even have the ability to think because of this. After all, he was the commander of the Puppet Master Legion. Although he had only been in the position for 2 years, he was an existence that should not be underestimated. Jumping off the big rock, Kangbai mixed into the puppets and called out his personal guards to assemble beside him. What he didn't know was that Lu Han had already sentenced him to death. Phrase, seeking death, just now was said to him. Therefore, unless Kangbai escaped immediately, it would be futile to do anything. Lu Han was really annoyed. You said, just stay in the back when the puppets are gone. Just be your sick cat. You have to run out and pretend to be a tiger. You seem to have the ability, right? The cave is extremely huge, with a height of more than 30 meters from the ground to the top. More and more puppet masters rushed into the cave. Before they were turned around by Lu Hansuo, they were led to other places. Came back. The number of puppet masters in the cave is gradually approaching 600, and the number of puppets is about 1500. They are full, and it seems that there are figures everywhere. Line up. Hurry up. Go there to investigate the puppet. Hurry up. Kangbai commanded again and again. Kai _. The sound of breaking the sky rang out. However, at a height of about 5 meters above the cave, a kuo flashed from the entrance of the north side of the cave. At the moment when it passed over the top of Kangbai's head, a cold light appeared out of nowhere and landed instantly. Kangbai was terrified and didn't even have the courage to fight Lu Han, so he had to run away with hand seal, but it was too late. Lu Han raised his right hand slightly, triggering the magic ring on his finger. Futon, wind style, the art of flower rain cutting. Boom _. The huge lotus flower appeared, bloomed, and swirled. Kangbai didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was torn into a blood mist. Within 30 meters of Lu Han's body, more than 100 puppets and more than 30 puppet masters died at the same time. Torn to smithereens. Master Kangbai. Damn, he's here again. Kill him. The puppet masters in the cave are really brave. Because they don't have to fight in person, they hide behind and command the puppets. Anyone can have courage. The art of cutting flowers and rain dissipated, and the surroundings of Lu Han were empty, but immediately a large number of puppets rushed to self-destruct. Lu Han really wanted to kill Kangbai again. Already going to be mad. Why? Because self-destruction doesn't count as killing without Lu Han. Lu Han won't get any reward. Kangbai accidentally ruined Lu Han's affairs. Bastard. Lu Han bit Kiba and resisted the first wave of attacks. The Raiden Thunder style chakra mode showed signs of being broken again. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of Early Fern. Boom boom. Thick and long bone spurs protruded from the ground at the same time, forming a bone spur forest. The entire cave was within the attack range of Lu Han, and there was no place to dodge on the ground, but the killing effect was not ideal. Because puppets are not afraid of ordinary piercing injuries, they can still fight even if their arms are broken, and puppet masters. These bastards basically use ninjutsu in which masters and puppets exchange positions. The art of swapping positions for puppets. However, this wave of attacks still caused a lot of casualties to the Sunagakur puppet master in the cave. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, in the cave for no reason, because it was easy to collapse the cave. Once the cave collapsed, Lu Han would definitely have no problem going out, but the efficiency of killing puppets would be reduced. Even, he has to dig out the puppet and kill it, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, this wave of attacks did not cause the cave to collapse directly, but it also caused a lot of gravel to fall from above, and it is already possible to collapse. Call, 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 ha. Nearly 10 mid-level puppets in the air rushed to Luhan with their mechanical jets, and blew themselves up at the same time. Luhan immediately dodged and disappeared. Can't resist anymore. Raiden Thunder style chakra mode is about to shatter. Speaking of which, fighting against the Puppet Legion is really dangerous. If Luhan didn't have the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode, he wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. You know, the puppet's attack is unpredictable. Can spit poisonous needles, arms can be bombs, stomach can fire, and so on. It is almost impossible to prevent. If Luhan didn't have the Raiden Thunder style bodyguard, he couldn't dodge all attacks. For example, many puppets would shoot poisonous needles, and that kind of firing rate was no slower than bullets, hundreds of meters per second. And it is impossible to have no dead-end defenses around. Raiden Thunder style chakra mode is okay. It can be said that Luhan can have the current record, thanks to the critical determination and Raiden Thunder style chakra mode. If there is only one of them, Luhan will not be as easy as now. Destruction of the puppet is equivalent to a ninjutsu attack. It's not that Luhan is afraid that he won't be able to win. Although it is indeed very dangerous, this is only second, and more importantly, the self-destruction of the puppet will make Luhan less chance to obtain the psychic badge. Self-destruction is not counted as his kill. No drop, it's disgusting. Heart is bleeding. In the north area of Beijing Mine, in the dim tunnel. Luhan moved forward quickly, and after turning a corner, he encountered a team of puppet masters, 8 puppet masters carrying a total of 20 puppets. Since these guys were very weak, Luhan didn't bother to kill them one by one, so he just opened the door. Big move. Cadent Fire style majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. The raging fire filled the long mine tunnel. This kind of high-temperature flame, which is enough to melt the rock, is not something that a puppet can resist with its body. Luhan rushed back and forth in the mine tunnel, stopped and walked, sometimes disappeared, and sometimes appeared. Because most of the puppet masters were led to the largest cave by him, he did not encounter too many powerful ones in the mine tunnel. The enemy, at least, must be an elite Jonin, and his eyesight in the cold light can be regarded as some strength. Half an hour later, in the huge cave, the Sunagakur puppet master who got the news had already left most of them and went after Luhan. Luhan returned to the huge cave again, released another wave of Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, and then performed S-rank ninjutsu in a row. Do not fight. Luhan quickly left the Beijing mine and disappeared into the vast darkness. Morning is coming. Chapter 0792_Puppet Shelter from the Cold. After Luhan left the Beijing mine, the Yamanaka mine was still in chaos. The Sunagakur puppet masters were still looking for Luhan in groups. They felt that they had found a way to restrain the cold light, which was to let the puppet explode, so they looked aggressive. In fact, Luhan was just distressed. He blew himself up and didn't fall, so it was pointless to entangle him. About 10 minutes passed. The north of Beijing mine, 3 Sunagakur elite ninja battalions of more than 500 ninjas came to support them. They came from the Sunagakur village 1st Corps. The Sunagakur 1st Corps was nearly 3 hours away from the Sunagakur Puppet Master Corps station. This 3 hours refers to the time required for the Legion to operate. For the faster vanguard troops to arrive, at most 2 hours are enough, and if they march at full speed, they can arrive in more than an hour regardless of the consumption. Coming soon. Too bad it's still late. Because Luhan has already left. He calculated everything, calculated the speed of Sunagakur's First Army if they sent elites, and calculated the time for his attack and the time to evacuate. Compared with puppets, if you are surrounded by 500 Sunagakur elites, it will be troublesome. Those elites drawn from one legion will attack Luhan with the Puppet Legion, and Luhan will be beaten. And just minutes after the vanguard reinforcements of the 1st Corps arrived, Chiyo arrived. She didn't come from the 1st Army Corps, but when she was dealing with affairs in a further temporary stronghold, she rushed to the puppet army at full speed as soon as she got the warning, but it was still a step too late. Chiyo-sama. Chiyo-sama. Seeing Chiyo entering the cave, Many senior puppet masters gathered around Chiyo, bowed to greet him, and then quickly talked about the previous battle. The previous search did not find Han Guang, and it was already confirmed that Han Guang had left. Han Guang seems to know where each Akatsuki's puppet's weakness is, and the attack is very accurate. Lord Kangbai restrained Han Guang with self-destruction tactics in the later stage, which also angered Han Guang, and Lord Kangbai died in battle. Han Guang's purpose seems to be just to kill Puppet, didn't chase down the puppet master. Chiyo listened, his face became more and more ugly, his eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, his expression was gloomy, and he killed the whole family. Statistics lost. Chiyo asked immediately after hearing this. Now that Han Guang has escaped from the siege, it is impossible to track him. What Chiyo is most concerned about now is, what is the loss of the puppet master army? It's already being counted, and all the puppet masters are being notified to assemble, first to determine the number of dead. How many puppet masters died is still very easy to count. Just ask the puppet masters to gather and see how much is missing, and then you will know how much the puppet masters have lost. It is very troublesome to count the number of puppet masters, because some puppet masters may not be able to get through before they die. Spiritual puppets, and although some puppet masters are alive, the puppets are burned out. The number of casualties of the puppet master was quickly counted. 309 people were killed and 473 were wounded, including 26 seriously injured. Although the number of puppet losses cannot be accurately calculated immediately, some senior puppet masters who participated in the war made an estimate, and several senior puppet masters estimated a number. As long as the gap is not too large, it is almost the same. Estimate the result. This time, the number of puppets damaged by the Puppet Master Legion was between 1,600 and 1,800, which has exceeded half of the total number of puppets owned by the Puppet Master Legion. Chiyo Kiba is about to bite. Huge casualties, be heavy. Sunagakur Puppet Master Army by himself in less than 2 hours. Damn, how did he know? How could he possibly know? Chiyo's roaring voice echoed in the cave. She understood. She knew very well that the reason why the loss was so heavy today is that Han Guang's strength is second, and the third generation Reikage is also strong, but if he singled out the Puppet Master Legion, he would never have achieved such a feat within 2 hours. The reason why Hangguang can cause such huge damage to the Puppet Master Legion is because Hangguang can grasp that every puppet is a weakness. This is something that even the Hyuga family can't do with perspective. Why is Hangguang? Internal structure of the puppet is very complex. Even if Hyuga Ninja can see the internal situation of the puppet, he cannot quickly determine where the key center is from those complex structures. How did the cold light do it? After some rage, Chiyo calmed down. Anger and madness can't solve any problems. Now that this is the case, let's think about how to retaliate in the future. Pass my order. Chiyo thought about it again and again, and issued a very important order about the Puppet Master Army in the cave. From today onwards, if there is a cold light on the battlefield, all the Puppet Masters of Sunagakur village can retreat without a fight. Hide if you can, and if you have a mission, you can give up immediately. This order is valid until Han Guang dies. Quote. This is an unforgettable lesson. Chiyo wants to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening again. Originally, she could not give such an order directly. It is a big sin to retreat without a fight, but she is the elder sister of Hokage, and Ebizo will not oppose her. In the southeastern region of the Land of Rain, there is a giant bamboo forest. A giant bamboo with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of more than 100 meters is located at a height of 30 meters from the ground. The diameter of the bamboo here is about 2.7 meters, which can be called extremely thick. There is a hole in the bamboo. A few minutes ago, Luhan used Hiraishin Kunai to punch this hole. Kunai entered Takeuchi, and Luhan also entered it with Hiraishin's technique. This is a bamboo house that is almost completely closed. Luhan has been maintaining a secret state, sitting inside, waiting for Zero. He didn't dare to be careless. The ghost knows where White Zetsu is and will he follow him quietly. Although this possibility is very small, There is nothing wrong with being careful. You must know that when Lu Han entered the subversive space, his body was without the slightest defensive ability, without consciousness, without being able to sense the outside world. It cannot be discovered. Time passed and it was getting closer. Lu Han adjusted his breathing and still maintained a hidden state. In the hidden state, almost no one could sense his existence. After entering the subverter space, his body would not have the slightest breath and would not be sensed, but can still be seen. 0 o'clock. Lu Han closed his eyes. His body was illusory for a moment, and then solidified again. Chapter 0793_ also a fucking juvenile. Disruptor space. The huge silver-white room remained the same as usual. There was a light ball floating in the middle of the room, but when the light ball suddenly cracked, Lu Han walked out of it quickly. The first thing to do when entering the subversive space, Lu Han did not say what to exchange, but sat on the ground, took out a few drops, and began to count. Yes, he didn't count it before, mainly because after he found a safe place, there were only a few minutes left before entering the subversive space, and he had to keep his hidden state, so it was not easy to count. There are thousands of dropped items, and the number is large, but the size is not large. The main reason is that most of them are ingots and psychic badges. Counting these two things first is the most important to Lu Han. With Lu Han's brainpower, he can quickly calculate the exact number just by sorting things out. 3 minutes later. 936 ingots, psychic badges. 2,357. After Lu Han got the exact number, he frowned for a while. Something was wrong, because the number of ingots was far less than the psychic badges. You know, killing puppets only drops two things, ingots and psychic badges, and the drop rate should be about the same. Elf, why are there so few ingots? How is it possible? I not only killed puppets, but also killed many puppet masters. They are ninjas, Lu Han asked inwardly. Because the subversive 3665 is too powerful, killing the weak ninja ingot drops is extremely low. At the same time, because the subversive 3665 has obtained too many ingots in low-level targets, which further reduces the ingot explosion rate, which affects the attack rate. The drop rate of ingots from killing puppets will affect non-human targets in all directions. Elite explained seriously. Well, you mean, Lu Han seemed to have heard some subtext. Puppets, or non-human targets, the more you kill, the lower the explosion rate. Yes, because the puppets are artificially manufactured. If a subversive 3665 master has the technology to create puppets, he will invest a huge amount of money to create low-level puppets in large quantities, and then let these puppets attack the subversives, passively enter the Yuhi-named state, and the protagonist will destroy them to get the drops. This behavior will be restricted. Disruptor 3665 can do this, but the drop rate will decrease at an accelerated rate. Understood. Lu Han nodded. Although the elf didn't say it very clearly, Lu Han still understood. Just to prevent Lu Han from cheating. The reason why the psychic badge will drop normally this time, and the ingot explosion rate is reduced, is because Lu Han has obtained too many ingots from low-level targets before, and his strength is too strong, which reduces the explosion rate. Now the psychic badge's explosion rate is reduced. The drop rate should still be normal, but as long as Lu Han kills more puppets, the drop rate will definitely get lower and lower. This reduction in the explosion rate is only aimed at targets that have a huge gap in strength with Lu Han. Generally speaking, when the target of Johnen's strength is reached, the explosion rate will not be reduced, and it will drop normally. However, whether it is a ninja or a puppet, the strength of Jonen is only a few. The ninja is better, the Chunin is more, and the puppet is really the strength of Genin mostly. Lu Han didn't think much about it. He could only stay in the subversive space for 30 minutes. Immediately count other things, the recovery that should be recovered. Can kill more than 300 puppet masters. This is outside of Lu Han's plan. If it wasn't for Kang Bai's self-destruction tactics in the later stage, Lu Han's rhythm would not be disrupted. In that case, he will kill more puppets, and if the puppet master is to die, it is estimated that only dozens of them will die. Kangbai seemed to use tactics to restrain Lu Han, but in fact, he killed many puppet masters. Sunagakure village has suffered even more losses. After all, it takes at least 10 years to cultivate a mature puppet master, and puppets are really created. After recycling, Lu Han obtained more than 300 ingots. In addition to what Lu Han had before, Lu Han's total number of ingots has also exceeded 2,000. It took a total of 10 minutes before and after, Lu Han completed all the inventory. Spiritual exchange item. Lu Han got up and looked at the ball of light, that is, the messenger of subversion said. Whoa! The light flickered, and a huge curtain was formed in front of Lu Han. There were more than 3,000 squares on the curtain, each of which was a kind of psychic exchange. There are only two major types of psychic exchange items, namely, Puppet Psychic, and Ninja Beast Psychic. Partner, in his growth process, a faceless man worth 550 psychic badges. The faceless man can't kill the enemy, he can only kill the subversives, he is the sparring puppet of the subversives. It is precisely because he has killed thousands of times with the faceless life and death that Lu Han has achieved today's swordsmanship, and now, the faceless people are useless, because Lu Han's strength has completely surpassed level 60. After all the exchange items appeared, Lu Hanji looked up at the top. What was the most valuable? Ninja Beast Psychic. Unlimited growth. Tame Behemoth Juvenile requires 2,350 badges. Puppet Channeling. Adjustable and limited to 80 high-level sparring combat puppets. Shadow Man 2,350 badges required. Lu Han had the urge to vomit blood. The psychic beasts that can be exchanged are actually juveniles. Isn't this bullshit? Unlimited growth, what do you mean? Lu Han asked. It's just that there is no upper limit of talent. It was the messenger of subversion who answered Lu Han. If you cultivate it properly, you can cultivate an existence comparable to 10 tails. Lu Han was not moved at all, but turned to Byakugan and said, what about the failure of training? Will die. The subversion messenger was concise. A good one will die. Lu Han is really not moved at all, why? Because it must be extremely difficult for him to cultivate unrestricted growth ninja beasts. With that time, Lu Han could cultivate himself to be comparable to 10 tails, right? Why train ninjas? Isn't that sick? Adjusting the level 80 advanced sparring battle puppet Shadow Man is easy to understand. Like the faceless man, the strength is different. Obviously Lu Han can't use it. With his current strength, he will die when he fights with the 80 level sparring. Undoubtedly. No juveniles, no sparring. I want to be able to use it directly in battle. Lu Han read something, and glanced down quickly. Chapter 0794_Soul of Transformation. After just glanced down a few times, Lu Han found some problems. He found many duplicates, but the prices were different. For example, the ninja beasts with unlimited growth are worth 2,000, worth 2,100, and some 2,150. Although the names are different, the prefixes are the same, and they can grow unlimitedly. Speaking of sparring puppets, the same is true. The 80-level sparring puppets with the lowest price only need 1,800 psychic badges. Why? A tailed beast with unlimited growth, and a sparring. The same talent or role, but different prices. Lu Han asked. The attributes are different. The most expensive unrestricted growth ninja has time and space attributes. It has not been unlocked yet. The things that Disruptor 3665 can see now, some are good at fire attributes, and some have healing tendencies. Understood. Lu Han interrupted the subversion messenger, explaining clearly, where's the puppet? The functions are different. The subversive messenger said, for example, the faceless man exchanged before the subversive 3665 actually only has some functions of the sparring puppet, and the more advanced sparring puppet has more functions, because the subversive 3665 has not been exchanged yet. So I can't explain more. Well, I understand. Lu Han nodded, but it was easy to understand. It's like buying a car, the same car, with or without leather seats, with or without electric ears, with or without steering wheel heating, the price is definitely different. Obviously, the more expensive the sparring puppet of the same class, the more comprehensive the functions. Perhaps it is not just as simple as sparring, it can also be a teacher. Continuing to scan, Luhan was still looking for a puppet who could fight directly. Must be cage level. Not cage level, it has been unlocked before. Super Elite Ninjas only need 300 psychic badges to exchange, while Super Elite Combat Puppets need 500 psychic badges to exchange. The reason for the price the difference is because the puppet is immortal. After being destroyed, after a 24-hour cooling period, Luhan can channel out again. If you die, you will not be able to channel. Of course, the ninja beast also has something that puppets can't match. That is, ninja beasts have wisdom, but puppets don't. However, super elite ninjas or puppets are useless to Luhan. He has already surpassed the super elite by a large level, and he has QB, 9 tails, what a shit ninja. Go to hell, if you die, you will waste your badges, and the puppet's words. Luhan is close to the level 70 white silver, S. Strength. To manipulate a puppet with a level 50 gold strength, he will go crazy. This will not only make him stronger in combat, but will become weaker. After all, as long as he manipulates the puppet, his own strength will be difficult to exert. Therefore, Luhan can only exchange puppets now, and there are 2 requirements. First, he must reach cage level strength, which is a big threshold. After passing cage level combat strength, he can really help Luhan. Second, the most critical place, this puppet must be able to fight on its own. If Luhan can manipulate to show his strength, Luhan might as well not exchange. He wants to enter the village of Omegakure. The guarantee of his life is Hiraishin's technique. He must run around. It is impossible to control the puppet to fight, so he can't even exert his own strength. Luhan continued to look down. There are many ninja beasts or puppets with the same price and the same nature and different names. This is normal, but the appearance is different and the names are different. The highest level 70 level sparring puppet is priced at 1800 badges, which is the same as the lowest. The price of the 80 level sparring puppets is the same, but the former is definitely fully functional, and the latter only has partial functions. Luhan was very moved, but he didn't change it. He wants cage level battle puppets. The kind that can fight on their own. You don't need a high level of wisdom, you just need to have a little self-awareness and be able to exert your strength. You can't expect a battle puppet to have the wisdom of a faceless man, that's unscientific. Luhan suddenly thought of something. Can the faceless man be recycled? Luhan asked. Only then did he think that if the faceless man could be recycled, wouldn't he be able to get more than 200 badges according to the 50% return? You can try, replied the subversive messenger. What's your answer? Luhan said angrily. After thinking about it, he didn't act. In fact, he didn't want to take back the faceless man. The faceless man accompanied him for 3 years, helping and witnessing his growth. It is of great significance. If possible, Luhan would like to keep it forever. Luhan continued to look down, and suddenly saw a very strange exchange item. Puppet Psychic. Limited to level 70. Limited to adjust the soul of transformation, requires 1650 badges. Restricting the soul of level 70 adjustment and conversion, what is this? Luhan asked. In exchange for this item, Subversive 3665 can convert the exchanged limited adjustment puppets into battle puppets. This conversion is irreversible. The power of the converted puppets used must not exceed Subversive 3665 and level 70, and can only inherit Subversive 1. One is good at ability, and the rest will be randomly generated. As the subversion messenger spoke, Luhan's eyes widened little by little, becoming more and more round. What the hell? This thing can convert sparring puppets into battle puppets. Luhan was a little stunned. It took a while to react, and he waved his hand violently. Whoa! The faceless man appeared beside Luhan, with the same figure as Luhan, but without a face. No, it should be him. Can it be used on him? Faceless Man. Lu Han was a little excited. Is it possible to exchange this to turn Faceless Man into a fighting puppet? His fighting IQ, will it be kept? It can be converted, said the subversive messenger. The battle IQ will also be retained, but the subversive must be reminded that once such conversion puppets are dead in battle, the cooling time for rechanneling will be 72 hours, and such conversion puppets there is no way to stay away from disruptors. Quote. None of this matters. Lu Han didn't care about this at all, and immediately asked another key question. Strength. Is his transformed strength the strongest level 60 gold boss? Chapter 0795-Resurrection of the Faceless. The strength of the Faceless Man is not fixed, but there is an upper limit and a lower limit. The upper limit is the level 60 gold boss, and now Lu Han does not know the detailed rules for the transformation of sparring puppets into combat puppets. The strength of the conversion puppet depends on the subversive 3665, and it will be randomly converted according to the number of training sessions with the subversive. The Faceless Man has reached the maximum number of training times, and can theoretically be converted into the strongest strength. Okay. Lu Han was relieved, and immediately raised his hand. Change. Change the soul of transformation. The exchange is complete. The subversion messenger replied. The 1650 psychic badge was automatically deducted, and there was an extra ink scroll in Lu Han's space backpack. He immediately took out the scroll, and just as he was about to open it, he hesitated. How to use it? Give it to the puppet to use, said the subversive messenger. Lu Han handed the scroll to the Faceless Man, and ordered the Faceless Man to open the scroll. The Faceless Man, who did not activate the sparring state, seemed a little stiff. After opening the scroll, a black light shot out from the scroll, covering the Faceless Man. The black light does not dissipate, and some options are also displayed in the light. Please choose the subversive tendency to inherit. The subversive messenger said. The conversion puppet is an ability inherited from the subversive, and other abilities are randomly generated. There are 6 options that the Faceless can inherit, namely Kaden, Fire Style, Raiden, Thunder Style, Futon, Wind Style, Sword Art, Sharingan, Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Can Keke Genkai also inherit? Lu Han asked in shock. Yes, but to remind Subversive 3665 that he can only inherit the ability of no more than 60 level stratum, such as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The effect of this ability has exceeded the 60 level stratum, so when converting puppet inheritance, you can only get Mangekyo Sharingan at most, and the pupil technique is random and will not be the same as the subversive pupil technique. Quote. Lu Han began to hesitate, paused and asked again, he can't inherit Horaishin, right? The time-space ninjutsu of the subversive master is too small, it is not a system, and the transformation puppet cannot be inherited. Lu Han nodded, he could understand this. Speaking of Kaden, Fire Style, in addition to Master Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Destruction, Lu Han has mastered at least nearly 100 C-level B-level A-level Kaden, Fire Style, ninjutsu. While Raiden, Thunder Style, there are relatively few masters, but there must be dozens of them. Mainly Lu Han has the Raiden, Thunder Style, Chakra mode. If the Futon, Wind Style, Lu Han master has 3 kinds of Futon, Wind Style S, there are at least 100 kinds of ninjutsu. C-level, B-level, and A-level. Horaishin belongs to time-space ninjutsu, and the master, S, is indeed pitiful. As for swordsmanship, Sharingan, and Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, of course, needless to say, the latter 2 are Keke Genkai that are self-contained, and swordsmanship. Lu Han's swordsmanship has been cultivated in thousands of battles. If there is no system, he will be killed. Lu Han thought for a while, and immediately denied Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse's ultimate move is too chakra intensive, and a normal level 60 boss is unplayable at all. Sharingan doesn't seem to be very interesting. In a one-on-one fight, Sharingan is extremely powerful, and if it is a melee, Susanoo is simply a living target. The Susanoo opened by Lu Han with Eternal Mangekyo will be destroyed, not to mention the Susanoo opened by Mangekyo. Knife technique. Perhaps, ninjutsu is more suitable for group battles, but Lu Han still prefers swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Lu Han decided. Confirm the inheritance. The converted puppet will inherit 93% of the host's swordsmanship strength. This time it was the elf who gave the prompt. Other abilities will be generated immediately. Lu Han raised his brows. He didn't expect that the proportion of the faceless man's inheritance would be so high. You must know that Lu Han's current strength should be close to the level 70 white silver boss, and the faceless man's strength is the strongest level 60 gold boss. That is to say, after inheriting 93% of Lu Han's swordsmanship strength, faceless man's strength will not enter the 70th level. If you think about it, Lu Han's strength comes from a variety of supports, such as physical magic, Raiden Thunder style, chakra mode, angry blood state, etc. But without these supports, in terms of pure swordsmanship, Lu Han would just cross the level 70 threshold. The generation is complete. Please subvert 3665 to name the new puppet. Elf said. At the same moment, the black light on the faceless man dissipated, and he changed. Although his height and body did not change, he was exactly the same as Lu Han, but all the equipment on his body disappeared, and he was only wearing a black robe. Because he had no face, Lu Han did not I can't see his expression or whether his eyes are bright. Name it. Just call it faceless, faceless. Well, that's it. Named complete. New puppet named, faceless, codenamed, faceless. Faceless man below. The faceless man suddenly moved, knelt down on one knee and said in a heavy voice, "See master." Lu Han was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Get up, Don't call me master. Weird, call me Lord Hangguang." Yes, Lord Hangguang. The faceless man got up. Lu Han waved his hand again, and took out 15 kunai, 10 shuriken, 20 detonating talismans, and 2 short knives from the space backpack. These are all penultimate level weapons, all of them are magic weapons, that is no special effects. Finally, Lu Han took out a long knife. This knife is longer than the Sword of Kings, with a slimmer blade and a longer handle, but it is still a deconstructed tachi. This knife is called Blade of the Rare Eagle Exhibition. Lu Han can't remember which cage level boss he got it from, but he still remembers that this rare weapon sells for as high as 210 ingots and has special abilities. Eagle Exhibition. The effect is that after injecting chakra into the blade can be controlled to grow longer, and the length limit is 6 meters. This knife was Lu Han's backup weapon, so it was never recovered. Now it is appropriate to use this knife for the faceless person, because the effect of making the knife longer is not a strong person who uses a knife, and it is impossible to play. There are more than 700 psychic badges left. Lu Han was suddenly stunned. More than 700, can they still be exchanged for cage-level battle puppets? It is definitely not enough to have only the faceless man as a helper, and the faceless man is a puppet who is mainly attacked and killed, and his defense is not good. How can he help Lu Han to attract firepower? Chapter 0796_Brutal Shield Soldier. Lu Han glanced down quickly and found a psychic exchange in the 700 range. I still remember the exchange a long time ago. When I exchanged for the faceless man, Lu Han only unlocked the exchange worth 550 badges, but this time it unlocked more than 2,000, and the 700 range can naturally be seen. There really is more than one. Puppet Psychic. White Armored Giant Monster Level 60 Inferior Puppet, requires 700 badges. Mantis Giant Monster Level 60 Inferior Puppet, requires 700 badges. 8-Clawed Giant Monster Level 60 Inferior Puppet, requires 700 badges. Why are all giant beasts? The giant beast puppets mean very large. Lu Han looked at the boxes with the same exchange price. There were images in the boxes. Lu Han could see the shape of these giant beast puppets. For example, the giant praying mantis looks like a praying mantis, but its size is indistinguishable. About 10 meters high. The subversive messenger was brief and concise, and then said, the giant beast puppet can only attack physically, not any attribute attack. It is a pure power-type non-humanoid giant puppet. Chicken ribs. Luhan gave a 2-word evaluation. It's not that Luhan doesn't like big ones, but you have to be big enough, otherwise it's a living target, such as the 10-meter-tall mantis giant beast puppet, which is as high as a 3-story building. Just a single attack can destroy a house. Is fierce, but such a big target, thrown into the army, can be defeated with a wave of ninjutsu. If Luhan really wants to exchange for a giant beast puppet, you must be at least 50 or 60 meters tall. Although it is also a living target, you are too huge. Even if you rush forward and push it hard, you can cause extremely terrifying damage. If you are 10 meters high, it is far worse and cannot meet the standard of flat push. This can't be done. Why didn't I figure it out just now? Luhan couldn't help but glance at the faceless man, and immediately shook his head again. I don't regret it. I just don't regret it. After all, after the faceless man became a fighting puppet, Luhan's total expenditure on him has reached 2,110 psychic medals. Look up again. Luhan had to look at the price of a suitable battle puppet. Originally there were 2 requirements, but now Luhan has added another one. In addition to being a cage level and not requiring manipulation, it must be a humanoid. Time passed by, and there were too many exchange items, so Luhan had to look at them one by one. Remind the subversive 3665, you still have 5 minutes to stay. The subversive messenger reminded. Well, Luhan responded with a nasal voice and continued to watch. After another minute, Luhan's eyes suddenly lit up. Puppet channeling. Barbarian Shield Soldier Level 60 Superior Puppet, requires 1500 badges. The pattern in the box is a man who looks extremely majestic. His skin is brown, with some meaning of the country of thunder. This man is wearing fat canvas shorts, his calves are exposed, and his ankles have rivet anklets. He is naked. The feet, the upper body are wrapped in extremely thick chains, and the neck is surrounded by rivet collars, with scars all over the face, hair disheveled, and looks particularly fierce. He put one hand on the weapon. The weapon was a huge shield, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The tip at the bottom of the shield was on the ground. Only this weapon seemed to be a power puppet. This, Barbarian Shield Soldier, does he know ninjutsu? Luhan asked quickly. Doten, Earth-style Grandmaster. The messenger of subversion said. It's a corpse puppet. Most of the puppets in the Sunagakur village are mechanical puppets. Only corpse puppets. Speaking of which, the most famous corpse puppet in the original book is naturally Pain 6 Paths. It's up to him. Exchange. You wait. Luhan remembered that he didn't have enough badges, so he did a quick mental calculation, then turned on the universal converter, invested 1,600 ingots, and exchanged for 800 psychic badges. In this way, Luhan has less than 500 ingots, and more than 1,500 psychic badges. Change it. The shield soldier is tolerant. Luhan said again. Exchange completed, said the subversive messenger. The exchanged puppet was sent directly into Luhan's space backpack. Luhan immediately waved his hand, then jumped back and took a step back, only to look up and see the face of the shield soldier. This guy looks so scary. Nearly 2 meters tall. Lao Ai is only 2.05 meters tall. However, in Hokage's original work, there is indeed an existence close to 2.3 meters tall, and that is the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column Libin in the original work. Moreover, this savage shield soldier is not only tall, but also very strong. Luhan estimates that this guy weighs 200 kilograms. The faceless man was exactly the same height as Luhan, about 1.8 meters, and was very thin, only 70 kilograms, standing beside the savage shield soldier like a child. Of course, in terms of strength, the faceless man is definitely stronger. This guy is the most powerful level 60 gold boss, with a high combat IQ scaring people to death. Even if he encounters Hanzo, he will fight for 10 minutes or even longer. Not a problem. The biggest advantage of puppets is that they are not afraid of anything. They have no emotions at all, and nothing will affect their combat status, but people can't. Is he wise? Lu Han asked a very idiotic question. No, the elf answered. I mean, is he conscious? Yes, said the elf again. Wisdom and consciousness are obviously two concepts. For example, a baby has consciousness, but when it comes to wisdom, he really doesn't understand anything. How should I direct him? Lu Han asked again. You can give orders directly with your thoughts at close range, and you can give orders verbally at a distance. Elf said, he will follow any orders from the subversive, such as randomly killing enemies, defending, and stopping fighting. Understood. Lu Han nodded. It's still pretty easy to use. Although it's not as good as the Faceless Man, it's also very convenient to control. For example, Lu Han asked him to attack a Megakure village from the North Gate, and support the Faceless Man after 5 minutes. That's enough, he will take pictures. Do. Remind the subversive 3665. The voice of the subversive messenger suddenly sounded. None of the battle puppets you exchanged can stay away from you. This is nonsense, of course Lu Han knows it. Remind the subversive 3665 again. The subversive messenger said again, a conscious battle puppet can be handed over to the conversion puppet for command and control. Chapter 0797_Spooky Konoha. What do you mean? Lu Han blinked, unable to believe it. Because the transformation puppet has intelligence, the combat IQ exceeds the average human level, and its strategic ability is enough to make it a commander. Subversion Messenger even said, therefore, Subversive 3665 can authorize the conscious battle puppet to be handed over to the transformation puppet wisdom. That's fine, Lu Han exclaimed, almost not jumping up. If the Faceless Man were to command the barbarian shield soldiers, Lu Han would no longer have to worry about commanding the puppets. The two puppets who could fight independently, one attack and one defender, cooperated, and their overall strength would definitely enter the 70th level. 60 gold bosses fighting each other can never defeat a level 70 bronze boss, but if they can cooperate, their strength is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, their current strengths are all level 60 white silvers, but if they cooperate, their strength will increase several times, and it is definitely not a problem to play at level 70. Lu Han turned his head to look at the Faceless Man and the barbarian shield soldier. There were two puppets, one big and one small. There was no trace of the puppets on their bodies. One was attacking and the other was defending. You, listen to him in the future. Lu Han looked at the savage shield soldier and pointed to the faceless human. The barbarian shield soldier couldn't speak, but Lu Han could feel that he accepted the order. He will follow you in the future, and you will command the battle. Lu Han said to faceless humanity again. Yes, Lord Hangguang, said the faceless man. The faceless man's equipment has already been prepared, and the barbarian shield soldier brought his own equipment when he exchanged it. The giant shield is more than 2 meters high and nearly 1 meter 8 at its widest point. It is larger than the door panel and looks extremely thick. Lu Han thought about it for a while, and then took out another Hiraishin Kuwu for the faceless man, and asked him to carry it with him and not use it. Although the puppet can be resurrected, the resurrection time of the faceless man is as long as 3 days. That is to say, as long as he dies in a battle, Lu Han will not be able to psychic him again, and he can't fight for 3 days in a battle. Lu Han had not fought for such a long time. Therefore, whether it is possible to lose or not to lose, at a critical moment, Lu Han still has to rescue him if he has a chance. After the puppets were exchanged, the ingots were converted into psychic metals before, and there were hundreds of them left. Lu Han had nothing to exchange, so he didn't use them for the time being. After putting the 2 puppets into the space backpack, Lu Han left the subverter space. Giant bamboo forest, rainy night. Lu Han appeared in the forest, keeping the insight map open, turned into a glimpse, and ran away in the direction of a Megakure village. The current time is 0:28 in the middle of the night, and at the limit speed of Lu Han's normal state, it will take at least 2.5 hours to run from here to a Megakure village. That is, Lu Han will arrive outside Omegakure village around 3 o'clock in the second half of the night. There can be no delay. Because of his attack on the Sunagakure Puppet Master Army, it will be completely spread in the country of rain tomorrow. When all parties move, Lu Han will not be able to start. Be quick. His plan has come to the last step. Raid Omegakure village. Meanwhile, the land of fire, the hidden village of Konoha. The whole village of Konoha was already brightly lit, with constant roars and explosions, and there were shouts everywhere. An hour and a half ago, the demigod Hanzo, Tsuchikajinoki, the third generation, and 8 Iwagakure village powerhouses raided Konoha. According to the plan, it was originally Hanzo who appeared and launched an attack in the west area of Konoha to attract firepower. When most of the ninjas in Konoha were led to the west area, Onoki would lead the others from the southeast side of Konoha directly into Konoha and go straight to the largest of Konoha. Treasure House. The plan is simple, but there are many details to pay attention to. Little careless, Konoha knows that Akatsuki has other enemies, so protect the treasure house first. It will be bad. With the strength of Hanzo and Onoki, they are not the opponents of Konoha's more than 4,000 ninjas at all. Killing is meaningless, it is too easy to fall into it. If you can't rob the treasure house, it will be in vain. What Hanzo did not expect was that the plan was implemented very smoothly. An hour ago, Konoha was played around by them. The ninjas moved back and forth. Onoki successfully hit the vicinity of the largest treasure house, and Hanzo also got rid of the enemy and rushed to support. Although there were some situations that Hanzo could not understand, such as when he raided a camp of the Konoha garrison, there were only a few ninjas in the camp, and they did not dare to fight him. Or, he was attacked by the Konoha Anbu led by White Fang, but White Fang retreated with a single blow, as if something had gone wrong elsewhere. And so on. But Hanzo didn't change anything because of this. The matter has come to this point, even if he has doubts, he can't retreat. Half an hour later. The situation became a little weird. The Konoha garrison, which had already joined the battlefield, actually withdrew, and set up a circle around the outer circle, as if to prevent the enemy from escaping, and those who fought with Hanzo, Onoki and others were all masters. Scary amount. Although these masters and powerhouses could not defeat Hanzo and Onoki, the two supreme powerhouses joined forces, but they managed to hold them back, making the battle stalemate. It was only a few hundred meters away from the entrance to the treasure house, and for half an hour, Hanzo, Onoki, and the 5 Iwagakure powerhouses could not advance an inch. The other 3 Iwagakure powerhouses had already died in battle. The situation was critical, and Hanzo broke out in a cold sweat. Now that they have been held back, it would be fine if they retreated immediately, but they have to fight again. If the Konoha garrison suddenly surrounds them, they will all die. There is no second way to break out of the full force. At this moment, Hanzo has understood. It was a trap. Konoha knew they were coming. But why not let the garrison be surrounded? Konoha village, under the Hokage building. I don't know how deep, inside the secret room. Hundreds of ninjas are busy, some are running to pass on detailed information, some are taking notes, some are guarding. In the middle of the secret room is a huge crystal ball, controlled by 12 ninjas, showing the battlefield screen. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado and more than a dozen other ninjas with high positions in Konoha, but with average strength, all gather here. Surround them, don't care how many people die, Homura Mitokado advised. Chapter 0798_ to reduce the number of deaths. In front of the huge crystal ball, Kaharu Udatane walked back and forth anxiously, keeping his eyes on the picture on the crystal ball. Hearing Homura Mitokado speak, she didn't say a word. Currently Lu Han is not in Konoha village. As Hokage's assistant, Kaharu Udatane has the highest command of the war. She can give any order. As long as we can kill Hanzo and Onoki, no, even one of them, we will win this battle. Homura Mitokado advised again. Kaharu Udatane remained silent, she was hesitating and struggling. The picture on the crystal ball, Hitaki Sakumo, Hyuga Huyung, Hyuga Haeyoung, Uchiha Leyoung, etc., led a dozen elite Jonin Hanzo and Sanshoyu, Inazuka Tears, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, etc., also in more than a dozen aided by the elite Jonin, besieging Onoki, along with hundreds of other ninjas, besieging the other 5 Iwagakure powerhouses. On the outside, there are hundreds of elites from large and small clans such as the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan to assist all parties in the battle. The two sides played indissoluble. At first glance, Konoha has an incomparably huge advantage. There are 10 shadow ninjas alone, and there are even more super elites, elite Jonin. But just having the quantity is useless. You must know that Hanzo and Onoki are all superpowers, and they all have the strength of a dozen or a few thousand. They are all fierce and not like humans. In addition to the Master Sword technique, Hanzo also uses the Grandmaster Kaden, fire-style, detonating talisman secret technique. Once a large-scale explosion formation was enough to force the shadows to retreat at the same time. Hanzo is stronger than before, his left arm puppet prosthesis is so powerful, and when he uses his left-handed knife, White Fang is always knocked back. And Onoki. This guy looks even more terrifying. An S-level Doden, Earth-style, forbidden technique is enough to attack the entire battlefield in all directions. They were fierce at this time, just like Luhan at the time, when they were in Kurigakure village, when they were in Iwagakure village. However, they did not have the violent killing methods of Luhan, and they were entangled by a large group of strong men, and they did not kill them. How many people? If this situation continues, the outcome is unpredictable. Mainly because the garrison army withdrew and did not participate in the war. In fact, the most effective way to deal with strong men like Hanzo, Onoki, or Luhan is for a large group of ninjas to pounce on them and attack the sky with overwhelming ninjutsu attacks. No one can stand it anymore. When Luhan was in Iwagakure village, he was because of being attacked by the group. Both Susanoo and Wuju Rashomon were blown up, and he was seriously injured. Right now, however, things are weird for Konoha. The garrison was surrounded by various places, and the encirclement was very large, but this could only prevent the enemy from escaping, and could not decide the outcome. What if Onoki used his ultimate move to violently kill a few shadow ninjas, reverse the situation, and win the battle? Simply put, Konoha's current situation is a melee for the strong, and the weak. Watch the fun. I can only watch the excitement. Even if some people want to intervene, they can't intervene. It's easy to hit their own people with big moves, and if they go to fight, there is no room to intervene. Kaharu Yuditane looked at the situation in the crystal ball. She remained silent. The current strange situation is not caused by her. It seems that this battle was directed by her, but in fact, they all followed Luhan's orders before leaving. It was Luhan who led everything. The garrison corps would be withdrawn, which was arranged by Luhan after calculating the situation of the battle. The reason is to reduce the number of deaths. A simple and straightforward reason. In Luhan's opinion, it's not worth it to exchange the lives of thousands of Konoha ninjas for the lives of Onoki or Hanzo. And the death of thousands of ninjas is still a conservative estimate. If Hanzo and Onoki are really forced into a desperate situation, it is likely to appear. An extreme case, that is, they killed people and broke through. Very possible. After all, they are two superpowers, not one. They continue to use big moves, and no matter how tight the encirclement is, they have to be torn apart. Therefore, Luhan made a strategy before leaving. No crowd tactics were used. Those ninjas with too much weaker strength should not go up and die. Luhan killed too many people and knew that he was pressing the strongest. What casualties will occur? To deal with the strong, you have to use the strong. Of course, Luhan also had a backup move. He still devised a way to kill Hanzo and Onoki without using crowd tactics, but he didn't know if it would be successful. Kaharu Yuditane's silence came from Luhan's exhortation. However, Luhan still gave Kaharu Yuditane the right to act according to his needs. That is to say, Kaharu Yuditane could strictly implement Luhan's plan or not. But the current situation is that it is uncertain whether Luhan's backup moves can be used or not. Kaharu Udatane has two choices. The first is to maintain the status quo and continue to fight to see who wins and who loses. The second is to let the Legion surround him. There are two consequences of the siege: either Konoha will die 1,000 or 2,000 people and kill Onoki and Hanzo, or kill more people, and Hanzo and Onoki will be seriously injured and break through. No back move arranged by Luhan. Kaharu Udatane will not think about it so much, and the Legion will surround and fight. But now, Kaharu Udatane looked at the crystal ball, finally raised his hand and said, "Pass my order." At this moment, in the crystal ball, the battle situation changed. White Fang's hand, who had been fighting Hanzo under pressure, was shot flying, his body was injured, he vomited blood and flew out. Hanzo took advantage of the situation to break through the gentle fist method of Hyuga Huyang and Hyuga Haeyoung, and went berserk to defeat Uchiha Leyoung. Susanoo, break out. But he didn't escape. Konoha treasure house at the foot of the mountain. Inuzuka, who was fighting with Onoki, noticed the situation and ran towards Hanzo with the body of a three-headed giant wolf. Beside Hanzo, the two of them were one after the other, tearing apart many barriers, and they went straight into the Konoha treasure house. Then, there was a roar. The entrance to the treasure house was directly destroyed from the inside, cutting off the way for everyone to chase in. It seems that they didn't want to go back the same way. There must be other ways to leave the treasure house. Therein, Homura Mitokado was in a hurry, looking like it was too late. The entrance should have been destroyed just now. What should I do now? Okay, Kaharu Udatane smiled. Homura Mitokado was stunned. Chapter 0799_back move. Luhan's last move is in the treasure house. The plan must be in all aspects, and the most optimistic situation. For example, Hanzo and Onoki were not in good condition and were directly besieged and killed by the strong. Of course, this is too taken for granted. They are all battle-hardened existences. Since there are the most optimistic, and there are the worst, it is natural that they rushed into the treasure house and stole the treasure. Luhan's last move was designed for these two to be able to rush into the treasury. There are only a few people who know the details of this latter move, including Kaharu Udatane, Inuzuka Tears, Hitaki Tsukumo, and an older generation of strong guards who guard the treasury. Others, some also knew part of Akatsuki's situation, but not the specifics. Homura Mitokado looked at Kaharu Udatane blankly, not understanding what she meant by this good. How could it be good? Homura Mitokado knew very well that among the three treasuries in Konoha, the treasury built under the mountainside was the largest, and it contained 400 million taels worth of property. To mention that the money was robbed by Hanzo and Onoki, even if it was destroyed by them, for Konoha, the loss is the same. Destroying treasures is easy, one Kaiden fire style ninjutsu is enough. There are only 10 million taels in that treasury. Kaharu Udatane said suddenly. Homura Mitokado was stunned again. Originally, I hoped to directly introduce them into the treasure house and bury them, but Hokage-sama said that this is too fake, and the enemy will definitely find the problem, so whether the treasure house is real or false, we will protect it as real. Kaharu Udatane explained, there is indeed a lot of money in there, and the piles are very large, but the real value is only 10 million taels. Southeast of Konoha village, at the southernmost tip of the mountain where Hokage Rock is located, at the foot of the mountain. Hanzo and Onoki rushed into the treasury, they were destroyed, and a part of the mountain collapsed. The roar disappeared, but the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. Inuzuka Tears chased before the collapsed entrance, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and the three giant wolves suddenly stood up and turned into rays of light. Inuzuka Tears and the giant dog ended up merging, and they all showed their bodies. Kill them. Don't live. Inuzuka turned around in tears and shouted loudly. He had the highest command on the scene. Hearing his order, those Konoha ninjas who were a little stunned because Hanzo and Onoki rushed into the treasure house, joined the battle again. 5 Iwagakure powerhouses are under siege with unprecedented power. And they are dead. Inuzuka ran away again with tears, and shouted at the ninjas of the garrison army. The third group, the detonation cone, come on. Of Inuzuka's tears, hundreds of ninjas ran out from the 3rd Brigade of the Konoha garrison that had been prepared for a long time. These ninjas all carried black long cones, 10 per person. These long cones were all 1 meter 5 in length. On the left and right, there are the thickness of the baby's arms, one end is sharp and the other is flat. In fact, there is no such thing as a detonating cone. These things called detonating cones are all transformed from hollow cones and detonating talismans. They are made of hollow steel pipes into a 1 meter 5 long awl, and then stuffed inside 10 detonators. According to Luhan, this thing is the Ninja World version of the detonator. Detonators, most of them are used to blow up mountains. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas ran down the mountain with the detonator cones on their backs and ran up the collapsed surface. Then, under the command of Inuzuka Tears, they jumped up one by one, raised the detonator cones and threw them out. Bang, bang, bang. Like a javelin, each detonating cone was stabbed into the mountain, all of them were stabbed in, and the end was no longer visible, leaving a dark round hole under the mountain, and I don't know how deep it was pierced. Each of the more than 100 ninjas jumped 10 times and threw them 10 times, stabbing a total of more than 1,000 detonating cones into the mountain. When they were done, the battle at the foot of the mountain was over. 5 Iwagakure strongmen died in battle. Stay away from here. Inuzuka ordered again to let all other ninjas stay away from this area in the southeastern corner of Dashin Mountain, leaving only the hundreds of ninjas who had thrown their cones before. This is going to blow up a mountain. Tsunade stepped back and asked in surprise. At this time, she looked disgraced, with dust all over her body, and every clean place was dirty, but she was not injured. In the group, only Jiraiya was slightly injured, and it was not a big problem. Break the mountain. White Fang with a pale face gave Tsunade a positive answer. He knew the plan. Buried Hanzo and Onoki alive. Tsunade understood the purpose of this, but his face was not right. There are very few mountains in the land of fire, but as long as it is a rock mountain, it is extremely strong, especially on this one, and it is like this on the outside. Explode, I'm afraid. No way. Tsunade knows the location of the treasure house. She knows that from the treasure house to the outermost part of the mountain, the thickness of the rock is hundreds of meters. With the blessing of the incantation seal, it is difficult to shake. Someone will destroy the curse seal defense inside. White Fang explained in a low voice. Also, the inside will also explode, and the inside has been arranged a long time ago. If the inside and outside explode, the treasure house will collapse completely. In the passageway of the treasure house, it was extremely dark, and there was only a lamp hanging on the stone wall every 20 meters. The two figures hurried forward, and Onoki's face was even uglier than the death of the entire village. Just now, it was Hanzo who destroyed the entrance on his own initiative. That's right, it's impossible for the two of them to be trapped here. It's not difficult to dig a passage to get out, but those 5 Iwagakure powerhouses were left out. According to Onoki's thoughts, he hoped that after he and Hanzo entered the treasure house, the strong Konoha would chase after him. In that case, his 5 subordinates would have a chance to escape. If the passage is destroyed, it can also stop everyone. But Hanzo is too impatient. Those 5 loyal subordinates to Onoki will surely die. Done. The 8 strong men brought by Onoki were all damaged in Konoha, and the loss is not too big. People can be retrained after they die, so there's no need to be sad about it. Hanzo seemed to see what Onoki was thinking, and said lightly as he ran, "We've already come in, and at least half of Konoha's wealth can be plundered. With this money, those who lose nothing." Chapter 0800_Damn. Hanzo's words are hard to hear. He is such a person. For him, as long as the benefits are sufficient, it is worth dying a few people. Onoki is very resentful, but he also thinks what Hanzo said makes sense. People are dead, but Onoki feels a lot better at the thought of getting a lot of money right away. There was light in front of the two, and it was coming. The hall of the treasure house is extremely bright. There are a lot of sundries in the hall, such as piles of copper coins, a lot of military supplies such as dao, kunai, shuriken, and some nearly 100 large boxes, some of which are open. It's filled with gold-silver jewels, some with gold bricks, but most of the boxes are covered with lids. Hephatongyans turned to sleep. He sat cross-legged on top of the piled-up big boxes. His eyes were closed, and there were chakra waves rippling on his body. He was the only one in the treasury. At the beginning of the initial battle, the other two older generation strongmen who guarded the treasury left the secret passage. Silent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes when he turned to bed, and he felt Hanzo and Onoki coming. Without hesitation, he rolled over from the big box and quickly hand seal. Ninja Earth Gang seal released. The airflow erupted from the body of the sleeper, and rolled over the entire treasury. Curse marks appeared on the stone walls around the treasury. After the black spells appeared, they flickered twice, and then disappeared completely. The seal used to strengthen the treasury has been lifted. At the same time, two glimpses rushed into the hall from the front entrance. It was Hanzo and Onoki. Seeing the treasure in the hall, Hanzo and Onoki were both happy, but they didn't even pay attention to the sleepover, because this is an old guy, too old, no matter how strong it can't be the two of them. Man's opponent. When he turned to bed, he was expressionless and didn't say a word. He walked to the northwest corner of the main hall and kicked open the box. There was a small door behind it. He got in, and his breath quickly went away. Boom. There was an explosion at the small door, and the hole was collapsed and buried. HMPH. You run fast. Hanzo snorted coldly. Be careful, Onoki warned. Hanzo gave Onoki a sideways look, showing a sneer. Is he cheating? The strongest are afraid of cheating. Whether it is Hanzo or Onoki, he has survived to this day, and he has no idea how many intrigues and tricks he has experienced. It is not that Hanzo is not afraid of calculating, he just feels that what Onoki has said is superfluous. The matter is over, the treasure is in front of him, can he still retreat? How do you bring these things? Hanzo asked, but he was curious. Psychic beast, Onoki said calmly. Hanzo raised his brows. Hey. I thought there was some special method, such as Hengguang's other space ninjutsu. The psychic beasts are really. In fact, Hanzo also relies on psychic beasts. Either he looked down on Onoki, or was unhappy that Onoki pretended to be mysterious before. The two walked separately. One went to the north of the main hall, the other went to the south of the main hall, biting their hand seal almost at the same time. Spiritual. Spiritual. Bang, bang. Two groups of white smoke rose, and two behemoths appeared in the main hall. The one that appeared on Hanzo's side was naturally the Sanjiao fish, while the one on Onoki's side turned out to be a pangolin. It was smaller than the Sanjiao fish, but it was huge. I just don't know if there is any combat power. Sanjiao fish can burrow into the ground, they can escape by swallowing the treasure, and pangolins can naturally burrow into the ground. The two began to command their respective psychic beasts to eat the treasures. First eat the scattered finances, weapons and the like are not needed, they are all standard weapons used in the army, and they are not worth much, mainly gold, silver and bronze. 3 things, and jewelry. At the same time, inside the secret passage. The very narrow passage seems to have not been dug out for a long time. Water is still seeping in some places, and there is no lighting in the passage. In the turn of the bed, holding a glowing bead in his hand, he hurried forward along the secret passage. The exit of this secret passage is in the forest behind Konoha, which is very close to Anbu. However, Anbu ninjas do not know that this secret passage exists. Apart from Luhan, only Kaharu Udatane and the 3 older generation strongmen who guard the treasure house know about it. After all, it wasn't long before they were dug out, and there was no need to let too many people know about it. As he moved to a higher speed, he was also estimating the distance in his mind. He wanted to detonate the treasure house, but he had to consider his own side, so as not to be affected by the treasure house. If the secret passage collapsed to where he was, then he would be dead. The secret path is not straight, but curved. After the ground has not been carved, it is very uneven, but for the sleeper, there is no concept of whether it is easy to walk or not. After all, the strength is here. All the way. Turning to bed, he just passed a water seepage location, and quickly went away, only to see a black arm sticking out from the water-stained stone wall, and then, a person emerged from it. Half black and half white, it's a combination of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, absolutely. Ju's face is very bad. Because the white Zetsu clone had just sent the news back to the land of rain, the battle at the White Crystal Mine was over, Han Guang broke through the siege and disappeared without a trace, and the Sunagakur Puppet Master Legion suffered heavy losses, at least half of the puppets were damaged, and there were still hundreds of puppets. The teacher died. Another incredible achievement. I think in a few days, the legend of Hengguang alone defeated the Sunagakur Puppet Master Army, will spread throughout the entire ninja world. It is absolutely disgusting. If Hengguang does such a thing again, then Konoha's side is really robbed of the treasure house. How meaningful is it? Really hope that Uchiha Madara can make up his mind to kill Han Guang, although Kyuubi, Nine Tails, in Han Guang's body will also die, but Kyuubi, Nine Tails, can be resurrected. But Uchiha Madara's mind is very strange, and even he can't figure out what Uchiha Madara is thinking, or what is he waiting for. Damn it. Jubit Kiba cursed and disappeared. In front of the secret road. The fast-running turn-to-bed road stopped abruptly. The distance is almost there. Turning to bed, he said even more, raising his hands to hand seal. Sudden. A ghostly figure generally appears behind the bedroom. Whisper. The dark palm penetrated the body of Xuanxi Dao Zheng from behind, and passed out from the front of Xuan Dao Zheng, holding his bloody heart. Damn it. Murmuring for a lifetime, that heart was suddenly crushed.